How dare you impose your pie cutting standards on me, Brett? Oh, shit. What up, what up, what up? Welcome. Welcome. It did go against the slices. That is correct. The optics are high. The optics are high. I hate it when you call me the optics. Get it? Chuck, only you and Steve can call me Sweet Cheeks. How about that? You and Steve have earned it. Speaking of Sweet Cheeks. I mean, speaking of, gotta put the poll up there. Add a poll, give people a little reminder that memberships are only $1. It's the best value on YouTube. Buy one for yourself, buy 10 more, make it rain on the chat. Flow and the guess. Yes. I guess I should put down the link, huh? It is cut wrong. And you know what? Now that it's been pointed out that it goes against the existing cut, I don't know. I got mixed feelings about it. Like, it is definitely a douchey move, but then again, I never voted on I never got a say in whether or not the pie gets cut that way. I don't want the crust. I never consented to having a piece with crust. I'm just going to leave it the fuck there anyways. What up, what up, what up, Cynthia? Oh, yeah, Brett. You're the one who just left me a comment, I believe, a little bit ago that I did not understand the context of that. If and this is to everybody, if you're watching an old live stream and you leave a comment about a specific context, my streams go, one of them was 12 hours long. Please give a timestamp or make the reference clear, because I will not be able to do that to remember. The link has dropped. I know I've said this before and I didn't make good on it, but I'm kind of considering limiting the number of people on panel. You know, when you get a full panel, it's just you can't have a conversation that way. What's up, Simple Jack? Simple Jack bringing a good addition to Complicated Jack's panels recently. I've clipped out. I haven't trimmed the fat all the way down, but I'm going to re-upload the communism discussion from last night on Complicated Jack's panel. Just because I thought it gave me the opportunity to make a lot of points, I think. And I'm not trying to dunk on Jack or Jesse or any of the other commies. But no, I think the topic got brought out pretty well. Thank you, Provo Kid. Good to see you. What's going on? Pixel T. What is Pixel T? Hi, don't judge me. I reserve the right. Don't tell me what to do. Didn't you see that? I will judge whoever I want. You must not have seen the title of the stream. The funny guy that was having a fit. Who was? Oh, are you talking about OTW? Hold on. I got to take care of something real quick. Talk amongst yourselves for a second. I think you're probably referring to OTW. But if you can be more specific about it, I'm not above tagging somebody in the video if there's a request for them back. For $1, I'm glad you asked. Let me tell you, for $1, you get to use custom emojis, all sorts of custom emojis. But for real though, so the pricing strategy is for anything that you're selling, you're better off pricing highest or lowest in the market. Since I don't do this this isn't my job, right? I do get some income off it, and it is helpful. I do appreciate it, but I work full time. I don't have time. I don't have enough time devoted to this to actually provide exclusive content or to do the members only or the Patreon thing properly. So yeah, you get custom emojis, and I think actually there's a couple other things that I forget about. Like, okay, if you go in the description, there's channel member recognition, the description box of the videos. I think that's also on the channel as a whole. But yeah, basically, you get to use emojis. You get that little green thing by your name in the chat, and yeah, you get to support the channel. What's up, Notch?
What's going on?
Oh, same shit, new day. I'm going to turn your mic up a little bit. You're kind of soft.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Am I audible?
Yep. You're audible. You're just chat. How does he sound? I just turned you up to about 180. And actually, I need to add some new custom emojis because the number of custom emojis you can have is based off the number of either members or subs, and I've got more than I previously did. The crust is not the best. Man, this Brett guy is... Yeah, that's true. The bottom has crust.
Are you frozen or am I frozen?
I don't think either of us are. Your image is not particularly clear.
Okay, maybe I'll come back. Let me try to reset here.
All right, try coming back, and if it doesn't, if it's still kind of laggy, maybe turn your camera off and then see if it kind of catches up to you. If that makes sense. Well, now he's really frozen. I forgot to pin that link. Who told you what to do, hence your title? The title's random. I tend to, oh, speak of the devil. Mr. Snaps.
I was just going to ask you what I just wrote. Yeah, I was interested. Well, go ahead. I clicked on it. I was like, oh, shit, you saying what I was just jumping on here for.
Yeah, no, your timing's excellent. So the way that I title and thumbnail the screens is literally I scroll through my gallery on my phone and find, because I save interesting or weird sort of images. I save just random shit, and I just scroll through and see what appeals to me at the moment, and that one did. And in context, though, you're the one who's told me more what to do than probably anybody on the metaverse.
Cool. You know, it's funny too. You could also get an app that checks the algorithm of the words, because I know your grift is on. You know, $1, by the way, guys, for Mr. Flo.
Thank
Get
you.
that Ric
Thank you.
Flair. You can put some more emojis, man. We got some ideas.
Hey, and Snaps, I never thought I would ever say this to you, but I'm going to turn your mic up.
The world is fucked.
The world is fucked.
I don't know. I'm speechless.
But yeah, when I thought about the context of that, you're the main one, really, who tries to. And did you? Is that why you asked the question? Did you know that in a weird way that was directed at you?
Pretty much, you know, I kind of got a read on it. I mean, there's maybe one or two others I might have thought of, but I thought you might have been thinking of just a few of us on tap, you know.
Yeah, we're tapped in then, Snafu, because really you are the one.
You know, it's all right. I am the one, and I
hadn't even all this was just sort of subconscious thoughts, right? I'm just scrolling through my phone, I'm just doing things, I'm talking to my girlfriend, and then, but yeah, now that you put the needle to it, it's definitely at you more than anybody else.
So I got to be honest, there are things I tell you that you should do, but I really feel that you actually did it the other night, and I was actually kind of like, wow, Flo's standing his ground. When you're being real about Mr. Talcott's socialism ideals, and you're kind of just keeping it real with him, I think he needs a little more of that. And it wasn't just me; it was many people in chat. We're like, damn.
Let me point out why keeping it real last night worked as well as it did. It's because I don't come blasting straight out the gate. When I met him, I didn't go straight at him. You know, you have to establish a relationship with people before you hold them to task.
You still got Nazi booted.
Yeah, I did, and that's fine. Like I, you know how I know that you know what to do to get kicked? That because I do with Jack. I know what will get me kicked and what won't. And we make our decisions. It's worth it. What's up, guys? Not your pictures smoother. Jesse, what's going on? Sasquatch, welcome.
Greetings and salutations.
Green. You know what? I wonder if my audio is just low, and that's why everybody's. Yeah, that's. I've been turning everybody up, but
What's
it's
up,
just
Sasquatch.
Hey, Notch. Jesse.
Hey, Sasquatch.
On Jess.
Good to see you, Notch. And Sasquatch is coming up on the Missing Link on Tuesday.
Oh no shit.
Sweet.
I'm not gonna. I shouldn't be gone. I should be local at home, so I should have all my gizmos and stuff. It should be a good one.
Awesome.
Tarek, what was this comment I saw you leave on Venus's page about something about?
Tarek's chin checking motherfuckers for God.
No, Derek, first of all, okay.
Hey,
now that my volume's up, I'm going to turn his volume back down. Oops.
Bitches. They're admitted, bro. Admitted putting shit on people. Fucking lined up with that monograph motherfucker that I showed you some optics already, and I can give you deeper optics, however involved they are. It's pretty deep, dude. Tarek's chin checking for some fucking beast system motherfuckers. I know you don't understand all this, but you've seen some shit with DD and others. It's real.
Snafu, what in the hell is your strategy? Bringing more and more attention to content creators that you don't support, allegedly.
The experience is real.
No, I want you to explain your thought process of this.
Talk for himself. I mean, I get him saying, I see what he's doing. Don't give him shit. Them bitches are witches, admitting putting spells on people, linked up to that dude. I sent you some info that even you were like, oh shit.
And hold on.
So,
and that's, before I forget, that's what I was going to ask Tarek is, what's this shit I saw about me and some other people you listed, like doing black magic or witchcraft or something?
Oh, Venus and them are into that shit, bro, and you're all cupcaking with them lately. So I don't know what he's hearing, because it's bad, dude, and she's running around her mouth, and she knows that you got her back.
I don't know where you're at, but yep, there he goes. Lost one, got the other. What's up, Tarek?
What's up, Flow State?
Do you think that I'm doing black magic at you?
No, I didn't say anything about you. I heard the comment, so I'm here to state exactly what's going on with Tommy. So I said something about Venus, correct? Right? Well, let me tell you where that's coming from, so you understand why Venus and them are all kind of connected. Okay, or in some ways, that's my belief and opinion only.
Hold on.
Tommy,
Time out.
go ahead. Yep.
If you go in and click echo cancellation off and back on, it might clear up that little click he's got happening.
Okay, I got you.
Go ahead.
Mike, check Tarek.
If you get booted and this StreamYard it says "off snap," what the fuck?
Tarek, go ahead and say something.
All right, I was waiting. All right. Well, Tommy, just to let you know, last month was chatting on Monograph's computer and commenting on something that he was doing and actually being like grateful for it and standing by him. Now, if he's a man of God, why would he be in any way connected, in any way, to a man like Monograph?
Because the same reason that I would be, and the same reason that I will still admit that Snafu gave me enough evidence that I unsubscribed from a channel that I never watch anyways.
Okay, thank you. It took me to actually, and that's the thing. I've been sharing it, telling people, screaming it forever, but it's not even him. It's the dude. These bitches admit.
Hold on, Snafu. Hold on. No, why would you? Why would you tell people about somebody they've never heard of?
Is that for me or for you?
Hey, look, when did you start broadcasting? This bitch, let me ask you this. When did you start broadcasting?
Me?
Honestly, have you been years or just recent? Like, you kind of started, right?
Can you?
Because some of these, you've been doing this for years and years.
Can you take it off a speakerphone and talk into the microphone? You're echoey, but not like. All right.
This has been your esophageal expectorant provided by Flow State.
All right. Now that just got me off. But anyways, what were you saying, Tarek? What were we talking about?
Oh, we're talking about Monograph and Tommy, and then I don't know what happened.
Oh, right. Okay.
Snapper.
There's just because you read something online doesn't mean it's real.
Okay.
Just
I'll
because
go with that.
And just because you didn't read about something doesn't mean it doesn't happen.
Very true.
So I think, and even if you're convinced, right? Like, even if you're sure that what you read online is true, and that you never like, why do you have a right to tell Tommy what to do?
No, I'm not telling him what to do. Of course,
absolutely,
that's his opinion, his thing.
Absolutely,
no, I'm not. So, in which way am I telling them what to do? Because I have no power over nobody. That's just my opinion.
Right. You can't enforce it, but through the social optics, you're trying to apply pressure to him.
Yeah,
you're applying pressure, right? You're vicariously.
Well, I wouldn't say I'm applying pressure. I wouldn't say that. I would say I'm saying it how it is, because if I see something wrong from my perspective, I'm just gonna put my perspective on it.
Fair
like
enough.
If somebody's harming a baby or harming a child or harming anybody, I'm going to say something about it. I won't be like Bentard saying, for example, well, I didn't know anything about it, so I'm not going to be held liable by any agency. That is true, Ben.
What if you're wrong? What if
you
you're wrong
and you're a man of God, God's judging you? Huh?
What if you're wrong? What if you're wrong?
Again, if I'm wrong,
go ahead.
Rumors that were incorrect. Okay, I get it. Yeah, if I was wrong and I said something that was incorrect to anybody, it could happen. I'm not saying it's not, it couldn't happen. Then I would apologize if I was wrong. But I'm telling you, this feeling and the force and the things that I know about some people have never been wrong.
Well, you're talking
a man that does a video with a child. I'm sorry, go ahead.
That I saw part of that video and it was creepy and weird, but it was also a person in a mask. It was also a person in a mask.
I understand that. But the thought process, just the thought process, wasn't that disturbing?
It was, but that could be anybody. I could show that video to somebody and say, "This is Tarek."
I understand that because
Don't
now
you
we
feel
got
like
AI.
you have an obligation also to do more due diligence before you spread rumors about people?
No, I'm not spreading rumors. There's been more. I just can't say everything, and I'll
Okay.
stay quiet until things come up. I'm
So
just
okay,
saying.
that's fair enough. I understand. Like
Yeah.
Snafu showed me that there are things out there that I don't know. I haven't seen all this stuff. Really, all I know about this dude at all, basically, is what Snafu yaps.
That's all I'm saying. Be careful. That's all. You don't have to take my
Okay.
word for it. I'm just saying it.
Snafu, hold on. I see you, Snafu. I'm bringing you up, but I'm going to leave you backstage for a second while I talk to Tarek because I don't because we're talking about you know who, and I know that you're just going to charge at the conversation. So don't go anywhere. It's not an insult. I'm not censoring you. I just you're going to have to give me a second. So
and if you want to touch on Venus and them, Venus and some other people, just to let you know, I'm sure you can see that you're very bright in many ways. I would say, Flow State. You can see they're using codes, using different language to connect or say things to each other, even online, which I think kind of stupid because people can.
Venus, are you a witch?
Oh, she's definitely a witch. She's a witchcraft. She is.
What do you mean by witchcraft? Are you talking
She
about?
has definitely said she worships a lot of stuff. I won't even say it on the internet. She can say it. She can tell you herself.
Well, I mean, there's Wiccan. There's.
I know there's Wicca. There's a lot of stuff. I get that. There's people who do cast spells. There's people.
You're
that
talking about
actually,
like black magic and curses and
black magic. Yes, she's been threatening people with that, directly or indirectly. People can see it.
Well, I've never heard her say anything. I mean, she's always been nothing but polite to me. I don't know the history of you with her.
Hey, Flo. I'm with all due respect.
Yes,
you
sir.
just made a claim you have no clue about. Monograph brags about that's him in the mask. Monograph directed that. Monograph knows he has been questioned by the pedophile task force. Okay.
Snafu, please don't use that word. Please don't use the word.
Okay. Threatening Snafu crew and many whistleblowers for years. These death cult fucking weirdos online exist. And Venus has multiple times made claims of I'm putting magic spells on you, Snaps, and this and that.
Snafu.
You're defending these people, but you're making claims you have no clue yourself
about. I'm trying to stop you. All right, I will stop you from talking when I want to stop you from talking on my panel, Snaps. Can you stop yourself? Can you show a little bit of self-restraint?
You made a false claim. Go ahead.
Thank you. Can you show some self-restraint though, so I don't have to keep doing that with you?
You made a false claim. He absolutely brags about that's him and the kid on the wall and in the mask. So, go ahead.
I have a suggestion for you. If you need to talk about these people and bring more attention to them, but don't like what they do, why don't you just make videos putting out the evidence instead of going all over ping pong balling around the internet?
We've been doing this for years. You haven't watched. That's the point. You're sitting here. I haven't heard Venus say this. I haven't heard Monograph the videos.
We're not talking about Venus.
Doing the research now and looking.
I'm not talking about me. Technically, I would be a witch if I'm a Discordian. I'm not Abrahamist. So you can talk about me. I'm right here.
Right.
So I know, Hank. I know your history a little bit too. I know you do witchcraft. You're into this stuff as well.
The messaging is there.
No. I called out Hank a long time ago about him doing witchcraft, and he knew I was talking to him on Machine Lies and some other people, so he knew what I was referring to, and I was right about that because
I'm gonna give Flow State
so what? So what if I am? What does it mean?
I'm not saying anything. You're entitled to do whatever you want, Hank.
Or he's
I can see it.
He's either being lazy
well, you can hear
or
it too.
turning the other cheek. One of the two.
So what does it mean?
I'm
right here. What questions do you have?
Hank, here's the thing. Flow State just asked, for example, what's his name? Snafu, like, why doesn't he put everything on evidence and put it right on the internet, right? There's things, if you are investigating them, they can't be on the internet right away until the investigation is complete.
We already have people with rats with their eyeballs cut out in their front yards. We've had my house docked. We've had people's fucking Tommy's threatened multiple people, as you see, with guns and telling where he's going to bury people. Venus, I'm going to put these witchcraft spells on you, fucking blah, blah. These fuckers are in flow. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt that you're not paying attention to the optics.
Snafu, you're right. I don't pay attention to everything. all the time, and I'm not going to. And you
Yeah, you
don't
shouldn't have
determine,
to, but
and Snafu doesn't determine what my attention goes on. But
That's fair. That's fair. I'm just asking you to not make claims like when you sat there and said, "Oh, we don't even know if it's that guy or not in the mask." Motherfucker produced it, brags about it, and has been questioned by pedophile task force.
the
Like,
word
Snafu, I didn't answer the
Snafu.
question on purpose. Snafu, I didn't answer it the way the way I should have answered it on purpose. There's a reason for that. I won't say what I know. We'll wait. We'll just wait.
I already know too. And to each our own in our foxhole. These people are fucking crazy. It's a B system agenda in play. And I'm just seeing you chin check these motherfuckers. I'm proud of you, Tarek. Stand up for your
No
dog.
problem.
Stand
You
up
have
for
to
your
stand up
dog.
for
Hold
the
on.
truth.
You're standing up for something, but you're withholding information on purpose.
Well, yeah. People like you put people in danger. It's called whistleblowing shit. These people are
See ya. Thanks for playing.
Is there a milk task force too?
Thanks.
No,
Maybe next
what I'm saying, Hank,
Right.
is there's certain things that cannot be said on the internet and they cannot be exposed yet or even in any way possible because they have to be fully done and investigated, and that's how it works. So we'll
Well-
just wait and see how it goes.
Tarek, how you doing? By the way, I'm Simple Jack. How you doing?
How you
I
doing,
wanted to
Simple
ask you a
Jack? Yeah, I
question.
saw you on Jack's channel.
Is it your job to police the internet?
Hey, did I say it was my job? So now you're deflecting, but go ahead.
What? No, I'm just asking because it seems like you're trying to enforce
I
something
just
that's
answered
not.
your question. I said it's not my job, but now you're deflecting because I can see you and your emotions a little bit.
What do you mean? I'm not,
Go ahead. Ask me your
I'm
next
conf-
question. I'll tell you what I mean.
But that's my question. Why do you think
My
it's your
question
job
was
to
no. It's
enforce
not my. It's not
like
my
your
job.
imaginary rules on the internet?
No, it's not my job, Simple Jack. But again, I would say it to you and everybody on the panel and anywhere I go respectfully. If I see something done wrong on the internet or anybody harming, especially children, in any way, even in any way possible that it could have happened, it will be investigated on everybody. Everybody.
Okay, Tarek. When you make claims like that, you know that we're going to bring it back to the one person that you don't ever hold responsible for anything.
I can't. It's not my job. I'm not the police, like you said. I'm not the police.
You don't call him out on anything.
Ooh,
I called
thank you.
Tommy. I called
Thank
him
you.
out. He wouldn't answer the question.
Tommy? You think I'm talking about Tommy? Tommy?
Are
Who
you
you
talking
think
about who? Monograph?
You're kidding. You're kidding.
Who do you think I'm talking? Who are you talking about? Venus?
Don't get emotional, please.
Who do you think you don't ever hold accountable for, or you don't ever call
Oh
out?
God! Don't tell me we're talking about Paul. For God's sake! For
Come on,
God's
they
sake!
call
we're
me
not
Simple
going there.
Jack, bro. Simple
I know,
Tarek
we're not
over there.
going
Come
there.
on, come on.
Yeah, he threw me off on that one because I wasn't thinking about Paul at all.
No, it probably means you, Tarek. It probably means you holding yourself.
I understand what he's saying that
No,
he's my
Tarek
daddy.
will hold himself
and
accountable.
I'm the same way. Yeah, I get that.
So, before you make claims like every time I see something wrong, I'll call it out. Do you want to walk that back a little bit?
What's there to walk back? If he, that's my perspective. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I'm not the one to decide if I'm wrong or not. There's other people that will handle the situation, and they'll find out if I'm wrong or not. And if I'm
There's
told I'm
always other
wrong,
people
I
that will
will.
handle any situation.
Of course, yes, for everybody and myself. It doesn't matter who it is. So I'm also, if I do anything wrong, it'll be also on the, there. It doesn't matter. But I know what I do, so I'm not worried about myself at all. Zero. Now, I'm not here to police anybody, of course, or
Do you
point out
remember
anything.
when
But
that
if I
one
s-
girl? Do you remember when that girl came on Paul's channel and she was having a mental break because
Yes,
she did
Jen,
what he said
Jen.
and she lost her kids?
Jen, yeah.
What do you think about
What
that?
was wrong with that? I think Paul handled it very good.
Did you hear what she said? That she said that she did what he said.
No, but again, from Paul's perspective, which I heard.
No,
I
I'm not.
heard the whole thing.
No. You don't know Paul's.
Okay, I'll tell you my perspective.
Yep.
I got you. My perspective and how I seen it is because I didn't know who the lady was. I had no clue who she was. I didn't know if she was sent by somebody to try to blame Paul for anything. I didn't know what was going on. For me, looking at her, she was definitely on some drugs. So definitely she was not all there. and we couldn't even talk to her. Not just me or Paul, anybody else. Nobody can even talk to her for a
I
minute. She was all over
strongly
the place.
disagree. Her words were not slurring. She was
You
not.
think she was not? She was there. She was
I
mentally there.
think it's very possible that she was having a mental episode entirely. I heard a lot of you guys say that she was on drugs. She never once said she was on drugs. She never confirmed it. She never denied it either. She just she moved past it.
You want to play that back? Flow State. If you want to play it back, we can take all votes on this. Who thinks she's mentally in a mental state?
Yep, we'll do it. Let me find it real quick. You guys can talk
Yeah,
about it
go ahead,
yourself.
play it back, and we'll see exactly what mental state she was in. I tell you, from my perspective, she was not in a mental state where you can talk to her. Zero.
We will investigate.
No
I
problem.
I was listening to the show, and I think she was definitely emotionally disturbed, and I thought that she was on some kind of drugs, at least drunk. I thought, but
I think she. Look, I don't think she was drunk though.
I don't think she was drunk either.
She was on something.
She was on something. Yes.
But that's just me. I mean, like, that's what I've noticed. But you know.
Yeah, me too. That's my opinion. I'm not judging her. We were trying to help her, to be honest with you. But give me 1 second. I gotta get some water.
Okay.
So, Flow State, I wanted to ask, what's more important on the metaverse? Playing the bit or trying to be real?
I mean, that's too broad for me to answer. I need some context.
Like, for example, Tarek. You know, I'm not hating, but this is an example. This seems like a bit.
You're fine.
Like, I don't think you personally go around and have this much opinion about people in real life in your town that you don't know. That you don't know. You know what I mean? You just kind of see.
No, I don't myself. Well, I'm not around people like that. Of course not.
Oh, okay. All right. That could be it. You're not around people like this. You don't really
I'm not around
opinion,
people like the internet. The metaverse is the metaverse. It's not regular life. That's for sure.
It's both, though, isn't it? Like, you can. There's no. It's like LARPing, really. It's LARPing.
I mean, you can call it that. I don't see it that way.
That's kind of the reason why I came up. Sorry.
Hi, Yolanda.
How are you
hello,
guys
everybody
doing?
who joined. Hello.
Well, where's the Snafu? Why'd you get Snafu out?
Because he wouldn't stop saying certain words and talking over people.
I think I would get him up here, man.
All right, if he's still backstage, and I did share his link out so people could check him out. Snafu is not backstage anymore.
So one thing that gets me is that when that witch hunters find a witch right in front of them, they lose all sense of lose all sense. They don't have anything to say. They don't have anything legit to say. They just Snafu foams at the mouth every time we're in the same room together now.
Yeah,
I mean, what you said. That.
He's calling out the inconsistency and calling people out, right? If I understood that right.
Yes. So when Snafu and I are in the same room, doesn't matter which show, he just foams at the mouth. He's incoherent.
I don't think he's incoherent at all. I think sometimes he has a issue controlling himself in terms of speaking and letting somebody speak. Yes. Incoherent, I don't see that at all. I think he's smart.
Yeah. But at least when I told Tommy and told Paul, they moderated themselves. So they let other people have word and edgewise now. Snafu has
so Hank, who's more in control, Tommy or Snafu, you think, in your perspective?
Tommy's clearly in much better control than Snafu.
So Tommy is more, in your perspective, the guy that got in an argument with me 2 days ago and put a gun on the internet towards me, trying to scare me. He's in more control to you.
Yes. Also, Paul's in more control on both of them. Paul's in very high control.
For sure.
Very high control.
I just can't see Tommy in more control, but it's okay. Go ahead. That's your perspective.
Of all three, Snafu's least in control.
So, Tarek, did I hear that correctly? That seeing someone point a rifle into a screen, you presume it's at you?
No, it's not at me like that. It's not a threat at me doing it from the internet. It's the act behind it, meaning the state of mind the person's in at the time that he actually did it, Meaning, if I was in his face for real, he would have really pointed it at me. There's more psychology to it than just pointing it in the screen and taking it that way.
Thank you. I see that. I see that, but it just seemed like a bit. That's all. So that
No,
seemed
I get it.
Yeah.
No, he's pretty angry. I tried to calm him down a little, but he couldn't calm down. He's angry.
That's part of the
and-
reason why I came up tonight, because Tarek seems to have some opinions about me, and I went ahead and invited him to go ahead and have a conversation with me, but he seems to think that I'm just looking for content. But since I'm up here, Tarek, would you like to go ahead and have a discussion about your issue with me?
If he comes back up,
I don't have an issue with you, Yolanda, but I don't want to take Full State's whole thing talking about issues that concern me and you.
Well,
if
hold
we
on.
have any issues.
No, you're fine. I'm actually looking for that video, so my whole thing won't be about that. But go ahead right now.
Well, I only came up, Flo, when you brought up you brought up the comment on Venus's channel, and I was part of that comment.
Oh yeah, you were.
Yolanda, I got you. How can I explain this to you? But that's only my opinion, but I ain't gonna go into deep to it. Okay, when I see, for example, a person like Venus, okay, and Bax and Cynthia, for example, and you guys pretty much stay together on a lot of things and do things in order, I would say. And then, to me, it looks like that's where you stand. You stand on. You do exactly what they do, but you still stand.
He's cutting out. Is that for everybody or just me?
No, he's cutting out the best part.
Yeah.
Like,
no, hold on. Sorry. Hold on. No. Tarek, sorry. I'm tinkering with your. We're both tinkering with this shit.
Oh.
Okay, you tinker with your mic and keep going, but you're getting kind of crackly.
I may have to move. Hold on.
And then Flow State, to go with my topic earlier, playing the bit versus being more real. On like Jack Talcott's show, like play the bit. Have some fun with the idea of living, like, creating Talcottia. Why do you gotta fight it, bro? Why do you gotta question everything?
And I agree. I mean, I don't think the two are it's not mutually exclusive. You can play a bit to an extent, recognizing that that you're really aware of your context, right? I think so. If you're doing a bit non-bit, how much of it is bit and how much of it is just contextual?
Yeah, Jack. There's really no difference between playing a bit and being real. I don't think there's a difference because it's all narrative.
Really interesting.
Yeah,
that's what
I don't agree with that.
Yeah, go ahead. Notch, how you doing? Welcome. It's the first time to see you on the show. Sorry, I don't. We gotta share the token Asian spot.
Okay. What's up?
Cocktail.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying, like, like people do. Shit, my alarm's going off. I'll be right back.
What's your heritage, Simple Jack?
Filipino and white boy. And Filipino is so mixed, it's hard to describe that. So, and white boy is so mixed, it's hard to describe that too. So, my dad's an American, my mom's a Filipino. So I'm lucky, I'm tall, but I got brown skin.
Did you go back there much?
Never.
Good to see you, Mr. Simple Jack.
No, I moved away. Hey, Mr. Snaps, 8. I moved from the Philippines when I was 6 because of a volcano. I think it was in '98. There was a large volcano. So my dad decided to move the whole family back to California, and I've been in California ever since.
I found the video. We'll wait for Tarek to come back. Do Yolanda and Snafu, is that right? Was there a Yolanda Snafu situation? Or was that Yolanda Tarek?
I see. Yolanda is weird.
Hold on, Snafu. Before we get started, I want to tell you, I will white knight if you start getting super
and
hostile.
you know what? I just wanted to say, if I may, without
Please.
being whatever. Okay, thank you. Whoever said I'm fucking worse than Tommy, are you fucking joking?
Negative. I'm not joking. I am not joking at all.
Messed
I'm
out
dead
of their
serious.
fucking mind. Fucking, are you joking?
I'm
You
dead
guys are
serious.
some Dysfunctional fucktard cupcake, discernment, idiotic fucktards. I go on here and act a fool, but remember, clout and drama sells. Digital experience is real. The tactics used in digital warfare are used on many different scales: emotional, psyop, fucking bullshit, pogo shit. But Tommy is a fucktard, fucked and messed out, fucking telling you what he's gonna do, bury bodies, threatening people, putting guns out. Fucking, you guys are delusional if you think he's better than
what is your reason for acting like you do? If his is the M,
well, because again, you just made statements that again, it's like fucktards like you. That's not Monograph, and for years he brags about it. He's been questioned by pedophile task force about it. Like you don't even do your research about these criminals.
why
traitors,
does
frauds,
no
or-
me not me,
And I'm gonna
me
stop
being
'cause I don't want to
ignorant?
get backstage.
Me being ignorant doesn't have anything to do with you not having
Yeah, piss me
self-control.
the fuck off. Ignorance, not you, just you. Ignorance.
Why don't you have the same self-control that other people do? You can't restrain yourself well.
I do.
Actually, you
Watch.
can.
What? Hey, how's it going, Hank?
Doing great. You're
Good.
making my point for me. I don't have to do any work.
You been busting nuts on your torso a lot lately?
I had one today.
Cool. I still think you should go a little more expensive and get like a dark colored one.
Why don't you buy one for me then?
You got a show and tell on Flo's channel. It'll be special.
You gotta stop flirting, okay?
He has a good
I'm
point.
telling you, man. Look at our society. We are fucked.
Please.
We are fucked.
Well,
And
that's
you
what you
guys
hope
think
for. At
Tommy's
least.
discernment and the guy
Snafu,
busting nuts on
everything
the
will be
no
fine.
offense, Hank. And the guy
Everything will be fine,
doesn't pay
Snafu.
attention to criminals, frauds, traitors, or peas on this platforms. It's
Thank
just
you
ignorant.
for showing that
I get
restraint.
upset. Sorry, Flo.
Thank you for showing the restraint. Yeah. So, Tarek, come on back up. I got this video queued up. Welcome everybody who showed up since who I haven't said hi to.
There's the full. The room's full.
Oh, the room's full. Oh, well, it's not full now.
Okay, there we go.
Mr. Grower's a dick. How are you?
Who just dropped out? We can't hear you, Dick. You're muted.
Yeah,
So me and China Cupcake and Pago stuff going on up in here.
I put
I
Sasquatch
know.
in the middle to hypnotize the audience.
The optics are high.
Optics are
I feel like
magnanimous.
You guys remember that cave diver that went down and just got sucked in the hole? That's what it looked like. One of those guys in the caves, cave diving.
Well, let's hope my thing is
Oh,
better.
shit.
Real quick.
Oh shit! Damn.
Look at this
Okay.
amazing
Hold on,
fucking
hold on.
tea I'm drinking.
I got some new members. King Shin, welcome. Glad to have you as a member. Steve did a double 20 gift. He did 20, and then he did 20 more. I didn't even see it until just now. So, Steve, thank you for the constant support. I don't know if you were here earlier, but you and Chuck are the only two
Dude.
people who have permission to call me Sweet Cheeks.
All right, well, hey, sweet ums. Sweet ums. You know what you need to do? You got to get a DD fucking like garlic bread emoji. You have to. You should. And I know you hate me telling you what to do, but I'm kind of telling you what to do.
I noticed that. I
For
was going to wait
marketing
until you
purposes
finished to
and
call you out on it.
beneficial factors for your grift, of course.
Garlic bread.
I don't
get that.
I don't get the symbolism either. Explain the joke, please.
Yeah.
Garlic bread? Ask DD about it.
Explain the joke, please. I don't understand. Does anyone here understand garlic bread?
I know it's fucking delicious, but not on that.
Are you calling me Italian?
You guys
Garlic's
just don't
good for you.
remember the pogo optics. It's,
All right.
Yeah, I remember
it's
the
okay. It's like our time span of our process. Y'all have fucking Alzheimer's or fucking dementia of the brain.
We have Alzheimer's.
You don't remember when Paul and him got into it over him cooking garlic bread and all that bullshit, and it was a big deal for like a week and a half?
We don't remember. We have
Oh,
Oh,
funny
okay.
shit ever.
Now I remember, but
It was the funniest shit ever.
Look,
Snap
Tommy
it,
is already
snap
the
it,
lore.
Garlic bread. What the
Tommy
fuck?
is already the lore master. We don't
No,
need
but
two
besides
people
Andrew,
yelling at us and reminding us of
that just
shit
is
that
more
happened that we don't
ignorance
remember.
to your known Alzheimer-ish ass, fucktardish, cupcake-ish. Forget about optics.
It's Alzheimer's. It's Alzheimer's, Snafu, not Alzheimer's.
Okay. You know,
No,
I
because
used to
they
work
forget
at
about things for
I
all
used to work
time.
at a unit for 3.5 years doing CNA and RN training work. Long time ago, years ago.
All right, Tarek, shall we watch? Shall
Yeah.
we watch this?
No,
Shall
show
we
the whole
review?
panel. Not just me, the whole panel. Let's go.
What is this?
You'll see it. Chapter.
Yeah, we're gonna. This is how Paul handled this chick right here.
Oh yeah, I wasn't happy about all that shit at all. No.
Oh
one.
yeah, you weren't. You weren't. Okay, but anyways, let's everybody be quiet. We'll watch this and then I'll pause it.
I challenge you, Pimp.
You're challenging me? What are you challenging me to?
You.
What are you challenging me to?
Oh, this lady was off her rocker.
Yeah, he thinks she wasn't mentally high, so I thought she was.
Hold on.
What is peace?
The absence of war.
What is the absence of war?
The understanding that there is only one truth in oneself.
She's
So
not
you have the
drunk.
This is
Jeopardy
where you
music,
go.
too.
Where?
No, I don't mean you have to leave. I mean you can.
I don't want to leave. Where do I go? I don't think you know where I go. Because you aren't there.
No, I meant like this is where.
All right, can we agree that she's not drunk?
No, she's not. I don't think she's drunk. I don't think she's drunk.
She's struggling.
Emotionally
She may not be
distraught
drunk,
and
but
under the
she's
influence of
definitely-
some things. I believe, but
And as
the
I
fact
remember,
that
this
she
was the
emotionally
sanest
distraught,
part of the interaction. She
you
goes
find out
south
her
from
kids
here.
Taken away.
It does
You
go
know.
south.
Yeah, it
But
goes downhill
mostly-
from here.
Close to, I used to be an addict and used to be an addict. You should know, like, that's what shocks me, that you can't see she's, like, at least that she's on some kind of mental or drugs.
A mental illness or a mental breakdown is different from
I know
being
it
high.
is.
And
I
it needs
know,
to
but
be
you-
handled differently. So hold on. This is what pissed me off is that you guys kept accusing her of that, but at no point did she say that was the case. She did say that she lost her kids that day.
No, at no
Jay-
point did she deny it
No.
either. She had a big
She did
smile
not
and
deny it either.
giggling
That
and
is
coming up
correct.
with
She didn't deny it
sarcastic
either.
answers. You could tell she was emotionally distraught either way, whether she was
Right.
under the substance or not. She was
Yeah.
mentally and physically fucked.
Right. Either way, that's not a helpful response to her, right? Which is
I
what
was
every
pissed at everyone. You remember I came on there and how I acted? For all you
Yeah.
white knight motherfuckers who think I don't like women, this woman obviously was fucked up, and I was like, dude, you need to call a friend or what the fuck, get the fuck offline. And I could tell she, whatever
Yeah.
happened at that moment of her life, she shouldn't have been on. Period. Like, or my opinion, of course, but she was fucked up.
I'm interested to see it though, because I thought I remember her insinuating there was something there, but she didn't say specifically what it
I
was.
agree.
Yes.
I agree, Dick. That's exactly.
Okay, well-
She's being sarcastic and fucking trying to like make jokes about it. When you see, that's the discernment. That's the ignorance I was talking about. Flo, do you not see this shit? Like, do you just really turn the cheek,
hold
or
the
you
fuck
just, like,
on,
so,
hold
like,
the fuck
the
on,
flow,
hold.
it goes past you.
You're not going to yell over me. No, you catch things that aren't there all the time, like Tommy actually being a P.
Do we have a benchmark?
Okay.
We don't. We
I'm not
don't
even
have a
gonna argue that.
For children?
we don't have a benchmark. We've never seen this chick before or since.
Yeah, like
She's
that
not-
looked like a woman who was about to fucking crumble. Like that
Yes.
didn't look like drugs. That looked like a mental breakdown of like existential crises.
Yep.
You'll see more, Sarah. It's not
She was
just
brought
that.
on by drugs, right? I
Well,
mean,
you're showing the later part. She came on like two
No,
different
this is the
times, I
very
think, or
beginning
something.
of it.
This is the beginning.
Okay. Well, didn't she come on twice or something? Because she left and then
Yeah,
came back
She
on.
bounced out a couple times, but we'll keep
Yeah.
going.
And JG did ask her if she's having mental issues or not. JG did ask her that.
I don't think anybody could really have a coherent conversation with her. I'll be
Yes,
honest. I mean,
I
like,
agree.
you know,
Dude,
I think
I-
it was really.
Hey, I'll tell you
Shut
what.
the
I
fuck
used to
up.
Who's speaking?
Full state.
Go ahead.
I
Can
was
you
just
not?
gonna say, I used to do a call-in show.
Can you guys not? Can you guys not hear the video?
No, we don't see
No.
No video
Oh, we
playing.
couldn't hear it.
Oh, I took it off screen. I'm sorry.
it. Why did you say shut the fuck up?
You got that.
That's
silence,
funny.
just sat there like you had accomplished some shit.
I'm just sitting here in silence. All right, now I'll play it again.
I leave. Where do I go? I don't think you know where I go because you aren't there.
No, I meant like this is where you talk. What's all this pain that you have? Where's this coming from? What's the situation?
Life.
Why is life causing you so much pain in this moment? Jack is
Lies.
here. What was that?
Lies.
Lies?
Do you lie?
Oh. Do I lie? No, not actively, not willfully. It's possible.
Are
that I
you
do
lying
not.
right now?
No. You believe that I'm lying?
Hear you lying.
Why would I lie? People who lie are lying
Every
because
lies.
okay. So what am I lying about specifically?
Your words.
As I was saying, I wouldn't come on here or anywhere at this time and willfully lie. People who lie are afraid of the truth. I'm not afraid of the truth, so I have nothing to lie about.
I'm not afraid of the truth.
Right. So I don't think
But you
everybody
are.
actively, willfully lies. I wouldn't accept that.
You're lying right now.
If I am, I don't think I'm aware of it. I could search myself.
Why am I on echo? Can I turn it off?
Right. Again, I don't willfully actively lie. If I withhold truth and that's considered lying, then that's the closest you're going to get. But do I actively go around lying for profit or for gain or because I'm afraid of the truth? No. I don't gain anything by doing that in this life.
Damn it! I want to hear the part where she says, "This might be."
To be honest with you, Flow State, I don't like seeing
Yeah.
it again. 'Cause
Alright,
I used to be an
Christos,
addict.
anyone?
Yes.
I said I used to be an addict. When I see it again, it kind of bothers me because I try to help her out a little bit, but you can't help somebody when they're
I mean,
totally in a mental state that I don't know what their mental state is.
and it is unpleasant to watch. You don't have to have been an addict to recognize that she's clearly
yeah,
in pain.
yeah.
But like, what do you think? What is it that you think she's on?
It doesn't matter. I don't think. I've had people call in on my like when I
The
did phone calls. I
pharmaceuticals.
opened phone lines up international, like because there was a phone number call-in
Right.
show versus just this panel thing. And one night we got like a suicidal caller, and I thought it was a bit, but it was real. And I mean, it's internet, man. And I just saw a broken chick, fucked up, probably needed to either be somewhere safe or with someone. And she was reaching out online to the only thing she had.
Did you hear
And
the part
obviously
where
there
she
was-
said
there
that
was-
she
there
did
was-
what he
I
said?
think there was substance abuse just from the way she was talking and acting and slurring and.
But
you
that's
know.
why I'm asking what substance, because she's not drunk, she's not sedated.
Maybe crack, maybe fucking.
Yeah, I say crack.
Yeah, but you
She's
know
not-
what?
Well, we don't know
Anybody
what she
could
did.
say
I mean,
that
like,
about anybody. Somebody could say, "Hey, I did what Freedom
could
said,
be
and I built
mental.
a tiny home,
be-
and then they gave
Yeah.
me code violations and took my fucking property, and gave me a bunch of fines." Well, yeah, you
And
didn't
it
do your
could
due
also be, like,
diligence.
mental
You didn't use
breakdowns,
common
bro, like-
sense,
Sure.
and you're not taking accountability for your own actions. And then you want to come and project
So,
to somebody online
You
that
said
you
I did what
loosely.
you told me to. Did you hear that part, Dick?
I did, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, and,
Yeah, we
and
heard
what
it.
specifically did she say? She said, I did what you told me to. I didn't get it the number. Like, she didn't give her kids' social security numbers.
Mhm.
And then after that is when she started getting accused of being high.
Okay. So what do you
So-
think happened here?
I don't know what happened to her, but I think that she came up here. She came on panel because she followed bad advice from a confident shuckster. And no matter how much of whatever happened, obviously that came into play somehow. I don't know if that's what got their attention.
You can't say that because here's the deal. Like, it's an open panel. People surf through it all the time.
Yeah.
Algorithms hit all the time. Things happen. That chick's never been fully involved from we've seen her, but
we,
not
we
like
need to know
active,
more
active.
about her life, though, too.
We do.
Honestly speaking.
But
yeah,
right now,
we need to know,
all we're doing right now,
We
though,
don't
is we're
know
not
nothing.
assessing her life. We're assessing his response.
Well, I
Right.
was pissed at all you guys.
Are you opposed to speeding it up slowly?
No, I'll speed it up now.
Trying to get her to, like Tarek said, hey, maybe you should
Because
get
I
help.
think it does. I think the kids being taken, it's not just based off her not issuing a social security
I
number. I
agree.
think there was
I
more
agree.
to it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I
I
agree.
mean,
There's
yeah,
more
absolutely.
context. There's
It's
not
just
as much reason
logical.
to extract Paul's responsibility yet.
Call me a flat earther, smacker, slapper.
Hey, Snafu,
realist.
can you please just let other people speak a little bit?
Can I get a little more context?
Why not?
What was the problem that she came to Paul for in the
Well, and
advice
that's what
Paul gave her?
that's what I'm trying to get to. I will speed it up now. The reason I started to at first, but then I stopped because I didn't want that to throw people's perception so that they're like, oh, well, she's on dope. She's speedy. Because I don't think that's it either. I can't, and that's why I'm asking that, because I can't pinpoint something. Either way, it doesn't matter. We'll continue. Let me add it back up.
Yeah, and Paul doesn't give advice. He said it many times, just to let you guys know.
Shut the fuck up with that shit, Tarek.
Come on, we know that.
Of course he, no, of course he
These
does.
first two guests. I mean, it was good to see Jack on OTWs, but
We're feeding back. We're an echo.
Oh, that was on their end.
We need a headset. Okay. Try again, Christos.
yeah, I don't know who that was. I'm not sure who this Jen lady is. You're really perplexing me, ma'am. The way you kind of just start staring off. Yeah, I'm very intrigued why you even hit the panel, who you are, where you came from.
Well, I think she's going through some changes. She's dealing with some pain and some issues. And I think that she's
What the fuck is Steve saying on there?
I missed the beginning, Paul, so I don't know what happened with Jen, but she seems like she's hurt.
right. I mean, you're feeding back. I'm not going to do this today. Apparently I am, because I'm doing it. And I've said it many times. Please don't come up here without a headset. It usually doesn't work. I mean, raise your hand if you're not dealing with trust issues or haven't dealt with them. And I'm sure that she has her reasons why she's experiencing pain and trust issues and thinking that everybody lies. I could relate to that. Start to feel like in life, everybody's lying. Nobody will keep it real. Nobody can be trusted, it seems at times. But I've learned that even if that's the case, which it's not, we can trust ourselves in that force. And we can trust in our vision and discernment, provided that we have enough awareness to realize if we're in alignment or if we are in resistance, which is a big if. So Jen, would you like to speak to me about something? I see you kind of, head bobbing, you're kind of yelling out. I can't hear you if you're speaking to me. So if you'd like to have a conversation with me or exchange, we can do that, but you're gonna have to unmute. All right. So I can't, okay. I think I unmuted from your side. Is there something that you'd like to talk to me about?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Are you alive? Are you alive?
It seems so. It would seem so. I can't prove it.
I don't know.
I mean, that's an existential correct question in and of itself. She's having a mental breakdown.
All right, maybe go relax. You want to go like lay down and
Agreed.
relax or something so I can get on with the broadcast, talk to these other folks.
You relax with them because they speak truth. What is truth, bitch? You tell me.
Yeah, I think her whole world
What is truth?
lost her children.
Can
and
anyone
she's
tell me?
Losing
You in the glasses. Tell me. What is truth? What is it? What is it? What is it, bitch?
Yeah, that's the thing. Nobody can tell you truth. You have to come to discern that on your own.
So what is it, Paul?
Again, I can't tell you even objectively. I could subjectively give you a perspective on what objective truth is, but it wouldn't
So
really much
perspectively, objectively, give me the truth.
regarding what exactly.
Right now. Tell me the truth.
The truth is we're here together. I'm doing a broadcast and we need to figure out what the first and or next segment of that broadcast is going to be about. So are we going to
Well,
have a
I went to court and my kids are gone. So you tell me what the next broadcast is. Because I didn't get him a number. I did everything that all you fuckers said to do. Now what, bitch?
No, that's the thing. Nobody told you what to do in your life, and I definitely didn't tell you to conduct yourself like this. So if you want to go around life conducting yourself like this and then blaming other people for the results you get, you're not going to get anywhere. So I didn't tell you to act like a broken child.
Men run the
I didn't
world.
tell you to act like a broken child. I
Didn't
didn't tell you to
though?
I didn't tell you to twist your head around like this, which you probably did at court, and they thought you were non-credible and disrespectful and belligerent. So you didn't do anything, I suspect, that I told you I do, because I don't behave like this. So take responsibility for your life, your mates, your children, your presentment, your thoughts, your emotions, actions, and results. Okay? Because I didn't speak to you privately, and I never told you what to do. I don't tell anyone what to do. I tell folks what I do, and I damn sure don't do this and expect to be taken as credible. So would you like to restate what happened, and would you like to ask for some counsel, or would you like to act out here and make other people the source of your problems?
That's pretty intense.
Yeah, and there's more of it, but just I figured I'd pause and give us a little break and see what I know. I could hear Sarah talking, but not what she said, and I'm curious what everybody thinks. If that was now you're seeing the flavor or the nature of the interaction shift, right? From, and I'll admit, Paul was being good at first. I had no issues with how he handled that.
That's the best I've ever seen Paul.
Right.
He was actually, paying attention to her distress and her emotions and not attacking her for being in her feminine side. So, I mean, that is definitely the best I've ever seen of Paul interact with someone.
I think that Red 40 is Paul.
It's a great point, though, too, that if, she presented that way, of course, the result's probably going to be less than desirable if she was in that manic state. And who's to give us any impression that she would have done otherwise?
If somebody came onto one of your streams and said, "Hey, I did what you told me to, and my kids got taken away in court today,"
then I would probably ask, "What did I tell you to do?"
Wouldn't you? Do you think the appropriate? Do you think that you should? Yeah, exactly. Try to figure out if you had in fact been spreading bad information, as is known to do.
Yeah, but Paul listens to himself saying stuff. He probably didn't tell her to do not
No,
act
I
like
think
that.
Paul
Or
handled, I
not do
think
the
Paul
document.
handled it good.
Hold on,
And there's
Snafu. Let Hank finish, and then you're next.
Yeah, I don't think Paul told her to not do the documents and act like she does now in court. So if Paul thinks he didn't give the advice, then and even if he did give advice, why would you take some random? Why would you take some random guy in and not press them on why do this, why do that? I mean, last time I was on about Paul not doing his stuff with his auto registration. I pressed him on it, and actually, Snafu got pissed off that I was asking questions. So,
and I agree. Regardless of what Paul did or didn't do, she's still ultimately to blame for her poor discernment. But when you're speaking to the whole internet, you know that there's going to be a lot of people with poor discernment that listen to you and take your word for gospel. Like Tarek, right? He's a perfect example. Snafu, you're up. What's up?
I was just saying this is a result of culted ones. Like, it's not Paul corrected it, and you know his genre, because even Christos jumped in there. Look at the optics, you know, and he was like, "Who the fuck's this chick?" Blah blah. We know her.
Yeah, Christos started that bullshit. I agree.
She was broken. She was going through shit. It was a triggered event. She watched the shit, and again, these gung ho motherfuckers. There's a lot of cupcakes out there saying they're ready, and then when they face the things. Victim is a big thing nowadays. I got people. Your granny panties are putting spells on me and fucking saying that their heart attacks and shit are my fault.
Shut up,
they can't turn on buttons. I'm just saying it's optics occulted ones, but it's not even culted. It's not his fault. He corrected it, and I mean, because you get a lot of people who watch your shit, man, and it's their discernment. It's their way they fucking interpret it.
I agree, actually. I don't think that this shit is his fault. I think it's her fault. Sorry, the fire went out. I'm trying to get it lit again. But I do think that
it's not even a fault thing. I think she was trying to reach out in a damaged position, and she chose that platform. No matter whether she was under substance or emotion, she was either way mentally.
All right.
Unstable.
I'm just going to point it out. Flow state has been defeated by one of the basic tenets of being human. The possession of fire.
Right.
I'm not
I
defeated.
have to say though that Paul oftentimes tells people to not show proof of identity all the time. Like, don't show your driver's license. And I don't know what she didn't offer up. Like she said, I didn't give him, what was it, social security numbers or something, and it resulted in her kids being taken away. So she very well could have taken.
No. We got to correct that. Paul says that that's what he does, and many people follow
He
that.
tells a lot of people to
It's not even Paul. Like you've been seeing these mainstream medias are pushing the sob sit shit. That's why his video went viral. It's because of sob sit shit. It's about the Patriot. It's about people rising up. Even people like Flo and Didi Didi wondered why he had a pogo attack recently. We know why.
And
to
be fair,
he has corrected the record. He doesn't tell people, hey, don't, he says, this is what I do. If you want to fucking,
Snafu, shut up. No. Look, when you call people slaves for having driver's licenses, you're telling
Oh,
them.
you guys heard me fucking call him bitch. I told him broke bad for life.
Snafu, are you deflecting on purpose? You understand what I'm saying.
All you guys are slaves. You follow policy and guidelines. I'm on
Snafu,
Snap.
stop deflecting.
I'm not. I'm just telling you, we're all slaves.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing about the lady though, because like we don't know 100% exactly what happened. Like she says that, her kids are taken away because of this and that. But just based on her presentation, like
we're not deciding whether or not she should have her kids. We don't need to know her whole backstory. All we're doing is assessing the interaction.
Yeah, we are. But I'm also assessing the interaction based on her presentation, right? Like she's definitely distressed. She's definitely upset. I believe
stop interrupting. Sorry, go ahead, Notch.
No, sorry, Notch. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just saying that, like, I believe her. I believe that her kids are taken away. Like I'm not gonna take that away from her. But her saying, like, because of that detail alone, that she didn't register, like I'm not going to be 100% on board with that. Like maybe there's some other reasons as to why. That's all.
And all I'm saying, Flo, is she brought it to the platform first. That's the lesson about this public platform. You bring it to the table. It's on a public platform. It's up. So for Nachikita to fucking talk about it, like there's like you're like, well, no, it's absolutely open and accessible, and should be his right to at least assess his thoughts on that certain situation. She brought it to the table. My whole thing is she said there was a triggered event that day where I kind of believe it happened. And just like Dick said, it's not, you could tell there's probably reasons, you know.
Bring it to a close and then stop talking.
I just see a broken ass chick who was fucked up reaching out to any.
All right, we get your point. You've said it over and over and over consistently since you got on the panel. Let other people have it. Actually, don't say a single thing until like at least 3 more people have had a turn to talk, excluding me.
From what I've seen there is that when she first came on, she was visibly upset, visibly emotional, and then she went off screen, off camera, and then when she came back, she was a little bit different. And so whatever that different was, then that's when she started looking off into space. She started acting a little bit irrational. So she wasn't the same person that I perceived from when she was first on camera, then when she went off and when she came on. We can't say what she did or didn't she do. We can just observe from what we've seen. And from what I seen, she seemed a little bit altered from the first time when I seen her before she went off the camera.
That's good. That's a good observation. I didn't catch that, but
I was there. That I heard that conversation that day, and I actually joined his panel for the first time that day to let him know that I was thankful as an audience member to see how he was first interacting with her was what we just saw
at first,
and just yes,
or
and
the
what
whole
Jesse and what Jesse just described. Is accurate. Her behavior did change. And another reason why it hit me a certain kind of way is because I have family members, women who are addicts. And that is exactly the way that they behave when things are not going well for them in their life.
What are they addicted to?
And my
alcohol.
She was in the hotel. She was outside and when
Alcohol and heroin. So,
do you think that she's? I would say she's not on either of those at all.
When she started to get a little bit more belligerent and not really making any sense, and I do mean it. At one point she wasn't making any sense, and I also do know that mental illness will do that to a person when they're having a nervous breakdown. I know that too. Right. So I didn't really see. I had to go back and watch the rest of it after that, and I was kind of surprised at how it all ended. But in the beginning, I was really happy to see that how he was responding to her. But the rest of the interaction got a little crazy when other people started to join the panel, and then it just turned to shit after that, because then it became the show. It wasn't just about a conversation with people anymore.
And I agree. He started strong. I'll give him that.
Yeah. So I understand where people are probably feeling where they like for example, like let's just say that Paul gave bad advice and she took the bad advice, and then she was in the situation she's in, but she came there definitely distressed. And then if people are not able to properly handle her situation, or it was too much for them, and they were just kind of like dismissing her and say, well, she's on drugs and we don't want to deal with her, kind of deal. I get that reason as being kind of like putting too much blame on her. But at least from my observation, she was very difficult to talk with. I wasn't there up on the panel, but from listening in, and then she was like inside, and then she was outside, and then yeah, I would agree that she was a little bit incoherent. I can't say exactly what drug she was on. I presumed that she was on some kind of a pharmaceutical drugs or maybe something else. but I don't know what was the cause of her situation, but definitely you can't. It's difficult to have a conversation with her. I mean, like, and I think people tried. I think Paul tried.
Well,
That's my opinion.
Let's keep going. I did a poll, and the people want to watch more of the interaction. Not by a huge margin, but enough. I want to ask a question though, and then y'all can answer it if you want to after we watch a little more. But if she is on drugs, does that change the way that she should be responded to? I mean, should she be dismissed and told to get her shit together?
A little bit, but we didn't really confirm it. So
let's. I mean, that's just think about it for a second, and we'll come back to that after we watch a little more.
Just remember, though, so someone who just lost their kids that came out online to share this, whether she's high or not, should have some compassion for her with the situation that it just happened to her. If you have a heart, you would have compassion for someone that just is experiencing that situation.
Yes.
I'm going to make people the source of my problems.
I'm sure you are. You've made the United States citizens the problem solver for you. You've made courts the problem solver for you. You've made other men here the problem solver for you. What else is new? A lot of you like to act like broken children, raising broken children, and then blame others when you don't have access to them or can't manage their lives correctly because you can't manage your own life correctly, I suspect. What do you do for a living, ma'am?
I work, bitch.
There you go. So if we were at court and I asked you what you did for a living, you'd say, I work, bitch. And you wonder why you don't have your children, because you are a child.
Oh, because I'm fucking Alice in Wonderland and I got fucking rips in my
Right,
stocking.
because you're
bitch.
probably on drugs
And
and you're
boots on the
probably
ground.
because
Where are
you're
you,
probably
there it was.
Because you're probably on drugs right now and you probably have drugs in your history and in your life regularly, and it just reeks of drug use and addiction and dysfunction, right? So whether it's a panel or a courtroom, yes, immediately you're going to deem to be not fit to manage your own affairs, and especially the affairs of young children. Of course.
Maybe it's a good thing
You didn't do what I told you to do. I didn't tell you to do anything. But if I did tell you what to do, it wouldn't be live like this. It wouldn't be present like this. It wouldn't be respond like this.
Wouldn't you?
So would you like to tell me what you do for a living other than work?
Tell me. I work at a casino.
You work at a casino, right? Because you're an addict. That makes sense. Isn't that right, man? Do you have drugs? Do you have drug and alcohol history as long as everyone's arm?
Doesn't everyone?
No, everyone doesn't. There's many people who.
Okay, I did not catch that the first time. I'll admit that.
Yeah, and she didn't deny. I mean, like, she could have just said that's completely wrong, that she's on drugs or she has ever been on drugs. Like, I mean, like, most people here, I presume, have done drugs before. But if anybody was accusing me at this time, at this moment, that, you know, I'm on some kind of drug, I would say, no, fuck you, I'm not on any drugs. Like, you know what I mean? Like you can kind of tell that she wasn't really responding to that question like directly, you know, and I'm assuming that it's because she was on something, you know. Why, or
Right.
otherwise, why not deny it?
So
I mean,
what about
that-
the answer to the question? Go ahead, Sarah.
That second part of the video definitely looked more like drugs, but I will say that when your brain is shattering, forming a thought and being able to respond normally is almost impossible. So it can look very similar, but the actions that she was doing later, where she's dancing around and being I mean, that can still be a mental break, but that does look much more like some kind of substance.
I mean, either way,
I agree.
And either way, to be honest, like, I think we can still be empathetic to her. We can still, you know, try to like talk with her. It's just that, like, to me, I wouldn't care. Like, even if she was drunk, even if she was like on drugs, like, I would have been, you know, trying to understand like where she's coming from, and I would have been trying to like understand, like, you know, what she's going through, right? And then I can even understand why she might take drugs or get drunk because she did lose her kids. You know, I mean, but like trying to have a coherent, logical conversation with anybody like that is nearly impossible. And I've had experience, you know, being on panels and talking to people who were absolutely drunk before and trying to have a conversation with them, but it never got anywhere. It's just not possible.
Pretty much when you talk to someone that's getting belligerent with you, sometimes you have to match their energy just to get them back on track. For example, today with Snafu and you. So that's what Paul was doing. It's a legitimate strategy. So I don't have any problems with how Paul handled that.
I still go ahead.
Do you really think you can match the energy of somebody who's under the influence, though? That'd be pretty difficult, in my opinion. Like, I couldn't imagine that.
Yeah, it's difficult, but that's what you have to do.
I still think either way he handled it wrong. Because if she has a drug history, which she admitted to, if she is on drugs, which she didn't deny, he lucked into that. She looks like, and I agree with this comment, she looked to me like she's having a mental break. She's not drunk. She's not sedated. She's clenching her jaw, but she's not grinding it or moving it around. And you'd expect some jaw clenching out of somebody. There's no reason to think that she's on drugs when he accused her, except that he was trying to discredit the claim that she had just leveled at him.
So,
it kind of looked like meth to me. You know, all the movement, the traveling around the room, going from inside outside, it looked like meth to me. But I'm not a professional, so it's just my opinion.
Well, I'm a.
So how?
I'll say that was on the table. Go ahead.
Yeah, the question is then, like, what would you have done? You know, what would have been a better way to handle that?
Just remove that person from the room, because I don't like that kind of content. I wouldn't want to promote that kind of content on my channel. So I just remove them from the room, knowing the backstory and what they're bringing up. A person that distressed, I wouldn't use that for content personally. It's not my kind of energy.
I agree. I'm with him.
Yeah, but the thing is, I wouldn't be in a rush to move in the room. I just want to try to get them calmed down. I don't want to just kick them out because they may act rash in response. So I wouldn't be in a rush to hit. I might at least get them to some kind of stability before I let them go.
I would also have ended the stream and let her stay on and talk to me off stream if she wanted to.
The back room is a great idea.
But I would never have started attacking her and accusing her. And like, what the fuck good is that's going to do zero bit of good for her kids, for the audience. All that does is make you feel better because she just blamed you, which I agree. I think everybody agrees. It's not your fault that her life is the way it is, right? But how you handle it is, and attacking somebody who's clearly just had like the worst day of her life,
compounds it.
Right.
Well, again, you're just taking that interaction, though. We don't know. She could be like that every fucking day, just a complete loon, totally out of fucking sorts.
That doesn't matter. All we're doing is assessing the interaction.
But you're assuming that it's the worst day of her life. So if we're just going to take it as the interaction, then we can't speak. It was
a figure of speech. Maybe she's had worse days.
Not taken away from her every single day.
I don't know. I mean, I don't even know that she's saying or that she's stating the truth. I mean, she seemed pretty sporadic and all over the place, and
nobody does. That's
ungathered with her thoughts.
How would you have handled it, Dick?
Probably pretty similar. I think Paul was real tempered and calm initially after he got attacked, and then she continued to try to take that angle after he said, "Can we do this?" He actually did say, go down, rest. Let's do this another time when you're more sober or whatever. There was a couple of points there where I think he tried to, dissolve the conversation. She didn't want to do that. And she became very adversarial and attacking and took a really strong position against him. Now, it's easy to play armchair quarterback and say, I do this or I do that.
Did she?
But I think when you say, you're going to do it a different way, it's a little bit of virtue signaling. How would you know for sure that you're gonna handle it any certain way. You know, it's like the reality is he did what he did in the moment. You would do what you did in the moment, but you say it does no good. What good does it do to attack the guy and say, you know, he's doing everything wrong here? Is it really that out of sorts that Paul is like needs to be put on the front burner and you know, torn apart for this?
And actually, yeah, this was actually about Tarek. That's how this whole thing got started. So I hear your point. You're not necessarily wrong in that one, but that's not the reason that we were watching this.
Thanks for reminding us, though.
Okay, but regardless that Tarek brought it up or not, like we are like kind of analyzing the situation, and then we're trying to determine and we're judging, you know, whether or not somebody did the right thing or not. It's again, you know, it's a matter of opinion. In my, you know, like we are all armchair psychologists here, right? And so, like again, you know, in my personal opinion, like I think that's about as good as it gets. I would agree. Like, you know, maybe the best thing to do was not use that as content or whatever. But I mean, you got to go with the flow in this situation. I mean, no pun intended. But you know, I mean, you know, it's just like.
But that's
what is the right direction to go?
Yeah.
Well, does anybody else?
You can give him boundaries and say, well, you shouldn't make content out of this. You shouldn't. But he's there, and the people show up, and they present what they want to present. Is it really our prerogative to tell him that he should cut this off, or you know, isn't it just virtue signaling to say, well, I would do it better because I would cut it off and talk to him off screen?
Yeah, and if using
wouldn't have been able to see it. None of us would have been able to see the interaction.
Dick, then Hank, and then Dick. Go ahead, continue.
We just would have nothing to talk about with this if he'd have done that. And I mean, that's the whole point of what he's there is to present the communication. It's all on record.
Hank?
Yes, if using it as content was immoral, then we're immoral for using this content right now.
Yeah, and that isn't actually my criticism is that he made no effort at all to. Does anybody else agree that if somebody says, you told me this and now I've had these negative responses, does anybody else think that he has some obligation to sort of chase that down and figure out what maybe he played in it?
If he doesn't tell her, then no.
Well, if I was like in Paul's shoes, well then you'd kind of I actually would address it. You know, if I was in Paul's shoes, but I'm not Paul, so but yeah, you're right. And to answer Dick's question, it's the internet. Reacting to videos is totally normal, and what we're doing is completely normal. We're not telling anybody to do anything. And someone asked what I would do in this situation, so it was actually asked. I didn't bring it up, so not all of us are telling. Like, you know what I mean? It's literally, but this is what is normal.
And I mean, for anybody who's
it's all normal. Metaversely speaking.
Anybody who's hold on, stop. For anybody who's not familiar with this, Paul's content is sob shit, right? Does anybody disagree with that? So he does give people at least, if not explicit instructions. He criticizes people who have driver's licenses who participate in that system. You know, so what she's accusing him of is not far-fetched. It is in the same vein as his content. And I think that he has an obligation to maybe chase down that lead a little bit.
I don't disagree. Like, go ahead, Sarah. You go first.
I was going to say I agree with that. I would like to know if it was just general advice or if he specifically gave her advice, because I think that changes the degree of responsibility he would have. Now, regardless,
he said he never talked to her, so I think that we can take his word or him at face value on that one.
And nobody has seen her, and I think she admitted that was the first time being there, anyways. But like, you know, like what I wanted to say was that, like, again, like, you know, like who takes responsibility? You know, I think that's what Paul was trying to do, is that like he wanted to just kind of like tell her about, like, you know, what she is accountable for. You know, like, yeah, it's sad all those situations happen, right? But like then at the end of the day, like, you know, like who can you really blame, right? And there's some truth to that.
All right, let's say it like this, man. Some people come out and be saying stuff like they know the truth to something, and when you get out here and you say a lot of stuff to a certain degree to people, and you make it sound believable, you do have to own a certain amount of accountability for people believing what you build your platform on. It's just like a news reporter reporting news. Just because you decide to sensationalize the news and maybe not tell a certain part of it, we're gonna be just like, oh, well, we just wanted to hear the juicy part. We didn't care about all the other context to the story. We don't say that. We hold the media accountable, and we are a part of the media to a certain degree. I don't know Paul from a fucking dirt rock in the sand, man, but I'm just saying, like, at the end of the day, if he's putting out holding a certain platform to a certain degree of truth, then he has to be held accountable when his truth is challenged.
Okay, John, but then you have less of a say than most of the people here, because most of us have actually listened to Paul for many hours compared to you.
But that doesn't change what my opinion about if he's speaking truth. Does he speak himself like he's telling the truth about something, whether it be his sovereign or whatever he speaks about? Cause I heard him a couple times say that he isn't afraid of the truth, and he speaks truth, right?
Okay, so you have heard him speak then.
I watched the clip from right now today that Flo was showed on his channel, but I've never watched him before that.
You know, I see Paul take accountability for how his message is interpreted more than I think he even needs to the point where it's like you got people like Mr. Miyagi in the chat saying that Paul stands up or tells you to stand up against, the powers that be all the time. That's not at all Paul's message. And I mean, maybe it's just my interpretation, but I've never heard him say anything like that. It's about standing for what's good, right, and true in your own heart, being able to face your own conscience, the spirit you walk with, and be able to know that you're actually doing what is right. That's what matters. He's going to say a million things to trigger you. That's what he does. He tells you that up front. Something's going to actually stick, and you're going to get offended, and you're going to make that the crux of the conversation instead of realizing he's just doing that, and everybody eventually gets hit with something. But the actual premise of what he's presenting is stand for what's right. And that's between you and the Most High. His interpretation may be different than yours. It doesn't really matter what he thinks. It matters what you think and what you know.
I would suggest that he doesn't stand for anything except for saying what the fuck he wants to whoever he wants to, and then gaslighting anybody who criticizes him for criticizing everybody.
That's fine, but he's not telling you to do anything.
Stockholm syndrome.
I wouldn't argue your point, but he's not telling you specifically what you have to do or how you have to conduct yourself. Matter of fact, he won't give you marching orders because he knows it's not a one-size-fits-all, and there is no guarantee of outcome.
No,
so regardless of how you apply this,
no, you're projecting that interpretation onto him.
And you can agree, we're not.
I'd love to hear what he thinks about that.
We're not telling Paul to do anything.
I bet he'd say I'm right on target, but it's just my guess.
He's down there in the chat. I'm pretty sure Red 40 is him, and I've invited him up like 3 times now.
So
because the reality is you don't know what tyrant you're going to interact with when you have a policy enforcement type of interaction. And there's no saying that if you say a certain thing one way, that one guy's not going to take a billy club and beat you bloody, and the other's going to actually hear you speak to his heart and be a human. So there is no guarantee of any of this shit. And that's absolutely has to be,
if I tell you that you're a piece of shit for building tiny homes, do you think that's me telling you not to build tiny homes?
I just don't care. I mean, if you did it a bunch, I would end up firing back and saying, what the fuck are you doing? And you're probably just inspired by what I'm doing, and that's why you would attack it.
You're not answering my question. You're deflecting.
I'm just showing you what I would do. I would fire back and say you're probably offended by what I'm doing because you're inspired by it, and you can't do it on some level.
I understand your point of view, Flo, but I think Sasquatch wanted to say something. Go ahead.
That wasn't me, bro.
Oh, okay. I thought I heard your voice.
But
But
what I said
was,
suggesting that he didn't care is, I don't think is right. You do care. You're on a panel. If you didn't care, you wouldn't be here.
I care what Flo thinks about me building tiny homes. Are you fucking kidding me?
No. It was the whole concept of conversation, the idea. Like you say, you don't care, but you actually do care, dude. Like
I don't care if Flo thinks I'm a piece of shit for building tiny homes. It matters
It would
not to
not
me.
change his course of action. I think it's, but it would.
No,
be
I really,
me-
literally would not even think about it. You know, beyond
but listen.
the moment that we had the conversation, it literally would not even cross my mind again. It matters nothing.
But
I
you
don't
just
give a
your
fuck.
own
Not that I
mindset
don't
and
disrespect you,
thought
Flo.
to everybody that's out here.
Stop. I didn't ask if you give a fuck about what I think. I asked, do you think I would be telling you what to do in that situation?
No,
Thank
because
you,
you're just
Flo.
saying I'm a piece of shit.
You don't think there's an implication there?
I guess
Yes,
what
it's
you're
just
saying
the
is it's
implication.
insinuating that you're telling me not to because what I'm doing is bad.
A
But
little bit.
perhaps it's not saying that at all. It could be saying you're just a shitty builder and you need to
outta here.
step
You're
up your
being-
game
you're
and learn
being
some more
dishonest.
carpentry.
You're
I'm being
being- I don't know
honest,
about that, Nick.
transparent. So you don't want counter opinions that actually can articulate the
that
point?
was not. No.
I don't want bullshit. That's bullshit. You don't even believe you.
But in this
That if you tell
situation,
me that I'm shit for building tiny homes, that I should then assume that you're saying I
You
shouldn't
can-
build tiny homes.
Yes, that's correct. Because
No,
nobody wants to be a piece of shit.
Okay, great.
Obviously,
So what's your
that's not a
point?
compliment.
I'll go with you on it. You win. So
Is this a
what's the point now?
About tiny homes?
The
or
point is that, like,
theoretical?
I mean, I think it's pretty simple. Go ahead, Sarah. Sorry.
No, do you actually
hear the
think
point?
fit for building tiny homes, or is this just hypothetical?
No, it's an example.
It's just
because
hypothetical.
It's a
Like, what the fuck?
because Paul
Nothing's wrong with tiny homes. Nothing's wrong with tiny homes.
He's
We all want
jealous.
tiny
He's
homes.
like-
I want a tiny home.
He's jealous because my tiny home's bigger than his.
The reason I ask that is
Just by a
because
foot.
Paul regularly criticizes people for doing things like having driver's licenses.
but for this interaction,
Oh, I get what your
here,
point
if-
is. Yeah.
if he's never had an interaction with her, he's never specifically given some advice. She's just watched some interviews, she's watched some time on air, learned some things. Whatever she decided to do with that information is on her. It's not on anybody else. But there wasn't, from what I'm aware of, from what I've seen, there was no actual interaction. She didn't come up. He didn't give her any direct advice, one-to-one advice. He can't be, accountable for her, whatever her actions were at that time.
And I agree with that almost
I
entirely.
somewhat disagree, honestly. Because if I sit out here and say you don't need a car registration, and I keep saying this type of stuff, you know what I'm saying? So I do have hold a certain degree of responsibility because of the influence that I have by being on the platform and having people follow me and stuff like that. I just feel like I don't know. We gotta be more careful with what we
Jalen.
say. Go
But
ahead.
Jalen, like, okay, go ahead.
Let's let
Dave.
Notch go.
If I
and
say
then-
to Flo that he's a slave because he has a license, you're saying that it's reasonable to assume that I'm telling you shouldn't have a license.
Yes.
But in fact, if I'm passionate and convicted that I shouldn't have a license and I think you are a slave because you have one, and I express that, it's your choice to do with that what you will. If you don't give a shit, then it should matter not. It shouldn't trigger anything. It should be,
You're right, but not
water off
everybody
the
has that
back.
mindset.
But if you
She
know
made
you're
her
not
own
doing
decision.
something right, then it might actually,
Here's what I'm
dig
saying.
in and
If
cause a
you're
little
putting-
irritation.
if you're
Men with a
putting
voice
out-
have a certain amount of responsibility
Yes.
to lead the weak. You know what I'm
If
saying? I'm
you're
sorry
putting
if
out
you don't want to accept
information-
that responsibility. Go ahead.
if you're putting out information, if you're a content creator, especially, and you've got a YouTube channel, and you're telling people stuff that you know will get them harmed, like Wizard telling people to make fake fucking stamps, right? If you're putting out in bad advice knowingly, you're culpable.
Okay,
Do you have
I
Go ahead.
agree, but we haven't been able to isolate this specific advice because she was belligerent when talking. So we haven't isolated the specific advice. So we
But
don't
does she
know.
necessarily have to ask specific
No, we're not
advice if she's following his whole whatever mantra or whatever it might be, not having a driver's license, not having Social Security or whatever it might be, and that might have caused her to lose her child or whatever. I don't know. I'm just saying, if that was the case, do you not think he has any
At the end of the
responsibility? at all?
day, no, okay, people give like financial advice on the internet, they give some dating advice on the internet, but like they often throw out disclaimers saying like, hey, this is whatever. Like at the end of the day, who is responsible? I guess that's the question. Yes,
If he,
like people
if he
give
put the
advice all the time.
disclaimer, then that
People
means he's
have,
trying to. Go ahead. I was just saying, if he put out a disclaimer, doesn't that mean he's trying to distance himself from what he's actually saying as far as legal
No, not
reasons?
at all.
Sorry, like, hey, I'm letting you know, like, hey, what I'm saying, don't go and take this advice to the heart. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if dude puts out a disclaimer every time he gives out advice or whatever, but if he's not doing that, then I feel like, yeah, he's holding himself responsible. He gotta hold himself responsible.
Why would you want to make yourself liable?
Hold on. Stop. Sarah, then Dick, then I think I saw Simple Jack go. Who else is in line?
No, I was pointing at Notch. He was responding, and he's been trying to respond for two times now.
Okay, Notch, then Sarah, then Dick.
No. I'll yield.
Disclaimer is basic common sense of covering your own fucking ass. I just put up disclaimers on all of my shit because I'm turning it into a business. I'm trying to protect myself. It doesn't discredit the fact that I'm giving information or advice. It doesn't mean I don't stand behind it. It means you can't come after me for it.
Right.
Why would they come after you if it was good advice?
Because it's not a one-size-fits-all type thing. Shit happens. People make bad decisions. Like, it depends on the situation.
If you're explaining all of that, why do you need a disclaimer?
They may present like that woman did, and then get a terrible result, and then come back and blame you. So if I give advice on a channel and I say it's advice, that's one thing. But if every day I get on the channel, I say, this is not advice, I'm talking about different cryptocurrencies, I'm talking about different stocks, but this is not financial advice. It's
obviously
buyer
advice.
beware with
Yeah, but
the
if you're saying
information.
that,
Do with
then
it
you
what
don't
you
need to
will.
put a
Throw the
disclaimer, right?
bathwater out, take the gem if there is one there, but it's your responsibility.
Okay.
At what point?
Knows, I think everybody knows. We don't need to beat this point to death anymore. Everybody knows that whoever takes the action is ultimately responsible for their own lives, right?
Yes.
Everybody agrees with that.
We agree with that. Yeah.
There is, likewise, there is some responsibility on people to speak truth. Agree?
No.
No, I agree.
It's the internet, bro.
No, I think people should speak truth,
No.
and they're accountable to that.
Responsibility to speak truth.
It doesn't matter if it's the internet or the real world. I mean, you protect yourself
Sasquatch
the
and
best
Simple
you can.
Jack.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm a comedy channel. If I speak truth too closely, it's not comedy, even if it is funny. And
Okay.
that was too
Okay.
shocking.
That
Satire.
context.
Yeah, in the context of comedy, yeah, I can agree with that.
Yeah, thank you. Satire, comedy, all kinds of other things that, like you have. Yeah, there's.
Is that what Paul's channel is?
No.
That's what I was actually wondering. Does Paul?
Yes.
Does Paul's
Yes.
channel need a disclaimer?
No,
I
it
think
doesn't.
every StreamYard's channel needs a disclaimer. Now that I think about it legally, it is
I
a
don't
smart
put
idea.
Yeah. I mean, he has a comedian on all the time now. So, yes.
Oh, hold on. I want to address El Perro's comment on the screen. Wizard, how can somebody be shadow banned and have caught the algorithm and jumped up 3,000 subs in a week and a half? How does that work out?
The war continues.
I mean, it's just complete bullshit. Should we watch more? Or should we? Are we done with that?
Let's not.
It's too real for me,
rather
dude.
not.
That is real. That's too real.
All right.
Doesn't
We're
he
done with
talk
that.
about license stuff and taxes stuff? And does he ever get into child, what you should do in a case in court for child, and how you speak to them about, if your children were taken away? Has ever got specifically into that type of information?
Not that I've heard.
That doesn't seem like his MO. I don't know if he's had kids or
No.
not and dealt with that situation. So taking whatever he's taking at his vice, coming on licenses and things, doesn't even seem to equate to the same thing on how you should present yourself when your kids are being taken away.
He talks about court, interacting with court, but it's never. It really, from what I've heard, it is not like, here's how you do this, here's how you do that. It's more like, you did what they said, you went to court, so you're a piece of shit. You blah blah blah. So it's like that.
Hey, random question: would the beta kind of way to go to handle that situation would have worked? Just be a punching bag for the lady to just vent on.
Probably removing her from the panel.
Well, so
would
it's
be
hard.
the-
It's hard to
the-
grasp the concept, Lois Day, but let's just let her
Oh,
vent.
yeah.
It's like we can't think like beta some days. You know what I mean, bro?
Be a punching bag. What the fuck do you mean?
Like what?
You could do that. It doesn't mean you're better because you do that. It's just the choice you made. That's all that is.
do you think that would have like been a
No.
better show?
No, I don't think that would have been a better option.
Yeah, there's
Probably
no
not.
really good way to handle that one, dude. That's a
I
tough
Probably
show.
removing her from the panel would have been the best move.
Yeah,
I
I think. I mean, honestly, if it, and I'll try not to virtue signal, but whatever. I think the best way to handle it would have been to end the stream and talk to her and try to address, and try to actually sincerely figure out if you contributed to the situation, so that you know, then, right? Am I doing something that's causing harm that I need to fix or not? Regardless,
Yeah.
but I do think that a second best option would have been to remove her so that she's not kind of being made content out of.
And then people are going to accuse you of being like, insensitive and curt and.
Well, I mean, for the next 3 hours, they just told her she was high and that she fucked up. I mean, I don't think that that's more sensitive.
I have one problem with that. If you
Huh.
take it backstage and you have a conversation with her, you will end up wrapped up in her problems and one of the people accused, because you've given advice in that private conversation and you can't prove you didn't. That's all I'm saying.
Yes. So
Well, and as much as I hate to agree with Mitch in the chat, he actually said something quite profound there. I mean, he's right on point.
Oh yeah,
Can't argue with that.
I'm aware.
Yeah,
You know.
for my protection, I would just try to just do it live, because otherwise, any kind of accusation be thrown at you. But since it's recorded, then you can't be nailed for something you didn't say, and that's what certainly would have happened if he stopped recording and talked to her in private, which I would refuse to do.
Like, being public also protects you. Like, if you have a private conversation with a woman, like backstage, and you don't even really know like much about her, I mean, like, nobody can say like it's not recorded, and what if she comes out and says something differently about the conversation? Sometimes it can happen that way, so like, if you are public with the conversation that you have, you're going to get kickback. Every one of us is going to get criticism from somebody for not doing something right. Too much cupcaking, not enough cupcaking, whatever. It's like up to their own standard, what that is, right?
I think we nailed this one, guys. Bam!
All right. Well, we solved that problem.
Who likes fat chicks? Oh, wait, what?
I like fat chicks.
There you
And
go.
if you don't want to go this direction, Flo, I'm curious, do people think standing for rights and freedoms is a thing? If so, how does that look in a practical sense day to day? Any thoughts on that, or do you want to go that direction?
I mean, we can take it there. I'll let somebody else go unless nobody has something else.
I think it's kind of difficult. Go ahead, Hank.
You go
I have a
first.
delay on my end.
You go first now.
I didn't hear
No,
the
I mean,
question, by
I
the way.
think it's very difficult. I think it's very difficult to be black and white about this situation. There's some things that we feel that we need to abide by, and then there are other things that if we feel like we can get away with, we try to get away with, type of deal. Like humans in general, like they kind of behave that way, and there could be a lot of overlapping things. Like some people could be, getting their driver's license because that's more convenient while not paying taxes on something else. So like, it's kind of individually they're doing things what they feel like they can, but like, to be absolutely black and white about it, it's very difficult. I don't really see that so much, to be honest.
Yeah, like I have a driver's license, but if for each and every infraction and ticket, I fight each and every one in court, because that's they'll usually just let you go because they don't want to fill up the court.
I see the benefits of it.
Practically speaking, going without a license is damn near impossible. Like, the only people that I can think of that do that are illegal immigrants that go around, and that's just how they have to live to survive. Everything is under the table with them.
And let me point out that he doesn't actually function without a license. He just has his girlfriend who has one drive him around.
Does having a license help prevent identity theft? Like,
How would that work?
Having an ID that you can match up with you, that you can scan, saying this is who I am in a system, instead of some guy going, I'm getting arrested right now and I'm flow state. So you go in the record as flow state, but the ID, you know what I mean? Like this. I go to the bank. I'm
if
flow state.
somebody else Yeah, I mean, if somebody else has an ID, that makes it harder for them to steal my identity.
That's what I mean. Like our
Yeah,
IDs and like stuff like this help. Like this is my
Well,
car.
I mean,
I just I can prove this is my car. I have an ID registered to this car. I see the benefits of it.
I think I almost refused to get a fishing license, but then I caved and got one because I realized that they come down so hard. It's so expensive for people to get those tickets. They actually want you to get caught without a fishing license.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit of reverse psychology on that one, I think.
And they show up out of nowhere, dude. Those game wardens will just surprise you.
Oh yeah. When I got
shadows,
raided,
bro.
Game wardens are super cops. When I got raided the first time, they
Dude.
sent game wardens in first.
Game wardens are federal, son. When I got pulled over riding down the road, all I had was a bag of weed in my pocket. This dude blue lights me, pulls me over. It's the game warden. 19 felonies, all of them dismissed, guilty of misdemeanor possession. Dude, I was sweating bullets.
Why did go into that a little bit more? Why did you get charged with 19 felonies?
Because he was a game warden and an asshole. I was okay. I had a dislocated hip and I had trouble getting in and out of vehicles. And when he tried to get me out of the car, we were parked right on a really steep thing. And when I stepped out, I slipped down the hill a little bit. He tried to say that was evading.
What'd you say that pissed him off?
He asked me if there was any drugs in the car, and I had them in my pocket, and I was out of the car, and I looked at the car, and he went, "What's that in your pocket?" I said, "Those are drugs." And they're not in the car. And he got really mad.
Great story, dude. They are serious. They're like,
they're federal. So
they watch Texas Ranger like episodes on rerun, bro.
And Hank said he always goes and fights the tickets, but if you get a camera ticket, there's no points, at least in Canada, because they can't, tell who is actually driving the car. So there's no points on, that whatever infraction. So I didn't know that. And I had someone to go and fight the tickets. It was, going through a red and speeding. It was both on the camera. And I got the fine reduced. But when you plead guilty to it, then you're admitting it was you. And then I got points off my license because I pled guilty to it, opposed to if I just would have paid the ticket, there would have been no points.
Your lawyer should have told you about what points you would get. So he's got bad legal advice.
To me, have this conversation, I think for the most part, like we agree, like we don't really like the government, we don't want to pay taxes, and nobody wants to be a slave, even though the way I kind of look at it is that all of us, even the Savsits, are more or less a slave, because if you're using the monetary system, you're using the bank or the money, you are a part of the slave system, in my opinion. It's just there's a relative difference between one slave to another, but you don't have absolute freedom in this world unless you grow your own food and you're not part of the monetary system at all in whatsoever way, and then you're able to be sustainable. And then even then, if they want to scud your ass, then you're still done, So we're kind of all within the system in that way, right? So what I think I have problem with, and this is something that I forgot who brought it up. I think, is that Flo you brought it up? That if Paul stands for, rights and freedom, and he talks about how everybody should not get their license and stuff, yet he takes advantages of his girlfriend and allows her to drive him somewhere while she has the license, then, he should be more soft critical in that way, right? I mean, I don't disagree. There are a lot of other people, not only Paul, who talked about not driving around with license, but they do it fully though too, right? So where are we?
So Unslaved Truth had a question for me about that. It's like, well, he thinks I'm afraid of cops, and that's why I got a license. I'm not afraid of cops. What I don't want to happen is my hard work. I work hard, bro. My truck is worth $60,000, and because I didn't pay a $500 registration fee and a $25 license fee, some cop can get behind me, impound that truck, and then have to pay $1,000 to get that out. Why not just pay these little tiny fiat currencies that's nothing for me to enjoy my $60,000 truck on the road, bro? Without that worry of a cop getting behind me. I don't worry about cops at all. I'm part of the system. I don't care. I
should.
Everybody's part of the system.
Yeah.
No,
But-
you can. I
And
think you
that's
can
their
remove yourself
choice.
from the
Everybody's
team.
got to create their own boundaries and choose their line in the sand of, I guess, what's acceptable and not acceptable. You're saying it's worth it. You're saying I'm going to participate because I don't want the inconvenience. What about the karmic debt of 140 trillion of unfunded liabilities and what that does to your conscience to actually, through consent,
that you're
comply to be this citizen? No, look, I'm just.
You're still on the hook for it, though.
Let me
Dick.
just ask this question. I'll summarize it briefly.
Go ahead.
Is there inherently anything positive to be gleaned from absolving yourself, even just in your mental, confusion of actually being that citizen? In the sense that I get you're not necessarily, going to
Yes.
convince the policy enforcer of that.
Yes.
But is there a karmic consequence to your spirituality, and also your actions will follow
Yes.
as well, right?
Yes, but the way I'm doing, I'm pretty sure is not a negative karmic energy.
And
like I can,
Well, sure,
I
if you're
can add to the
consenting
funds for the
to
government
a
and not
military
be
industrial
negative.
complex, if you're consenting to everything that those tax dollars support, and you're saying I'm doing it of my own recognizance because I want the privileges and benefits, it's one thing to say, look, this isn't voluntarism.
Hey,
I'm
last time I
being
checked-
forced against my own will to be a slave.
Let him respond.
That's
and
one
then I will
thing.
respond.
My
Then
funds
there's
went
another
to,
side I'm hearing from you where you're saying, hey, I think it's worth it, and why buck? I like the system. I like my 60 grand truck, and I
Let
like
him
my
respond, and then I will respond.
license
so-
and registration.
I don't know where my
Well-
taxes went, but I can assume maybe they went to help Hurricane Katrina. I'm good, bro. But
Well,
you
they
know what I
didn't.
mean? Like I don't know where my taxes went, but I know that America's working, and I'm
So-
safe. I can
Well, then
enjoy
you're
my
just
freedoms,
ignorant.
and right now, yeah. But why stress out or think about these things I have no control over?
And not to say that I know where all the taxes go, because who does, right? But doesn't that raise a red flag in and of itself that you actually can't have a transparent audit of
Yes,
what
it does.
your blood, sweat, and tears goes to?
I think you could do a transparent audit, but I don't think it's actually going to happen. It's. I think you actually could call for
No,
it
we know
with
it
enough of
doesn't.
No,
citizens.
you can't. You can't.
And like,
You don't know about the Federal Reserve, do you?
Too much theft. Too
Well,
much corruption.
Basically all your income tax goes, and I know that getting a license isn't income tax, but all your income tax basically goes to paying interest on existing debt.
well, okay, super hypothetical, but if we had revolution, we could do a super audit on them after we won.
Yeah. Okay, that's yes, not useful. To quote Jack, complicated
But
Jack.
does anyone else have anything to say on that?
So
I mean, does
Yeah,
anyone
I
see
do.
the value?
and Hank does. I would say that yes, it's about choosing the hill that you want to die on. If you don't have a license, you can't function in the world, really. And I have bigger responsibilities, like to my family, to provide for them, than I do to stand up for the government in a way that wrecks my life and has no impact at all on them.
Yeah. So if I can respond to that real
Let
quick,
Hank go first.
like
Let
I,
Hank go first. Let Hank go first, and then
Yeah.
you.
So I have more freedom doing at least the bare minimum with the system than fucking up against it and ending up in a cage. I have more freedom doing some paperwork than at least I'll be an open air prisoner than refusing to do anything and be slapped in the cage. So that's why I pay taxes. I do get the licenses. I pay the rent. That's why I do that thing.
A notch.
Okay. It's like, I mean, like, I agree with you, Flo, that, I mean, you do have a responsibility. So, again, it's up to the individual to determine, what's going to be right for them or not, right? Like, it's difficult to get everybody on the same page. Like, don't pay taxes. Don't get a license, always like fucking talk shit to the cops, whatever it might be. And if you get like 100 million people to be able to do that, great, but we know that's not the way it's going to be. So people are going to like trying to, get away with whatever they can get away with, and they got their own responsibilities and lives to live. So it is what it is.
Thank you, Lindsay, for the contribution. You're welcome for entertaining you. And Red, I know that you're Paul. You're welcome to come up, but you're getting real close to getting kicked from the chat. Mitch, you're also welcome to come up. As long as you don't snafu the fuck out and start talking over everybody, which you don't, you'll be fine. Lindsay, also, of course, you're welcome to. Anyways.
So, Notch, is a license something that you have to get to up where you're at?
I don't have a fucking license,
Okay.
and I don't wear a helmet, even though I'm supposed to. I just do whatever the fuck I want, and then if the police catch me, I just try to drive off. Usually around here, like in India, they tried to stop me a few times, and I would kind of slow down, and I just kind of speed up when I get near them.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. That's funny. Yeah.
But I mean,
do you have a line in the sand of where government overextends its power on your life as far as taxes or anything? Where's the line in the sand of what government can tell you to do or not do?
Every instance needs to be weighed individually, I think, for me. Or there's a risk reward analysis
specific that you could say is kind of a defining point where I won't go any further than that.
I mean,
You're
sure
not gonna
there
take
is,
that much
but
from me.
Yeah, if you say we gotta come to your house every week and butt fuck you, obviously there's limits, but I think that realistically every situation has to be weighed independently, right?
What if I'm an attractive female with a strap on, Flo? I know you might get into that kind of stuff.
Then I might be willing to pay extra taxes for that.
See?
But here's the
it's all in
thing.
the presentation. It's all on the pitch.
The reality of the matter is that everybody's got a line. Everybody has to have a line. You have to, right now, we're doing what we're doing because that's comfortable for us. Hank paying his rent and whatever, getting the driver's license. And I'm not here to judge how you're gonna live your life, but there comes a point when are you gonna allow them to chip you? Are they gonna allow you to have surveillance over you? Are they gonna allow you to?
Oh, sorry, Notch. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I'm being rude. I was just gonna say, what if you find out they already did it to you? I apologize, dude. That was rude of me. Go ahead. You were right in the middle of your stride.
No, but I'm just saying, we know what their game plan is. They've been telling us for years now what they want to do with you. Okay, they want the 15-minute cities. They want to put the chip on everything. They want your car to be run on whatever the fuck they want it to be run on. They want your car to be automated. They can literally lock you in your own car and you will drive.
So,
without you thinking about it. At what point do you want to draw a line? I guess that's the question.
Robin in her comment found one of my lines. Yeah, that's one of my lines right there. Was the pokey poke?
I would say mine is land. If I had, if I was a landowner, and they tried pulling that eminent domain and didn't give the value of my land, I would definitely fight for my land.
On Friday, we've got Derek Gonzalez is going to talk about land patents and where you can patent your own land. And so you actually got more rights when you actually have land and you patent it, because there's sheriffs that will protect your land, that if any policy enforcers come on your land, you can call these sheriffs and they will remove them off of your land because they supersede any of these other enforcement agencies.
Who are you going to call?
There is a way, right? If they did an eminent domain and they gave you a bunch of fiat notes, you would get off the land.
Well, it has to be worth the value. I heard people getting ripped off, or straight up it just being taken from them.
I know a guy who got rich that way because of the DIA airport.
There is weighted profit, but there's also California, they don't give you the value of what the land's worth, knowing that if I put houses there, it could triple the value. They would say, well, I'm going to put a school there. So it has basic value, the lowest, we can give you the lowest dollar. You know what I mean? That would be really, really fiery on my, that'd make my fire. Yeah, I'd boil. I'd fight for that.
That's when the city annexes your land. That's when I think you get the kind of the lowest, when it's being annexed, that area.
So, good question, Dick. Where's the line? I don't know if I could have stood up against the jab because, man, I don't think because there was no jobs hiring to the job I had. I think I would have done it, but I was lucky. I don't know. They didn't ask for it to happen, so. But
yeah, I was not. Not even. Yeah, no.
Not
I think
happening for me.
I'm quite confident that that is a line that I would have held just right up to.
I was living paycheck to paycheck, bro. I couldn't.
Yeah. I mean, I look at it as suicide, basically. Would I commit suicide or live on the streets? I'd live on the streets.
But knowing that there were some side effects, but most people are okay from it. Was it really that big of a deal?
Not
I
most
don't know
people.
that I agree with that. I think that
Just a question. It's just a question. Yeah.
I think well, and I'm kind of hesitant to get into this too deep, but I will say that I know a lot of people who have developed super aggressive cancer and other health problems after the fact.
My father did. So my
yeah.
father. Yep.
So I you know,
it's crazy, bro.
Will they admit that it's got something to do with that? Absolutely not.
Nope.
Is it likely to assume that there or to suspect that there may have been some influence here? Yes. When you got people that you know that just start having heart attacks out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's fucked up.
Hey, Monograph,
And-
I'm gonna. Wave at me. Welcome.
How's it going? I hate to Flow State. I don't know who you are. I was notified by a liaison over on Twitter.
Is it
that,
Snafu Snaps?
about Tariq is running his mouth along with that Mr. Simpson. Now, hopefully you don't bring these guys up. I need to defend myself because of the gross misrepresentation of everything. That video that I produced, it's called The Umbrella Man, and it's based on the dangers of prostitution. I'm very proud of that video, and I'm very proud of that production. The model, her name is Vicki Miller, and she was 35 years of age at the time of the production.
Is that that's the one where that's is that the one with the mask?
One in the mask. That's the one in the piggy mask. The one in the lamb mask. There was 4 episodes. All 4 of them are online. He talks about that I was questioned by wrong. There is no such thing as this task force. I contacted the Pentagon my frickin' self, and I recorded the call during a live stream. There's no such thing as any task force. It's bullshit. That was created by Timothy Charles Homseth. That idiot has 4 freaking warrants out for his arrest. 2 in Florida, 1 in Minnesota, 1 in Ohio for stalking. That's a fact, Jack. Go look it up. Go look it up. That film, there's nothing to it. There's no gratuitous violence. There is no sex at all. There is no freaking everybody's alive. She's alive and well. If these idiots like Tariq, these morons like Mr. Paul over there, these doofballs, these people that proliferate erroneous information, like Mr. Simpson out of Arizona, that go on your show and everybody else's show and on and on and on with zero evidence. Zero. It sure is funny that Paul, it sure is funny that Tariq, it sure is funny. If they're so worried, have they called the police? Did they contact law enforcement? Did they file a freaking formal criminal complaint? Did they contact the FBI? Oh, they didn't. Well, why not?
Good points. I'm glad you came up. Thank
Excuse me, sir. Let me say one more thing. Hate to interrupt. I'm suing a very famous attorney right now on falsely accusing me of that bullshit, specifically that film, making claim that it's something when it's not. Do you really believe that I'd be filing a lawsuit and in a lawsuit right now? And his attorney is supposedly one of the best constitutional attorneys on the freaking planet. I'm whooping his ass. Sure am. We're going to Discovery next.
And are you putting that stuff up on your channel?
Myself, my great name. I have a great name. Sure am. And here's the thing, sir. I'm just a man. Okay, I'm only one person. But I have to defend my great name. It is me. See, they don't want to tell you this at all. That the reason why I'm attacked a lot online is because I'm the guy that changed the course of history and proved that the CIA uploaded that video called Innocence of Muslims back in 2011 on September the 11th at 5:45 a.m. And ever since then, I've been attacked ferociously on the internet. Now go check that out. I'm the guy that changed the course of history because the CIA, the Defense Intelligence Agency, everybody, Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama, Susan Rice, all blame the killing of Christopher Stevens and his staff, what happened in Benghazi, on a YouTube video. I'm the guy that proved it was bullshit electronically and proved that the CIA uploaded it themselves through their own damn time codes and their proprietary software. I'm the guy. They don't tell you about that. So they want to make these wild claims up. I have a fantastic name, and I'm going to stand by my name. And that's all, sir. I didn't mean to interrupt your show.
No, I'm glad that you came up. And that was my sort of initial response, was that I'd never heard of you, actually, until Snafu came through. I dropped a link backstage, though. Do you want to address that or not?
Bullshit. First of all, yes, I changed my name. Sure did. But I changed my name because I was an artist back in the 90s. Sure was. Changed my name in 1995, and it didn't go through until 1996. That's the only reason why I changed my name, is because I was a musician working with guys in Los Angeles, producers and such. I was also in the art world. That's a fact, Jack. Sure is. Did work for Stevie Nicks, Bobby D, Tom Green. Yeah, go check.
I don't intend to digress, but
were stage name. I don't know if anybody heard of that.
Were you at the Bundy Ranch with Potter, Roy Potter?
No, I was not. But Roy Potter is a good friend of mine.
Right on.
Roy Potter.
So just for due diligence, are you a PDF?
Absolutely not. Do you think I would go to court knowing that this thing called discovery? Oh, hell no, dude. Wrong. Hey, here's another thing. Why won't these monkeys get into the ring with me so I can drop kick them next Tuesday?
You know, I don't know, but I'm stunned that nobody's trying to get in here right now. I don't see not one person
saying say this shit in my face. They're all protected behind that keyboard, but they'd never say this shit in my face ever. And if they want to, let's get in the ring, baby.
Well,
I can
nobody's
set it
trying to
up
get in,
MMA,
though.
baby.
You're full.
Anytime.
When I'm full and somebody's trying to get in, it gives me a notification, and I have not gotten any notifications.
Thank you.
So see, if you let this idiot in here, Mr. Sims, he'll be rattling off at the mat. What about this? What about? Excuse me. Listen, I don't know if I can drop a link in the back chat, but you can go to give me a fair shake, Mr. Flow State. Mm-hmm. To give me a fair shake, you can go to.
If you drop it, I'll share it.
Okay. Let me go to it. Mm-hmm. And this is the lady that was she was the actress / model for the Umbrella Man.
Okay.
Her name is Vicki Miller. And at the time, she was, in fact, 35 years of age. I'm going to get you her Twitter account. Now, back then, this was before I ever met Timothy Homseth. This was before anybody knew me, as far as in your circles, certainly for sure. This is before any of this bullshit came up. And how did this nonsense come up? Who created this garbage? Timothy Homseth. He sure did. Why is that? Because I kept busting his ass. Because he kept lying. He was lying to everybody, talking about how he freaking was involved in some task force. I called the Pentagon my damn self. It's all bullshit. It doesn't exist. It's a figment of this idiot's imagination. I also was protecting individuals that he was attacking because I know a thing or two about computers, if you get my meaning. And he was attacking viciously all of these people without cause, without provocation. And yes, I've doxed a lot of people in my time. So people ask for my help, and I help them. I don't charge them. They don't have to buy a book. They ain't got to go make a donation. I just help them to help them. Because when nobody will help you, people come to me. Now here it is right here. The name of her Twitter account. Let me get it for you.
Okay.
She goes by, hold on a second. I'm trying to get it for you.
And again, if you put it back in the back chat, I'll drop it in the normal chat.
It's right here, sir. If you can type it down, I'm in a Twitter account, so I'm not typing anything. It says at Moonchild 1975. So
Okay.
let me see if I can just.
Here,
I can't
I
copy
can get
paste
it.
it. Hold on a second. It's at Moonchild 1975. Now, you got to remember again, that's going to be on Twitter. Let me see if I can pull it up on Twitter.
Hey,
1975. You see it?
Look, I mean, you're not sharing the screen or anything, but I
No, hold on a
typed what you
second.
told me
I'm
to.
typing it in the back. In the back.
Okay.
Okay. Do you see it right there?
Yeah,
Hold on a
yeah.
second. Let me see if I can go get it, sir. All right. One moment, please.
Yep, you're good.
Let me go here at Moonchild. I'll get the hyperlink.
Sarah, did you just drop a link to? Oh, that was to Monograph's channel. Okay.
Okay, here it is right here. This is her Twitter account. And you got to remember, this is before I met any of y'all, before anybody knew me in these sort of circles. This is Vicki Miller. She's alive and well. Excuse me, that's an adult. I'm so sorry. These idiots don't know how to do research. Her name is Vicki Miller. If you go down through about March or April of 2010, she's making statements like, well, I gotta go and die. I gotta go die again. I'm in negotiations. Let me go ahead and read some of them, shall we?
Go
I'm
ahead,
there
yeah.
now. April 16th of 2010, Vicki Miller says, oh my, I'm on my way to a video shoot. Hit me up. I gotta go get killed now. Posted on April 16th of 2010. It's funny how you can be attached to a person because you call them family only to meet them once, blah, blah, blah. It goes on to say, it says on April 16th, well, today I'm going to die, but first I got to get dinner started, laugh out loud, because she's going to do the video, The Umbrella Man. There was 4 episodes, buddy. That's why she's wearing a mask. The first episode, she's not wearing a mask. I opened it up with a Serputa film. That's how I got the idea about the Umbrella Man, because of the Umbrella Man at the JFK assassination. Okay, here's another one. It talks about, let's see, April 15th. Let's see, you can see it right there. It says,
But it is a
on
Twitter
April
account with
15th.
8 followers, and no likes on any of it. It could just be made up for just kind of to prove, for proof, right? It doesn't look like a real account.
It doesn't look like a real account. Okay, well, why don't you take your email address and run your email address against any of the databases all over the world, and you'll see that what? It goes to that Twitter account, buddy. That's how it was found. I didn't even find that. An attorney found that. I didn't even know it was there. See how that works?
Sir,
See, everybody's
can I ask you
email
a
can be
question?
traced. What?
Yes, sir. Is it true that you have like Paul enslaved and you were able to dox him, or did you make any claims about that?
I called him up on his cell phone. He actually answered.
Because I remember watching Paul's channel in regards to your claim, and then I think you were on his show for a brief amount of time, and he was asking you to call him on the phone, but he never got a call from you. So
Because he changed his number.
Okay. So that's what happened.
That's why he was being coy like that.
So you called him, and then he answered, and then you had one interaction with him, and afterwards he changed he changed his number and you were not able to get a hold of him again.
This is how it happened. I called him up. I said, listen, I understand you're running your mouth about me, and you better get a grip on yourself. Because, I can just add you to the list, buddy. It's not that big of a deal. I'm already suing one clown, and I can just keep going and on and on and on because I ain't afraid of nobody. When it comes to this online garbage, it's a bunch of bullshit, okay? When you start running your mouth and you start attaching people's names to things that they didn't do, crimes they didn't commit, that is called slander, and you can be held liable. And if you doubt my words, well, go look at my court case. It's in the appellate court right now, okay? So all these people running around the internet thinking that's okay to claim somebody committed some sort of atrocious crime, well, it's not okay. So I called him up. I got his cell number. I know exactly who he is. I know his name. I'm know more about that dude than his mama knows. I called him right up. The first freaking try, second ring, he answers. And I just let him know, hey, knock it off. I'm giving you a warning right now. Just courtesy call, and that's all it is. Click, hung up. That's it. And then what happened? He goes online whining about how I called him up on his phone. I didn't even say anything online. I didn't say one word that I called him. He went on some show somewhere, and Snappy Craps whining about it, how he's whining that I called him up. Yeah, I sure did call him up.
Excuse me.
Called a warning. And then he changed his number.
Excuse me, sir.
Tell you the facts.
Are these guys affecting your business? Or just your emotions?
Excuse me?
Are these guys affecting your business or your emotions? Like, what's going on here? I understand they're doing slander, but if you're not actually doing anything...
Who's talking? I can't even see who's talking.
Simple Jack, sir. I'm talking.
Oh, okay.
It's the internet. You should know. You said you know how the internet works.
I'm not
People
watching
slander.
the screen, sir. I'm watching my camera, so I can't see you.
I answered. That's why I waved. So hopefully you see that and everything.
I see you now. I see you now.
Yeah. So yeah, how are these guys affecting your business? That's a valid question. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yes, they're affecting my business and they're affecting my person. And if anybody, male, female, something in between, if you think it's not going to affect you, how about if I do this to you? How about if I falsely accuse you and put your face on this garbage day in and day out and falsely accuse you of crimes you never committed, and then call up and get online and none of you people heard of me until some whining crybaby by the name of Mr. Simpson or whatever the hell his name is from Arizona.
That's what I wanted to ask you.
Online, he wants to freaking blame me for Marfoogle News. I don't know anything about Marfoogle News. I don't care what that dude.
Do you know this? Do you know the dude from Arizona? Do you know him?
I know him personally.
Or why? Yeah, why is he? Because I'd never heard of you until him. Why is he all up in your business?
Okay, well let me explain to you on that one. This bozo calls me up and says, "Hey, you got to look into Marfoogle News. Oh my God, this other guy, he works with Oracle and." Oh, they're ripping off like veterans. And I'm like, listen, I need some evidence. Don't accuse a man of anything without evidence. You're telling me this, but you're not showing me anything. Go put up a video, go line by line by line by line, and show me the evidence. Nope, wouldn't have it. Next thing you know, he's blaming me for his crimes or whatever he's accusing him of. Because I wouldn't kiss his ass and say, you're right. Oh, you're right. And go after him and attack him. Listen, this Snafu Craps weirdo, okay, his whole objective is to go and try to intimidate others, to intimidate you or anybody else that doesn't agree with him, and then talk over you and scream over you. Oh, you're this and you're that, and falsely accuse you of supporting somebody.
That's
or
true.
You're on
A
their
lot of that is
side,
true.
or you're one of them, and y'all stick together. Dude, why
That is
hasn't this dude filed a charge against me? Why didn't
That's what I'm trying to say, sir. That's my question. Like, it seems like it's an internet troll. You've been on the internet for a while. I've heard your name in the past. So how do you not know how to handle these guys?
I do know how to handle him.
No, you're not. No, you're about to have a heart attack, bro.
May I?
Would you like me to do the things to you as they've done to me? Because I can hook you up, buddy. It's not a problem.
See, right there, that's very strange right there. That's very strange, sir.
I'm asking you a question. How would you like it?
Well, no, it's the way you... No, I dude,
How would
right
you
now...
like me to put your face
You know what,
on these
dude?
crimes that you
I
never
don't...
committed?
I wouldn't like it, but guess what? It wouldn't affect me. Like you said, they're not called. Like I haven't done anything bad. Like that's the thing. Like you can. It's the internet, dude. I can imagine how many movie stars or like or government people. May I finish? May I finish? May I finish? Like I can't imagine how many actors. Walmart gets accused of the worst things. They have to ignore the internet. They have to. Okay. Actors get accused of all kinds of things. Politicians. Matt Gaetz was just accused of that. He's still a politician.
I don't give a shit. That's them. They can deal with that the way that they want to.
And Monograph is still doing his thing too. Like,
it's all a question. That's all. That's all it is. I'm just surprised.
How would you handle it?
I don't think I'd be in this situation making films like him, bro. I don't think I'd be even in this situation.
It doesn't matter.
Okay, what I would do? I would ignore them. I would ignore them. I literally would not help promote them. You're doing exactly what Flow State said, what Snaps was doing. You're down promoting is actually helping them promote them, making your case even worse on the internet, dude. I haven't heard anything about this before. You self-promoted yourself about this. Okay, but go ahead. I'm done. I made my point because, like, I'm enjoying your story.
You were here earlier. I haven't made my point, but I tell you what, when I'm on the phone with your mom and your dad, your brothers, and all your neighbors, you keep the phone.
Are they doing that, dude? Is that just false accusation? I don't think Snaps is on the phone with everybody in your family, bro.
I'm gonna throw up all your freaking girlfriends, your boyfriends, all of it. Don't be upset, dude.
Can you act? Do you have the receipts, sir? Do you have the receipts for the accusation?
Do I have the receipts of what?
Them calling every family member you have. I don't think Snaps does that, dude.
I think that he was offering to.
Oh, really? Why don't you go? Yeah, see, there you are. You're talking out of your ass. You don't know what you're talking about.
No, I'm not talking out my ass. I'm just suggesting ideas, bro. Like,
you asked for receipts. I'm giving you receipts. Now shut your mouth. Go to socialmedia.com. You'll see my brother up there. What does my brother got to do with me? Nothing.
But you didn't answer, bro. I said phone calls. Phone calls are different than the internet.
Yes,
phone calls,
yes,
personal ring phone calls.
Yes, they have.
So
they
please,
have my family members.
but I'm
They
done
know
with my debate with
I
you.
don't even
But
know.
thank you for sharing your story. Thank you.
Well, I tell you what. Thank you for giving me permission to do the same thing to you as others have done to me. Thank you for telling me you're going to promote yourself.
Sasquatch.
No.
Not see that conclusion at all.
Sasquatch, take it.
When you become angry with someone who is trying to make you angry, you are feeding the cycle that makes you angry and feeding the people that are trying to make you angry, therefore completing a vicious cycle that just leads to a coronary. I'm done.
Really? Tell that to people with guns and knives. Tell that to somebody in the street. Tell that to somebody in the street that wants to kill you with a gun or a knife because you're falsely accused of the most sickest thing on the planet that you're not guilty of. You tell them that.
Hey, Tarek, you're in no position to challenge anyone. You've been called a liar by Monograph here right now, and you're hiding in the chat. So stop taking pot shots from down there and come up if you've got anything to say, Tarek. That's unslaved truth.
Later.
No, I guess that's over.
Later.
Well, that was interesting.
That was interesting.
And I will concede that the idea, if they started affecting my life and business, then yes, I would pursue legal action. But he said that, I don't think they really affect him, being just side trolls, just with how many subs they have. Like,
he's got.
No, well, I mean, like, what if your image and YouTube is your business, though? I mean, and I think he did say that it was affecting him.
He's got
It's
over
a fine line, though.
71,000. Yeah, he's got over 71,000 subs. So it's not like, I'm
to his chats before, and he has like well over 500 to 1,000 people when he goes live. I mean, that's not saying whatever, but like, I mean, it's like 10 times more than 5 to 10 times more than like the people that we generally hang out with.
If the YouTube is his business, then this controversy is also his business.
Exactly. That's what I was fixing to say.
Fair enough.
Flow State, your particular channel operates off of the interaction between other channels that either have beef, get over beef, or don't have beef and develop beef. In this case, you're dealing with someone who has become a professional beef stalker.
I like that phrase, beef stalker.
He seems to enjoy the workup. He seems to enjoy the payoff, and he seems to enjoy the idea that all of these people are out to get him. Now, whether or not they are, with 70,000 subscribers, there's a decent chance that somebody out there has called everyone he knows.
And I'm going to say
but
that
here's the deal.
I was going to say that I think that I've known Snafu for what, I don't know, over a year probably, and he definitely never shuts the fuck up about him. I think the guy's got a valid point.
I mean, look, like Snafu has called like Tommy, Paul, like other people, PDFs and Pogo, you know, even OTW, like anybody that who doesn't agree with him, right? Basically,
and it's bullshit every time, and it's bullshit every fucking time.
Yeah. Like he has no credibility for me. Like I don't care. Like only reason like people let him up is because they're just letting him loose. Like he's gonna go off on his shit. Maybe he has some truth. I don't know. But like at this point, he's like a boy who cried wolf, and I'm not gonna care what he has to say. Like it has no weight whatsoever for me.
Agree, but he's still in the wrong.
Do not bear false witness upon another.
No. Snaps.
I agree on that one. Yes, I agree on that one. I just had questions. That's all. It was just helping the content. That's all it was. Like,
hey, and
I would hate for the internet to come after me, but
it was spicy. I appreciate you keeping
But
it
at
spicy.
the end there,
you went out
talked more about.
Yeah, you were kind of cool.
At the end, he was talking about people actually threatening his life, pulling out guns and knives and putting him in reality. That is, I mean, that's a lot worse than a cup of fucking troll on an internet. Like, I'm gonna defend the fuck out of myself if someone's gonna come and physically harm me.
Yeah.
I don't think Snaps is doing that. And that's one of the people he's accusing.
Talking about Snaps.
Here's the thing.
That believe the narrative and think he is a PDF and they attack him. I don't think Snaps is doing it directly. It's people that believe Snaps. And
I mean that is dangerous because everybody's heard of like the stories of dudes who look at the registry list, right, and then go hunting those people when you could be caught peeing outside and be on that list. Now,
man. I mean, like it's a fucking serious shit. Like if there were any fucking real, genuine PDFs around me, they're not gonna last. I'm telling you.
Right, but that's
and
what
I
I'm
had
saying
fucking
is
issue.
the claim is dangerous.
Yeah, but I mean, like the people who say it, they have to be 110 fucking % for
Correct.
saying that kind of shit in the first place. And then if you are it, and then like people prove that you're fucking it, you better fucking cover your ass, okay? Because there are people who are not gonna fucking sit around. Because I had to fucking deal with this situation when I was in Nepal with fucking Europeans and fuck,
If you
like, I'll fuck them up. I don't care.
I know you're talking about you. You're talking about your standard of proof, right? That's not the world standard of proof. The world standard of proof is very low to put you in danger.
I get it.
So, okay.
Yes, and that's why you have to be very, very careful about it. Either way, you got to be very careful. So don't be going around and accusing people unless you. And then plus, if you're going to accuse people of doing something, you better be doing something about it too. So like. And besides, like Snafu, I'm sorry, but like he has no credibility for me. Monograph has more of a credibility. At least he came up and he tried to defend his name. Like if you are a man of any conscience, you better go and defend your name. Like if anybody's accusing you of being a PDF and you're not, like you're gonna like just sit there and say, oh well, whatever, it's just the internet. Like no, I'm gonna say like no, that's fucking bullshit. I'm not a fucking PDF, and I'm gonna say it over and over again until everybody fucking gets it.
What's up, Sherelle?
Hi, how are you guys?
Good.
I don't know. I out about my little hit piece. And
You have a hit piece?
I want to like kind of, yeah.
Well,
So I
this is
just
the first
wanted
time
to-
hearing of it.
It's okay. To kind of clear my name, and unfortunately, the title of the video that hurt me a lot is going to hurt his name, and I don't want to do that. So I don't know if I should do it. What do you guys think?
I guess I don't understand the question. Like, my thought would be, do you want to attract attention to it?
I really don't.
Is it?
I bet you kind of already have, so you might as well
But
say your piece
I
at
just
this
want
point.
like
Or if you want to put it in the back chat, so maybe I know what question you're asking me a little bit better.
it's I guess so about my ex-boyfriend that died a year and a half ago, but like I wasn't even with him for like a year, like almost a year. We were really good friends, you know, and I was called like a bunch of names, and
Was it by the common thread? Is it snaps?
yes. What should I do?
You do whatever you want, but I think that you should go
I-
ahead and say your piece now since we're here.
Well, okay. The video is 10 minutes long, and the only way I'm gonna put it out is like it's really
Oh,
hard
is
to
it
do because
is it a video that you're going to release in response?
it's on my phone, so I'll do it like
Oh, okay.
this.
Probably
gonna
not
do
going to
it the
watch it
other
right
way.
now. Hang tight for a second.
No, it's
I have
fine.
two.
I'll go away.
No, you're fine.
It's just-
You I'm not gonna play it right now with you holding the phone up to the screen.
Okay.
But you're definitely welcome to stay.
Can I ask some questions?
I don't even want to. Yeah, ask me anything.
So what's going on? Like, there's somebody made a video about you falsely accusing you of something, and you just want to correct the record. Yes.
Yeah.
But it's not true, and he has no credibility. I think.
Is it really?
But why do that to somebody that like was I went through a lot with? Like he was showing all
Hold
this
on.
emotional support for this woman that like lost her kids and all this other stuff. But like
Sasquatch, do you have any final thoughts? Sorry, Sasquatch left a
was
message. He's
bad.
about to leave.
Sorry.
Do you have anything to say?
Hi Sasquatch.
Anytime you engage in any sort of internet activity and you know the reason for it is to make you angry and you feed them the anger they want, you are giving them the
want
energy
it.
and reason to follow through in every little petty threat they bring up. But if they bring their full tools to bear against you and you do nothing, you don't even mention it, you never say a word, they will give up.
No, they haven't gave up.
Hugs, Sasquatch. Hugs.
I've been threatened
Love,
and
brother.
a lot, like for many. It's been a while. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Be good,
Y'all have a
Sasquatch.
lovely evening.
See you Tuesday, Sasquatch.
Yes, sir. Sasquatch out.
Crazy. Like it's so stupid.
Now I have two people showed up all of a sudden now that Monograph is gone. Backstage.
Excuse me, miss. How do you
Go
pronounce
ahead.
your name?
I would
Terrell.
love it if it was my accuser.
All right, Tarek, you're gonna have to wait. Optics, come on up.
God, no. Like we need brains.
I have a
That's
question.
pineal power flow.
I want to know
Oh, it
if
is?
it's related.
Sorry?
Sherelle, you mentioned that your ex died.
Yeah.
Is that related to the issues in this video? Like, did he die as a result of these allegations? Okay, so there's no relation, no link to it.
No.
Okay.
In fact, I was like, no.
It's not true. It probably got like 20 views, and like it made no.
I don't
It,
give
it
a
only
shit.
has as
What
much
do you
weight.
say his name, hun?
It only has as much weight and energy as you give it.
Well,
Calling me a
I'm.
slut, a whore, and I cheated on James, and I'm like,
Hold on.
Well,
Optics is.
Oh, the optics are high. The optics
You
are
gotta
high.
take
Look at
some
this fucking
accountability.
camp
You-
cupcake fucking bullshit.
Stupid games
Me
win
Too
stupid
can't
prizes.
weaponize Feminized.
And
Me
you're
too,
playing the
Karens.
game.
Yeah, Mitch. Go ahead, talk. No one can hear you, man.
So, Sherrell, I'm listening, and I know there's some people, the guests in the
Yeah,
chat
Monograph
are
up
listening
here.
too. So,
Pigo,
we're
Poto.
listening.
Simply Jack has all the hard questions, so go for it.
No, I'm listening. I'm open.
No, go ahead and answer whatever you think, because I know like you're probably a part of some optics, and
Oh,
I already
there's no
know, bro.
victims
I'm
in
sorry.
this
I think a
I'm,
lot
so,
of people know.
I'm sorry. I honestly just said I'm open and listening.
Go ahead.
By the way, that wasn't
What am I
snafu.
saying?
You guys understood
Yeah,
that
it was
wasn't
No, I
snafu,
know
right?
Millennial
that's
power.
no.
Yeah.
Did his thing say optics is mind control? Is that what his name said?
He's pretending to be Snafu.
No, that was
Is that what Snafu
Power.
actually means when he says
Kino
optics?
Power, you guys follow him on YouTube. He's like one of the conspiracy theorists, truthers out there.
See, that's all this
Still
is. It's
follows
just
them
like
on.
a promotional campaign. That's the, it's like, hey,
Right.
it's, follow my buddies on
He's my
YouTube,
brother, bro.
you know.
He's like my neighbor.
Oh wait, I'm a victim of them talking shit on me on the internet as I go around talking shit on the internet.
I'm not
Like,
trying to
where
talk
does
shit.
it
I'm trying to,
end?
like,
Where does it
trying
end?
No,
You know, I can tell you where it ends because I've seen it go all the way. So stupid games win stupid prizes. That's all I'm saying. You got to take some responsibility and accountability for yourself and your involvement in this.
Okay, well, what would that be, Mitch?
You can't figure out how to fucking play the game, get out, because you're going to get beat up. You're going to get beat every time.
I don't want to be in the game. I'm
Yes,
like,
you do. You're here
I found
every
myself
fucking
here.
day. You're a part of it. You're so emotionally involved. You're just like, follow my friends on YouTube. It's your
No, I
life.
do have a lot of friends on YouTube. It's okay. And I love them all. Like, my metaverse friends are awesome. It's okay.
Oh my God! You wonder why you like this so
Yeah,
much.
well, you can't run around here acting like you're victimized, pulling the fucking cute girl card. Like you fucking getting hurt. And people are emotionally beating you up as you go around talking shit.
Why
Yes,
are
she
you
can. Snafu
gay?
Snaps is still in the wrong. Like, I hear what you're saying, Mitch. You're not wrong, but Snafu Snaps is still more wrong.
I'm not exonerating Snafu Snaps. I'm saying that she's playing the fucking game.
Okay,
That's my point.
Yeah, that's a valid point. Can we focus on Tarek for a second and how he's a total coward and didn't come up until after Monograph left? What the fuck is
No,
with
why
that,
would I
Tarek?
okay, I got you. Let me talk first, I guess. Flow State. So why would I want to talk to a delusional guy that only two people on the panel shockingly knew what he's up to? Simple Jack and Nachi. Nachi asked him if he doxed Paul. He said, no, I doxed Paul. When we all seen the video, when Paul got on the video and told him that he never doxed him to call him right now. He said, no, he changed his number. It's a fucking lie. Simple Jack asked him a couple questions.
You should have no. You should have come and said that to his face.
No,
You
I
should have
don't
come
want
and
to
said that
talk to him. I have nothing to talk to the guy about.
You want to talk about him?
No, of course, I will say my perspective because I already know what's up.
Why would you not say
Remove
your
it-
perspective to his face? He was here.
Why
you could
would
have
I want to
confronted him.
say it? Okay, go ahead.
Because you want people to hear what you think about him, and the best way to demonstrate that is to put him on the seat.
Okay.
Just like I'm doing
So
with you
the-
now. Just like
Okay,
now.
no problem. No problem. So here's why I won't have a conversation with him. Have you seen his videos of how many conversation he had with the people he's suing on his own videos, and he
No,
never
I have
doxed
not.
them either? I have seen
None.
them all.
So
I
what?
have
So
seen
you're a
him.
fan?
No, I'm not a fan. No, he's getting investigated. Don't worry. So what I'm saying to you is, he is always claiming he's doxing people, always claiming he knows their address, and people on his own videos said,
No,
give
no,
me the
no, no,
address,
fucking-
and you never said it. So he's a
Tarek,
lying.
Tarek, you're
Go
a
ahead.
coward. You're a liar.
Okay.
You're a coward.
I think
No
there's some
problem.
IQ problems going on right now.
You had your shot. You had a perfect
Dude.
shot.
Flow State, we know you want views. I'm not going to get up there and talk to a delusional guy.
Oh,
That's
sure.
the bottom line.
I'm doing it for views. You're the one that can't keep his name out your fucking mouth,
I
and I'm doing
won't,
it
I
for
won't
views.
talk to that guy. There's no need to
You
talk
said
to
that
him.
I
I've seen
said that I
people
played
talk
Paul's
to
video
him.
for the views when you
I've seen
recommended
people
it.
talk to him.
Yeah. Okay. Everybody, all the things that you're doing is for me to get views, right?
Okay. Now I'm trying not to get on here, to be honest with you today. But
Are you
for
on?
some
Are you
reason, I
on
keep
payroll?
doing it. Nobody's on payroll. Who's on payroll?
Well, I mean, you said that I played Paul's video to get so that I could give you.
No,
you
I said not you. I said not about this video. The video he had with Monogram on his own broadcast.
Monogram.
He put Monogram on the spot and asked him to call him. He said, I will, and he never called him. He never doxed him because he doesn't have any information. If you watch all of his videos, he does the same thing to other people. He's delusional.
Here's the question. Why are you such a cuck?
Here we go with the cuck. Here we go, Flow State. We come from Monogram to
All right.
Paul.
Hold on. We're gonna go. We're gonna pause this for a second, and
You're
we're gonna.
You look good, you know, but damn.
Whoa! I must have missed
Who?
it. Did Pedograph show up here? I just
my
turned
God.
the camera back on. Because here's the thing: did you ask him about Nick Rakita's lawsuit that's going on with him? By the way, he didn't fuck a honey. He fucked a watermelon, not a watermelon, a honeydew, right? Pedograph. And Mr. Pedograph, we've been talking about. I'm waiting for this lawsuit.
All right, I'm not. You're just not gonna sit here. I've told you 1,000 times not to drop that word. I don't like. There goes another monetized video.
Just pushing P or something, Snafu.
Yeah, I know. There's a bazillion different ways that you can say it. Snafu, this is your last fucking chance.
Okay, what's funny is Nacho Kita, when he's like, Monograph has more credibility. I did catch that part. Yeah, you seen him chain a little kid to the wall, present his.
Get the fuck out of here. He just explained that shit.
Okay, so we're not going to get anywhere with
If Monograph is still watching, he's still backstage. If you come back, then I'll bring him back up. But you know, it's like all you motherfuckers want to just run your mouth and have just whatever the fuck you want. Monograph was here. You were sitting in chat. You were talking your shit, and now the minute he's gone, you're
coming right now. You're gonna see where this is gonna go. You're wrong, Full State. I seen how this guy argues. He backs nothing. When Simple Jack asked him a couple questions, he got nervous, as you see, and he went back to some other bullshit he was trying to deflect. That's how he is. You're not going to get nowhere with this guy.
Well, no, I actually don't agree with Simple Jack in the way he went about it myself. But like when you were saying, Tarek, and this is just kind of being a little bit critical towards you. Like I don't necessarily agree. I don't necessarily agree that like Flow State is trying to get views by having you talk to Monograph. It's not that's not his position. I think you had things to say. He was here. That was the only time I've seen Monograph go anywhere, except I saw him at Paul's once for a brief amount of time. Okay, and then but like Paul never.
What's there?
So just,
I get. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying I didn't mean to interrupt you, Notch. Go ahead again, Notch, and then Tarek. But I was just gonna say it's about honor.
There's no honor with this guy. You're talking to somebody that's delusional. You can't get anywhere with
more
him.
honor than you have, motherfucker.
No, he came here because somebody told him to come here from somewhere else. I already know, and somebody told him to come here and defend himself. So this way they can back up and he can salvage whatever he can salvage. He's not going to go anywhere. It doesn't matter. Monograph, please sue me.
Hold on, Terrell. Did you want me to bring him up or not?
Bring anybody up. I'll have the conversation.
No,
you're
you're not Sherelle. I was asking Sherelle.
Oh, I thought you were talking about me.
Done with. No, I'm kind of done with Snaps like dropping all these hot words.
You shouldn't.
But Sherelle could supersede that if you have something you want to say to Snaps. Okay, I guess not. Snaps, I see you back there. You better watch your fucking mouth.
All right, let's just say he puts fantasies with children involved. You know what I'm saying? He could give
Why
you.
do you think that? He just explained himself.
Hey! A guy who works for the Pentagon P Task Force wrote a couple articles on the man. You know, and you know what's funny too? What's funny is he claims he's the original Anonymous, right?
Yeah, he did.
That's not what he said.
A lot about, and you know what's funny is he puts his little piggy, his little Masonic mask while he's.
All right. He's just doubling down on the claims that he's made everywhere constantly for a year that were just explained.
I know.
Snap.
You know what?
I'm not bringing you back up, but if Monograph comes back on,
he can come back.
Come back on.
If he comes back, I'll talk to the idiot, but you're not gonna go anywhere with him. You'll see.
I don't believe that.
You're not
You'll
shit.
see. If you don't believe that, hey, Flow State, if you why don't you watch just 2 of his videos and see how they're gonna go? He's got them on his internet. Watch them.
You guys
They're
have a
going
really
anywhere.
weird way of.
So he's being investigated by who? Snafu?
I can't say who. I'm sure
What the
somebody's
fuck does
investigating
that
him.
mean? I can't say. Yeah, what the fuck?
Why
does
is it
your
not?
little
It's not
bitch-
my business.
Just
Hey,
talking
Mitchell,
shit.
it's not my
You're just
business to
talking
investigate
shit,
him.
dude. Blah, blah,
You're,
blah.
yeah, you're
got
just
you.
claiming
Mitchell.
it. You just made it your business.
Okay, hey, Monograph, please sue me. I'm talking about you. He won't do it because he's
All
a
you're
liar.
sacrificing is your own integrity.
Dude, there's no integrity here with this fucking guy. He's delusional. Again, get it through your head.
No, he came and addressed
Eric,
things
can I
head
ask you
on.
a question?
Yes, ma'am. You can ask me any question you want.
Criminal mind?
Do I have a criminal mind?
Yes,
Is that what you're asking me?
I am.
Okay. What do you mean? Do I have a criminal mind? No, I don't have a criminal mind.
Do you work well with others, or do you
Of course,
do as
all
what
my
you're
life,
told?
all my life. I worked well with all people and with all situations.
Okay,
With
so
people,
why are
without
you
people.
going head to head with a rational mind right now?
I mean, that's your
wondering.
perception. I mean, that's your perception. But we'll leave it at that.
No, I'm
No,
just
it's not. We'll just have to wait and be patient. We'll see how this folds.
Well, what do you? Well, this is your first go around, I guess. But
That's your perspective.
yeah, it definitely might be a perspective.
That's how he deflects from everything that he gets caught in.
Okay, have I
I'm
been caught
just
in
worried
anything?
about. I kind of get you though, and I've listened to you on many live streams, and
Mhm.
I've seen people like you. So I'm just wondering why you are the one, the chosen one.
Oh,
to
I'm
be
not the
part
chosen
of
one. That's
what
for sure.
you're doing.
That's Paul. He would say Paul's the chosen one.
He's
No,
gonna
I
say
wouldn't
Paul.
say Paul at all. I
No,
am not
Tarek
Paul.
would.
Actually, I like Paul. For the record, I am not saying shit about Paul. It has nothing to do with Paul.
I said Tarek would.
But it's your company that you keep around. But why? Why? You can't be that dumb. You make a lot of money, right?
I don't make any money. You're wrong.
Okay, well, I don't know what you do. All I'm saying, I'm just trying to understand your. I don't actually even care, but I'm
It's
just
gonna be
trying
hard to understand me.
Yeah, I think it's insanity.
It's not insanity. It's just gonna be hard. It's not for regular people.
For what? You?
It's not for
or
regular
what?
minds. No, I'm just saying, regular minds won't understand me.
Regular minds?
Regular mind?
Yeah.
Are you calling me a regular mind? I got you on that
Yeah.
regular mind.
I just said regular minds. I'm not speaking about nobody on the panel. That's not to anybody. Everybody on the panel, I'm sure they're smart. I'm not saying
You
that.
do have an abnormal
think
mind, but it's not in a good way.
I'm talking to somebody
Hey,
that
you
I'm
can take it
wondering
any
about.
way you want, Flow State.
It's just hard for you to have any credibility at all after you just
I
bitched
have-
out like you did.
I understand. I have admitted many times on many panels, I'm not the smartest guy, and I'm probably the dumbest guy here. And I'm
No,
good.
you're a
I'm good. with that.
coward. It's not. No, it's not an intelligence thing. It's a character
That's
thing.
your perspective. That's your perspective. He's fine. He's
Be
fine.
good looking. Have some
He's
kind
fine.
of quality. Stop. Seriously.
It's Flow State's perspective. That's all right. It's all right.
Okay.
Somebody in the chat is asking for the perspective on the homie that stole Hank's fedora. That's you, LBG.
There we go. Thank God.
Just came back tonight.
He's like,
I,
oh, the attention's
I
on
got
me.
rid of all the hair, so it felt kind of cold.
Do dudes who wear
My
fedoras
bad.
get laid? That's the question.
Do what?
Do dudes who wearing does the fedora get you laid?
Oh, Jesus fuck. What? I didn't even hear that part. I'm going to refer back to my friend here. What do you think? Does an
Eric,
normal
what
mind...
do you think? Do fedoras help you get laid? Or do just muscle shirts help?
I'm comfortable where I'm at. It's my castle, so I can wear anything I like.
Well, put something on then.
I'm going
I
to
want
go
to
with
see
me.
something else on besides the
Depends on what time of the night it is.
t-shirt you can.
Do I still find Tarek a sweetheart?
Oh my God, who's saying that, man? What's going on here?
I mean, He's a coward, though.
I'm pretty sure I saw flash of it. There you go.
Tarek, you are though.
It's a shame.
That's like your opinion, man. Yeah, I still think he's a sweetheart. He's just a coward, and you can't. That was my problem with OTW too. Is you can't trust somebody who will betray themselves.
Real talk.
One of the things to natural law is you should be able to confront your accuser. So if people are going around accusing you of things, you should at least confront them so you can, have that interaction with somebody that's going around slamming you. And if you're not willing to confront that person and just go around slamming them behind their back, then that is totally against natural law.
Welcome, Benton. Is that the real Benton? Give me a partner. Benton, flash your camera on to come back up. Go ahead.
So, Notch, I got a question for you.
No, it's not. It's fucking pineal power.
Let him back up.
Who's talking to me?
That's my brother.
Yes.
No, I
Simple
just
Jack
kicked your
over
brother
here.
out.
Why?
Yeah, what's up,
Because
Jack?
he's acting like he's other people.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's a little weird.
So I don't know if I should. I don't know what to do. What do you? Flo, like what
Above
Jesse
what?
just said. It's like, do I protect my name and like?
If you ignore it, will it go away? If you ignore it, will it go away?
Okay. Well,
So it's about I'm not up to speed with like this drama, but I think that my advice would be what's the outcome you want and what is most effective, because for me I follow Sasquatch Satch's principle when it comes to like internet trolls and stuff. I don't really care. I don't have issues with them. Nobody ever threatens to dox me because I don't give a fuck,
people
right?
are
Like
like,
you can dox me.
I
It's
can't
not.
see people.
Yeah, what's the big deal?
That's the best way to do it,
But that's
man.
the
That's
best
always
part
the
of
point.
like having clips. But the other part is having videos and like what like I'm not a dumb bitch.
What can
I
you
know
do
what
about
I'm
it?
into.
Sharel, like,
dealt
what
with
can you do about it?
kids.
That's the thing.
Tell them what kind of pizza to send to your house.
Well, I don't know. There was a hit piece that said I'm a lying, cheating, fucking cunt, stupid bitch, and then he would be
Are you?
flipping over in it.
Are you? Are you?
Yeah, he loves it, Tarek. You're
I'm not. It's just funny. It's just funny. I'm not.
Pathetic.
But I think
You're
Notch is
not.
going
I
in the
mean,
right
like-
direction.
Just the way you said it. Just the way you said it was funny. I didn't say it was funny. I just said the way you said it. No, the way you said it
Are
was
you
funny. That's
married?
all.
Are you married?
Oh, thank God I'm single. Yeah.
Yeah, that's your problem. Well, you know what? If you were sitting next to a lady, what the hell? Why would somebody else be saying that about her dead ex-boyfriend?
I don't know
that
the
she
whole
was
story. I
with
have no,
for
yeah.
8 months, less than that, maybe 6, and I broke up with him. Okay, but we were best friends. That's the problem.
Yeah, that's between you and
that's the
Snafu.
problem in
I don't know.
everybody's
the-
minds because, yeah.
Like, I don't
it's so
take-
weird because I protected.
I don't
him.
even
I
watch-
protected James.
It's
And
almost
it's
like
a
as if
lot
that you
more.
want us to watch this video. Like I wasn't even thinking to watch this video at all. You know, because I don't watch that movie.
Well,
So
in
nobody
case
has
you
to
let me
watch
know,
it.
man, thank you. We're gonna move on to the next spot. They're playing partners here. I can't
You
get
might
it.
not be interested in watching the video.
I'm
though.
down. I'm down in
You
the
know?
chat, bro.
All right, fuck that. Yeah, it's like, oh, you're a dumb fucking bitch. You cheat on it. That's what it sounds like. No, but I'll show. Can I show you the truth, yo? Like this is what it is. Here it is. Here it is.
But can you
I
do
just
it in
show
a
you-
way that's not you? I don't want to watch somebody hold their cell phone. If you have a link or something.
But I put on private. There's no
Well,
way I'm going to spread
this is the obstacle we got to overcome.
Make it unlisted and share the link. so we can share the screen if you want us to watch.
I'll just. I'm not. If you don't want to watch it, you don't have to. But
You can
I play it?
you can make it unlisted.
No.
That's not
No
public.
way.
That's unlisted. Okay. Well, I mean,
Okay.
you know what?
This is
Hold on a
it.
second. We'll start it. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you. Here, let me put it on. Here we go. We were right, Steve. Pick up. This is what he. This is his title to his video. That James would be so mad at me. Oh wait, hold on.
You got someone calling you.
This is Sherelle.
Oh.
Always recording everything. Wait.
That's not a good sign, but go ahead.
Oh great, he's going crazy. Let's answer it. I'm just gonna scroll through the scenes and watch. Do this shit. I'm just gonna skip through this part. What the heck? Right here. This is Steve, okay? This is Mr. Stevie. This is Steve. This is Steve
Hi,
from
Steve.
October of 2021. He's upset because why? One that felt it. I want to make sure. All right, here we go. This is the truth. And James is not flipping over in any grave right now. Trust me, he's fucked up. That's the reason why I broke up with him.
I'm not sure what we're looking at here.
I can't watch this anymore.
Wait.
What the hell is going on?
Right here. Heart is broken so hardcore.
Exactly not.
He had a feeling. He was the one that felt it. I want to make sure I'm still recording. I am. Okay, good. He's been with Brenda. He helps her pay the phone, all this stuff. We've been going back and forth because he had told me something about Brenda, that how he's paying her phone bill and all this stuff. So I was like, yo, they might be together. I was like, things aren't adding up. Then again, like I get it now. I said, thanks, babe. That's me. Who is this? And that number. Got it. Brenda's kids. That's not Brenda's kids. Anyway, that's Brenda. He's always hiding her, I guess. Oh, got what? Somebody said. Who is this? Cheryl, who is this? He said, she said, wait for it.
Sherelle, I don't know what the fuck's going on with this or what we're watching.
Wait! This needs to be said on this stream, I'm telling you.
Okay.
Excuse me. And me. Look at now. In my astral projection, Christian
Astral
superpower
projection.
lifestyle. Where I'm with me. Don't lie to me. Like he already knows this, but it's okay. And then Brenda's kids. Excuse me, let me take a drink. I was pissed. I just found out he cheated on me.
I have no idea what we're.
Wait.
Your ex-boyfriend cheated on you?
Hold on, you guys. This is all gonna make sense way later. Trust me. And I want to thank you, Brenda. Okay, that's them in a hot tub together. That's it, right there.
What does this have to do? This has nothing to do with anything.
He lied.
It's just a photo.
Who
I mean,
cheated
like.
on who? I'm just
No.
proving the snap. Who snaps is a liar again.
Oh.
This saying
Well-
James Munder, he'd be flipping over in his grave because I'm such a cheater. And this is not true. He cheated on my ass, and that's the reason why I broke up with him.
Well, I mean, it's not mutually exclusive.
Okay.
You both could have been cheaters.
Brenda's like, who's that? She wants to know. Who cares? Brenda. And this is me. Pathetic. I'm in shock. I was in shock. I'm like, why did you lie about being in Hermosa Beach? I'm posting.
The way you just laughed, love it.
Well, I think that you've cleared your name pretty well. You put Snap who snaps the same.
You're not a cheater.
He'll never bear his face around again. Probably after that.
You're an honest woman.
I'm just saying, like, that was recorded 3 years ago. by the way. He's bringing up a year and a half ago drama. Well, that's when he died.
You
he died a
are.
year and a half ago.
That's what you are doing. You're bringing up drama.
No.
Nobody was listening to his videos. Nobody was watching his video at all. Nobody even cared about it until you brought it up.
Be
here.
nice, dude. Be nice.
It's on private. It's on private. I don't show nobody.
Not anymore.
But he said that I defamed James Munder's name. Nobody has protected James's name besides me. I have done my best. 100%.
You know it's not private anymore.
So,
You did good.
well, it isn't private anymore, and I know that.
Okay.
On me in October, and we broke up, and I was tired of his garbage because he was cheating on me with a 50-year-old woman from Utah.
You should be grateful then. You should be grateful that he cheated on you then.
I'm
right?
totally fine.
Well,
I'm good.
So you cleared your name and you're happy with the results, and then life goes on, right? Wonderful.
Yes, you would think.
now do you have a video of him actually doing the cheating? I think somebody in the chat
It was
asked
in
you
the
that.
video. You'll see it
for a
when you
friend.
watch it. They're in a hot tub together.
But that's not cheating. That's just like swimming.
We want that video. I mean, my friend wants that video.
I mean, we're gonna need to review it just for due diligence. You understand, ma'am? This is just the way things work.
If it gets that thick, we'll do it. No problem. No problem.
All right,
I feel like
Notch.
Hi, Mitch.
we've resolved a lot of things
Notch,
tonight
it's so
on this
nice of
on this.
I want one.
Yeah.
One. I want one
What do you
question for
want?
Notch.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, because I'm on a journey to get better on the internet, dude. How could I have approached Monograph better? I respect your opinion.
Oh God, I don't want to be a part of this. Bye.
Okay, see you. Look, I just think, like, for me, like, you know, first of all, like, this is the first time Monograph, I presume, Flow State, you can back me up on this, to be on your channel, yes? This is the first time?
Yeah.
Monograph.
This is the first, yeah,
Oh,
Notch
shit.
has never been up here before.
Monograph, not me.
Oh yeah. This is the first time Monograph has been up here. I was distracted.
Yeah.
I thought that you were roping me in to go along with a bit for you. No, yeah.
No. Yeah, so Montegraph came and he's trying to clear his name about the PDF accusations and stuff like this. And then from what we already know, because based on like the months or a year worth of interactions with certain people, I'm more newer in the scene. And then we've seen Snafu go around and make claims about people of calling them PDF and Pogo and such and Paul and other people included. So, like, from my perspective, I kind of understood where Montegraph was coming from. Like, I felt like he wanted to just clear his name and such, right? Like, I understand your position. Your position was like, hey, it's just the internet. Are they interrupting your business or something like this? And my thought was that I felt that it was kind of like minimizing the conversation a little bit, like his perspective of like how that was affecting him. I don't disagree with Caucasian Sasquatch, and like, I think most of us are here, like, you know, that they call like the internet, and then, you know, don't put like.
You got bogged down. Your audio's boggy.
I
Your
got
audio's
it though.
boggy.
I got good headset. I got that.
What did he say?
He was talking about how Sasquatch was describing the internet, how you can't feed into it.
Am I audible, or am I coming in?
Yeah,
a
no,
little
you're
bit
back
hot?
now. For a second, you sounded like you were underwater.
Anyways, but you understand my position, right? Like, Jack, is this that, like, you know, if people have serious, like, what they perceive to be serious, right? We have to kind of like hear them out and then consider the possibility. And actually, I think most of us agreed that anybody accusing you or anybody else of being a PDF online, that is a serious accusation that you know we have to address. We have to address it.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I think that everything Monograph said checked out with what I know. Honestly, I don't,
Yeah.
which is not much. I don't know really anything about him or his career or just what I've heard, but I do know that Snaps lays a lot of accusations at everybody who pisses him off, And he does exactly what Monograph said, which is he goes around and tries to intimidate people into agreeing with him about things. And yeah, and nobody, Tarek nor Snaps, came up while he was here for a decent amount of time. So, I mean,
So it's my perspective. They're playing the same game, but Monograph is definitely much more credible.
yeah, like yeah, he absolutely won that argument just by the fact that they wouldn't show up, in my opinion.
Right. And it
Hey,
seemed
Yeah, and-
everything you were saying checked out, like you said. Sorry.
Well, and the thing is, like, I don't know Monograph that well because I don't really interact with him, nor have I really ever spoke with him unless, except for today. You know, I've seen few of his videos, and few of the videos that I have seen of him, he seems fairly credible. I have not seen him go around and accuse people of being PDFs or Pogo like Snafu has, and then like all the people whom Snafu has accused of being a PDF and a Pogo. I have not been in any agreement, and he has not shown any evidence that all these people whom he has accused are of that. So where do I stand? Where do I stand with this information? I have to be more on the side against Snafu, actually, right?
Correct.
Snafu, before I bring you up, remember the talking rules.
How about you do your research first, Nacho Kita? Let's pull up his video. Why
No,
don't you guys
hold on,
watch it?
Snafu, hold on.
No, why don't we watch it and
Just
see how he
because-
feels afterwards?
Just
Why
because
doesn't he send you
somebody
the
comes,
articles of-
you know what? It's been real.
Like, he doesn't understand what I'm saying at all. Like what have I just said? I said that you Snafu have gone around, you accused all of the PDF and Pogo. You have accused or supporting PDF for Pogo. You have accused Tommy. You have accused Flow State of being a Nazi because he didn't. You can't follow some simple rules of conduct. All people are expecting of you is that, hey, let's have a conversation. You're brought up every fucking time. You're allowed to come up, but you always break the rules. That's the problem, right? You can have a position, you can have an opinion about people, but that doesn't necessarily. We all have opinions, that doesn't mean it's fact, right? But again, when you start to go into the side of like PDF and Pogo, those are some serious activities. Those are fighting words.
We're about to play a video of Snafu's. I just saw Venus's comment down there. I didn't realize that he had made more videos about me. I don't know if this is the one that she's referring to. It looks like he's made several videos since I last uploaded, but I'm about to share screen on one of them.
Did you share it?
On his channel?
No, here's
How about
kind
you?
Okay.
Yeah. You have to click so many buttons to get it up. Here we go. Where'd it go? Flow State, the weaponized feminist wants me optics. Oops. There we go. Give me full screen.
You're still the one I run to, the one that I belong to. You're still the one I want.
You see the picture behind me singing?
Just hilarious.
That was good, bro. That made me laugh.
That was pretty funny.
Yeah, you got the picture of the background too. Like, oh man. All right.
That's the only one.
People, go ahead.
Venus, which one more specifically? Because he's got a lot of videos, and that's the only one that I saw with me in the title recently.
That's what I mean. Why is this guy with like 70,000 subs or something like that going after the guy that makes a video like that and worrying about what he says?
Because that guy is making extreme claims about him everywhere constantly. Like, he won't shut the fuck up about him being a PDF. And he goes to
I see your
all
point.
channels. Yeah.
I'm
It's
done.
just
I'm seeing your point.
nonstop.
Everywhere. Everywhere he goes. And that's the thing. Like, oh, he's back. So, like, I just want to say this real quick. Like again, like if you were being accused and you say you don't care, but then if you were experiencing what he's experiencing, you might actually care. You might.
I was
I
thinking
would
about
certainly
that.
care.
I know I'm gonna get a lot of flack for this, and hopefully people will go after me. I think I honestly would say, please bring the receipts. I'm gonna move on with my day, and then the next day continue my business until someone actually has receipts.
Calling Snafu
Like-
and Tarek to the stage.
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
be
Eric.
quiet.
I got the receipts.
The floor is yours. Monograph, that's you. Or
Yeah, that's me.
okay, the floor is yours. If you got something.
Eric, I have the receipts.
Oh, okay. I see what just happened.
We're waiting, sir.
Mr.
You're gonna share a
Peter
link?
Graf, how's the Nick Rakita lawsuit going for you, buddy? And
check
by the
the
way,
docket and find
your
out.
death threats were recorded. Arizona law enforcement has them. You fucking piece of shit, Peter Graf.
What death threat?
Snafu, can you just have a back and forth, please?
Well, no. Let's have a back forth with a criminal fucktard involved with criminal veteran fraud and pedophile optics. Let's talk, Mr.
Snafu, I don't want to. Keep it in
I'm
check,
still
Snap.
waiting for you to sue me, you fucking piece of shit.
Oh, that's not going to be a problem.
Oh yeah, I know. We got your death threats recorded too. I hope you're happy. Arizona has them. Many of them.
I don't make death
We know
threats.
what you're
Where they
about.
at?
We
Where
know.
they
You
at?
know I know what you're about.
Snafu, you're
No,
admitting two
where they
things.
at?
You're admitting you're a cop caller and you're admitting you're
No,
scared.
this
I
guy's
just
a
want that
fucking
on the
criminal
record.
that fucking posts his fantasies
Noted.
of chaining children on walls. Don't.
Excuse me. I'm
No,
sorry to
okay,
say
go
that-
ahead, talk. What you got receipts?
Okay,
'Cause we
shut
got
your
receipts
mouth
too.
for once in your pathetic life. Okay.
Thought-
First of all, you've had the evidence. I've already presented you the evidence. Go look up Vicky Miller. Vicky
I know.
Miller.
Okay,
Go
tell me
look
all
her
you
up.
want.
Why haven't you
What
looked
about
up Vicky
Kiwi
Miller?
Farms and the fucking deep
Because
web forums
you don't.
of
Will you shut
Mr.
up? I thought you were going to shut up.
What about Randy Reeves and your history
You
with
mute this
Randy
dude
Reeves?
anyway. You
I-
ask me a question and then you don't let me talk. That's what you do to everybody. You
And
try to
Monograph, I'm
step
turning your
over
mic up.
everybody's- Whatever they're talking about, you try to scare them into believing you. And then when they call you out of absolute and utter bullshit.
Hey, have you pulled up his cross-dressing and his?
I did in 9 years.
All right.
Call the police. Do something. File a report. Get it on public record, punk. If you're so sure of it, which you're not, go file a formal criminal complaint. Why won't you do it?
Why won't he even let you complete a sentence so that he can respond to it? That's what I want to
He's
know.
a freaking pansy. Why won't he get in the ring with me? I told him I could set
Look,
it up.
I told you.
Go
Hey,
to
hey,
Mitch
everyone, listen to me.
Marquardt And we'll go.
Snafu, you're gonna have to wait your turn to talk.
Freaking
And now it's your
clown.
turn.
Now pay attention, bozo.
Hold on, Snafu. Now
Fuck
it's your
you.
turn.
Hey, notice Bozo is the name on the box of the child chained to the wall. When you were wearing your mask, you had Bozo written on the box of the child chained to the wall. You like using the word Bozo, right? We know what Bozo is in the dark forum for you guys. We know what it means. We know why you say Bozo a lot.
Why haven't you shut your mouth?
Yeah, we know you're subliminal.
Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. If you would watch the end of the productions, you have these things called credits. Have you ever heard of credits? Who did the makeup? Who the actor? Who is the actress? Who provided video footage? Who did the graphics?
Yeah, just put your fantasies of rape, torture, and kidnapping on
production, you moron. Dude, you're making nothing out of nothing. Why haven't you?
I'm not the one freaking out. You're the one acting guilty as fuck, but we know why you're acting guilty as fuck. If it didn't matter, you wouldn't be crying like a little bitch, boy.
Find out that Mr. Timothy Charles Holmseth is a felon. Yes, he is. And he's got 4
So am
warrants
I.
out for his arrest. And there is no freaking task force, you idiot. It doesn't exist. Call the Pentagon. I did. Sure did.
So I can bring Snaps back up on stage, but I don't feel like he's trying to communicate information at all. He's just trying to push people down or to beat people down with insults. Snaps, do you have information to convey?
Sure. Timothy Helmsworth. He's a published fucking whistleblower for the pedophile task force, and he's actually he was a felon because it takes those type of people to know those type of people, especially when they flip people, as you know how agencies work. Why don't you tell everyone how you were the number? What were you? You claim you're anonymous. You were one of the 5 members of Anonymous, right? And all the weird shit you're about. But we do know you're connected.
What the hell are you
We
talking
do know
about?
you're
Learn how to
connected. You're
speak
into that
English.
deep cultish death cult. John Benet Ramsey optics.
What do you? Hold on, Snafu. Do you have receipts
know
for
what I'm
those?
talking about, Mr.
Do you have receipts for that?
I'll yield.
Do you have any receipts at all for the claims that you just made?
Absolutely.
Anonymous?
Absolutely. It's all been that for years. In fact, Nick Rikita.
Just put it.
why don't you guys
I don't need.
Google
No.
Nick Rikita? He's doing a lawsuit with Nick Rikita.
Stop. Just put the receipts for the what were the 2 things? John Benet or the satanic shit, and then whatever the other thing was. Anonymous. Grab some receipts for those. I'm gonna put you backstage for just a
Why don't
second.
you let him tell you? He has no problem publicly telling you who he is and what he's.
Were you a member of Anonymous?
Absolutely. I was one of 12 of the original. I'm the guy that came up with the slogan, "We never forgive and we never forget."
What do you know about John Benet Ramsey?
Nothing. I know that she was killed in the state of Colorado. That's all I know. I know that Mr. Timothy Holmseth came up with a bunch of cockamamie nonsense and falsely accused me and others of doing that, which I never did. He also blamed a pastor out of Colorado by the name of Mr. Enhart. See, he's another weirdo. Like, this is why Matthew and Timothy Holmseth get along so well. Because when you make that douchebag angry, he falsely accused you of garbage you never did in a million years. He also lost a lawsuit that was launched against him and another woman, Randy Erickson, and they lost $500,000 for defamation out of the state of Minnesota.
Wow.
So hey, you guys want to keep running your mouth and falsely accusing of people? Well, guess what? You can be sued.
Are you going to sue me? Are you going to sue me, Monograph?
with you.
Monograph, are you going to sue me next, or who are you going to sue next?
If
I'm
you
talking
falsely
about you.
accuse me of garbage that I didn't do, absolutely yes, I will.
Hey, sue me. I want you to
Tarek,
sue
what
me.
Tarek? Tarek,
You
what do you accuse
falsely
him of?
accuse me of crimes that I never committed. Yes, it's on the table, pal. Ain't afraid of you either, buddy.
All right. Since we're having this conversation, since you're a boxer and full of shit, you said you doxed Paul, right? Why don't you say Paul's last number you doxed him at?
His name
You
is
said you have
Paul
it.
Laporta.
You
You want
said
his
you
number?
have it. Dox the whole number since you have it. You
want
fucking
his
liar.
number so you can call him up
You
to get in bed with him or
fucking
something.
liar.
I don't know,
Dox it
dude. I
right
don't do
now
that.
if you have
I
it.
called him up on a courtesy call. He doesn't have the number anymore.
You called them. We've seen the video.
Yes,
I'm telling you,
I
the
called him.
dox
Yes,
him
I
right
did. And he
now
knows
if
I
you
did.
have it. You
And he was
fucking
crying
full of
about it
shit.
online when I didn't even
You
say
are
anything.
full of shit. Dox him right now. Why don't you?
I just did. His name is Paul Laporta. I
No.
just
We
told you
know
that.
the name, the number.
Hello?
Don't move. The number.
I'm not
We
giving
know
you the
the name.
guy's number. What, do you
Oh,
want this
okay.
guy's
So here we
number? Do
go.
you want this guy's
You
video?
can't
to
stand
flag?
Paul,
I'm not
but
gonna
you
give
can't
his
dox the number
If
that
you
we
want
all
his number,
want.
you
Right?
go get it, Sonny.
No. You said you doxed him. Doxed the
did.
whole number.
I just
Tarek,
told
hold
you
on,
his
hold
name
on.
is Paul Laporta, age 34. Yes, I sure did.
Tarek,
I called him right up.
Tarek, that's what doxing is. It's telling their real name.
No.
do you-
We want. He said
Eric
he has the
Nash up there in the
number.
corner.
He
Do
said
you
he
have
has
his-
the
do you have his-
number.
Do you have his number still?
He said he
I
has
do,
the
but
old
it's not
number.
in front of me. It's somewhere around here.
Yeah. You can't find it. I see.
Tarek, chill. I think it's reasonable. I wouldn't have his number still. How long has it been?
Actually, it's been a couple of months. I do still have it, but I just don't have it on me. I can get it, believe me. I can get the number I originally called. And he did answer.
And
He sure did.
and
We had a little
and
chat.
No, he
you
did
want-
not answer. You're lying.
Were you there, Tariq? Were you there?
I watched the whole video when you
Were
got
you
into
there
it.
when I
He told you to
called him?
call him
Were
on
you
the
there when I
spot,
called him?
and
I
you
called him
didn't
at
call him.
9:30 at night
You
on
said
a
let's
Thursday.
dox like you
Were
always
you
do.
there? You weren't there. Shut your
Okay,
mouth.
so
Go away.
dox the number
Go away.
right
Go away.
now.
I just
Dox
told
the
you his
number
name.
right
I
now.
told you his age.
You're a
You want
bunch
to get
of
his
full
All
of
right,
shit.
all right,
family
all right,
tree?
all right, all right. Let me pause it. Let me pause it.
Crybaby.
Tarek, you've
One second.
also been saying similar things to Snaps, who's backstage still. Snaps, I see you chill. What do you have any evidence or why do you believe what you believe?
I believe. I'm not going to say why. I'm not like Snafu. Snafu has his own people. I'm just saying this person right here is full of shit and is involved in a lot of satanic shit. I said it. Sue me.
Why? Why do you believe that?
I can't tell you why. We'll see soon. We have to be
What the
patient,
fuck
right?
is that?
Since he's, that's not
Provide
up to
the
you or
evidence.
me. Don't
That
worry.
is
Hey,
false. It's
don't
100%
worry.
false.
Don't
Never
worry
happened.
about it, Mr. Monograph, the fucking guy that's doxing.
I mean, I don't think that if you're not going to give some sort of support to your claims, then your claims don't mean shit to me.
Tariq, you know what? Can you bring that dude back up? Here's a good thing, Tariq. When we're done here, I'm going to rip this video, and this is evidence.
Sure.
So keep running that
Yeah.
mouth. Keep running your mouth.
I want you. It's a
Hopefully
simple
this one
question.
will
Hey,
get
Monograph,
good.
let's bring receipts
Keep
up.
running
Let's
that
talk about.
mouth. This is
Wait your
evidence
turn,
that will be used in court against
Flo,
you.
can I bring receipts
Yes.
up?
Yes.
Let's bring
One more time.
receipts up.
Snaps,
Hey, let's
them,
bring
You
receipts up.
won't be laughing
let them
when you
finish
get a
their
knock on the door
conversation.
and a sheer of hands
Let's
that
bring
paper
receipts
and
up,
pull you out.
Monograph. You know I got you,
We'll see.
motherfucker.
We'll see.
You know
All
I
right,
got
pause.
the receipts, motherfucker.
Yeah. Snaps, let's see the receipts. Or are they
Well,
backstage?
let's talk first about the start of it. An active lawsuit
Hold on.
with Nick Rakita because he
Pause.
called you a pedophile,
Fucking
right? But
pause.
then you turned into a whole other.
Will you put I want to see the receipts before I hear any more claims. I've heard everybody's claims. I want to see some receipts.
All right, just look Nick Rakita up, Monograph. Type it in Google. And remember, the judge told you Monograph because of the.
I said before we
Can I
talk
please
about
talk about the
it.
receipts?
I said before we talk about it. Find the
I know,
receipt.
but dude, let me say what I got to say. Let me
Hurry
say
up.
something. Remember, Monograph, the judge said when evidence got through, because you're in an active lawsuit with this whole you're guilty optics because people are calling you out for your optics lately. This active lawsuit, the judge made sure you fucked a honeydew, not a watermelon. Either way, you're fucking shit. You're cross-dressing, doing your satanic
Wrong
shit.
again.
It's
No.
okay, though. It's
No,
okay.
wrong again. Wrong again.
Okay, I'm just
Wrong
removing
again.
them backstage because they're making some wild accusations with no evidence. You guys are welcome to stay backstage. I'll bring you up if you show some evidence. But like, I'm not doing snaps. I'm not searching for things up. I'm not doing your research for you, Tarek. You can't tell us. You can tell us the conclusions, but not anything about how you got there. Get the fuck out of here with that.
Yeah, can I say something?
Yes, please.
Okay, so this is what I understand because like I watched Monograph when he was talking about Paul Enslaved on his own channel, on Montegraph's channel. So Montegraph might have called Paul not on his show, but Montegraph did come to Paul's channel. Montegraph did come to Paul's
That is
channel
true.
and try to talk with him directly. And Paul was holding up his phone and saying, if you have my number, call me directly. So what I'm saying is I don't know 100%, but it is maybe possible that Paul could have changed his number from that time when Montegraph actually called him to the time when Montegraph actually showed up, because that was like weeks in between. That was like almost 2 weeks in between that period. Correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Do you have any intention, or do you want to get the number, Monograph? If you don't,
No,
I don't
I'm not
care.
gonna- I'm not going to give the guy's number. The reason why is if I give you his number, it's going to give you the window to his life. And I don't want to give the window to his life because it's unnecessary. I called him privately. I didn't tell anybody I called him. Nobody knew I called him but him and me. That's it. And
Fair
then
point.
days later, he went on crying to somewhere about that I called him and I bugged him at home about. I was unaware of it. Okay. Apparently, Snafu heard him whining about it somewhere in some live chat somewhere. I wasn't even aware of it. Okay.
I thought he changed his number.
And then he changed his number. He sure did. But if I give you the number he previously had, I'm just trying to tell you the facts. That if you had the number, you could get all the information about this dude. I mean, his entire
Did you
family.
give her the last four? Or if you find it?
It hasn't gone long enough. You know what I mean? For it to drop off. So 6 months from now, yeah, I'll give you a number. Now, what's the issue?
Right.
What is it?
Fair
I
enough.
don't know what it is.
That's
Oh,
respectable.
this is Hank's evidence of Hank, who's down below me, that he's involved with satanic. shit because he's a Satanist or something similar or something.
No, I'm
adjacent?
a Discordian and a Unitarian Universalist. So
Right.
So I have proof of my own satanic shit. So
Which is interesting because nobody goes after him.
Hey, let me say something real quick. I posted, now I'm not going to dig deep because Monograph knows it's all there. The thousands of people he has threatened over the years and the optics with the PDF shit and everything. I did put his active lawsuit. Just go to the playlist. And this is Elsa Clips. You know who that is, Mr. Monty. And we know about your active lawsuit and exactly the PDF optics and what you're involved in and other things. And
I'm not involved with anything. I'm
here's the thing: you did fuck a honeydew, not a watermelon. It's on record.
Wrong
The judge.
again.
It was
Bullshit.
so funny
It's
listening
a
to your
lie.
lawyers
The
have to tell the judge.
Wrong again.
I mean, he's just repeating things.
God,
There's no
why
way.
do you make up
there's-
these stupid claims? You're
and the-
so gullible, bud.
And the
video
and he's saying
is
that
on
Ian Smith
fracture. There's
gasoline.
nothing like that. You're a liar again.
There's no way, and there's the problem is that there's no way to prove you didn't fuck a honeydew, right? So it's one of those things that.
Actually, there's a video on YouTube. It's a parody, but there's none of that going on. Listen, it's not my fault that people are thinking that. That's their fault. It's a joke, okay? I'm not doing anything like that. These
Do you
guys
know
are.
who? Do you know who Alyssa Clips is? Because he dropped a link to her whole YouTube channel.
Well, go ahead. Who cares? She's a clip.
But I mean, I don't know what he's wanting to show me. She's not bad looking. What's he want? Do you know what he's trying to show?
That's an old photo.
Well, I mean, I'm not inclined to just like start playing things at random. She's got a lot of videos.
Well, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can find it for you. That video that.
You know, hey, it is on record. Remember when your attorney had to explain to the judge that?
Hold on.
Just shut up. You don't know what you're talking about again.
Snafu, I brought you up because I was going to ask you what to, but I see your comment back there.
Hold on. I'll get it for you. It's on a Thrasher channel, and it's a joke. It's a parody, you dummy. It's a parody that somebody else made of me. So what are you even going on about? I'm proving you wrong at every corner, and you're looking like an idiot. What a moron.
And like, just for the record, I feel like I don't know how else to facilitate this conversation without backstaging Snafu. So I'm not trying to like give Monograph some sort of advantage. It's just Snafu can't fucking talk. This is the same reason that I backstage him every fucking live stream I do. Every goddamn one.
I think you're doing great getting to.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I dropped in the chat a link to the playlist that Snafu wanted me to watch. I'm not going to fucking watch it right now. It's a playlist with 41 videos in it.
Yeah, who cares? Who cares? Nobody cares.
Yeah. Here's what I say. There is no compelling evidence for anything except that you've pissed off some people.
Oh, I pissed off a lot of people. That is true. I pissed off.
Oh no! Oh no, my God.
But the reason why, hold on a second. In my defense, there, Mr. Flow State. In my defense, all these idiots attacked me first. Now that Sasquatch dude that was in here, he doesn't know the backstory. He can sit there and say, "I know all about trolls, and it's one thing, this troll and that troll," but it's totally different. It's a totally different thing that when somebody says Eric Ash did this. And they put his face to it, see? They say in California, they start putting flyers all over his freaking yard and to his neighbors and call his mother, his father, sister, brother, aunt, uncle, and get into his freaking business and call, his freaking employer and all those employees and then employees' mothers, father, sister. See what I mean? Totally different, buddy. There is this thing called SEO, search engine optimization. There is this thing called websites, videos, YouTube, Google, okay? You can ruin somebody's entire life with a false accusation. Well, you ain't gonna ruin my life because I'm gonna see you in court, and I'm seeing people in court. I sure am. So, hey, do what you want to do. You can sit there and say all day long, "Sue me, sue me." I certainly freaking will, because I've done it before, and I'm gonna keep doing it. You can't believe that you're gonna falsely accuse anyone of a crime and not take responsibility for that. Unless you can back it up, bullshit artists. I ain't gonna tolerate it. Listen, everybody else can say, "Oh, it's just the internet." It's the internet until it happens to you. Suddenly, it's not the internet anymore.
Yeah. There aren't a lot.
You know what I mean, Eric?
It's slander's number 2.
Eric, do you have any other thoughts, or are you just going to double down on your claims with no evidence?
No, I don't have. Okay, what Snafu has against Monograph, that's between him and Snafu, right? I just know this man right here is a sick fucking guy. All I'm saying to you though is, Flow State, you know Paul's old number, right? Ask him to see if he knows it. Let's see if he
I don't know his old number.
Huh?
I don't
Okay,
know his
well,
old number.
let's see if Mr. Monograph, the non-liar, knows his old number.
You already
I do.
said 6 months
I have it
after.
around here
he
somewhere. I
changed-
don't have it rolled up, dude.
No, please find it. Find it. I'm begging you. Find.
It's
Hold
not
on,
your
Tarek.
business. You go get it. They're hot shot.
Here's the thing. That this whole dispute came up because Tarek, you were already making accusations. What evidence do you have for the original accusations besides Snafu?
I'm not Snafu. I'll keep my mouth shut. I'll stay quiet
That's what
until
I'm
the time
trying to
comes.
ask. Do you have any reason to believe what you
You're
believe?
asking me if I have anything. I said.
You just okay. If you can't support your claim, you have no right to make it. What are we just supposed to take you on faith?
Claims without evidence.
There's zero credit to him, right?
Right.
Well, and
Yeah.
also if he does have evidence and he's not ready to show it, he should also reserve his claim until he's ready to show the evidence. Like they should go together.
Yes.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
think
well
that-
pretty much, I demonstrated that they're just bullies because once the information's out, they don't have anything to say. So they're just bullies. They just try to go on the hype. That's all they got.
I think that Tarek
Great.
just is so in love with Paul that he wants the number so that he can send him dick pics in the morning.
That's what you want, Flow
Then-
State. You've
Then
been
let's
asking for
ask
the
him. He'll
number.
probably give it to
You've been asking for it.
I haven't. I've been trying to facilitate this exchange. If I get a dick pic, I'm forwarding it straight over to you.
You want them to have the freedom of being able to send dick pics to each other, right? That, they have that right and the privilege
Look,
to do so.
What can I say? I'm a romantic. If they're meant to be together, if they're twin flames like I think they might be, then I want them to have that experience. But
I got a question
Why
for
don't
Hank,
draft
dude.
everyone out? Period. That's it.
I got a question for Hank.
Go ahead.
So did you refer to yourself as a witch earlier?
Yes,
Why not a wizard?
that too. Sure.
Okay. I'm just curious. I'm just curious. Thank you. He did. Yeah, I was like, huh.
It is
Well-
interesting that nobody gets up Hank's ass about being. Hold on, Snafu, stop trying to give me a seizure. I'll bring you back up in a second. Do you have anything to say to Hank?
I don't know that person.
No, not for you, Snafu. I'll drop you back down the minute you start talking to Monograph. Do you have anything to say to Hank?
No, I want to say it to you actually.
Okay.
Okay, that was just a portion of the years of evidence.
That's a good laugh.
I mean, does he think I'm fucking dumb?
Yes, he does. He thinks I'm fucking dumb too.
He tried.
did
He almost got.
everything.
Yeah, he almost got past you, Flow State. He almost got past you. Your finger slipped. He got a couple words in.
He got about a word.
And he had his finger right on the trigger. Flo had his,
yeah.
like he was just ready for it.
I always have it. When Snafu comes up, I always have. I leave it right there.
See, here's the thing. It is true that I've doxed a lot of people. 460. Well, tonight 461.
Congratulations, Monograph. What's up with that, dude? Like,
Yeah.
dude, I didn't attack you. I just asked questions, and I completely agree from your point of view. For you to do that shows a lot of shade, my friend. And I just want hugs. I just want hugs. I just want hugs for you, Monograph. No. I just want hugs for you. But you can finish. I just want hugs. I have no
Yeah,
hate.
you're gonna get hugs, all right. You gave me permission to do to you what's being done to me, and you said to do it. So I got you on record saying that.
Simple Jack, I think that your question earlier came across as more of a challenge or than maybe you are aware of.
Yeah, it's very strange. You know what I mean? And he actually took
What
it as
about
a
if you
challenge. but-
apologize? What if you just apologize to Montegraph and
Would that help?
and try to rephrase?
Yeah,
I think that might help.
Well, Monograph.
it'll help a lot.
No, All right. Well, Monograph, I appreciate you coming here. Thank you, and I apologize for asking the questions I did earlier. Sincerely, I don't know how to say those words anymore. If there's another word you want to add, I will.
I'm gonna apologize to Monograph just to be safe because I don't know what
That's what I mean. It's almost like it's like a threat, but I sincerely apologize if that's going to help.
Whatever I did to you or didn't do to you or whatever, just to cover my bases.
Monograph, can I leave a list of names backstage for you to get me info on?
Mr. Flow State, here's the thing. Yeah, I've doxed a lot of people, but all of them freaking attack me first. Okay, back in the like responding to Matthew Snafu Craps, that jerkwad, he keeps accusing me of all this. It's all hearsay, dude. These jerkwads tried to set me up back in 2014 and 15. Yes, they did. And police officers, I was docking police officers, state police officers, freaking FBI agents, DHS person. I don't give a shit. You screw around with me, you're going to be doxxed that quick. I'll know who you are, where you live. I'll have your phone number in no time. I don't give a shit. It doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter. And let me ask you a question. Out of all the people I doxed, how come not one of them filed a lawsuit? Not one of them filed a charge? How come I wasn't arrested? How come this? Let me ask you a question. This true story. Ask anybody around the internet. They'll tell you it's
Hold
over
on.
there on Twitter.
Before you start the story,
at a second house on the 16th of March. Still waiting for him to come and get me. And he answered.
Sorry, you were crackling. Your microphone was crackling, so I had to adjust your things. You're good now.
I'm just saying, all I'm just trying to say is, yeah, I've doxed a lot of people. And these assholes, they keep trying to set me up. They're saying, oh, you did this. And they're like, no, I didn't. So then they make up some big old cockamamie nonsense story, make websites and say, oh, you did this and I didn't do it.
Excuse
and I'm
me, sir.
doxing these people left and right. I don't give a flying shit. Here's your all your docs all over the internet. You want to play games? And then they disappear. What happens to them? No responsibility. Nothing happens to them. So what does a guy do when he has no choice? He's got to file a lawsuit. That's the only way these people are going to freaking stop. And then maybe they won't stop. But here's the thing. What happens when a dude takes every avenue possible? He doxes people. He calls them on the phone. He sends them a letter. He sends them to court, take them to court. What happens when everything fails and they keep doing that shit? That's what happens next. Oh, is that a threat? I don't know. Is it? I'm just telling you how life is. When somebody feels like there's no other recourse, what do you think they're gonna do next?
Exactly. I mean, I've been in a position before with Ghost from True Campus Radio. I had a campaign against him, and then he became irrelevant. So I understand.
You won't be laughing when it happens to you. You won't be laughing.
Yeah, so I guess Tarek is giving you a challenge about the fact that if you can dox him, he's willing to be doxed by you, I guess.
I'm more interested in Monograph.
In the library. I'm sorry. It's not that difficult.
Just for the record, I think we've already gotten a demonstration.
Like, I don't know, you guys. Okay, so I'm more interested in Monograph, and other than I don't know. So there's an echo. I don't know where this came from.
I don't know,
but
keep going. I'll play with it.
I'm more interested in Monograph and what's going on this thing between Tarek and Snaps, because we have like a legend on the stream right now. Like, I seriously have no hate towards you. I don't know why you thought I did earlier, but you said you were 1 of 12 anonymous, right?
Yes, I'm the guy that.
That's what I mean, guys. This is an opportunity to ask this guy questions. Do you know anything about aliens? Like, you guys don't understand this opportunity. Like, I really don't understand why I pissed him off, but I'm glad he's here.
No, that's a good question. I hadn't even thought about it because I have no way.
I know, you simple people.
What do you know about aliens? Do you know anything about aliens?
Yeah, like, come on. I gotta go to bed soon, by the way. But yeah.
That was you, Monograph. Do you know anything about aliens?
Aliens?
Yes.
You
a
said
bunch
you're.
of them are coming over.
Oh, that's what I would say too. Yeah, he's right.
What does anonymous and aliens have to do with each other? Like,
Because
are they
if you
related
could hack
somehow?
into anything like government computers, presumably, I assume that was why the question came up.
Yeah, I thought they were kind of everywhere.
okay.
Yeah, they were like intertwined with information that we don't know.
Well,
This-
here,
this is
let me
a legend.
Let me give you a hint on everything. The incarceration of Mr. Brown was absolute bullshit. Let's just put it that way.
Who's Mr. Brown? I don't even know about that.
Dude, how bad is AI right now for us?
It's very bad.
it
AI
seem-
is going to destroy probably human beings as we
Like,
know.
how much of the internet is AI right now?
Is it already AI?
95%.
I would say 60% in my opinion.
That
60?
scares me, dude. That scares me.
Well, here's the thing. Hold on a second. How many people in the room? There's 5 people in this chat log. Mitchell, Simple Jack, Nacho over there, Pole State, and Hank. Okay, now check this out. Right now, the frequencies between your router and your system, whether it be your phone, whether you be on a laptop, whether you be on a desktop, it doesn't matter the apparatus in which you're using. The frequencies are literally scraping your thoughts. I know this sounds hard to believe, but I'm gonna ask you to do a little homework assignment, and you're gonna know I'm gonna be right. What's gonna happen is you're gonna have a private thought, and within literally less than seconds or minutes later, you're gonna see the exact same private thought in your social media, on your Twitter, on your Facebook, on your YouTubes, in news articles, in advertisements. The exact thoughts that you had will show up right in front of you.
That's true.
I've heard that.
I've had that experience.
Yes, you've had
like
it.
what
I
he's
know
saying
you
is
have.
what I'm-
Yeah.
That
I've
is
had-
the AI. That is artificial. See, there's a clash right now going on between, which is called NI and AI. NI is natural intelligence. AI is artificial intelligence. So my theory is, not that I'm right. I'm just one guy. My theory is that the natural intelligence is far more superior than artificial intelligence. The reason why is I figured out a system to trick the algorithms through code and not through key code, because the international language right now is binary, 100001110001, and it has been since around the frickin' late 80s, okay? Binary code is the international language because, let's say Tariq can be in New Hampshire and he could send a text message to me, and then I could send one to, Simple Jack in California, and then he could send one to Snafu in Arizona. You see what I mean? And it's all ones and zeros. However, the same guy could send the same message and forward the message to the Arab Emirates, to the frickin', Lebanon, could send that to Africa, could send it. But guess what? Even though it's different languages, it's under binary code, the computer code. What AI is going to do is it's going to force this thing called the electronic panopticon. So we're going to go from paper money, coin money, into cryptocurrency. If you look up the definition of crypto, it's a secret allegiance to communism. It sure is. Cryptocurrency, it's the blockchain. Before, when we were all young, we saw the ball and chain. The ball and chain. Well, if you wanted to be mobile, you could roll or you could drag that ball and get somewhere. They've made it now through the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers, the blockchain. Now it's more difficult to move because you're going to be within the electronic panopticon. So they're going to get rid of money altogether, paper money, and it's my opinion they're going to use a pathogen to get rid of all currency and say, oh, well, we got Marburg and it's on the money, and because money is a fomite, it transfers disease, and we can't have it, and we're going to have to go to something safer. That's
right.
how
You
they're
can't
gonna-
leave your
that's how
house,
they're
and
gonna
you
get
just
rid
have
of
to. Yeah, you can't leave your house. You have to use all digital.
Yeah, exactly. So
Yeah.
it's gonna be digital. Now they're gonna hook that up to what is called the UBI. That's going to be the Universal Basic Income, and all of these municipalities and all these different countries are on board with this under the United Nations right this second. This is happening now. The European Union is setting this up. This is not a lie. However, there's ways to get around this blockchain. There's ways right now to get around the algorithm, because as Mr. Flow State was saying, oh my God, he's dropping all these words that, you know, if you use these words, then YouTube will kick you out. You have a higher propensity of being, you know, banned or kicked out, or you lose your video because you're saying naughty words. However, you can say code words. That's going to be under NI, because chances are everybody in your room, I can't see your room, but whoever's in your room, your people know you. They know you, buddy. You could give them a code like paper equates to something else. Or, you know, if I say orange, I really mean something else. Or if I say roll up your sleever, what am I talking about? You probably
That was
figured it out.
actually-
If I said woo hand wiggle, you probably know what I said. The algorithm's being tricked, because the algorithm is translating and transcribing every word every 7 seconds on YouTube with a 7-second delay. And as it transcribes, it's transcribing woo hand wiggle. Well, what does that mean? Starts with a C, ends with a D. See what I mean?
Yeah, so Mongraph, you're right, but I'm purposely trying to write my thoughts to the algorithm to get control over the universe, but I need to get to work, so I'm going to excuse myself. Talk to you later.
And later, Hank. And that was
later,
that
Hank.
point about
Here's
like
the thing.
using a
Here's
different
the
word.
thing. Let me show you another thing. Your
Okay.
phone is the most dangerous
Yeah.
thing on your person, because your phone has there's a direct, okay, like with all our computers right now, we have the electronic handshake, right? So technically, I'm in your computer and you're in mine, technically, even
Yes.
though the third source is going to be, you know,
Streambirds.
the video sharing site that you're using. But what I'm saying is, with the frequency, that's what's dangerous. It's a frequency that is emitting from the phone, and most importantly, your router. But I'm telling you, if you wanted to break the frequency, even though all your phones, chances are under what is called the 4LTE. Very few phones are under 5G, because 5G is line of sight. But it's my opinion. Here we go again. It's only my opinion that they've run 5G line of sight, and they've incorporated somehow with the 4LTE. And what's happening is there's a frickin' daisy chain. There's a daisy chain of, let's say this is your coming into your driveway into your neighborhoods. Well, most of the 5G networks is hooked up to the lights or the towers up here. But how they're doing it is there's a router from this house, a router that house, router. All the routers are running either on fiber optic networking or copper. Is that correct? But
That's
it's
what
the
I was gonna say.
frequencies, buddy.
Yeah,
it's a
it's that-
frequency. So what I'm saying is if you want to eliminate all signal coming in and out of your phone, you take tinfoil and you crumple it up, and you wrap your phone like a hot dog and collapse it like this. Have your buddy call you. It ain't gonna ring. They can leave you a message.
Oh, that'd be fun. I want to try
Or the
that.
microwave.
Now,
You
here's
can put a
the
microwave
thing.
and put it in there.
If you got a smartphone, you got to wrap it twice. Now, why this is important is you crumple the tinfoil, you very gently, don't put a hole in, very gently uncrumple it, roll it up, fold it over. Take another one, crumple it up, roll it up like a hot dog. I'll bet you $1,000 it won't ring.
You're
I'll
right.
bet you another 1,000 they can leave a message, and I'll bet you another 1,000 you'll be able to retrieve the message within 10 secons to 20 minutes later.
Flo,
Hey, let me get this question.
Flo, lend me $1,000, bro. I want to bet on this, dude.
Okay,
right now. Call me.
What do you think? What do you think
You'll
about
lose,
this?
believe me.
What do you think about the
Okay.
street lights? Purple street lights. You got any theories?
Yeah, purple. Yeah. Well, there's a patent that was put out back in the day. I wanted to say it was by ABM, but maybe it wasn't. And what it is those lights bring in a sense of calm. It's a way to calm you. They used it in mental hospitals back in the day where they would kind of like paint the walls a pink.
I've heard Japan using
Kind
them.
of like a calm ambience, let's say. It would make you want to like resort back into your house. You know, kind of like apprehensive. That's what I want to say. Because when we've done deep dives on that, we call the manufacturers up and say, what's going on? They're like, oh, well, it was a manufacturing issue. Then why don't you recall them? Why do you keep installing them everywhere? So I
Right.
think they're lying. I think they're full of shit. I think that's
I just
exactly what it is.
posted a link backstage to a video I made with my theory on them. You should check it out sometime. I think it's optogenetics, and I'll put it in actually the main chat too right now.
And they have the 5 you know
The
saying
5G?
in those powers. Yeah, I didn't want to say it, but like, yeah, 5G in those lamps as well. I mean, because
Yes, exactly. They do.
you need to
They do.
create, they have to
Yep.
create like a net, and a lot of them in order to be effective
Well,
with
see,
the
another
microwave
way to
technology.
say that 5 thing is just say 5-7, because the 7th letter of the alphabet is G, right?
It's the
So
G.
that's how you
Yep,
can kind of
yep.
get around it, and you can pull the algorithm. But I'm just saying the NI, believe me, our intelligence is far more superior than any AI. It still is now, even though they're scraping our thoughts. Now, how would be a way to keep them from scraping your thoughts? Well,
Tinfoil
here's the
hat.
thing.
Yeah, right.
Here's the thing. If they can scrape your thoughts, in theory, that means then you could put information into the machine that normally wouldn't be there. Does that make
No,
sense?
yeah.
So you
Tricking
can
the AI,
manipulate.
tricking, yeah.
Yes, you can manipulate the machine, but it would have to be done collectively through a mind jack. Because
There's actually
if you did it on yourself, there might not be enough power, because each one of our cells is like 1.3 watts or something.
no, there was
So
actually a movie that demonstrates that, where this guy
could be
used
done.
mind control and then made the guy think that he was going to stab him, and so he was able to get the knife into him by making him think that you're getting stabbed.
Correct.
So he was
Oh,
able,
the
yeah, it was.
Minority Report.
So yeah, no, yeah,
The Minority
thank you.
Report with Tom Cruise.
Yeah. They arrested
So,
her.
Monograph,
Yeah.
how much time do we have to prepare, do you think, before we go full digital currency? And how, like, because I can't affect that, right? So, how do I prepare, and then do I just start investing into crypto?
Well, here's the thing about crypto. I don't know a whole lot of.
Yeah, I'm horrible
I
with it.
have gotten into the crypto in the last couple of years, and studied it a little bit.
Just go
But
Tesla.
and I, okay. Here's the thing. Well, not that anybody in your crew, maybe there is. You never know who's anyone who is anybody. You never know. But for example, if you know anything about the NFT is kind of like in the crypto sphere. So if you took the picture of this and you took a picture of it and you say, okay, I want to create an NFT. Well, you can do that, but you also have the ability, if you know what you're doing, is you can bring that image into an editor and write in your metadata. So technically, if you're really, we're working on a project, let's say, you could actually cut code in the metadata, and then you could put it on OpenSea or Rarible or one of the sites that hold the NFTs, put it in, but not for sale, and then flatten it on the planetary ledger. Which means the only way for the person to pull the code out would to make you an offer on that NFT for a penny.
Oh, I see what you're
You'd
saying.
sell
Yeah,
it to them for a penny, and they would have national secrets, if you wanted, right there in the code. The only
So
way
it's
to
a
get
way
it
to
out
launder
is for the
information.
purchase. What?
yeah.
It's a way of laundering information, basically.
Pretty much, but secretly and covertly, because if you look at the NFT sphere, it's in the hundreds of billions by now. But I'm positive that we're still smarter than they are. But
Definitely.
they are scraping your thoughts. The reason why this is important, you had a thought and then you saw something immediately. Basically, they have control of your cortex. Do you know how dangerous that's going to be? That means that if they're scraping your very personal thoughts, your most ultimate, like daily thoughts, that means that they could incorporate for you to see, hear, and think anything they wanted to.
I heard some of the recent national accidents have been suggested like that. Like, how did some of these kids acquire $7,000 assault rifles with fully kitted out? You know what I mean? They're like, dude, how did a kid with no job get this kind of equipment to go to do that? So yeah, no, it's scary. I'm glad that you're here, dude. Like, this is a golden opportunity, and I'm really glad you're here. But unfortunately, I actually have to get to bed. Thank you, Flow State. Thank you, guys. Hugs, everybody.
Thanks
It was
for
nice to
coming
meet
up.
you, Monograph, Sarah, everybody, Mitchell, Nachakita. You're awesome. Everybody's awesome. Peace.
All right, later.
Later.
So, Monograph, how are they utilizing the voice to skull technology with the 5.7?
You know what? I've heard that they're doing that, but you know who's to say? I haven't. They're not talking to me yet. I didn't get my meaning.
But it's capable,
but it does
though.
exist. I know it exists.
I know it exists.
It's very dangerous. You hear about people being like gang stalked, not on the internet, but like electronically gang stalked.
Yep.
Where they always have some sort of. But believe it or not, when people say the tinfoil hat, and people make a big joke about that, well, believe it or not, if I thought I was being attacked that way, I would do the same thing. I'd crumple frickin' tinfoil. You can laugh all you want, and I would put it in a damn toboggan, because that would at least cut down on 80% of the signaling. The problem
And
is,
it makes sense that that's why they would make it a joke as well.
yeah, that's right. The problem is your whole body is an antenna, technically, because your whole body is an electric vessel. This is why they're trying to get. If you ever heard of the Lucid Trust, they worship electricity, because I don't know if you've ever heard of spontaneous
weapons
combustion.
for quiet war.
Huh?
Yeah, spontaneous combustion.
Okay, spontaneous combustion is where a human being just lights up in flame. People are like, oh, that's impossible. Well, no, it's not, because if you look at each cell in the human body, equates to, I believe it's like 1.3 watts. I think it is.
Something like that, yeah.
But if you got to look at how many cells do you have in the body? 5 trillion. So now you take 5 trillion and multiply that by 1.3 watts, and what do you get? Yeah, you'd go up like a candle, all right. So that's the thing. So how are you going to? Here's the problem with the whole critical bullshit. They're going to have power, but how are they going to facilitate the power? Well, they're going to facilitate the power through you. That's how they're going to do it. Right now, because, and I'm not knocking you there, Notch, and I'm not knocking you there, Mitchell, or Hank would be a good example, but people with darker skin, they have a higher rate of, in other words, of wearables for electronics. Whereas somebody that is a lighter skin, it's not going to work so good. But if you have tan skin, if you have dark skin, this is going to be perfect. Now, I know this sounds very controversial, or it sounds very like I'm a conspiracy weirdo or nutbag. I'm not. You might think I am, but I'm really not. The thing is, the war on white is a big deal. The war on white is a big deal. The reason why is white skin is not the best when it comes to electronics being hooked up to you.
Meaning that we're not as good at batteries, or we're harder to read, or what?
You're not. Well, it's not that you're not as good as batteries. There is a part of the skin. I'm trying to remember what it's called, but in the future, what they plan on doing is basically transhumanism is a big deal, and it's real. So what I'm trying to say is, all of the people that are coming in the United States, by the millions of people, you'll notice that there's not a bunch of white folks. Now, why would that be?
I have
This
noticed
is only
that.
hold on. This is only speculation. This is conjecture on my part, but I truly believe that basically it's replacement population. And the reason why is because those skin tones will be used for the transformation of transhumanism into the electronic panopticon that will give you your international language, which is binary right now. You'll have a international language, which is binary, but an international language, and then, of course, the international money.
Okay, so question.
Mr. White's not involved.
How do if the language is binary, how do they scrape our non-binary thoughts into binary?
Through the frequency. Because everything, either living or not living, gives off a radiation signature or a frequency signature. Everything. A rock, a plant, a leaf, a tree, everything.
Yeah, I have
And
an
if you
EMF
could-
reader, and it's wild what those things do around routers.
That's right. So microwave too. So Sarah, right there, I'm not picking on you, Sarah. I don't know you, so I'm not picking on you. I'm just saying,
Alright.
if you knew the frequency of Sarah, that means you could control Sarah. You sure
And
could.
they harmonics right there.
You could feed her information. You could whisper to her. You could speak to her. You would have control of her cortex. You could make her see things, make her believe things, make her read things. You could curate her news cycle just to her. Try to imagine how crazy that would be.
It's not
Because
crazy.
you have what is called quantum computers. You have the D waves. And these are computers that are solving 8 billion problems per second. Try to imagine that. So
I
how
call
many
those
people are on the earth? 8 billion. So every second, this machine is figuring out a problem. Who can compete with that? Natural intelligence can still compete. Because what do they have right now? You have Elon Musk is talking about using all these stupid batteries from the cobalt that they're mining in Africa, but you have this thing called the NDB, which stands for the nano diamond battery, or excuse me, the nuclear diamond battery. That's what it stands for. A nuclear diamond battery, a AA battery will last 28,000 years. They're available right now. Look them up. Please do. They're called nuclear diamond batteries. So why the hell are they screwing around with cobalt and lithium? Why are they screwing around with solar panels? Why are they screwing around with all the frickin' fan and the blades with your climate change garbage? Because it's bullshit. It's all bullshit. They're trying to bring the United States, the European Union, and create what is called a feudalistic society. Feudalism. So you're kissing the asses of the kings and the rich and the super rich. You'll have the elites, the rich, and the poor. Nothing in between.
Is the nuclear diamond battery a concept, or have they made them?
They've already made it. Google it right now. Please do.
That's what I'm saying. I'm looking
It's available today, right now. It's not. Basically, what they do is they're building these very teeny tiny nuclear reactors within the battery. So it's literal perpetual power forever. One AA battery will last 28,000 years. So they could make a block battery that would power your whole house, and it would last for, I'm just guessing, 10,000 years. Again, why do they keep whining about all the CO2 and all the bullshit? Why do they keep whining that they gotta, eliminate the agriculture because the cows are farting? No, dude. What they're trying to do is they're trying to bring the entire world into saying, hey, only we can create the food. Only we can do this. And no more small farms, only the conglomerate farms. Only we can create the pork and the beef in the labs. You're not allowed to have a small farm. Amish, we got to get rid of them. Right?
Right.
We're in trouble, dude. We're in deep trouble. I really believe that I think we might be cashless by I'm going to say we'll be cashless by 2025 for sure, or before.
That's the agenda right now. Is they have it set up to go live.
Yeah.
25.
Let me play devil's advocate a bit. What's the likelihood that the agenda is a psyop because everybody's easier to control when they're living in fear?
What is it? What now?
Is it possible that all these agendas and stuff are a psyop to keep everybody living
No.
in fear and anxiety? Why not?
Nope. Because it's real. They've already backed things up. Look at what's happening with the European Union, specifically. I want to say the Kiwis, Australia. Back in Australia, Australia is the country that they're using as the prototype. Because just recently they're saying you can't use cash. You can use cash, but you'll have to pay a higher fee for it, if you will. It's easier just to do this. They're on their 6th roll-up-your-sleever, if you get my meaning from the whole
Right.
bullshit, right?
And I guess I'm not talking specifically about cashless. I do think I was a banker for 10 years, and I do definitely believe that they would like to go cashless.
Well,
But
hold on a second. If you're a banker, you know what happened just today? Today is Sunday.
I was a banker. This was 10 years ago for the 10 years before that.
Do you know what happened today? I'm just letting you know what happened today dealing with banking.
No, I don't.
ISO 20022, and that is it's the whole SWIFT. It's
What about
about dealing with the messaging system. Matter of fact, all the banks involved, there's a ton of them, and it just happened today.
What happened to Swift though? Like everybody's involved in Swift.
Swift is still in place. However, there's theory that XRP / Ripple is going to replace them.
And I believe that is the point. I don't think that they'll use actually XRP though. I think they're getting the infrastructure stood up, and then when they're ready to implement a CBDC, they'll swap out XRP for something that's centrally owned and held. I don't think they're going to give up the keys to just XRP holders.
No, I'll agree with they will do that ultimately, but I think they'll use XRP because XRP already has an international stamp right now. They're the biggest one. Bitcoin
Do you think that they would let that much power and wealth go to actual holders, random ass holders of XRP? You and me? I don't actually hold any more XRP. I sold all my crypto, but
I'm just saying they would be in like cahoots with them. I mean, look what happened in 1913 when they signed our country away over there at Jekyll Island. They made a deal, and
that's exactly
those
my
five
point.
families, they're still making money today. So yeah, I could see how they would.
You've got a fight. Thank you, Hank, for the super chat. And there's a question for Monograph. What is your opinion on the work of Stephen Wolfram, Louis Rossman, and Richard Stallman? I've never heard any of them.
I don't know him. Don't know him.
Yep. All right, there you have. That was a quick super chat. Thank you, Hank, for the super chat.
Yeah. Hey, thanks for the $5. Don't know who they are. Have not a clue. I'm not a hacker, by the way. Just want to let you know. I'm not. Sure ain't.
So I have direct experience with this MK Ultra stuff, and I've been trying to fully understand it from a scientific framework because I don't understand the science nor the technology, but you seem to have a lot more knowledge. Do you think you could go into more depth on that?
Who?
On MK Ultra, the harmonics. You briefly mentioned it about them being able to tap into your particular frequency to make you do, think, see, feel, whatever.
Yeah, I think it's possible.
I know it's possible.
No, I know they're doing it. I mean, if they're scraping your thoughts, man, that's creepy, isn't it?
I was just curious if you understand more technical aspects of it, because I can only explain it from my experience, but I don't actually know how they're doing it. Like what?
Well, like your let's see, like the 5G phone, it's all about the frequency. How they're doing, exactly how they're doing it. It's going to be the radio frequencies. I know that. Exactly who's doing it or how they're doing it or how they're able to facilitate the honing in on just you, or why
I'm not
do it to just you.
My partner's getting hit with MK.
Your
and
partner?
I know every time he gets hit. So I'm doing like,
just out of curiosity, not to put his shit out on the line, but is he in any like a sensitive
military.
position?
He's in military.
He's in the
His
military, but is he in a sensitive position?
Yes.
Huh?
Yes.
Oh, he is?
Yes.
Yikes.
Whoa, you saw that timing right when I pinned that message? That was fucking weird.
That's
weird as shit.
I don't know. Well, when you're talking about that, has he sought help on this situation?
No. I am helping. It's all through spiritual warfare.
Well, you know what? He could contact the DNI, which is the Director of National Intelligence. That's what I would do. If he's in the military, that's what I would do. What has he got to lose?
I think anything related to the government isn't going to help him. I think they're all infiltrated and corrupt. And they're all using MK on all of those fucking people. So I don't know how going to another government agency is going to help him.
Well, I don't know how. Well, is he still in the military?
Yes.
And he's not due to get out for how long? Do you know?
A year and a half is when he can finally retire.
Wait,
If they
retire?
if they let him out.
Is that right?
Yeah.
What do you mean if they let him out?
They don't have to let you go.
Well, that's true. You're always property. Technically, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what he would do, to be quite honest. There's well, that's a hard one. That's a hard one. The probably best thing that you probably would do if you're going to go to the private sector is probably consult a healer or something.
Well, that's me. I do spiritual warfare for him.
Right, that's what I'm talking about.
That's all
actually,
I can,
huh?
That's all I can do for him right now. Is I literally clear and protect him constantly. Every day he gets hit with MK and voodoo.
He gets hit with who? MK what?
And voodoo.
Voodoo?
Yes.
What do you mean voodoo?
I mean witchcraft.
Well, wait a minute. Hold on a second. A lot of the witchcraft stuff, does he believe that he's getting hit by that stuff?
I know he's getting hit by that stuff.
Well, I understand, but what I'm saying is a lot of voodoo, if you've looked into it, a lot of voodoo is, I'm not saying he's psychosomatic, don't get me wrong, but it's in that direction, because if you believe in the voodoo, it'll have a far more reaching effect than if you're just like, eh. Do you agree with that?
No, because I didn't believe in voodoo at all, and I got hit by it.
Okay.
I
You
would
don't
say
believe in it, then how do you know you got hit by it? It doesn't even make sense.
I didn't know what it was for a long time. Believe me, you know when you get hit. When you're
Okay, and when you got hit, what happened to
you
you?
know you're getting hit by something, and then you have to figure it out.
When you got hit by it, what happened to you?
Well, for me, I don't know what it's like for him, but for me, it was like I was being stabbed in my back, like literally, like I would wake up screaming from being stabbed in my sleep.
Now, were you asleep or were you awake?
I was asleep. Well, in this instance, I was asleep.
Huh. Well, if you're in the healing arts and all that stuff, have you decided to consult somebody else?
I learned from somebody else.
I understand, but my opinion is the best way to maybe help facilitate change would to go outside of yourself and go to someone else.
For what exactly are you referring to?
Well, you're saying that he's being hit with the frequency. If you're of that type of work where you're dealing with frequencies and you're dealing with meditation and those sorts of things, I would say you go outside of yourself and get somebody with a little bit more experience maybe in that area.
That's
To help the
initially
situation.
what I did.
Huh?
That's initially what I did. I sought help because I had no fucking clue how to do this stuff. I went out and found somebody who did know how to do it. She took care of it, handled it, and then taught me how to do it for myself because I literally could feel him get hit all the time. So I had to
Second opinion?
just
No, I'm serious. Like, I mean, maybe you should talk to somebody else.
working with a group of people. She was just the main one. But we don't have to keep talking about this. Apparently.
Well, I don't really know what to tell you because I don't really know.
Okay.
I know that they get you to the frequency, but here's the thing. Even if you killed your own router, it's not going to do you any good. Because especially if you live in a condo, a townhome, or an apartment, you're about done. Because in every direction around you, within 100 feet or less, is another router. You see how we got ourselves in this big old pickle?
Mm-hmm.
That is generally speaking ways to prevent it, but you do have to take steps to do this, consciously.
Well,
I'm no longer getting hit. It is him getting hit. And when he's controlled by MK, they own him.
Well, the government owns him anyways. He signed into that contract.
Yeah, but he didn't sign up for MK Ultra. He
Sure,
signed
he
up for the war.
Well, nobody signs up for MK Ultra. I mean, that is something that just gets thrown onto you. Like you're in a unique situation, Sarah. So you need to. I mean, like I believe you. I mean, you know me. Like I believe the MK Ultra stuff. I believe the black magic stuff. Right, but you need somebody who is an expert in those fields.
Yeah,
because
these are
I'm not
buzzwords.
entirely.
You need somebody who can down to the
Experts are, and I will talk to them, but I don't know how to contact them. Most of them. Sorry, Mitch. Go ahead.
No, you're good. You're good. I just there are solutions. I'm saying it's just you got to be rational, not.
Now, what about making your own stamps? I've heard that you can make your own stamps. Do you know anything about that?
No, I'm just saying these are common buzzwords, that you're hearing on the internet and stuff, and so I just think that you really need to get with somebody who can specifically dig into the details of what's going on, and then you can come up with some sort of
Someone's feeding back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's probably Neil.
I love how when Montegraph discusses this technically through science with frequencies, everyone believes him. But when I start using spiritual words to explain what he's talking about, because I don't have the technical scientific language, people think I'm full of shit. That's what's funny. Like people want me to be in a straitjacket now. I'm
No,
same thing.
I don't know about that.
Bitch.
I don't see that. I don't see it that way myself.
I don't either.
And why do you care? Like, why do you care what people think? Like, if they're not like in understanding of what we're talking about.
I just think it's funny that they aren't going to call Montegraph. No, they're not calling him insane. They're actually saying it's very logical and explaining it quite well. They're not wanting him to be in a straitjacket for believing in MK and the abilities of sending frequencies into a particular person. Flo, you're muted.
Oh yeah, no. I've noticed that too, and I'm wondering if they're scared of Montegraph doxing them, or if it's just because they think women are easier to push off the hill. I don't know. I'm just curious. Just observing.
Hey, here's the thing there, Mitchell. I don't dox people unless they provoke me or attack me. I don't dox anybody. I don't go out and start trouble with nobody. No, I don't.
Did Fauci provoke you?
I didn't dox him. I called him up and asked him questions. He provoked the entire country. He sure did.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I agree with that.
I think this MK Ultra stuff is a very delicate situation. Like, at least from the limited amount of research that I've done, from what I've read, and actually people whom I have spoken to, very small percentage of them who have been basically lifelong MK Ultra were able to escape it. Because it's like programming within programming within programming type of situation going on. They have handlers. We talked about this already, though, Sarah.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, he has a load of handlers. They're all around him. They surround him.
Basically, the whole of society is unethical human purification, and it's not new. It's been going on for thousands of years. Basically, it's you gotta recognize that if he's having specific, you gotta deal with them specifically, and I hope that makes sense. A better way to say it.
You're going in and out, so I can't hear half of what you're saying.
Yeah, your audio is kind of bad. Like you sound clear for a second, but yeah, it's not great. I still think though that there's definitely a good possibility that all of it is a huge gaslight.
What do you mean?
You could convince, if you convince people that they can scrape your thoughts and plant thoughts, guess what? You've just gaslit everybody about everything.
Okay, so like
then you just add some fuel to the fire with Mandela effect, right? Mandela effect's all big right now. What's that?
Oh my God.
Yes, sir.
All right. I don't want to get into this discussion about the Mandela effect, but
it all fits together in the same sort of psyop. I sort of think
it's not like it's new.
It's a big gaslighting operation, basically. It's like a psyop. There may be some legitimacy to it, but there's some feedback. It can't be me. I'm not sure who it is. I yield.
I think. Hold on. I think the echo is Monograph.
I think it is.
tinkered with this.
That's not me, I don't think.
No, I just fixed it. It was. I took off your echo cancellation because you were popping earlier,
I'm
but
gonna
I put
mute
it
you.
back
I'm
on.
gonna-
It
it's me.
I think because I was yelling or something, so I apologize.
Oh no, you're good. All right, Tommy, I'll bring you on stage, but remember to be, not like Snafu.
Right. Why would I be like Snafu when that's me and Monty's alleged alliance? Is I found Monty through Snafu opposition, and you jackasses still have the nerve to come at us like that makes us PDF. And I just wanted to show up to ask him why he's wasting his time with the likes of y'all.
why are you wasting your time?
Yeah, I don't know why I let him up. Anyways, I've been banned from his channel for since he started using it. There's a question in the chat. Monograph, what do you think about Jesus?
I'm agnostic.
Same. There you go. Rocky, if God wanted us to know about him, he would definitely have a way of making that happen. But he's going to say he did. It's called the Bible. Nuclear bombs. That's
So Monty,
guy.
if I may ask a question.
Yeah, go for it, Peniel, and welcome.
Who's that?
That's Peniel
Do I have a
PP
delay
over on the side.
or fucking feedback?
Oh,
or-
yeah, go ahead, sir.
Yeah. Do I have feedback or I'm good?
No, you're fine. You're just on a delay. You're lagging.
Do I have a delay? Well, what the fuck's going on here?
I think that's just the nature of Pineal. He's always.
I'm
on the
I
delay.
hear him
So it's
fine.
probably my internet. Shitty internet.
Turn your graphics off and just
Okay,
have
you
a
hear me fine. That's
regular
all I need to know.
icon.
That's good. So so just have a regular. That's all I heard is so just have a regular. So just have a regular. All right, regular. So how many years ago were you involved with Anon, and how many years were you with them? If I can ask that.
2003, 2004.
If you don't want to answer, then I mean that's okay.
Peniel,
He's answering.
I gotta drop you. Your delay is way too bad.
What was the answer, Monograph?
2003, 2004.
And I had a question, but I lost. Oh yeah. So I have a kind of a personal theory that nuclear. Well, I guess it's not just me, but that nukes were just energy control, so that people would stay on petro. Any thoughts to that?
Are you talking about nuclear power plants?
I'm talking about the bombs, right? If you know that nuclear energy can last basically indefinitely, but you want people to still be controlled through the petrodollar and fossil fuels, then you make refined whatever it is illegal internationally by pretending like it's super dangerous.
Oh, you're talking about the people that are trying to get rid of oil? It's all bullshit, dude. It's a scam. It's all a fraud. The whole thing is I don't want to get your channel deleted or banned, so I got to be careful what I say.
Sure.
Because Uncle Algo is always listening and transcribing. But the whole thing dealing with the climb, yeah, that one of the at John Kerry and his old band of boogeymen.
Oh, right. Yep.
Yeah. It's all bullshit. It's the biggest bullshit of all time.
It's
It's
transparent.
funny how one volcano emits more of what they're talking about than every single person on the planet for an entire year in one freaking eruption. And there's
If you
19
wanted to
of them
do
off right
something,
now, just to let you know.
if you want to do something about the environment, you would be figuring out how to convert all the plastic trash into fuel. Kills two birds with one stone.
Well, they already did that. There's also an enzyme that
But they're
eats
not
soil.
doing it, are they? Right? Like you can do it. It's easy to do, but they are not doing it.
They are not doing it correctly. Not in mass. Same thing with the tires. Look at how many tires go into the tire graveyard every year, and then they just sit there. But some companies are, crunching them up, mixing it with concrete or asphalt, and they're making roads and they're doing their part or whatever you want to call it. But all this nonsense about that, we got to get rid of the farms and we got to get rid of cow farts and we got to make all the meats in the labs. No, you got to get off of natural gas. You got to get off of oil. The reason why they want you off of oil, here we go again. It's all about the electronic panopticon. They know damn good and well that if everybody switched from oil or gasoline cars, they went to the electric vehicles, we don't have the infrastructure to sustain for everybody to drive. Now you got a bigger problem. Those cars, those vehicles weigh 2 to 3 times more than the cars that you have now. So now all the parking garages, you got to redo them because they're not going to hold the weight. Here's another problem. Those things catch on fire all the time. And they're hotter than the surface of the sun. When the lithium, batteries catch a blaze, they'll burn right through glass. Underwater, it doesn't matter. So now you have a bigger problem. Again, they want you to be on this this world where you have the elite, the rich, and the poor. That's where they want you to be. How are they going to get you there? They're going to get you there that you got to do your part to save the planet. So you got to get rid of natural gas, right? You got to go with this solar bullshit, these little fans. You got to go ahead and get rid of your car, do your part. It'll be all worked into the social credit score, the universal basic income, the freaking blockchain. You might as well be a slave because that's what you're going to be. It's all bullshit.
I mean, it is bullshit. I guess I don't even know that you have to go that deep with this strategy. I look at it all as economic warfare.
Well, have you heard of the 2063 plan? The 2063 agenda is they're going to make Africa a superpower. So if you think that all the oil and the gas isn't going to be sold anymore, wrong. It's what's going to happen is Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, Jordan, frickin' Iraq and Iran and Syria and Lebanon, all these Venezuela, they're going to be selling their oil to Africa, right there with Europe and right there with Australia and the Five Eyes nations and the United States. They're going to move all of their sales into China and into Africa. That's what's going on. Do you see Saudi Arabia raising hell that they're not going to be selling oil to the United States? No.
No, I didn't see that.
Because they're selling it to Africa. Africa is going to be the next superpower. And who is infiltrating like crazy into Africa? China.
I don't know that Africa has the topography for that. Africa is basically, aside from the Nile River, it's like one big sort of plateau. There's not really any good waterways. There's a geographical disadvantage there.
You know what? That's just not the case because hold on a second. There's this leader back there called Muammar Gaddafi who's in charge of Libya, and he had built one of the largest pipelines of water pipelines. That's why the United States went in there and bombed him. And he was building that pipeline to feed all of Africa. He sure was. The Libyan government was not under the central banking at all. And you being in banking would know that they certainly were not. And that's why they went in there and killed that dude, because he was using what is called, let's see, there's water. It's called, anyway, you can harvest water. I think it's called, it starts with a P, I think. But anyway, you can harvest water from the earth everywhere. And you can get like tens of thousands of gallons. Primary water, that's what it's called. Primary water can be extracted from the earth on a very regular basis. And you can, fresh water. I mean, it's great. So that's not necessarily true. They can do that everywhere in the world. Not to mention the machines that they bring in that suck the moisture out of the air and give you 6,000, gallons of water right there on the spot. Right? So water is not an issue. You know what I'm saying?
I do know what you're saying.
Have no problem. I love that hat. That's going to protect you from everything.
He's got the Raiden look and the foil look. He's
got my blue blockers on. I'm all safe and convenient. I don't know what you guys are doing. You're all being thought scraped right now. I'm the only one that's got a unique thought here.
Who is this dick?
Figured I'd bring myself to the table here.
Can you shoot lightning? Can you shoot the lightning out of your fingertips too?
I'm working on it.
Oh damn! Did you see that? That was crazy.
Hot shit, but I'm not that hot.
So funny.
Hey, Flow State.
Yes, sir.
I only stepped in for a hot second, share some thoughts and experience with you real quick.
Okay.
All right. So it's like maybe 2009, 2010, somewhere in there, the Michio Kaku cat, he was talking about the fusion energy, right? And then in 2015, I seen a commercial talking about the nano as a delivery system to heal things from within, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if graph is an electric conductor and they just put a magnet on the sun stimulator, just a thought. Have a good one.
Thank you. I don't know if I followed that.
I didn't really understand.
Monograph, did you follow
that? Sort of. Kind of.
Yeah. A little bit.
I don't put a lot of credibility on Michio Kaku, to be honest. He's one of those
Me neither.
like frontline, like on the TV, so-called scientist type of guy, but that's just me.
So what do you think they're doing with, and maybe it's public information, I don't know, but the last handful of years, one of both Berkshire Hathaway and Bill Gates personally, they've invested a lot in like WM and other waste management companies. What's going on with that? Do you have any thoughts?
Yes, me or asking everybody?
It's open to everybody. But you're the one you seem to have more thought or more. You seem to have knowledge of this stuff, and yeah. But anybody's welcome to answer.
I'll let Mitchell take that one.
I'm good. I pass.
Didn't have to kill the lights, did? What's going on?
Yeah.
Well, they're definitely automating everything, right? And they got these technology trucks now that apparently they can't take more than what's in the can. So they're cramping down on that, making sure that you only throw away the allotted amount every month. And seems like it's all been monopolized. It's all just kind of fallen into that whole synchronization of technology with, dealing with everything humans deal with. But I'm sure they're going and can't do with our life according to our trash.
Well, if they're into waste management, that sounds like they're all about maybe recycling. I'm just guessing, because think about how many people actually go through the painstaking process of separating their aluminum and their glass and their paper and then their garbage.
Exactly.
I don't know if they have it in your municipality, but geez, it's like, really? And then they charge you to do that. Man, it cracks me up.
I heard they sent a lot of it to China to have it processed and then bring it back here. So it's like just it's a big racket.
I love that freaking hat, dude. You can sell that son of a bitch on eBay. I'm telling you.
I think it would, when you said it, because I'm not opposed to your concept, I think it does make sense. And like you said, Flo, it's everything they demonize probably has an element of truth to it. You should probably look at it. But just the fact that it's a good canopy and covers, and if you needed to, you could kind of bend it down if you had a little more foil, if you're trying to get further protection or whatever.
Well, if you need to go incognito, you put it in a freaking a beanie. You crumple it up, so that way nobody can see that you're wearing the damn thing. But it's only going to
I have one of those. It's a silver lined beanie because they make those Wi-Fi fabric beanies and hats and shit. I got one of those.
They do. And so it's a thing. I mean, they're actually selling merchandise to keep that from happening for real. Like a lot of people don't know it, but when you go to the mall or the store, never have your wallet, never have your freaking credit card in your wallet. Are you kidding me? A dude can walk right behind you, swipe all your goods. And they normally do. So
I did not know that.
A lot of people don't
Again,
know
you could wrap it in foil, right? And it would.
Although that makes a ton of sense because you can tap now too.
You could.
Yeah.
You could. Matter of fact, the old days when these people say, I can't get on my phone, I forgot my number or whatever. The older phones, all you had to do is, those magnets from a speaker? You pull one of those off and just go like this around the phone, get right in just that quick.
Yeah, like I mentioned, I've got that EMF reader, and I done the aluminum foil test. It does work. The aluminum foil, blocks out the signal from a cell phone. 5G towers didn't set it off any more than not around a 5G tower, which was interesting to me.
What do you mean?
I turned it on. It's about the size of my cell phone. I don't have it here by me, but you switch it on.
Oh yeah, that's
right.
What you're talking about.
Yeah. And I went up and stood right under a cell phone tower, and it didn't light up any more than it does in any metro area. It's always going to be chirping away in any metro. But
wait a minute. I know how you can change that if you'd like. Bring your cell phone with you and have it right next to the cell phone. Watch what happens next.
Oh, right. Well, the cell phone will light it up for sure anywhere. The cell phone always lights it up. Cell phones light it up, and the only thing that's more than a cell phone is a wireless router.
Well, the only thing about the 5.7 that I'm not really concerned about it because it's line of sight. And as long as you're not in line of sight of it, then you're probably going to be okay. But the problem is a lot of different states are putting them like that fella had said that they're doing the jacket said that they're doing the putting it in the lights every 200 feet or 600 feet or whatever the hell it is. And that's just dangerous, man. That's just dangerous because they, high frequency. And a lot of these phones, now you got to remember at 60 gigahertz, that's where it changes the physical molecular structure of water. And seeing that we're all made up of water, yeah, that's a problem. And if you look at the frequency in accordance to the color spectrum, you'll see in line, and they'll have a graph that'll show you, okay, an AM radio, how much frequency that gives off. And then you got a microwave, how much frequency that is. And then maybe a strobe light, and then maybe an X-ray machine, and then this and that and that. It's the way that the signal is going about, or the repeat. But once you start getting into the magentas or the violets or that sort of thing, the frequency is so fast, it's going through you so quickly, you can't even. I don't even want to go there, man. You're just not gonna.
Yeah,
I do.
and the purple light waves can hold more data. Your Blu-ray, your Bluetooth. Yeah. Sarah, did you have something?
Oh, I just wanted him to keep going. Don't hold info. Keep going. Give it all. Feed it.
Why are you laughing?
So we're mid process
Go
of being
public.
cyborg, you know, this transhumanism agenda. What does natural intelligence look like in the days ahead? Is there a remnant? Does the AI decide to salvage, almost like as preserving the species, and in its altruistic nature determines to create some like protected aspect of humanity, or is that our only hope, is that AI would want to do something to circumvent what's happening?
You know what, Dick? I hate to say this, but in my opinion, it's going to be might is right, just like humans have been. Oh, look, it's a frog. Let's cut it open and see what's inside. Oh, we know we know what's inside. Okay, well, who wants to have frog legs for dinner? AI is going to know, especially right now under machine learning. One machine is learning from the other machine. It goes through some sort of dichotomy of learning. And then the next thing you know, you got some creature that you built. I mean, you built down here, and then it matured into some uncontrollable, who knows what, that is going to be the leader of the pack. Humans, what do we need them for?
Right. So it'll always be one step ahead of you, or multiple steps ahead of you.
Agreed. But it is, but it's not.
Yeah, because you're saying natural intelligence is still superior.
I think
and
so.
I think so as well. I think that it
yes
wants to take the part of us that is superior and gain our consent to circumvent that and actually drive the ship, so to speak, of our free will, our God essence, or whatever you want to characterize it as, that gives us the ability to manifest with our intentions here and shape and carve this realm. It wants to take that collectively and harness that for a socialist agenda, a communist agenda.
Yes, I'll agree. Yep, I'll agree with that. Yep, absolutely. Like when you saw the movie with Arnold Schwarzenegger in it, what was that? Where he was basically on Mars, and you know everybody was slaves, and I mean that's exactly what that was.
Total Recall.
In that area, huh?
Total Recall,
right?
Yep.
So here's the thing about that. They can call it Total Recall, but you might as well have called it Total Reset. I mean, in the equivalence, because that's what they're saying essentially, is that some computer virus is going to come along and it's going to, you know, it's going to take down your nuclear power plants, and it's going to take down your electricity, and then you're just going to have an absolute free for all. Well, here's the thing. I don't necessarily agree with that's going to be the way they're going to do it. I think what they're going to do is they're going to eliminate people by race, because right now in the lab, they've already created pathogens that are race specific. So if you don't want Whitey around, well, guess what? Oops, we spilled something in the lab. Just got loose. Hey, but don't worry. If you ain't Whitey, you ain't got nothing to worry about.
Well, isn't it great to be white today then? So I guess I get a pass on this one. I finally get to use my white privilege card. I've been waiting for an opportunity to put that thing down.
Yeah, exactly. Well, here, if you look in the for the electronics, I'm trying to remember the name of. I want to say it starts with an F, but there's something about the skin, the pigment of the skin. The darker the pigment, the more applicable the electronic transfer. It's pretty crazy. So this is why the influx in all of Europe are coming from the African nations and the Middle East. They're not coming in from Ireland or Scotland. No, they're not. So try to imagine why. These are replacement populations. Aren't you happy?
I mean, I see that going on. I don't know. I don't know much about the tech stuff, but all these things I can explain through social engineering and psyops, basically, which I think has been something that's been weaponized throughout all of human history, as far as we know. Of course, if you told me, if you told me when I was a little kid that we'd be communicating like this, just super easy and cheap and free, basically, I'd have also been like, what? But who knows?
I mean, it's a sensitive Amish route. The people that just get off the internet altogether, or they vow a life of limited access to the technology. You're saying for them it's just inevitable certainty. Militarized state's going to come in, separate them, pull them off the FEMA camps, and so you're almost better to be a lone wolf, I guess, in the days ahead, huh?
Well, I know it's hard to I know it's hard to believe that natural intelligence can compete with artificial, but we still can for now.
Yeah, see, that's my idea. Is collectively we hold the greater power because we have the conscious, the intention, the manifestation capability. Right. So as we start, why don't we just redesign technology to be altruistic instead of nefarious?
If we're training it on the internet, it's getting an example of humanity that's not a great one.
Says you. I think it's getting a great one with me right now.
I mean, if you wanted to learn how to give facials and talk shit, sure.
No, but really, I mean, if that's the case, is that it's augmentable and it's programmable, just like you are as a being. So then it's a reflection of us collectively and individually. It's almost like anything else you'd experience, a company or any effort collectively you'd go about pursuing. You're a cog on the wheel or a link in the chain, and you do your part. That's all you can do.
Love the hat, Dick.
Thanks, bud. Cheers. What do you think about all this?
I wasn't listening. I just was on another panel. Just popped on here, so I'm not sure what's going on.
You cheated on me.
It was a little bit weird. Before it was just kind of loopy, but I heard it.
You're halfway through a cyborg experiment. You're about 30% robot right now. How does it feel?
Well, I got two titanium hips. I've got a titanium bar. In my left, tib fib, through the center of my bone. So I'm actually getting there.
Stand a little closer to your Wi-Fi router, if you would.
I'll get a good signal. Peniel, you can come back up and ask another question if you want. Your delay was so fucking bad. Probably if you weren't trying to restream this on your own live stream while holding up like graphics for your profile or blue screen backgrounds, probably if you weren't carrying so much shit at once, your internet would be a little less laggy.
So, 20-year-old computer.
Yeah, I have a comment or question. So, I mean, I think most of us see that things are kind of flaring up, especially in the Middle East. And, there are so-called immigrants that are kind of being, moved around all of Europe. They're not coming from Western countries to second and third world countries. They're second and third world country people moving into the Western first world countries, right? So, to me, this is all part of the agenda that they're trying to impose. Part of me, I do believe that the Albert Pike's, the Morals and Dogma and his vision of World War I and World War II, and now the idea of World War III between the the Muslims and the Jews, right? And then America's also involved with that, is unfolding as we speak. How much do you think of all this is like biblical, Montegraph, and how much of it is like kind of like programmed into us, and also is part of their agenda to create, what we know as the one world order?
God, I don't know. That's a deep question, dude. we're already in the one world order, buddy.
Hey, let me hit this super chat. I missed it earlier. Illumitami is unblocked. Actually, I said I was going to block him, and then, or wait, did I block him? I don't know. I'll double check. He might be blocked now that I say that. Fine, I'll unblock him for a minute, but he's not coming up on panel.
Hello.
What's up, Lindsay?
I'm just joining.
Hey,
to join.
Lindsay.
Hello.
Hey.
Yeah, just continue. I liked the topic of.
We're all
Hamas
asking
and
Monograph
Israel.
all sorts of like far-fetched questions about the new world.
No, well, this
I
is
just wanted to know-
not far-fetched.
Well,
It's
that's
not
the wrong
far-fetched.
phrase, but yeah, we're just extracting information from him, or opinions. But I want to know, Monograph, do you smoke pot?
No.
Me neither. I don't like it. That's two of us.
But I do drink.
I don't even really do that much anymore either. Although I did have a beer
We
yesterday.
make
I
up
guess.
for it, so.
I'm gonna go with
We've been
Jason's.
under our liquid weather once or twice, if you get my meaning.
Oh, I get it.
So on the other channel we were just at, they just played a video about they just confirmed that it was the IDF who attacked Israel, like not even Hamas. They were just playing someone coming from the inside, so it's not being obviously media-wise exposed. But if this stuff starts to come out, a lot of things are going to crumble over there.
The IDF, the Israeli Defense something.
Yeah, there's the ones they said that they're
Yeah, hey,
actually reported there that they're.
Here's the thing about that is widely understood internationally, what you're saying. So it's not like it's just coming out. That was widely understood on the 7th. The press, the CNN, Reuters, Fox News, who else was in there? Maybe somebody from the Washington Post, New York Times, one of them. They were embedded with those folks that took a whole bunch of people out, but not to lunch. So, in other words, they had foreknowledge. And how would they have foreknowledge? So, see what I mean? There's a lot of information already coming out about that. But I'm not going to
Everything is a conspiracy.
say the specifics because they will take this video down if you keep rambling on about it. I'm just letting you know.
Well, I mean, it's one of the largest militaries and one of the highest tech militaries in the world, and
Exactly.
they know like a squirrel. Okay, go ahead.
Just a quick question, because I can't believe my ears. He's saying IDF is responsible.
That's
the
what they
attack?
just played a video on the other channel that they're saying, but it wasn't a surprise because the CIA actually created Hamas and it's been being funded by Israel. They have to have.
Let's use our words a little more carefully. Like I'm okay with the topic, but we got to be smart about our words.
Can we say false flag?
Exactly.
I mean, we might as fucking well now, huh?
Oh God! Now you got him paranoid. You know what?
No, when I was back in another life, I had very strict rules about what words you could or could not say, and it was one of the best moves I ever made. I highly recommend people get in the habits of just paying attention to your speech.
Fair enough.
Because if somebody texts you and asks you for a gallon of milk, you're gonna know what the fuck they're talking about.
I'm gonna think milk.
Green light.
So, anyways, be smart, be smarter than the algorithms. But yeah,
they've
I'm
taken
okay with
down
the topic.
channels for less. For
I
real.
just can't believe what I'm hearing.
And it's not far fetched, Lindsay. That's the thing. It's
Yeah,
not
it's-
far fetched because they've been playing this kind of game for
No,
a
it's
very
not
long
far
time.
fetched. We know better.
Yeah.
But look
If
who
you look
owns
at-
Google and look who's writing the algorithms.
look at the death numbers on each side of that conflict for the last 10, 15 years. It's just pure insanity to think that our outpost is actually under attack by people who have a history of losing 100 to 1 casualties.
Yeah.
Biblically, yes, and they claim
No.
that God was on their side.
I'm not talking about biblically. I'm talking about like
You
the
guys,
last 10 years.
wait a minute here. Wait, do all of you don't like Jewish people or something?
No,
I'm not
that's-
Jewish.
Okay, that's
No,
not.
it's not the people.
Like
It's
what
not the
the
people.
hell am I
It's the
hearing?
movement. It's the
No.
movement.
The
and,
country
and
and-
what that country.
A country and a religion are not the same thing. I know they like to hide behind that. The country likes to hide behind that shield.
Are you on the side of Hamas attacking?
Are you intentionally misunderstanding me?
I'm asking separate from what you just said.
All death is bad, and it looks like they're actually attacked themselves in order for them to get sympathy. Their land lease just came up, expired. The leader of that country, where there's going to be a civil war in there because of all his criminality behavior, and they were just about to rebel inside the country, and all of a sudden this false flag comes in, and so it doesn't come from the religious extremists like they're trying to paint the picture in the media and get people believing to get sympathy for them. There's good and bad people in every race, color, and religion, including bad people that have hijacked other people's religions in order to do bad shit to the rest of the world without anybody to be able to talk about them.
Okay, I heard everything you say. And Flo, if you get mad at me, that's okay. You don't have to jump off cam or whatever.
No,
It's fine.
I'm not. I think
Even
I
if
jumped
you
back
are.
on cam to jump down your throat. I just don't know how. If somebody says it's a flag, right? Then that means it's not the H team necessarily. So when you hear that it's a flag, then why would you ask if we support the H team?
Well, because maybe it's not a logical assumption, but I fully think it's Hamas. Okay, you guys think you are all in this conspiratorial frame of mind. Maybe not all of you, because I haven't heard the.
We're just applying logic in this situation.
So-
it's an application of logic.
It's another thing that goes along with the conspiratorial stuff. And then this guy up here, I hope you don't mind a little contention because.
No, come on.
Okay. This guy up here, this AI guy, sorry, I can't read his name very well.
Monograph.
Yeah, thank you. He's very science oriented with his AI stuff and his computers and his projections of the neurons in the brain and how you can control people. And then on the other hand, he's completely conspiratorial about things. And it's hard for someone like me, I'm not saying poor me or I'm a victim.
You're a coincidence theorist.
Not kind of any theorist at all. I like to weigh both sides and try to be analytical about it. Now, I'm not saying my thinking is better than yours, but what I'm experiencing right now is this room seems to be just completely full of no, Elvis is not dead kind of thing. And I don't mean to. I don't mean to insult people. I'm just tripping out on it. Just everybody.
No, but like, let's walk it down. Let's walk it down, Lindsay, a little bit. Like, do you take news at face value?
Definitely not.
Okay,
No.
so
And I believe you got to.
so
you can choose from a bunch of news sources. Like you can't just say BBC, Al Jazeera.
Do
And,
you trust any of them?
NBC
Which one
News.
is most credible to you? Which one is the most credible of the mainstream media?
I think the truth is somewhere in between, but I don't think that it's so.
Between what?
diametrically-
Between BBC and Fox?
There's
Between CNN and
there's
ABC?
a rendering of a story where it's always going to have a certain percent of lies, incorrectness. Something is going to be emphasized over here and not emphasized over here. And
Okay. So how do you
I
determine
don't
that?
think, like we're a lot of you guys stand just like, okay, here's the truth, but way over here. Excuse me, here's the story, but way over here is the truth. And in fact, people are against us and they're conspiring against us and they want us to die because they're exposing us to
But some of
chemtrails.
us, we didn't arrive here willy nilly though. Like it took
Why
us
do you think
years
everybody's
of
so
experience.
against you? They're not. They're not.
They're for themselves. They're for
It's
themselves.
not
And
everybody.
That would
the
I
best
agree.
way to give yourself more power is to give other people less. So it's not that everybody's against anybody. That's it, but everybody's for themselves, and
If
that
you
just
go
happens to work.
around, I understand
Well,
you.
and there's been massive amount of manipulation over the years. Like, it's not
Yes.
something that is just recent. It's been going on for hundreds of years anyways. It's just that some of us have come to some realization of how the machination actually works, the Machiavellian nature of the so-called elites, people who
Okay,
play
who is
both sides of
Machiavelli?
the fence.
Machiavelli was a very pessimistic man, or he hides behind this. He's the mask of pessimism and people hate. Right? He's a misanthrope. So why structure your entire lives? And I don't mean all of you because I certainly don't know the lady in the middle very well, and it's just from what I'm hearing.
But the rest of us,
Yes, life is short. Life is short, and life sucks a lot, and it has a lot of ups and downs. And you're always getting off the horse and getting back on. Why?
Do you know what Machiavellianism is? Like, I wasn't talking about Machiavelli himself, right? But like the whole idea of manipulation is like wrapped up in that, ideal of Machiavellianism.
I believe the Machiavelli means hatefulness or something negative.
I would say
it's
kind of
manipulative.
like
It's
yeah,
self-serving,
it's manipulation.
manipulative.
Who here is not for one
It's
thing.
it's like Hegelian dialectic. It's like
I
probably
mean,
something
Jesse's
like that.
probably not very Machiavellian.
No, and that's why he said what he
He
said
can
about
be probably.
I
That's
don't
what he
like the
said.
labels.
Yeah, and that's why I didn't like what Flo said about labeling me. So you're this, or you're that, and we keep labeling each other. Oh, if you're not, and I did it to you too, admittedly. I said, oh, so
No.
you're in favor of, you're on Hamas's side, and
Well, I mean, if your label wasn't so like wildly off topic or
no,
off
you guys were
accuracy-
talking about Hamas. And
I know,
Israel.
but I mean, it wasn't a cohesive claim to the thing. I'm for labels. I'm not gonna lie. Labels make it easier to understand people and things quickly. You can understand more information
They
quicker.
pigeonhole
Like,
people too.
You're right. It's not fair to those poor individuals. They're gonna have to deal with it.
Okay, so my question to you, yes, we have to deal with it. It's too bad, so sad. It's life.
Well,
It's
we
what-
don't have. I don't have time to get to know all of you individually, for your unique snowflake souls.
We're just talking about and debating stuff. So
Right.
But
offending
they
anyone?
want us to pick a side about these things. Either it's the left or the right. Either it's the blue or the red, or
There is
it's either that guy or that guy, right?
you guys are
That's what they
here
want.
and here. Like
No, but what
people
we're
are
saying,
against us. Let me make my
Yeah,
final point, and then I'll shut up.
Those people that we're talking about, those people that I'm talking about, are people who don't show up. They don't talk about that in the news. They don't talk about it on the mainstream media. But they're the ones who are pulling the strings behind the scenes, and we need to shine light on them and what they
Well,
do.
we don't know who
but
they
they
are,
want
though.
us.
Not
No,
sure
not exactly,
overpowering.
but
Let Lindsay go.
Okay.
Because my main point is what I wanted to make, and I do agree with what you just said. But okay, my overall question is this about conspiracies and about thinking in certain ways that are over here or over here. And here you're in denial and you don't see anything and you're ignorant and you may be quite happier. And over here, everyone's against you. How come there's not some kind of middle road that we can take where we're skeptical, but our lives don't have to suck, as in everybody and more than necessary. Everybody's against us. These people are putting chemicals in the air. These people are doing this. Maybe
I mean, I
some of
think
that
that's-
is true, but
isn't
you
that
become
the-
victims. You become.
Isn't that the point that I was
perpetual.
making?
And there is a lot of middle ground. There's
Oh,
people on
wow.
every side of the spectrum, and all in between. Some people are a little bit more this, little as they're learning, they start swinging back and forth. But once you start to, comprehend that there's a lot more going on than what they're teaching, and there's a lot of division, there's a lot of deception, and they've been lying about most things, if not all things, that are being taught in schools. Then you start to see things at a bigger picture and not
I see
stuck in
that.
the box that they put people into.
I definitely see that. And that is actually one room why I like this, because you critically analyze things. But by you, I mean all of you. But I'm also seeing a lot of nothing is as it seems. And everybody's trying to get at you. And you got to protect
That is
yourself.
true.
So how is that this? I'm trying
Nothing
to
is
say
as it
life
seems.
is short.
Look,
How is that?
yeah,
to live
yeah,
that
I
way?
know. Well,
When
I
there's-
mean, because clarity is more important than pleasantry, I would say, in my opinion. So
Look, again, you having
that's
these
why
two sides.
that's why I was saying regarding the brain tech. It seems more likely to me that it's a psychological trick. It's not all about. Whoever's trying to get in, like there's 10 people on the panel. And it won't change. It drops off. Sorry, go ahead.
My bad. I didn't mean to interrupt, but I was just gonna say you can drop me down anytime you want. I can always hop back up.
No, you're fine. If I were going to drop someone, it'd be Peniel again. But it's
Drop me too. I don't mind.
But I'm not going to drop anyone. But yeah, they don't need to keep slamming into the door. Like you can tell when somebody's gone. Peniel's cams up. He's
So-
like, "Hey, man."
Yeah, but we do have all people on the spectrum. We do already, and I would say that most people are kind of more on the middle. There are few people who are like, there's no conspiracy at all, and there's a few people who are like, everything is a fucking conspiracy, you know. And I would probably lean more towards the extreme side in terms of the way I look at like reality. But like, I think we're coming to a point where things are going to like really be black and white. You know, like either you're going to be on this side of the fence, they're forcing you to play a
I hate
hand.
being
You know,
forced
like,
to be on one side or
either
the
you're
other
gonna be for
because
the
it takes away your critical thinking ability. It pigeonholes you, like we were talking before. Like, for example, okay, you're either a Republican or you're a Democrat. And when you're independent, your vote doesn't really matter. I mean, not as much, you know? So why
your
did we
vote,
have
your vote never mattered. That's the illusion. Your vote never mattered.
They wouldn't let you vote if it actually meant something.
Yep. Can you imagine? Like, take a step back from the world that we've gotten.
See, you're a victim then, because what else can you do but vote?
You
Aware.
can't vote.
Become
That's the
aware.
point. It's a placebo activity. Do you really think the president of the U.S. is the most powerful entity that we can prove exists in the universe? Right? Do you really think they leave that up to chance every 4 years? Just complete chance?
Definitely not. It is not the
Right.
people's choice. It's kind of like a church. It's not the congregation that people are really looking out for, in my opinion. It's the power and the control and the tithing. So I'm
But
not.
think about
I don't know how to express myself very well.
But think about all the energy that's involved in like, you know, protesting and like going out and then, you know, talking about Trump or Biden, like, you know, like maybe a lot of us got involved with that. You know, I only voted once, like when I was 18, and then that was like for the third party. But afterwards, I just kind of woke up to the whole fact, like, I don't want to waste my time on doing this and arguing with people that Democrats are better than the Republicans or vice versa. Or
Yeah.
it's like another like energy drain, you know,
It
for
is.
people.
So
Like it's a
talking
good
about
way.
a problem without any possible solutions. You know what I mean? That keeps you in the victim role, that keeps you incompetent, that keeps you as a slave, as you guys like to say. That
I don't like
keeps
to say
you Tara
That's
likes to
exactly
say
where
that.
they want you. That's why they don't actually give you any concrete information or evidence so you can actually have something to ground these conspiracies in. Like,
I'm asking, what can you do? I understand what you're saying, and that it isn't all fair. There is no utopia. There is no egalitarianism. There is no ideal anything. It's always been more like a fiefdom with the haves and the have-nots. I get that. So
I say
life
go
a
with the
big
Pareto
waste?
principle. You know, find balance. 20% conspiracy theory, 80% putting the, plow to the soil and building something and actually focusing on things that move you closer to your goals.
I can go with that.
Hey, I just cleared it. Sorry, Peniel. I have to cycle in people, and so I dropped Peniel, and I'm holding it for just hear me out. If you still want to come up, I'll give you a few minutes to take the spot. If not, I'll let somebody else in.
I'd say drop all the conspiracy theories altogether and just focus on the conspiracy facts. You know,
How does
Like-
that make any sense?
Like how every single war the U.S. has been in was started by a flag.
yeah, conspiracies are a reality, and you don't have to theorize about them.
Mitch makes a good point because I was going to say it's really about the truth, right? So wherever you are on that spectrum, if it's perceived as extreme conspiracy theorists or whatever they want to characterize it as, what matters is it actually things that, you know, have been corroborated that you've come to know are true, and that's the position you're taking.
I like that choice.
Mm-hmm.
But we can say pretty objectively that the conspiracy theorists have been right more often than not so far.
By the way,
Certainly the
I
last
just looked
few.
it up.
I don't agree. Sorry.
What'd you just look up?
Excuse me. I just looked it up. It's killing me to know the what the name of it was for the color of the skin. It's called melanin.
Mm-hmm.
So the darker the melanin, the more transmittable the information.
Melanin is also another electric conductor. Yes.
Yeah, that's what it is. Electric conductor. Thank you. That's what I was trying to get at. So that's what I'm saying.
Piezoelectric. You're
That's why you're getting all these people that are coming in from all the nations with darker skin. That's what I'm just trying to say. They're going to be the replacement population. The ratio of white folks in the United States is 74%, and everybody else is 25%. So
Do you think
try
that
to
they know
imagine
that
how many
Dick is
people
not
can live
actually
out of it.
Asian?
Probably not, but in Obadiah, it says that the Israelites will then enslave the Edomites. So perhaps that's part of the scripture that's being implanted into the subconscious of the human mind, so that as the technology takes over, it gives it a valid moral excuse for why the rest of the species needs to enslave the whites.
Do you
That'll
think
be in the
they're gonna try to-
2,000 years of peace, though, by the way.
Do you think they're going to try to implement the no-hide laws?
Absolutely.
Actually, yes,
I think so.
I think so.
What did you say? No hide laws?
No
hide. Tupelo, welcome to the membership. This is a good time to plug. Memberships are only $1. It's the best value on YouTube. Grab one now for yourself. Buy 20. Make it rain in the chat.
By the way, Benton does not approve of this conversation. I know he wanted to be heard on that. So
He's welcome to click the link. I've held the spot open for just hear me out for long enough. Benton, if you want to join, you're welcome to. Goblin, what's going on?
I had a question more directed towards Dick, but actually I want all y'all opinion because I brought this up a couple different times in a couple different places. So my question is, what's happening across the water right now? Would that not be Gog of Magog? Like, for real?
I have no idea. I'm not the right person to ask that.
I mean,
I would.
There's a couple of theories about that. I mean, like Russia and China being together could be Gog and Magog. That's like a theory that I've heard. You know, so I don't know.
I'm not even sure what Gog and Magog is. Aren't those futurists or that's Bible something?
I think it's
Well, I
just
know
like
some
the end
people
of
that
the
were
Bible.
talking about the Bible saying that the part of fulfilling prophecies is that 7 countries need to turn on Israel, and part of why things are going down the way they are is because they're instigating this to happen in order to fill this Bible prophecy, and that's why all these countries, they're attacking all the countries around them in order for them to get these 7 countries to attack them to fulfill this prophecy.
Right. That's right.
But do you think that all the countries are?
You said it perfectly.
Go ahead.
No, he said it perfectly. He said exactly what it is.
I'm sort of skeptical that all the countries are actually operating independently and would need to be coaxed into attacking each other.
The thing is, the book speaks in parables, what we call metaphors today. and it speaks about a caterpillar with hooks in its throat and ripped apart. But it's a parable.
I would say they're all playing their role for sure. Yeah.
Might be AI.
Well, it's
Yep.
been fun. I'm gonna go hang out with Angeline. May the
Later.
source be with y'all. It's been fun.
All right, later, Jess.
May the source be with you. All right, and also with you and with Angeline. Star Wars: The Religion.
I just think there's a pattern that's emerging that's like very, apparent to me, and not that everybody has to see it exactly the way I see it, but like, this whole monolithic structure of what we call the NWO and the desire to create the one world government, currency and religion and all that, I think is at hand. And like what we're seeing now is just a part of that process. It's to like, again, like have the big fish eat up the small fish. That includes money, like the big money, like the dollar and the euro, the yuan, that will, probably eat up the other smaller currencies, right? All the other currencies will go into inflation. You have to, start accepting. And then once you get like inflation and hyperinflation anyway, they want to just get rid of money and tell people, hey, this system isn't working. We're going to replace it with a UBI and the social credit system, digital currency system. So we never will have to experience this hyperinflation again.
Yeah, I mean, practically speaking, if the augmented intelligence is intelligent and actually makes decisions that are sound and based in common sense, then sound weights and measures, we're going to get back to honest currency. We're going to have transparent, flat taxation rates that, are reasonable or something. And it's going to correct all the wrongs of humanity. But what it tells me, and I see Monty shaking his head there, and I get why, but it just also illustrates to me how this is a program. It's a technology that's designed with intentions, and it's purposely driven to take over humanity. So it's not augmentable intelligence like they're proposing. It's a fucking bait and switch, man. And by the way, they didn't tell you that you were being cyborg. You just kind of woke up and found that out in the last couple of years.
Yeah. I mean, the signs were there, though. Like, every time you got to verify that you're a real person, when you log in somewhere and it's like, pick out the spotlight. I think we've been teaching the AI every time we log in.
Well, what
of course, now we are with everything. Go ahead.
Okay, so now you already know. Don't always believe everything you hear, obviously, okay?
Except for what you hear here at Flow State, where we'll never lie to you. I will never lie to you. These motherfuckers will.
Do your own research, this, that. But I might reference things that you might be familiar with but not agree with, right? Is what I'm getting to. So even when you look at like this Tartarian shit and like the World's Fairs and all that whole, if you want to call that a psyop, even when you go and you do the full research of that, it goes back to an ancient AI.
Ancient AI.
Yeah.
Okay, you're talking about archaic stuff, right? AIX.
No.
Is that
Look,
what you're
man,
talking about?
that's one perspective from somebody's homework.
But that's sort of same sort of thing,
I
right?
just told you a perspective. It's just a communication. I'm just saying that there's a lot of different things that go back to an ancient AI.
Intelligence is intelligence. It's,
you get what I'm saying.
They might have. Go ahead.
I keep doing that to you now. I'll interrupt you this time. I'll just say that if it was doing what it says it was doing, it would look back at history and say, what are the most, affluent societies that has a large amount of the general populace doing well and, prosperous. And it would say, okay, well, capitalist type of mindset, limited government based off rights and freedoms. None of that will happen, of course, because it's driven by an intention. It's going to take the path of most tyrannical nature, communist type of agenda and socialism.
Okay, can I say something?
Yeah, you
so
bet.
I just want to say, so like I don't disagree with the like kind of ancient technology that it existed, and maybe this artificial intelligence have been created before, maybe like the Atlantean times, pre-Atlantean times. Like I think humans have been genetically altered, anyways, and you know like the Asians, for example, we have like Neanderthals. You know, you got the Cro-Magnon man, and then you know you have the Africans who were you know, coming from a different race, et cetera, you know, Homo erectus. But like there's been a lot of resets and various types of resets, like massive floods, like massive, like some kind of plasma events. There are a lot of evidence for that, right? Giant, but like when people talk about Tartaria, they kind of put everything into one big canopy of like ancient technology that existed in America, Australia, and Europe, when it's not really accurate to say that it is attributed to Tartaria, because Tartar or Tartaria is like basically Russia, Eastern Europe, part of China, part of Tibet, and North Korea and South Korea. Like that was Tartaria, like map. Okay, but that was like pre like 1700s, you know. Prior to that, there were other things that have happened, like Atlantis had that happen, and other like, you know, advanced civilizations who like created like the pyramids and other pyramids all over the world. So there are different layers of this, what we call Tartaria. That's very difficult to kind of break down and say,
Bro,
okay,
I got a
is
Tartarian map in my living room, and it's only there for decoration. Just think about that. All right?
I don't know what you mean.
Is it the same land mass that he was talking, or the same geography he was talking about? Yeah. AI. So okay. So the AI, ancient AI, as well as aliens, seem to be getting way too much attention for me to think that that's really the secret, right?
That's what I'm trying to say. There is no AI. It's a fucking program. It's a control mechanism. That's all it ever was. That's all it'll ever be. It's not learning for the purpose of like advancing itself or whatever. It was a fucking program ran on the people, and they're getting fucking ran through like a train right now. It's mind mapping you, data mining you, surveilling you, analyzing you, making you predictable for a multitude of purposes. So that there you go. Except mine's not getting scraped right now. Y'all's is.
At a minimum,
I love that hat.
at a minimum, it's got to be a demiurge.
Why couldn't it be exactly what Dick just said it was?
It is. That's why it
Oh.
would qualify for the demiurge if you think about it.
And this is a good spot to put in that if anybody's got kids at school, their laptops scraping everything. And they've got a program called Gaggle that supposedly that monitors them for safety. Of course, it is owned by Google, but it monitors everything done on the computer. And yeah, so by the time our kids are adults, they'll have a complete psychological profiles of these kids and everything they've done and how to sell them, different things.
All right. Hey,
Yeah, I don't know if y'all ever seen that. Oh, go ahead.
I'm going to go ahead and blaze out of here. I did want to say thank you very much for letting me at least defend myself.
I'm glad you did.
Well, so I appreciate that.
Yep. Have a good one. Thank you for coming up and fielding questions.
It's nice meeting the rest of y'all, and we'll see you around. And by the way, the Mitchell young man, if you need a helping hand, you call me. You get my number
All right.
anywhere. Okay.
Yeah, you're in my area, so but I'm doing pretty good, man. Thanks for the sentiment, but I appreciate that. If I need something, I'll keep you in mind.
If you get in a spell, you give me a call on my phone, leave a message, and we'll take care of it.
Thanks, man. Much appreciated. Peace.
All right,
Take it easy, man.
That was really like amazing that he's here. You know, I mean, I'm very happy that he showed up. Actually, you know,
I am too.
However, you
a really nice guy. Really nice guy. Everything that he said was checked out with me. I mean, I don't know much, and I'm not going to do a ton of research, but everything passed the sniff test.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know a lot about him. I do know his good friend is Roy. That's why I thought that they were, involved in some long time dealings. But essentially, I know they have a lot of intelligence. So I mean, definitely good people to soak up some wisdom from, for sure.
Rocky, what do you think about Jesus? Rocky's been down in the chat telling us about Jesus.
Sorry. Everything's funny to me.
Well, I think everybody in here thinks it's like they're saying that the Bible is a conspiracy, it's a script, and that they're just following a script. And, there's nothing new under the sun. They had transhumanism. It was before the flood. They had half human, half angels, and they're just trying to do the same thing now. And it's not going to work. It's going to end. God's not going to allow it again. He's not going to allow a third intrusion. This transhuman agenda is going to go down.
Why do you have the beliefs that you have?
Go ahead.
Why do you believe what you believe? What is it that makes you think that you're right in your traditional Christian view on the Bible, and maybe instead of maybe thinking there's something else going on, or maybe you have to look at it from a different angle?
I look from both angles, and this makes more sense, more reason. It's more reasonable.
It's a magic book.
It's not a magic book. It was inspired by God. You guys say you
Check
believe
it
in
out.
God.
I'm a Christian too, bro. Did you
You
read
guys
the very end of the Bible? The very end.
I'd like to
You
thank
mean
my
the last
mom.
verse?
It says there will be a new heaven and a new earth. And it also said that if God did not speed up the amount of days, there would be no flesh left on the earth. So what does that mean? That means there'll still be people.
Let it all burn down. Because if you're going to live in fear, this is my take on it. If you're going to live in fear and say it's all for naught, and
You're
the
the one
prophecies
living
in the
fear.
Bible,
I don't
and
live in fear. I know where I'm going. You guys are the ones that don't know where the hell you're going.
Okay, yeah, all right. I have to stay out of this.
No, you
Where
don't.
are you going,
You're out of
Rocky?
it. Lindsay,
Very strongly about this.
Lindsay.
Wait, I want to know where Rocky's going.
Okay.
But let her finish. I mean, just let people finish their thought first, and before jumping in. That's all I would ask.
Okay, so y'all think that the Bible's a conspiracy, and that 3,500 years
Yeah,
ago,
you mentioned that already, Rocky, sir.
it was going to go down, and it's going down, and you think they planned this 3,500 years ago when Genesis was written.
Hold
and
on.
they told you about the Nephilim.
Rocky,
And,
pause. You jumped in. Lindsay was not done speaking when you started, so I want to hear.
No, that's
Lindsay
okay.
I know that you're fine with it, but I want to hear what you were starting to say.
It's just going to cause contention, and
Lindsay, not saying it is going to for sure cause contention.
It will definitely with Rock.
I don't care.
I care.
I don't care either. I don't care either, because I will cause some contention here, because like I think the Bible itself have been manipulated. This is my
Me
belief,
too.
and it's been the Council of Nicaea, but like if you just go look at King James himself was corrupt. He was a sodomite, okay, and he was part of.
Why would they manipulate it unless it was true? Why would
Because
they
it
manipulate?
controls people. Look at you.
Yes, you can use it to control people. I'm not denying that. Mistranslations can be used. You can mistranslate a verse and use it against people. I'm not saying you can't do that. I agree with you on that.
Well, that
What I'm
answers your
saying-
question. That's not an objection.
The original thoughts that God was trying to convey through the scriptures it's not a conspiracy. It's just telling you history. and what's going to
Okay,
happen.
I didn't hear anybody call it a
I am
conspiracy.
more than willing to give you that. Like let's just assume that the very original form of whatever the Bible was, because it's a mystery where it comes from, was inspired by the Word of God. But do you not think it's possible that corrupt people, evil people, over time, twisted the words, twisted the meanings over a long period of time, so that they give you something that is not as pure as it was before, and they give you something.
I've already
You know that they
addressed
have a
that
Bible for the
question.
slaves. Did you know they have a Bible for the slaves? They
I
call it like
already
a
addressed that
Black
question,
people's
Notch.
Bible or something
You've
like
heard
that.
my answer on that already. I've already told you that answer. You've heard my answer on that,
You have.
Notch. The original scriptures were written in Greek. And the closer you get to the original scriptures, the better you are. People have mistranslated it. And since 1611, when the King James Version was translated, it was pretty good, but we don't speak 1611 English anymore. And we've learned a lot more of the ancient Greek and Hebrew since then. And we still have the Greek manuscripts from about 200 AD. And the 2,500 manuscripts in Greek, it wasn't written in English.
Do you know how
Any
to read
other
Greek?
language, Greek is a translation. What?
Do you know how to read Greek?
No, I don't. I studied under a pastor that does and did. He was fluent in Hebrew and Greek. I studied under a pastor teacher who studied the original languages his whole life. Well, since he was like 30, I think. And he recently died. He died about 10 years ago. So, you know.
What
Anyway,
I mean,
I'll
I
get
guess
out of here. I know
no,
you guys.
you're
None of you
fine.
believe the Bible. Y'all think it's a conspiracy, and that it's all a bunch of bullshit. But you all
Hey, you've
use it.
been down there in the chat talking nonstop about how the Bible's true and stuff, and now we're trying to have a conversation about it, and you're you're doing a Jack Talcott.
But here's the thing, like, like we can go by verse about things, and then
Oh God,
like
no.
there are things. No, I mean, I'm not suggesting that we should, but like it's just that it's open to people's interpretations. And I think there's a lot of truth and good things in the Bible. Really, I think there's more good things in the Bible. But I also believe, this is just my personal belief, that the people who manipulated the Bible, like we're talking about principalities here, right? Like I think you agree that we're dealing with principalities, like
Where
other
do you get
entities
that
out, like,
terminology? You get the principality
from the
terminology
Bible.
from the Bible. Yeah, so
I'm trying to
now
speak
you're
in a way in
talking
which that you
that you
understand me.
don't believe the Bible, but you're using terms from the Bible. Why would you do that if you don't believe the Bible
Oh boy.
is real?
Because you believe the
I
Bible.
believe.
You're meeting people where they're at.
He's
Yeah,
using your
I'm not
terminology.
trying to talk down to you. And also, like, I do believe some things from the Bible, not all things from the Bible. So I'm not trying to throw the baby out with the bathwater with the Bible. And
Do
that's
all
true with any
brown
other
people
scripture
hate
anyway.
God, or is it just you?
I didn't know I was brown, but am I brown?
Or yellow, all whatever
brown
color.
too,
I'm yellow. I'm yellow. I'll be yellow. Okay.
It's brownish. It's brown adjacent.
I got brown.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead. I mean, what's wrong with using the vernacular he uses just to try to communicate his ideas back and forth?
So what are the principalities? What do you think they are? You don't think they exist?
I think they're the dark entities. I think they are the dark entities. So they have multiple different names. They're demons. They'll call them tulpas in some places. Like it's a kind of an egregore. We created them. But my main point is this, because they live in a different existence as we do, and so they look at like time differently than we do. So maybe they're writing. They knew how things were going to be played out, and they were like putting the information in the Bible as like a kind of a programming, so that later on it can be used, for their own purposes. I don't know. I'm just saying, like, could they be playing like 5D chess with us?
Okay, so 3,500 years ago, some really smart motherfuckers got together and said, we're going to write a book over the next 3,500 years. And at the very end, it's going to talk about, this, by then we're going to have this technology where we can put a chip in you and buy or sell without the mark of the beast. And we're going to plan this 3,500 years in advance. And it just happened to come true. And it's just a big fucking conspiracy. That's what we're thinking then, right?
I don't think this conspiracy is, I don't think it's the people 3,500 years ago that made this. It's the same principalities that are in existence today that never die and have always existed that have this control over everyone. And they are the people.
Why would the scriptures identify principalities and powers in high places? Why would it identify itself as being the I don't get it.
It says all sorts of things. The Bible says a ton of things. Many of them are
Yeah,
self-conscious.
the thing is, the Bible says a ton of things, and it all meshes together and makes perfect sense.
He's talking about for we battle not against flesh and blood, but evil wickedness and principalities in higher places. Those are principles that are just the standard of man in general that you should know to follow. Like it's in you. You know this naturally.
I would agree with that.
I'm not a principality or a power, and I'm not in high places. I'm not evil. Well, I've done some bad things, but I'm not.
Okay, so then you think about who is.
You're not evil.
If you're not, think about who is.
I think it's more the impact you have on people.
If it were a psyop, though, and if I were controlling people, and I wanted them to not attack me, I would say, "Hey, it's not me. It's these demons. It's these concepts. Fight the air. Fight your imaginations." It's just you can answer your own questions really easily. You can see why there's an incentive
So
there.
you have no experience with any kind of evil spirits or anything? You've never seen a shadow?
Nothing. I've never had any experience that is obviously supernatural.
You don't believe there's any like extra dimensional like
Let me rephrase.
I had really bad gas once.
Yeah, I've smelled it. That's what I was about to say. His gas is fucking awful. No, what I was going to say is I was going to walk it back. I have had for lack of a better word, ESP shit happen in my life that I can't explain any other way except for, I guess, ESP shit, right? But I've never met a demon and been aware that it was a demon. My ex-wife is pretty shitty.
Do you think there's such thing as demon possession?
I was gonna say
that. Do you think there's people that have been possessed?
Could she have been possessed?
Do you believe that demon possession is a real thing, that people can be taken over by a demon?
I think that
Yes.
I lean more towards yes than I do no.
Well, then the spiritual realm is real, and
It is.
Bible identifies it for you. It's trying to help you to explain what world you live in. It tells you there's demons, there's principalities, there's powers.
There's lots of explanations given by all sorts of people. Why is this one the one?
I feel like you're Rocky. I feel like you think that some of us are attacking the Bible, and I guess in some ways we are, because we're kind of trying to.
He brought
get to
it
the
up.
bottom of
Nobody
the
was attacking the Bible beforehand.
I was just
I'm
in
try-
this what's his name, Meta, whatever.
Monograph.
He had some good, he had some good insight. There's a lot of conspiracies going on, and he's talking about how they want to replace the white man with the dark skinned guy. I think it's. I don't know.
Even
if
for a
it's-
brown guy like myself, I can agree with that concept. I can tell you that it's happening.
I knew you were a brown guy. Called it.
Exactly.
What?
Depending on how much sun I get, but look, I mean, most of everything that we talked about today, like we are all mostly in agreement with, like more or less. Like, and nobody's trying to attack the Bible or trying to attack Christianity. I like Christianity. I like Christ. It's just that, like, like a lot of Christians are also kind of derailed, right? They're also like kind of suffering from Stockholm syndrome to support that country in the Middle East as well, and those people who are, supposedly chosen. So there's a little bit of that going on. A lot of religion, not only Christianity, has been infiltrated. We have to be aware of that as well. There's a lot of conspiracy that's going on.
Do you know that the H team is also faking crap? That they use rubber babies.
Yes.
Oh, look at my rubber baby.
How does anybody know any of this stuff really though? Like,
well, we got videos now. We can see that. Oh, look at that guy is supposed to be half dead, and he's supposed to have a bullet in his head, and there's no blood. It's just there's fakery on both sides. I don't know what's going on. I can't understand it either. Why would it's like they're acting together, like the Z.
Yeah, exactly. They are acting together. There's an agenda. It's not happening willy nilly.
And they're just trying to.
There's a purpose behind it.
Let me put this into perspective for you. You say that you follow the Bible, right? And I told you I'm a Christian too. The H team is Ishmael. Okay, so all them people over there are related. They're all cousins. It's two brothers' offspring. That's what the Bible says.
Yeah, they should get along with this. So there's no good side. Either side's not good. Neither side is good. The only thing the Bible says is if you and I don't understand. They think it's when it says those who bless me will be blessed, and those who curse me will be cursed. That's talking about the seed of Abraham, and it's talking about because Jesus came through the seed of Abraham, and he made a covenant with that Israel, and it doesn't mean that they're going to be perfect. That the Jews or the Israelites are the perfect nation. They rejected their own Messiah, so they're kind of like in darkness right now. And but hey, they're pretty good bankers. You know what I mean? They're good. They make good bankers. They're pretty goddamn smart. Would you rather be under the Rothschild banks of America, or would you like to live in Africa, where they don't have any banks run by the Rothschilds and live in a straw hut? I don't know. I'm not saying I don't know what's going on.
Hold on a second. Exactly. Let me jump in. Mr. Samuels, thanks for coming up. But somebody else is trying to get in. So if whoever that was can try again. So anyways. No,
did you know
Samuels wasn't even he was working, and so we don't need to watch him work if somebody else is trying to get in.
Do you need me to get down?
I need you two to stay. You two, for sure, because you're the most active ones in this conversation. No, we've got room now.
And it's not about continents, Rocky, because like Watercraft was saying that like by 2062 or 63 they want to make Africa like the new modern place. And if there's any legitimacy to that, like if you look at history, like Persia as an example, that was like the pinnacle of history at that time. China at one point was like the pinnacle of history at one time. Now it is the West. The time for the West is now. So, but the elites are global, like quote unquote global. They're international. They play all roles. They can belong to any one country, but not really belong to any one country. So they're manipulating from within each country. That's how they're working, right? And they want to cause division between people, between one race against another, one group of people with another, one religion against another. That's how they play this Hegelian dialectic between people, one religion against another religion type of deal, right?
It's money making to do that, there's no what, I forgot what president it was who said that war is the supreme money making opportunity, and it's true. And if you have
Eisenhower, maybe
it could have been. It was back there. But it's true. There's profiting to be made off of division and derision and hatred. And there's always somebody there. Like if we have a nice, pleasant talk where we sit here and we compliment each other, you know, the people will not really be interested, and we'll just say it's cupcaking or whatever. We're not interested. But if we sit here and we fought, and I called you names, Nachi, and I said, you know, you don't know what you're talking about. It's the same thing. The derision and division gets more viewers, more money, more notification, or whatever. The same with I think conspiracy theories. Oh, it makes you think of something like maybe there's something dastardly about this. But it's in terms of the Bible. I wasn't necessarily trying to attack it, but I like kind of analyzing any kind of literature, and the Bible is literature. From Bibles to comic books to, you know, your favorite author. I don't know. I think we have the right to kind of pick it apart, compare and contrast, fact check, whatever. So no disrespect to you or to Christians, period. I believe in God. I believe in Christ. I'm a skeptic, but I definitely don't mean to say, hey, you're full of BS. I think a lot of the Bible is useful too, very much so. But with the talking pony or donkey or whatever it was, and Sodom and Gomorrah and stuff, I can kind of do without.
That was Shrek. Chuck, thank you for the 10 memberships. Chuck made it rain. I appreciate all the support. Chuck and Steve are the men. Oh yeah, and I also started a poll in the chat if anybody on the panel would like to vote and whether it's gay or not to wear a jersey with another man's name on it. It's sort of off topic, but you know, it's worth asking all the questions.
Give us a salute.
I'd say yeah.
Salute.
As a person, kind of.
I just want to say that new guy, salute.
It's a little gay, but we'll see what the poll says.
I always like to hear people's testimonies, you know, what their spiritual walk is like or what inclined them to take on whatever label, religion. You know, what does that look like practically? I always got my interpretation of it, but I don't know if that spurs anyone's interest to share something like that, Rocky or anyone else.
I have no testimony.
You're definitely going to have to repeat that for Rocky. I can tell Rocky's going to need that repeat.
I mean, I'm just saying when I was in my 20s, like I wanted a spiritual relationship with God, right? And I started praying, quote, you know, reaching out in my meditation, you know, I want to walk with truth. I want to know spirit. I want to know God. And ask and you receive. I had a presence of a comfort that came as a result of that. And then I went into the church. I assumed, you know, because I'm raised Christian, that I got to go, or not, I wasn't raised Christian, but I was raised in a country that's Christian. So I saw that all around me and, you know, ran off to the Prosperity Church and the pastor's running around doing tongues and everybody's falling on the floor and dancing. And he's like prophesying over them. It's a big fucking rock show. And I went through all these different denominations and finally kind of settled on Independent Fundamental Baptists because I really wanted just that, you know, like pure fucking no nonsense, no sparkle, no frizzle, just straight God, you know, let's get straight to scripture. Let's really figure out what this entity that we serve is. But when I left the church, my biggest fear was that what I had gained in my spirituality would leave me and I wouldn't walk with the Most High anymore. There's like some kind of weird Catholic guilt kind of ingrained in my subconscious. But I would just say my personal testimony is by standing on what I knew was true in my heart, by using my discernment that the church was corrupt, that the Bible was manipulated. It's full of contradiction. It has tremendous amount of discrepancies and references books that are not included within the approved books. There's all kinds of questionable things that any critical thinker would have to say, okay, I got to be a little suspect about making this the inherent, infallible, perfect word of the Most High that, has zero error. More, I'm going to learn from these sacred truths just as I would from any of the religious sacred texts, and that the Most High will never leave or forsake me. But I know that not because a book wrote it, but because experientially it's my testimony. Even when I totally fuck up and just make a complete fool out of myself, the Spirit is always there to guide me back to truth and back to center.
When you say the Most High, isn't that like Jehovah's Witness thing? The Most High, that phrase? No? Or am I remembering that wrong? I'm probably wrong. I guarantee I'm wrong.
Was that a
Yeah,
question, Dick, or what you just?
It's a
that whole
stumbling
thing
block.
that you
Well,
did there?
because no one else had a testimony, so I shared mine. I was opening the door if anyone wanted to share what their spiritual walk looks like. Nobody wanted to, so I jumped in and gave mine.
That was good, brother. That's good. Yeah. Well, I would say that you're
Well,
right.
I tune into Joel Osteen every day, pretty much.
That sounds about right, Pineal.
That's my testimony.
Make sure you
All right,
get
you know
season
what?
tickets.
Pineal never comes up here, and now he's here and he's got weird comments to make. Thanks, Pineal.
Well, he's highly Mandela affected too, because everybody knows it's Osteen now. There was never an Olstein.
Well,
I
my testimony is I believed in Jesus when I was 5. They tried to tell me Santa Claus was true, and I said, hell, that's bullshit. There ain't no Santa Claus.
that fat man
But
can't
my
get down the
neighbor
chimney.
my neighbor across about Jesus when I was 5 years old.
And you're like, that sounds about right.
And then when I was 10, I got this little pamphlet, and it was called the Faith Rest Technique: How You Claim Promises in the Bible, and you put your faith in the promises of the Bible, and you can have a relaxed mental attitude because you can rely on God to take care of you because you have faith. And then I started ordering tapes from this person who put the Faith Rest Technique out, and he studied from the original languages. It's non-denominational church who studied from the original languages, not from he didn't like the King James, he didn't like any of those translations. He just did it on his own. He went to a Dallas seminary and learned Koine Greek and Hebrew, and he continued studying the language. And we've learned a lot more about the Hebrew and Greek language over the last 400 years since the King James was written. And I don't know about
we did never lose those languages.
the Koine Greek and ancient Hebrew are different than modern Greek and Hebrew.
Fuck, I forgot what I was going to say. Oh, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt if you're done, or if you weren't done. I mean, I did mean to interrupt, but go ahead.
I study the scriptures from my pastor teacher, which is a gift given by God. You have to have the gift of pastor teacher to teach. It's a gift. Not everybody has that gift. And he studied and he taught 5 days a week, or actually 6. And he took off Saturday but when he got older, he went down to 3 or 4 days a week. And it was nothing. It wasn't a Lonely Hearts Club. It was strict academic discipline. We were there to learn the Word of God from the Greek and it's not this whole. You're supposed to go to church to learn the Word of God, not to have a raise money and have a rock band and do all this like any other, like the world. We're gonna have a rock band and we're gonna have coffee and tea No, you go there to study, and that's what we did. So I've studied the scriptures for 40 years from the original languages, not from this King James version and this stuff. So the reason I think it's real is because the Holy Spirit makes it real. The Bible tells you all this stuff, that it's, you know, the Holy Spirit makes things real. The Holy Spirit inspired the Word of God, and you know, it's real. It's the best-selling book in the world. You know, it's for a reason. You know, now, sure, there's mistranslations. The Roman Catholic Church has their translation, and then King James wanted to have his. He went against. He was trying to separate from Rome and have the English Church. So, hey, I'm going to write my own. And then, you know, there's competition. You know, they use it. They do use it because it is powerful.
But why do you think it was inspired by God originally? What gives you trust in the original, whatever?
Well, the Bible says it was the scriptures, the Word of God. It said, okay, I know this verse by heart. It says the Word of God is alive and powerful, sharper than any two-edged sword. That means more powerful than any weapon. Okay, the Word of God is alive and powerful, sharper than any two-edged sword, piercing even to the dividing of the son of the soul and the spirit and the joints. It makes you healthy. It helps you relax. It helps your joints, your marrow. It's a critic of the thoughts and intents of the heart. All Scripture is God. It says all Scripture is God breathed and is profitable for reproof, for correction and righteousness, that the man of God might be mature, thoroughly furnished unto all good works. That's what it says about itself.
My people die for lack of knowledge.
It says that too. Our people perish for lack of knowledge. My people perish for lack of knowledge. That's a Bible verse. You got that from the Bible.
Right. Yeah, I don't have any people, and if I did, they wouldn't perish for lack of knowledge. I know everything. Fuck, I lost my train of thought. I know everything except for what I was about to say.
Well, I'll get out of here, you guys.
Well, you don't need to get out of here, but I feel like you probably want to. Even though we won't agree with you.
Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 guys, 7 people in here that are like fighting me, like I'm some dumb fucker that believes in some stupid fucking book written by a bunch of dumb
No, that's not true. You can't say everybody is
They're all a bunch of
because I agree with the Bible, but I have different perspective as you.
And nobody's, I mean, I don't agree with you, but, you know, I guess it's whatever. And Goblin's a Christian, and I think probably there's some other Christians, like Sarah's kind of one.
Most people probably agree with you. That's what's, you know, there's no reason to be offended. I think most people would watch this and think he's right. If there's any one true thing, it's that book.
And here's the thing about this conversation should be had because people need to think critically about the Bible. If you question the Bible, if you investigate the Bible and you find it doesn't hold up, you have to choose. You have to follow the truth, right? If the Bible's the truth, it will withhold investigation and questioning.
And when it doesn't,
you have to readjust your thoughts.
Ooh, don't scare them.
You know what the fallacy is about the Bible is there is a kind of a scare thing behind it. If you don't fully buy it, you know, then you're either a sinner or a demon or misguided. If you don't go along with the thinking, it's either that good or bad.
Free will. You have free will, but if you make the wrong choice, you'll burn in hell. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, and I'm also saying that cherry picking has a very negative connotation. You know, because it's like you're sitting on the fence. You know, take a stand. You know, wimp or wuss or whatever. But I say, we all cherry pick, and there's nothing wrong with it because how are you going to find out the truth if you don't analyze both sides and say, hey, you know what? Side A has a really good point here. but the other stuff in it is BS. And side B has a really good point there. So why not take all of your best and most meaningful information and combine them into your own philosophy and your own beliefs? There's nothing wrong with that. That's
It actually uses the brain that God gave you.
So do you? Let me ask you something. Do you realize that there's evil, wicked people in the world, like demon spirits and stuff? Do you believe that that's true? That there's wicked, evil, demonic, possessed, like freaks in the world?
Like Snafu Snaps?
Yeah. Like,
Who are you asking in particular? Anybody?
Okay, so if that's true, do you want those people to live with you in eternity? I mean, would like if heaven's real, don't you think that God should be just and righteous and judge those people?
It's not for me to decide or for me to know. I'm not intelligent enough.
God
If you're talking to me, I don't know. I'm not intelligent enough.
I'm just asking you, would you want the wicked to be saved? Do you
I don't
want the
believe in that
wicked?
in the first place. I don't believe in your premise in the first place. Do I believe there are bad people? Yes. Evil, I don't know if I would really call that, because that draws a connotation, that draws up a vision of this guy with horns and, see, you're already nodding no at me. You and I already knew this from the start, cannot have a conversation because I'm very set in my position and you're very set in yours. So we're
I just asked you a question. You can't answer
I
it.
don't agree with your premise. No.
Oh, I don't judge people, and the evil people. Oh, yeah, it's not me to judge. I want everybody to be free and love, and let's love the evil people.
Why are all these Christians so
That's
loving? That's what I want to know.
Rocky.
No, that's not what I'm
He
saying.
hasn't even said any of that shit. He's projecting past conversations with other people that have opposed his views and throwing them onto Lindsay.
I noticed.
asked her a simple
That's why I
question.
can't talk to him.
I asked her
He
a
straw
simple
mans me all the
question.
time,
Do
and
you
then
want
he starts
the
getting
wicked
mad.
to survive? And she's like, I don't know. I can't judge that.
I never
don't
said the
ask
word
me,
judge.
That's too hard for
Never
me to
said that.
answer. or something.
Call that
And
first.
oh my God.
Oh,
See,
never mind.
you and I are just going to argue. So why? Why?
I just asked you a question, a simple
I
question.
said no. I said
you-
no. Definitively,
all around it.
positively, concretely, no.
No, what?
I do not believe in evil demons that are coming after me. I believe there are fucked up people
that's not
that
the
have a
question I
Glock,
asked
and I
you.
lock the door. They're not going to heaven
I
with
asked
me.
you
Not in my
if-
heaven.
if you
They're
would-
not going. I don't
that's
know where
not
they're
the
going.
question.
I don't know.
You don't even
You
answer
think
the question
you
I asked
think
you.
you know. I do not claim to know. So, I bow to you and to your genius and your intelligence, and that the fact that you're omnipotent. And wow,
Hold
congratulations.
on, let's
This
all
is-
take a moment. Let's all take a moment to bow to Rocky.
Fuck you,
Yeah.
fuckers.
This is
Yeah,
why we
you
can't
guys-
talk, and you
wow.
don't even understand me and what I'm trying to say.
You,
and then that
you,
gets
I
me
asked
irritated.
you a simple question and you danced all around it, and you said that I asked you
want to
something that
dance
I
on your
didn't
head,
even
dude.
ask.
What was it? I didn't hear the question.
He asked
You
me if
all
I believe in
dodged
evil
everything.
demons walking around us.
He rage quit. Why the fuck are all these
She
Christians
actually
so
answered it
loving?
really quickly and instantly. She said, "Yes, I believe the people are evil, but I don't believe they're evil people."
All right, we got Rocky, we got Snafu, we got Tommy,
frustrates
we
me.
got Smith.
Do not, please. I know
What
you're
makes
here,
you
Rocky.
think all the Christians are loving? Well,
No, I was being sarcastic. Listen to my
I
list.
hear you.
Did you
Do
hear my
not
list of
misinterpret
people?
me
I heard you.
and ad
Yeah.
hominem and say that I use words that I didn't. I surely judge. I probably judge way more than all of you, because all of you are very nice and open-minded.
Oh yeah,
So,
no, fuck everybody.
Hold on a second. You think you judge more than me?
Yeah, this motherfucker judges.
I can't tell for sure. I can't, right? Because we don't fully know each other that well.
Well, no shit. I said, do you think?
Maybe because you said you keep it inside and you don't, and you filter it, and you're able to not say it out loud what you really think. Where I'm a buffoon and I say it out loud and I don't care that someone doesn't like me. What I care more about is being heard correctly. That really bugs me when I'm not, when I'm straw man like he just did. It's like, what did I
think
waste my
yeah.
time for?
I think it's amazing that that Tarek is still down here, shit talking Monograph, but still refusing to offer any sort of support for his claims.
The guy from earlier in the tank top.
This is all new shit. He just left his comment.
I think what we are trying to achieve is kind of objectivity, and we can understand that each one of us come from a certain background, certain programming, and we're going to have our own biases. What we can be helpful to each other is to kind of shine light on some of the blind spots, and some people hold on to those things a little bit more than others, and I don't know the right strategy of because I always try to be gentle with my
Both
approach,
parties
but
have to be
that's not
open.
always
He's not open. And yes, I'm not going to make this all about me. I'll be really quick. I am not exactly the most open-minded person. I just admitted I'm judgmental. I think there are pros and cons of that too. And I'm not sitting in the middle of the fence. I'm being a realist, right?
You're
so
right.
when I say I can talk to this man, I mean with a caveat of only if he can hear me. And he can't hear me. He's going to hear what he wants to hear. And then he's going to tell me that I'm saying things that I'm not saying, pin me out to be the bad guy because I don't agree with his premise. So that gets me really frustrated. So I have to be open-minded to what he's saying, and I've tried to do that, and I let him speak. He's not open-minded to what I said. So I can't talk to him. He makes me mad. I'm sorry, it's true.
He's very frustrating for me too, if that helps. I don't know.
Okay.
He's frustrating for everybody, but
And he's not wrong. It's just his opinion.
no, he is wrong. He's arrogant. That's what he is. He may not be wrong, but he's definitely wrong in his hubris.
To assume that you have all the answers, whoever you are,
It's intellectually dishonest.
I can't deal with that.
Oh man, that's what makes people dangerous. And when I say dangerous, I don't mean like a weapon, like a knife or a gun. Like people that believe in something so hard that they fight tooth and nail because they think they're right, they're fighting for the right thing, but they don't see how it affects what's around them. That's dangerous people.
Yeah.
There's no meat in the middle. They're just
Not
right.
as dangerous as me with my knife here.
That's a different danger.
Watch it.
Just fucking really play with a knife.
That's why you can't.
Don't cut
You guys
yourself
think
up,
that you can
Mark.
have. You guys think you can have. I don't know, productive religious-based conversations about whether there's a God say or not, or whether you should. There are things in the Bible that are true or not. I don't think we can because we're already set in our ways. But yet, I feel when people philosophize it, like Nachi, I can get it. I can understand why he takes this idea and puts it together. But when this guy goes by the book and he refuses to analyze literature, I just can't deal with that. Well, I can, but I don't like it.
Can anyone decipher this comment on screen?
Flow State, why are you this drunk? Disrespect to anyone.
Huh? Yes. Purple.
We're not disrespecting him.
I'm not sure what. Yeah, I don't know. If anybody in the chat knows can speak Tarek.
No, I understand. Because he's missing some words. He's talking about why are you letting this drunk somebody, whomever that might be drunk, allowing that drunk to disrespect anybody.
Oh, here's some
good.
clarification.
You're good.
Because Yo are allowing Rocky drunk, and Flow
Yeah, he
State
was
allowed
right.
certain people on the panel. Even if they are cold or evil, he allows it because he cares about numbers.
Is he
Yeah, I
drunk?
mean, that's true.
yeah.
I definitely care about the numbers more than I care about upholding your whatever weird covert contract standard you've got. Go make your own channel, Tarek. I let you up here, even though I think that you're a hypocrite and a coward and a shit talker. I think you bear false witness all the time. I think you're dishonest with yourself and with people you talk to. But I still let you up here.
And again, like before, you were accused of that by him, and I agree with that idea about what was it exactly? But you were accused of oh no, because you wanted him to come up to talk to Monograph, you know, when he was in the chat, and then when he did come up and Monograph was not here, he was saying that you were doing that to just get numbers. But like, if you're talking to somebody in the chat, right, then you have an opportunity to come up and talk to them directly. Why not take that opportunity? I think that's your position.
Well, and even more than that, like I just believe in being more erring on the side of caution when you shit talk people. And if you shit talk somebody, especially some of the claims that I've heard made about Monograph, but you know that you're going to refuse to provide any support for it, then why the fuck are you even talking? Why are you talking and judging anybody? You know, like obviously I'm making the right call in this decision. Given the amount of evidence and information I have, which is none, I'm making the right call. Tarek, if I'm making the wrong call, it's your fault for withholding information that could change my mind.
But we are free to comment in chat, yeah, and say our opinions and say, you know, Flow State is full of, you know what, because such and such, and this is what I think.
Well, sure.
I mean, yeah.
Until
okay.
I kick you.
Okay.
I mean, that really is how it is. People don't have rights here. This is my channel. It's not a democracy. So yeah, I'll kick the fuck out of you, Tarek. So
see, Tarek, at least,
you
know what? It's not my room. I'm gonna shut up.
no, you're fine, Lindsay. You'll know before everybody gets like several warning kicks before they get kicked for good.
Okay. Don't you think he's at least interesting with his different perspectives? I think Rock is interesting. He just won't hear me, you know? So I'd love to speak to him if he could hear me and I could hear him. But
Tarek,
I think the
Tarek,
you've been called to the panel. You've been called to the panel. Go ahead, Knock.
No, like here's what I think. I think there's a little bit of a history between you, Lindsay, and Rocky, you know, and that's been kind of going on for the past week.
There is
like just between you. In my mind, this is just what I see, you know, and maybe you don't feel it from your perspective, but from what I have seen, no, this is just what I see, you know, like I think there has been like, yeah, and I think it had to do with like, you know, some of the other arguments that weren't like resolved for whatever reason, and I think he's trying to, you know, have a conversation. Not that you're making it difficult for him to have that conversation, but I think there's something else going on that is like beyond objectivity, like beyond discussion. There's something else going on.
something
Personally
I don't
speaking, this is
understand. That's interesting.
yeah, this is what I'm observing. Yeah.
So you're saying he has the hots for Lindsay?
I don't think that is what you're saying, is it?
Well, I don't know. I don't know what it is. He might have hots for Lindsay, but maybe, you know, like we act like kind of like, you know, middle schoolers, you know, where we like girls, but we show them we don't like them, and that's how we show our affection. You know,
That
by
would really
pulling on
suck.
their hair and stuff like this. I don't know.
know. Have at it, man. Or we can do the details. No, I really don't know.
What
but
did you
thank
mean? What did you mean in the private chat there, Lindsay? I didn't get what you meant.
Did I write?
I'm reading the chat too. Also, my bad.
I have no
You
idea.
said my bad.
I
You
offend
said
people. Just, I guess that's my goal in life or something. Or, I mean, not goal, but I notice that I offend people, so I'm constantly having to apologize or be diplomatic or whatever. And I just
you
figured
said
I'd
I'm
trigger-
not. Yeah, you said
trigger
I'm not putting that down. I'm not putting that down, Pineal. I like that you shared something personal. You're talking about the Joel Epstein joke.
The testimony
Try at a
thing.
joke.
The fact that he
Yeah, it was
shared-
kind of a joke. It was an attempt.
Yeah,
at a joke,
I get that it was a joke. Mostly it was because I think I
His
needed the
testimony.
spot, and you, I don't know, you're pretty colted up. I'm just not sure about you. No offense. Nothing personal, just my optics.
So what does that mean exactly? Explain what that means to be culted up. I want to know. I would ask Snafu, but he doesn't really use that terminology anymore. Lately, it seems.
You hang around Enslavia a lot, and you showed up right about the time when a bunch of Chaos agents showed up. Like, there was people backstage I didn't let up. So the timing was sus.
And so
It may be
is
nothing.
Mitchell
It
here?
It very well be my misinterpretation, which it seems like it is sort of at this point, honestly.
Is Mitchell here next to me and Notch here above me? Not regular panel members of the Enslavia camp?
But they're also regular here.
Okay.
I'm here more often than I'm over there, actually.
I see.
I think he thinks you're indoctrinated into your religious beliefs or something.
No, it's
Yeah, well, no, I think he knows I was joking. Again, the Joel.
No, not including.
Yeah, not
the
religious
Joel.
at all.
No, I know. Yeah, I know that was a joke. That was just like that wasn't anything except for an attention catalyst for me, honestly.
I mean, I was bar
mostly-
mitzvahed, so I mean, if anything, yeah.
Mm.
I have read a Joel Osteen book, though. I will say I read a Joel Osteen book before it was Mandoozled to Epstein or Olstein or whatever it is now.
And if I were really in YouTube for
But yeah,
the
it was a good
money,
book.
I would definitely be running a Christian channel. Hallelujah, praise God, hit the donations. I mean, that's the crescendo of every church service ever, right? Is the offering plate.
Actually, the best way to go about it, Flo, is that you have to say that you were like a Satanist, before,
what?
and then
Oh yeah,
the best way to
yeah.
go about it, like if you said that you were in an occult organization and like a Freemason, and you were a Satanist, and you did this, and then you saw the light, and then you became a reborn Christian, and then you are coming out with your testimony. That's how you're gonna get
More
that
palatable.
group of people.
I used to be a voodoo doctor in Tahiti,
There you go.
but now I'm saved.
But that's
praise God.
That's not believable. See,
Okay,
we
hold on,
gotta,
hold on,
we gotta, you gotta spin it that it's like palatable for people.
Okay. I was born a poor black man.
And a sinner and a demon.
What? Okay. I don't know. I need help with a better backstory.
I'll help you. I know how to spin the story. All right.
All right. Are you gonna help me?
Oh well, you have to go with like your cultural background. So you come from like the the southern states. So like you want to become like a Southern Baptist. Probably that's the best way to go, right? You're gonna get the best following before that for that, and then probably like anything like you want to say like, oh, I grew up Goth and then I was programmed, and then
Can I be bit?
started
I was
getting into-
bitten by a radioactive spider, and since then I've been able to see God. No,
That just sounds stupid. No,
Okay.
that's not gonna sell, man. That's not gonna
Okay.
sell.
Are these other people that want to come up? Are they here? Because maybe they want to.
they're not anymore. Most of them showed up when Monograph did.
Okay.
Another good
JB
direction is like
was
going
one
like
of them.
New Agey. Yeah, if you went New Agey before, and then you saw the light, and then you became a Christian. So that's another good.
So I
good
need a
direction to go.
redemption story, basically.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not too
Usually.
late for me to use that one. I am sort of like, I dabble in the occult. I mean, I'm interested in it, right? I've got books on it and shit. I don't like do spells or anything, but I think it's an interesting subject matter.
Well, that we know of, that you don't do spells. That
Simple
you don't
Jack.
want to
Okay.
admit to.
Touche. I did do a protection spell one time. It was a weird point in my life, but I peed in a jar full of broken glass and buried it.
Oh God.
Actually, I didn't bury it. That's probably why I got raided again. Because I didn't complete I did the easy part of the protection spell.
You know what happens?
You half did it.
I half did it. I pissed in a jar full of broken glass and then set it on the back porch. Oh fuck! And then I was standing there when I got raided the next time. That's crazy.
Okay, he's crazy.
No, I mean like it. I mean, how weird is that? That I was standing on the back porch by. Yeah, okay, that's a
Yeah.
fun twist I hadn't realized until like literally just now.
Coincidence? Don't know.
Possible.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Maybe we got a witch in the chat. Is Venus still here?
That stuff kind of scares me.
It does me too. But I figured this one was benign enough. I got told it by this chick. She was like a Mexican witch, like from Mexico. I don't know. It was a whole thing.
Bruja.
It was a weird, but she assured me it was simple. It'll give you protection. I was like, that's good because these people are actually after me. It didn't. Yeah, I didn't carry it through.
All it did really was protect your bladder from overflowing. You know?
I mean, that is true. It protected it better than a beer bottle. I don't know if any of the dudes have ever peed in a beer bottle, but you pee more than 12 ounces.
Way too small. Way too small.
And if you're leaving a Royals game and you're stuck in your friend's car, he gets pissed when you try to plug the end of, like you putting your thumb over a hose. I'm retarded.
You admitted it.
Well, it's a nice thing to know.
Hey man,
A beer
you know,
can, a beer can only
acceptance.
holds so much piss
Acceptance is the
until it
first.
overflows. Good to know.
Acceptance
Yeah,
is the first step, man.
I mean, I think everybody already knew it. It's like coming out of the closet, but everybody already knows you're gay because you run around yelling at women because you're mad that they don't turn you on as much as the dudes do. You know.
You win. You've got the room speechless. That was really good.
Everybody thought
Have you
I
ever
was
seen
too
this
arrogant
movie? So
to
you-
admit that I'm retarded too.
Have you ever seen this movie called Brain Candy? It's done by these like Canadian comedians, like what are the Kids in the Hall? Have you ever seen this? Brain Candy. Okay,
No,
like
never
there's
heard of
a family. There's a father. He always comes home after work, and he goes to the attic and he watches gay porn and he masturbates. And then when mother comes home, asking the kids, "Hey, where's daddy?" And the kids are like, "Dad's upstairs, watching gay porn again." And but the whole time, the father's like, "Oh, I'm not gay," and he was in denial that he was gay because he's got a wife and he's got kids. Like, how can he be gay if he's got a wife and kids? But he's watching gay porn and jerks off to gay porn all the time, like, right? And then later on, he finds out that he is gay, and then they do a big parade. Like, I'm gay. I'm so happy that I can be open about the fact that I'm gay.
Did you watch this movie in an arcade booth at a truck stop?
Oh, well, where else? Where else would I watch that?
That happened to me in real life. My dad. He was
yeah.
gay, obviously to my mom. And then my brother and I, my older brother, always had this feeling like there's just something different about him. And I would look at other my friends' dad's hands, and they would be kind of tough. They would have calluses, and the nails might be dirty from grease or whatever it was. They all had these working man hands. And then I looked at my dad's, and I noticed they're really soft. Well, that's because he's in education, and I just excused all the red alerts that I had. And
But his nails are painted.
not quite. But do you mind if I tell this story? I mean, it's kind of awkward anyway.
Oh, I don't give a
can
shit.
stop
Go ahead.
now. Okay, I will.
Do it.
I will do it because it's strange and sort of interesting in a way. At least it trips me out. So I'm thinking my dad is someone who he's not most of my life, really. But I'm getting these little red alerts. Like, for example, my brother's older friend comes home and my dad comes to pick us up at school, and his older friend tells my brother that he said, "Your dad hit on me." And we were both like, "Bullshit, quit lying. You're a weirdo. Shut up. That didn't even happen. There's no way. He's into my mom, blah, 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 blah. I get little clues and hints like that, and little weird sexual things that I kind of nuances that I kind of excused and kind of didn't understand because I was, 11, 12, around that age. But at the same time, I had processed it somehow. I think kids are smarter than we give them credit for. And it wasn't until years later when I was like 23 and in college, and he was arrested. And I couldn't believe it. But it was in the papers, and my mom brought me a copy because I was going away and I was in college, and she brought
you a copy?
She said, your friends are going to come to you, I guarantee you, and tell you this. So I want to head them off and tell you what happened with your dad. And so I was like, okay, what? Mind blown, out of the universe. It says, I shouldn't be sharing this. I don't care. Okay. I'm just not going to care. It was shocking. It said that he was arrested for soliciting sex in a public restroom. I asked him about it from men, of course. And I can't tell you, it's as if you told me Nachi is purple and green right now. It's like, there's no way this is even real. This doesn't even register. And his whole story brought this up for me. I was so dumbfounded that I left class because I was upset. My life has been a lie, and I'm this liar's kid, and it just played with my head. I crashed my car because I was thinking about it, and as I was thinking about it really deeply, I drove to the stop sign, and I asked my dad, what is this all about? Did you really do this? And he denied it, and I knew right then he was lying to me. And then I started catching on to things again and again and again. For sure, he's bi, for sure. It turns out my brother that he had with another woman, my half brother, is gay. And I think it does run in families, or it can. So I'm looking up my dad on one of these, the free websites where you can look up first, middle name, last name, and see, you pay $1 and you can see where somebody lives or something. Because I don't know my dad anymore. So I want to know who this guy is. Because if I don't even know.
You got other addresses and phone numbers, huh?
I got his address with a woman's name. And so I confronted him and I said, Dad, who is Christy? And why is her name on your address? He started making up lies. Come to find out, it gets weirder. Christy is a man. Christy is a man and a truck driver, and he's been staying at my father's house while he goes through transition surgery, and my dad is paying for it. And imagine, I don't know how I can, this is just so strange.
Sorry. Well, go ahead.
He moved in with a transsexual or transgender person, and he never admitted that he was gay. These are things I had to find out to figure out, find out, and he still denies it to this day.
Is he gay or not though? Because he's trying to. Oh, okay, because he's trying to transition. I don't know. That's confusing.
My dad's not trying to transition. My dad is a liar.
He's trying to transition his boyfriend or girlfriend. He's trying to make his boyfriend into a girlfriend.
How did you even meet? Yeah, it's so confusing. I said, how did you even meet Christy? Like, how did this even happen? And he just lies after lies after lies. What did he tell me? Oh, it was a former student of his. That's what he said. And they connected, and he just wants to help him because he's a really nice guy. Do you think
that's true?
No, I think he probably picked him up somewhere. And so to find these things out about your parents or people is mind-blowing. It's mind-blowing. Yeah. Just as weird as those conspiracy things, that you guys are talking about. Like, what if we think IDF...
More weird, yeah.
Yeah. IDF attacks itself, really? That's just, to me, mind-blowing. And this kind of subject was danced around a couple of times, so I'm like, I'm just going to tell that story. It just still confuses the hell out of me. Not only do you not know yourself because of cognitive dissonance and you're changing your own changing mind here and there, but we don't know each other. We don't know ourselves. You don't know your parents. You don't know what they did before you had them. You don't even know they're gay.
How long ago did you how long have you processed it for?
For forever. I'm still going, what? How did this happen? He was with my mom, and We were a family.
Was your mom surprised?
Yeah, I told her. Yeah, she was surprised too. And then suddenly she stops and she says, "Things are making sense now. Things are making sense." And it's like, it's no wonder most of us have problems with trust. And I say you should. You should.
That's how we're good. That's the takeaway from the story.
Yes.
Never trust anybody.
Do not. It's on it. What I do is I trust on a continuum. Like I'm keeping to use Nachi. I'm going to use him again and again because he's next to me and it's convenient. I trust him to an extent. I look at it like a spectrum, with nobody being able to be 100% trusted, simply because you can't trust yourself. Like I said, there's cognitive dissonance. I don't even abide by my own morals sometimes, right? So I can't trust me. So from 1 to 100, I can trust Nachi anywhere along the scale, but no one gets 100. And I think that's fair.
Yeah,
Trust but
that is
verify.
definitely fair. Yeah, absolutely. That's reasonable.
Rank us from most to least trustworthy on this panel. Go.
Well, that's not fair because I know you better than anyone else here.
Oh,
Number
I'll be the
one.
highly rated one on this panel. Lindsay trusts me to the most.
Your name has MGTOW in it. You go all the way to last.
I don't trust anyone. I'm sorry. Not fully, but I can trust Flo to an extent, but I think he has ulterior motives.
That's what
Because
people
he's-
keep saying about me.
Because he's manipulative.
What?
But there's a certain part that I can trust about him that I would say, hey, he's not way over here, you know? There's certain things that he says. There's certain nuances in his facial expressions. There's certain things he says from the heart and with his eyes. And I notice all that stuff. Just like if anyone else had trust issues, you would notice the same things, right? Like, does she touch her nose when she's talking? Does that mean she's uncomfortable? All those body language things. I'm talking my ass off, sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's fine. You're just.
No, please continue.
Why don't we talk about Notch? You've talked with Notch enough to know.
I trust him very much.
Can you share my video to the chat about the brain candy Flo? You have
Oh
the
yeah,
wrench.
yeah. I got you. I didn't see it back there.
Thank you.
You just can't trust anyone. You know, that's why people's wives cheat and things like that.
I'm a Scorpio. I'm a Scorpio, Lindsay, and that just puts me in the category of not really trustworthy because we're all automatically mysterious. You know, that's just the way we're built. You know.
When someone tells you they're not trustworthy, you should take their advice.
There you go.
I'd like to know if anybody else, especially the woman on the bottom, because she's particularly quiet. I don't know if she's listening.
That's Mitchell. That's not a woman on the bottom.
Oh,
That's Mitchell.
see, I need my glasses. I don't have glasses on. I'm so sorry.
How dare you?
I can't read names. Now I see you're a guy.
Mitch,
Okay.
Mitch,
You're
show her
so
your
far
hair.
away.
I'm good looking. It's all right. Yeah.
It's an accident.
That's a
I
man.
got. I got.
I need glasses.
Well, women compliment my hair all the time.
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
It really is.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
I
So.
apologize for that. It wasn't on purpose at all. I just like to hear what people who don't talk very much. I know.
So Mitch was lying about his gender. So he moves to least trustworthy.
Right.
You were blurry to me, honestly, until you got
He's
closer.
fooled. You tell, you tell me as well.
I'd like to hear from you. Like how
I have trust issues. I don't really trust anyone. I think everyone's been, deceived and tricked and whatever, confused, including myself. So I have to question myself often, and I think I don't know if that's a healthy way to be, but that's the way I manage my life for sure. Is I question everything. I'm very skeptical, but
triple Scorpio here. I didn't mean to
Yeah.
commandeer your room. I was
No,
just
I'm-
going to talk about this because
Let's
Nachi brought that up.
commandeer away. I've been up here for a while.
I'm like this.
No, yeah.
I don't
you
tell
got it.
anyone that. I haven't told anyone that.
Right on. Well, yeah. No, you're doing a great job of running the panel. and I can take a back seat.
I've got lots of stories about my screwed up family.
I think we've talked about this before. I think it came up when I said that I was what, 27 or 28 when I learned I had 2 older half sisters.
I didn't hear you say that.
Oh, well, yeah, that's all it is. 2 older
Let it
half
play
sisters.
with your mind, right?
I forget about it still, right? People are like, "How many siblings do you have?" I'm like, I'm like 2. Wait, what kind of 2? I mean, I have 4, but I really I only know 2. One of them I haven't even ever met.
It's a trip.
So yeah,
Like I said, there's things about your parents that you don't know. Maybe they don't think you should know, or that you shouldn't be told. But then when you find
it
out,
was a surprise to them too.
Yes. Don't sit in the IHOP. I'll come grab it. It happens. Sometimes you don't know your siblings.
Yeah, it does.
So do you actually
mine is less weird than yours.
Do you actually
Yours-
vote, Lindsay? Were you
Swear.
being serious before, or were you joking?
why couldn't I vote? I can vote. Yeah. But I was saying
I didn't say anything. I
in
didn't
that
say
con-
that. I asked you a question.
Oh, what did you say again? Maybe I misheard you. What did you say?
He's on a huge delay still, I think.
I thought he asked me if
What
I
now?
could vote.
Yeah. Man, you got to get a new computer or something.
No, I don't think. I don't think so. I hear you with your mouth. I see your words moving with the mouth, unless the display is delayed too. I guess it's possible.
Oh, I don't know. Lindsay asked a question back to you, I think. Or say your question again to Lindsay. I don't think she followed.
Go ahead, my bad. I was asking if you were being serious when you said that you voted and you don't see another way to. I guess I didn't hear you right, and that's why I'm asking you to clarify what you said about. It was probably like 30. It might have been an hour ago, actually.
Yeah, no, I remember that. I remember what you're talking about. I had said voting doesn't do anything, and you had said, "Well,
Yeah, I don't remember the word.
Well, how are you gonna influence the system then if you don't vote?" Which,
Yeah, I was actually looking for productive things that you could do instead of voting. And I said, for example, if you want to be in one of the parties that thinks kind of in the middle rather than linearly, like an independent or something, then your vote doesn't even count as much as, somebody who's either a liberal or a Democrat.
I don't think that
Excuse me, a liberal or a Republican. And Flo was saying they don't count either. We don't count. And then you guys
I think
were saying
locally they do. I think at a local level, it does. I think this is just my theory, but I think that once you hit governor of a state, at least,
Mhm.
probably way before that in big states like California, but I think definitely by the time, well, before you're governor, actually, it's not up to the general public's vote at that point. And I say that because based on observation, but I also have my grandpa was mayor of a town, and they wanted him to run for not senator, for governor of the state, and he declined. And he didn't explain a lot, but what he did say was basically that politics isn't what you think it is. So I'm sort of reading into that some too.
He kind of knew it was a waste of time.
Well, I think that he knew that you have to compromise yourself. You're not allowed to get up to those levels unless they've got leverage on you.
Unless they allow you.
Right.
And then my counter argument, or at least complaint or contention with that, was, okay, so we're all sitting here a bunch of victims, and that makes me feel angry and powerless. So I want to know.
There's one
tell
way
me
around
besides-
all this, but not a lot of people like to admit it. But
I feel like you're going to say something kind of raw,
I'm not gonna say it, though.
Yeah, you're implying something that's like
allegedly
1776, right? That's
maybe
right. But see, that's definitely not the way to get anything done, right? Like just pragmatically, it's not. That's not the way to do anything. The best way to impact the system. See, people bitch about the system being too big, but then also utilize it for all the shit that they want. If you stop utilizing it, if you stop using it for the things that you want from it, it will stop giving them the validation to continue to expand it.
Well, it's got more out of me than I've got out of it.
Whoever
I'm
has
just saying.
who gets laid, now we run out of gas. So no, we don't.
I didn't hear that.
I said earlier, somebody asked if guys in a fedora still get laid. No, not when they run out of gas.
Oh shit. Yeah. No, probably not. I mean, maybe by a dude that picks you up.
It doesn't feel good to be a victim, right? And to be powerless like a beetle on your back with your legs in the air. That's
Right.
quite the description, right? But I don't want to be like that. I want to say, hey, you know what? I have a choice to do something.
You're
I can
even
do
more
something.
like that if you ignore reality. And the reality is all of us are sort of like that to a degree.
Mhm.
But we also have way more impact over our own lives than the system does. And so if everybody just you can remove yourself from that to quite a large degree in your own personal life if you work at it.
But
Most
are we
people-
not wasting an enormous amount of energy that we could use actually doing something instead of complaining about the same things over and over? This isn't a criticism. This is more like me trying to improve myself
like
because I'm
Flo
not
said.
speaking for all of you.
Focus on yourself and put all of your energy toward yourself instead of fixing society, which cannot be fixed. Focus on yourself.
Yeah. I absolutely think that fixing society, like, not to
It's
shit
past
on
that point.
Jack, but like trying to go straight to the top and then manage the whole world, to the UN. I think that's I think it's the same thing as like voting in national elections. It's just a placebo activity. You're not going to impact shit if you demand to impact from the top down instead of just starting where you're at and impacting your sphere. If everybody just influenced their own sphere in a positive way, then you've impacted the whole world. That's the recipe to impact everything. It's just people just take care of their zone. But
I
everybody
believe
wants
we're all
to think
connected. Yeah.
we are all connected, but that's how you make change. If you try to get into other people's turf and fix their problems from the outside, it's just
They're not going to see things the way that you see them anyway. So
Oh yeah, Benton has explained this very well before. I agree with the Bentonian perspective on
The N-word revolution. If
the N-word revolution.
N-word.
well,
Yeah.
you all seem to agree.
Now, here's where I disagree with Benton. I think that people are connected, but we're not one. We're one. I don't know what that is. That's a talking point that justifies getting involved in other people's business.
Yeah, maybe on the greatest level, but we're definitely not where we go one, we go all.
Yeah, I do think
Unless
that
to
we're
a
connected in ways like when you're thinking about somebody and then they call your phone. Everybody's had that shit happen. I've had that happen in a lot more extreme ways than that, as probably everybody else has too. But I think that demonstrates that on some level we've got some sort of a connection.
I would say in general, society is going to shit because they haven't taken the responsibility to, be independent of the system, So
What if you don't
that's-
want to be a sovereign person? I don't want to be. I mean,
what does that even mean? I mean, sovereign is like a
because you're
title.
not participating in the general government laws that we all abide by, taxes, et cetera, having to drive with a license, blah, 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 blah. How do you break free from all the governmental systems and institutions and stuff that we rely on just simply to eat and live? I mean, realistically, you can go off the grid and, like the
Well, I think Flo touched on it. You stop utilizing these systems that are justifying their funding based on you using them. Their whole existence is because you use them.
And
So
even a lot of it's just. Oh, sorry, Mitch. Go ahead.
no, you're good. I yield. Go ahead.
I don't know.
Please.
a lot of it is even just changing our rhetoric, right? So it changes the like. An easy example that I like to use is cops, right? And especially when you look back at look at how people reacted to J6 and how people reacted to the BLM riots, right? Each side was cheering their asses off to see the other side get arrested for whatever it was, right? That dichotomy mindset where it's like, oh, we're in a police state. Oh, good, get their asses. They shouldn't break the law. That's the ultimate hypocrisy, and that sort of attitude is what gives government its legs to demand more money.
Well, it's ignorance. It's that kind of behavior is just out of ignorance. They're not understanding like what they're actually. It's hypocrisy and ignorance. It's just not really being aware of what system that they're in. And my contention is that if more and more people became aware of what kind of reality that we're in, what the government is and all this stuff, but it requires tremendous amount of effort and time. Most people do not care to do it because they want to be distracted with their, sodas and TVs and whatever, you name it all. Right. And so then they will never get to that. So they're relying on people because like if people wanted to wake up, nobody could stop them. Nobody could stop us from waking up. Right. Even despite all the programming, they just couldn't do it. But for other people, they can't stop them if people want to wake up, but they just don't want to. So that's kind of the situation that we're in. It's a little bit catch-22.
It is very much catch-22. Like, let's take Flo here, who despises the cops and their interference in his life. And you would say, hey, if you're gonna be consistent about that, about lack of involvement in institutions and I'm not paying taxes and this and that, wouldn't you have to be consistent straight along the line? But he spent, $15 for that shirt. He paid taxes on. He paid for those cigarettes. The taxes, I guess there's cigarettes aren't taxed there, are they? Probably.
Yeah, they are.
He paid for that microphone, whatever it is, and so you can't ever fully break free.
No, you
Well,
can't.
what if you could? Yeah, you can technically, but
No, you
I
can't.
mean,
There's no place on earth that I know of that you can live with not engage in the monetary system.
Exactly.
You have to pay property tax on real estate.
no, there's ways you can avoid paying property tax, but there are people like I'm sure Notch could speak on this more eloquently. There are, I'm sure, some monks up in the mountains that aren't paying property tax.
Somebody's probably paying property tax for those. I mean, at least in the Western world, in the U.S., what I'm familiar with, somebody has to own whatever land you're on. Somebody's paying taxes.
Well, even if they didn't, even if let's say even if I went to the Himalayas and I went to the most remote monastery, they're still gonna have to eat, right? Often, what the way these places work, that they get donations of barley powder and ghee. Yeah, if I really had to push myself. I don't need a whole lot. I just need salt, ghee, water, and maybe barley powder, and I could probably live on that for months. Seriously, I lived on that for weeks.
Do you want to?
What is it?
No fucking way.
Do you want to do that?
I've done it. It's not something I want to do. It's hard. It's ghee.
What
Ghee
is
is
it?
Clarified butter. GHEE. Clarified
No, what's it
butter.
made out of again?
It's
clarified
milk,
butter.
It's clear. It's clarified butter. It's ghee. It's well known in
Doesn't need to be
in
refrigerated.
India. Ghee. Yeah.
All right, let me
It doesn't need to be
keep it
refrigerated.
Let me
Keep it
rephrase
on
something
the
because a lot of people are saying that you can live without paying property tax. You can, but you can't own anything. How about that?
Mhm.
There's no place where you have
There are
the
a lot
right
of people.
to have a house and live there unfucked with.
Yeah. So I'm gonna say something about this because I live in a country where there are a lot of people who are quote unquote sannyasins, which means that you cannot have property, you cannot marry, you cannot have children, etc., etc. They're considered holy people, and they're kind of walking around from ashram to ashram, but that lifestyle does not suit 99.999% of Westerners. It's just not. It's difficult to live a lifestyle that it is inconceivable to you, because you're used to what you're used to, and you have attachment to the lifestyle that you have. And I get it. right?
I'm
So
addicted to
within those
sugar cereal.
Well, that's fine, you know, like, and that comes in a box that is made by a company that's packaged that, you know, they did all this kind of stuff. So
You're
vast
contributing to
majority
the
of people
ocean
here,
pollution.
But
Anyway,
think
so-
about how many microplastics I'm taking out of the environment by eating them instead in cereal.
You're not eating the plastic
or-
bag.
well, and just like pure metal that's just like ground into it to, you know, make it seem like it's got like it's full of like, you know, metal and stuff like this as well. But look, it's whatever. Like it's not my place to judge people about what they eat, because like there's grocery stores full of preservatives and chemicals and all kinds of stuff. It's not a big deal. The question is, like, when people say they want to live free, actually the best thing like they have to think about it is like, what the thing to think about is like, what's the alternative? I have some alternatives here, like living in India, because like the lifestyle of some people and the culture of India actually support that type of lifestyle if I want to live that. But I won't be here on the internet. I'll be walking around probably bare feet, like with like a bowl, begging from house to house, which is okay, like, you know, and then I can live that kind of lifestyle. But is that what I want?
Like literal?
I can't do it. Most people cannot. It's tough.
It's
Yeah.
them getting what you want, not just what you need.
I mean, the Amish are a popular community that, you know, have pretty much separated themselves, you know, and there are plenty of ways to avoid paying taxes. It's just, you know, people do it out of convenience because it's easier to do it than to learn how to avoid it or whatever.
You can't avoid the risk. There's a hell of a lot of risk there, and here's
Risk? Yeah. I mean,
another anecdotal example for the driver's license, the thing. Like a month ago, I missed a court date for tags, and that was a few months ago. Anyways, I missed a court date for expired tags, right? Not a big deal. It's like a $30 fine if they don't waive it. Normally, they even waive it when you go to court. If you've renewed them promptly after getting the ticket. I missed that court date. So I went to get a new court date. You've got to bond yourself out, you know, book in, bond out, whatever. So I called up ahead. They knew I was coming. I went up there with $500 cash, got booked in, and then they book you all the way in, put you in the holding cell, and then they're going to get the bond paperwork ready and come get me. And then I bond out, and I'm waiting in there for like half an hour now. And the dude comes in, he goes, "We've got warrants rolling in for you from all over the place." And I said, "What the fuck?" I said, I got pulled over the night before. I know about my one warrant. And that's what I said. I said, I've got a warrant from KCK. What else? He goes, you got that one. He said, you've got 2 from Missouri that are full extradition only. And they're not done coming in yet. And I asked him another question. He said, "Oh, well, we'll go over them when I said, what? Oh yeah, what are they for? What are the charges?" And he said, "We'll talk about them, you know, all at once when I come back." Okay. And anyways, so he leaves again. He comes back 20 minutes later, and he's like, "Good news, we're looking at the wrong people or the wrong person, right?"
Oh my God.
So, but who knows how long that could have played out a lot longer, I guess is what I'm saying. You don't know the norms that you open up when you contact law enforcement. Those things can go wrong, and open yourself to prolonged or more frequent interaction. It just there's no way to describe it other than risky.
Yeah, but there are also ways. I think what you were describing is like, you know, you being able to identify yourself was able to clear your name, essentially. And
yeah, but I mean, cops make mistakes. They could have stayed in that mistake and not noticed it, or people make mistakes. I could have had warrants I didn't know about as well.
So, but I think there are ways, you know, to have ways for them to identify you or whatever without you identifying as that corruption, you know, and just recognizing that corruption is key because it eliminates their presumptions and plausible deniability. So that way you can assert whatever rights.
Well,
you know.
It wasn't corruption. It was just like they're just not all the smartest people.
Well, your name has been corrupted, is my point, and it's like people don't even really want to recognize that. You know, it's like just that alone, and it's easy. It's pretty easy to realize. I mean, You know,
I'm not sure what you're saying, honestly. Does anybody? I don't know. I'm not following your point. My name has been corrupted by. Are you talking about the all caps thing?
yeah, just you know, people don't even really realize who they are technically. You know, it's like you have your given name and your family name, and there is that distinction. So, you know, that they're using that sort of ignorance, and you know, it definitely, the all caps ties into it. But
I don't know that I believe that all caps thing.
well, if you want, you know, I can definitely show you evidence of it.
I would like to see that. I haven't chased down that rabbit very far down the hole, because it seems like one of those things that even if it is technically true, like, good luck in the public's mind. It's you can't do stuff with it. But if you've got stuff, I'd be happy to look at it, and I definitely could.
So I think the basics of what I'm saying is, you know, there's this trust, you know, that was created for your benefit, and the people have failed to utilize it, you know, as their benefit, and they've become trustees to this, but you know, through their ignorance. So that's that tricked out of position, you know, so to speak. And so that makes you liable for everything, basically. And that's the trick, you know. If more people realize that reality, then they could start utilizing the trust for their benefit instead of, you know, being responsible for everything that's wrong. I'm trying to describe it very simply and basically, which is hard because it's rather complex. But, you know, page 666 of the Chicago Manual of Styles will tell you what the all caps is. It's the American Sign Language. You know, that essentially, you know, is a good place to start on that. But
You said using. Oh,
I just
Don't forget the SSKV Trust Act of 1666 too.
Right, I've read that, and that is interesting, but I'm not sure that it connects to anything going on over here. That was what, 400 years ago in England.
It does connect. It's all that continuation of, they have to carry that like chain of,
but I have seen
title or whatever.
I've seen a government document with my name in all caps and my daughter's not in all caps. I've seen others with hers all in all caps. It mixes and matches. I think it's how it's entered into the computer system. I don't know that it goes any deeper than that. But
yeah, well,
what was that? Give me that thing. Is page 666 of what?
It's the Chicago Styles Manual or the Chicago Manual of Styles. I forget, but it's
Yeah, you got it right.
It's American Sign Language is what it is.
Well, how is that relevant to law?
So that's essentially the format, like the format that's acceptable or appropriate for, you know, like the
research.
It's like grammar.
It's the grammar.
It has to do with grammar, right?
Yeah, it's basically defines what all the differences of, you know, languages and grammar and all these punctuations, whatever. I don't really know the best way to describe it, but it's what all that means, you know.
So
It's just like in writing, you know, you go ahead. Sorry.
It just looks similar to what we think, you know, so we just go along with it, and so, you know, that's the deception. It's subtle, but it's right in our face.
The mistake that I see that's frequently, basically always made with this SovSit, for lack of a better word, stuff, is that they misapply things places they don't belong. Like UCC. The UCC has nothing to do with whether or not you can drive with a driver's license. That's, you know, but people love to say, like, oh, look, driving is defined as commercial activity. Yeah, in uniform commercial code. But when you're just driving around, it's not governed by commercial code. What happened? Am I still here? I see Lindsay spinning.
Yeah. No, I hear you. Lindsay's spinning, but I'm listening and thinking.
I mean, just like
I
they follow
agree.
the Black Law, just like they follow the Black Laws dictionary, right? Like the words have a particular meaning within the confines of the court. right? They have to follow a particular like grammatic system, like with a sentence structure, punctuation, all this kind of stuff. So, that's what the Chicago style, like we had to learn this when I was in high school about like the proper way to like formulate sentences, and what all the punctuation marks actually meant if you want to create like an actual document,
Right.
That's all it is.
Exactly. So it basically shows, how they're using this grammatical deception to, get their deceived consent, basically. And that's what we got to recognize. I feel like that's our responsibility, because there's no way to like challenge the government and overthrow the government or anything like that. I don't even want to be considered, on their radar like an enemy of the government, like talking shit on the government. I don't even want to be
They
that.
already know about you.
Yeah, they do, sure, for sure. But my point is the way to essentially win in this realm is to learn how to interact with it, in a way that's not compromising to your
Scott, let me see you cam up before I pull you up. You don't have to stay on. Just make sure you're not
it's real late for me, and I'm not the best at describing this stuff, but without preparing, if I can research, I'm good at researching things and coming up with the appropriate information to try and support what I'm trying to say. But
Scott, it said
it's
device not connected when you flash it on. Sorry. Go ahead, Mitch.
no, you're good. I was just saying it's late and I'm stoned and I'm just babbling basically. So please forgive me, but yeah, I get it. A lot of this soft sit bullshit, it is bullshit, and a lot of it I think is to keep people distracted. And I think the solutions are extremely simple. So all that UCC and all that bullshit, it's all
semantics. People are looking for loopholes by playing games with semantics and where they apply things.
And I don't support that at all. I don't support that. I think if that shit gets in the wrong hands, you see how it gets exploited. Maybe there's something to it, but it's just how people. Right, it's just how shitty.
The scope of it, like Wizard, likes to reference law, talk about the law, and then the minute that he gets pressed on, he falls back into God's law, right? Like people aren't going to chase him there. He just met it up a level. You can't prove God doesn't exist, right? But ultimately, what it is deceptive about the scale, I suppose, of what you're talking about. What you're really talking about. It's all word games. These motherfuckers played so many word games. It's crazy.
Yeah, and
word games. Good.
I mean, I'm kind of on decent terms with Wizard right now. It's been, it's been kind of a rigorous.
You're not obligated to shit talk Wizard. I'll do it all myself. Wizard's full of shit.
But I can't help but saying it. Essentially, what I see his rhetoric doing is essentially doing the same thing that whatever he claims to oppose. It's just going about it his way. I didn't say that very well, but it's basically
he's a hypocrite.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean his name is fucking Word Wizard. Sometimes when people tell you about themselves, you got to listen to them.
Yeah.
And I can't believe it. I mean, who knows? I don't know what ever happened before I showed up. As far as I'm concerned, when I arrive someplace, it's the beginning of that lore. You didn't sleep long.
No, actually, I couldn't go to bed. I guess the gummies I ate earlier had caffeine in them. But no, dude. So I'm sorry to interrupt, but this throws me off so much because.
Hold on.
Yes. Go ahead.
Salute.
Hugs. I'm so tired, but I don't know why I'm still up. But apparently, someone did start a micronation in the United States called Mona Lisa, and their currency is cookie dough. But you can Google it, and it is real, and somehow they avoid paying taxes, my friend.
Is it a real? It's not a
I will
recognized.
send you a link.
You
right now.
better. Yes, yes,
Look,
sir.
churches avoid. It's not hard to avoid paying taxes. Like churches do it.
You have to
not for
lie.
profit.
You have to
Yeah.
either lie or not own anything, right? There's no legal way to just be left the fuck alone.
Well, that's rich people do. That's why they put their property in trust because so they don't own it.
The trust has to pay taxes still too. That's not how trusts work.
Link sent. Go ahead and double check before you post it. But dude, I heard this once. I was like, this ain't real, and then I remembered. I was like, all right,
Bro, I
first
think
thing-
that you pasted the wrong link. This is your porn. This is Pornhub video.
Oh,
this is
yeah.
leg shaking or what's that?
Not all trusts are subject to taxes. I know trusts are commercial actions, but they're not all subject to taxes.
Located in Nevada, dude. Have fun with it. Have fun with it.
All
Let me
right,
know
and
what
I'm
you
gonna
think.
drop this in the main chat so that anybody who cares to look it up can check out leg shaking orgasm compilation.
Yes. Have fun, guys. Good night.
Good night.
Good stuff.
And I believe that any trust, not all trusts, because not all trusts have income, but if a trust has income into the trust because it's using trust assets, that income is still taxed.
Right, income, which is an interesting word, and we can get deeper on that. But essentially, that's where it would be helpful to utilize. I don't know the best way to describe this, but like that's what that Cestic KV trust and all that shit's already,
Have you come across one single example where you can clearly see how it was done, where a person
Yeah.
successfully?
Christopher Hauser. That's a good one.
Okay, I've got a lot of open tabs now to look at later.
If you go back to his first video, it shows him interacting with it, and essentially how I interpret what he has done for his friend is basically they, don't take my word for it, do your research, but his friend essentially transferred the property that his home, and the land or whatever into a trust, and so then that way they didn't have to register the deed, and he explains it very clearly. I've never been through the process, so I can't.
It sounds like it would work like the friend set up a trust. He transferred the house into the trust. The trust owns the house. The friend just uses the house.
Right.
And so the trust, though, most trusts operate according to the bylaws of the trust as it was established. I don't think the friend has to pay taxes on it, probably, but he probably can't sell it either.
Probably, but if they do what there's something to this. To me, they use lawful money, which would be gold or silver. So, I think a constitutional amount.
Oh, I've
he
seen
mentions
this dude.
21 pieces
Christopher
of
Hauser's
silver.
a fraud. This dude's a fucking straight scammer.
How? What? What's fraudulent about
I
him?
don't recall what it is. I think it was one of
No,
his
if I find that out, that's what I want to know. Because what's fraudulent about him? There's nothing fraudulent about him.
Yeah,
he's so open with everything.
No, he's not. It's a grift. Listen to it. Listen to him.
He's not a grift. He refuses to accept money. There's people fucking scamming in his name. It's like there's nothing about him that's fraudulent. He's extremely open and transparent.
I'll have to get back to you with it. I recognize him. I know him. I was subscribed to him. I was all about it too for a minute, and then I listened to. He's very clever with it. I don't remember specifics, but yeah,
it would be interesting. Yeah, he did get in trouble, and he did some time, but he explains it very well, and it all makes sense. I'm not going to try and articulate it, but essentially what I think got him caught up was using the UCC. Essentially.
Oh man,
Go ahead. Yeah.
Sorry, like I remember I heard about this guy before, and I think he was on Crow 777 Radio. Him
That's
and Kurt
possible.
Kallenbach and some other guys, and there was a big fight between the sovereign people because they were like attacking each other. But this is more of an inside story coming from Crow 777 Radio, and I think this guy Kallenbach, he did get arrested, right? And he gave people some advice, and things went sideways. I'm not 100% sure on all the details in regards to that. He never got arrested.
I don't think that's
Kallenbach.
accurate either. I don't think Kurt Kallenbach has ever been arrested, and I don't.
He's done prison time.
Christopher has.
Oh yeah, Chris Hauser has.
Yeah, and that's in the Tennessee Superior Court right now. Right. And he's been very open about that case and everything about it. And so, yeah, he definitely.
Does he? He redirects people somewhere, right? Does he have a Telegram group or private?
He had a Telegram group, and that he is no longer associated with, because it got infiltrated, and then for some reason they won't let him shut it down. So I guess somebody else has the admin or something. I don't know the whole details to that.
Yeah, and I will look back into it now that I've stated.
He talks on all of that, though. He speaks on all that. He's very open and transparent. You could even contact him, and I've had private communications. So if you have any questions or any concerns, I would consider addressing him directly, because there are a lot of people that are, like even scamming using his name and image. And
I think that he's a very good con man. I don't remember why though, so I'll leave it at that.
That doesn't make sense because he doesn't accept any money, and he's very clear and transparent. He's
exactly how I would set up a con. I don't accept any money. Come to my Telegram group. But regardless, I don't remember the details enough, so I'm gonna just leave it at my opinion. But I will look into it and try to refresh my brain.
Well, there were people scamming using his name, and he's called them out. Yeah. And so, and he's warned people, don't ever pay for any of this. He thinks that if you are doing it the right way, you definitely don't need money. And so the thing about Christopher Hauser is he basically eliminates all these gurus like Wizard. And that's why when I mentioned Christopher Hauser to that community, Wizard put out a bunch of fucking bullshit, saying that he was in prison for 20 years and that his way is wrong and all of this and that. And there's a lot of people.
You're going to try to argue me why he's right, and I don't remember why I decided he was wrong. But I'm
not going to say why he's right. I'm just saying I haven't found anything wrong with, and I've looked closely. So if you do, I would be interested for sure. I'm not denying it. But with the American state assemblies, there was a division because what Christopher Hauser is doing is basically he's figuring out how to do the private banking, and so that's what so that's basically they're figuring out the direct access to that Sesta KV trust bullshit, is essentially what they're doing. But the Anna von Reitz what she was doing was she was positioning herself as the fiduciary, basically the trustee for that to administer what was becoming available as people were being able to access this. And so for a lot of people that's appropriate, because they're not going to be able to figure out how to do all the technical details without getting in trouble, so they're better off having someone else do it for them, so that way if something goes wrong they won't be responsible. That's what a trustee would be for. And so that irritated a lot of people that weren't aware, that felt like they could do the private banking and stuff on their own, so they split off. But essentially that doesn't affect the states that are being called into session, that are assembling. The state assemblies basically are all still they're all still doing their thing, and that's our responsibility. Those are the people, you know. It's like you hear the people of the Constitution don't really exist. That's because the people were converted into 14th Amendment citizens. So that shit's all.
Fuck. I was muted. I think that people need to refocus on where the Constitution matters, and it's only in a legal sense, like in the legal court laws. People like Constitution is spirituality for people, right? It's where they refer to derive their human value for a lot of people. Maybe not literally, but I think it gets too much importance placed upon it. It has specific context where it is very important. That's in U.S. legal law. It's the controlling document, but outside of there, like, it hardly matters.
Right. It's what is intended to, the Constitution. I like to kind of describe it like the Constitution. I don't get my rights from the Constitution, but the Constitution is there as a tool for me, if I know how to utilize it, to hold the government who swore an oath to uphold the Constitution accountable to that. If there's enforcement for the people, but that's where, it's ran amok because, there's no enforcement, there's no accountability. That's because the people have failed to do their job. They've gotten lazy. They delegated all their responsibilities. So now we investigate ourselves and we find no wrongdoing. This is essentially how that works.
Scott, welcome. You got anything you want to jump in, or are you just joining them?
Well, I was going to say, about the law thing, but it's funny because the StreamYard wouldn't let me on. I had to change my. I went from Chrome to Samsung, or what is it, Samsung or whatever, and I actually came on because, I was, not Cicada. I know him obviously, and I wasn't gonna porn bomb you, but when it comes to law, though, the thing is about the law is that they have changed it according to modern day law. Because law isn't the same as it was back when they wrote the Constitution, right? You know what I'm saying?
What?
The law, today's law, is not the same as when they wrote it.
Right. So if you're seeking protection from that legislation, they can change it at any time, and there's no protection there. You know what I mean?
Well, it's not that they changed it; it's that the people who are enforcing it are not abiding by the same statutes or laws that they had back then. You know what I'm saying?
Cops break laws all the time.
Exactly. Sure. Yeah. Mandates. A mandate is not a law, so therefore
they'll straight up break. I've bought coke off cops in uniform.
Fuck. That's intense.
Well, that makes me laugh because
it about gave me a heart attack because I was actually going to my buddy's house, and he said, "Oh, chill out. My guy will be here in just any minute. You want a beer?" As I'm sitting there drinking beer, and a cop walks in the front door, and I'm like, "Fuck!" Because I was under 21. I was like, "I'm going to jail for this," because I was sitting there holding a beer, and then no, it turns out he was just there to sell us some blow. So
you were under 21 then?
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah. One time I was holding a giant, I don't even know how much, but and all of a sudden I heard barking dogs. I'm like, what? And I was in a parking lot at a Chili's actually, and I was like, and then I looked around. I'm like, I saw 5 cop cars, and they're all going to Chili's, where I was my girlfriend worked at Chili's, and I'm holding this giant thing, and just one dog was barking at me, but I'm like, there's 5 cops in there, but one dog barking at me, and I'm like, okay, just put it all away, and just walk away. But literally, I was gonna go to jail forever if the dog was just by itself in the car. You know what I mean? Right next to me. You know what I mean? I didn't think that a bunch of cops just pulled up to a parking lot. You know what I mean?
That would freak me out too. I hate the fucking dog thing. The dog thing is bullshit.
Well, they have triggers, yeah.
Yeah, dogs are bullshit. It's a complete scam to
They're
let
just
them do
triggered,
what they want. My house got raided in 2017, and when I got raided, they blowtorched open the safes I had. They weren't listed on the warrants at all, my gun safes. They used cutting torches and cut them open. And the reason that they said was because the dog hit on it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I was told that the dog by people who watched the raid happen. I got taken straight to jail, but that they didn't even get the dog out of the car, which I believe they didn't. They were full of shit the whole way through that. But
my point is the dog was just being a dog. It wasn't triggering on anything, but I was just scared because I'm just sitting there in a car, like doing a little, like I was, weighing things out or whatever, and anyway, what's up, Flow State? I never talked to you before, and I know Notch, I never saw Notch. Actually, it's funny because he's been like on camera lately, but you had freaking Monty on, dude. How cool is that? I mean, I don't know if you're old school like me, but like I've been watching freaking Monty forever, dude.
I'd never even heard of Monty until probably a year ago. Yeah, no,
a year ago, bro. Oh wow, bro.
Yeah, I knew about him well before Snafu, but still, that's he's local to me basically.
But yeah, I mean, Montegraph has like been on like so many truther channels in the past 7-8 years. Well, obviously more than that, but like I started watching back in it. So Flo, say you're like a new kind of truther.
Well, I
like what I'm saying.
I don't know. I guess I've not been active in truther communities, but I don't think I'm very new to like kind of understanding how the world works.
Yeah. I mean, dude, I've been questioning the world since the 90s. You know what I mean? Like, but I didn't know there was a YouTube community until like 2016 or 15 or something.
So yeah, to the extent that there's a YouTube truther community, I would say I am new to it.
Yeah.
I don't self-apply the title. Actually, I think it's kind of, I don't know, cringy. It'd be like calling yourself an alpha male. Like I'm an alpha male. I am the truth community. Like the truth community. How?
No,
but I get what you're saying. It is
titles.
Right.
No, I'm just wondering. I mean, no, it's cool though. Like I like that. Like you see, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I started watching you maybe 8 months ago or something, but doesn't mean you don't know things. I mean, or whatever.
Oh, sure, for sure. And I do actually have the truth. I just have enough social awareness not to say it out loud.
Yeah, I don't know. I just thought it was cool that Monty was on there and Freedom Grower. I wanted to call in because Monty normally does call-ins and he doesn't do like he doesn't go on streams very often.
And I thought it was fucking cool as hell as him. He stayed around for a long ass time. I thought that was cool as hell. So,
but he was being quiet, and I wanted. But then you just let everybody on, which is cool. Sometimes it gets a little.
I left. There's more people that I left backstage than it probably seems.
You must have a pretty good internet thing going on because you don't have much lag or like you have probably a newer computer.
I do have a newer computer. It's just a laptop. It's nothing fancy or special, but I've not been thrilled with our internet connection. I'm getting better shit installed on the 26th or something. I got to look and see when that even is.
Yeah, I mean, it just sounds smooth sometimes. I mean,
good.
When you got 9 people on, it gets a little cuckoo sometimes. Anyway, I was just calling in, and Notch is awesome. I've known that guy since, Notch Cicada. I've known you since freaking 6 years ago on Iron Realm Media. You've been around for a while. It's cool to see you your face. He's exactly the way I expected him to. By the way, Notch, you look.
I've been on camera a little bit more lately, but back in the day, I was never on camera for many years. For 4 or 5 years, I was not on camera.
I wasn't either. I didn't want anybody to know my name at all. I mean, or anything, because I remember in the beginning, it's dude, who knows what people are gonna do? Come and try to, bother your life, and
Well, I feel like that's my protection, honestly. If we're talking about this, the more people that know, it's makes me less of a target, honestly. But
yeah,
I'm still weird that.
If you're an honest, truthful person, I don't think you got nothing to worry about when it comes. You're not trying to hurt anyone, and you're fine. That's the way I see it. Telling the truth, dude. How can you get in trouble for telling the truth?
Because we're all manipulatable, and that's there are people out there you're putting
Hold on.
forth some tactics that
This guy says that that's the problem. Flow state is a newbie and stuff. He's still questioning.
Yeah, I guess he thinks that he knows stuff that I don't know.
Dude,
or
it's
that he knows
okay.
better than me. So come on, Davis, step the fuck up.
Well, he might have.
No, I love that you're questioning it. I love it. I
Yeah.
think it's great, man, and I love your skepticism.
Thank you, and I applaud the same trait in you. But people like M. Davis, look, there's groupthink in the truth community too. It's amazing how much non-skepticism a community about skeptics can have, right? Like just
I know,
believing
that's
that
what I'm
every
saying.
fucking thing that this is real. The Earth is a flat crater. Well, bro,
a flat crater.
like it can be one or the other. It can't be all these things. You can't have not every single community or conspiracy theory that comes across your desk is real. Some of them are just noise put out there to distract your dumbasses.
Yeah. See, like even Notch,
Well,
like
that's
like,
why. Yeah,
like
go ahead.
Notch has his own. I don't even believe in religion, but like our own beliefs or whatever. Knowing, people say belief is, the opposite of knowing or whatever, or
The enemy
the enemy of knowing. Like Crow 777 says. The thing is, though, dude, it's fine. We can all get along.
Been in court doing what? I've been to court a lot of times, probably more times than most people.
Yeah, I think it's just about conduct. In my experience, yeah, people have certain beliefs, and then they kind of fall into certain like rabbit holes, and it starts to stick. In their structure is like kind of built on their base belief system, like whether it be Earth being flat or Mandela effect or whatever. But once you kind of get embedded in any one of those categories, you get like very much invested, like emotionally. That's when things go a little
That's
bit
not
awry.
good. That's
People,
yeah.
like I'm not emotionally invested with flat Earth or Mandela effect. I don't care if it's not true. Then I want to know about it. It's just that like having conversations with people and trying to arrive where we can like logically meet, because there's limitation to how we can like see things. It's just the way we are built. Like we're not robots. We have a lot of combinations that make us the way we are. And though we think that we are like logical, I mean, like the artificial intelligence and computers like basically showing us how illogical we really are. Like with the invention of like the chess computers, like my phone can play better chess than the best chess players in the world already. That was not the case 20 years ago. But when they look at what's going on in the phone, you can trust that it's because it's already proving it.
What's funny? I've never played chess. I don't even know how to play chess, but I'm a genius when it comes to like a lot of things. Like tonight we were playing Jeopardy, me and my girlfriend, for no reason. Like we just started like watching Jeopardy again. It's been because I haven't like really watched that much TV, and it's like an old feeling that we used to get like watching Jeopardy. But you know what Jeopardy is? It's a bunch of nonsense. It's a bunch of like
it's trivia.
literal
It's trivia.
trivia nonsense. Yeah, trivial nonsense. It doesn't mean you're smart. You know what I mean?
You have to have good memory because like whether it be like because it's like the Encyclopedia Britannica, and then there could be a lot of nonsense in there. But if you have a good memory, you can memorize all that and do very well on Jeopardy.
Well, yeah. The thing is, though, I don't read books except for the Bible, and I still know a lot of Jeopardy. Like I just know it it's like the Akashic records or the ether, like whatever you want to call that kind of thing, where you just know something for no reason. Doesn't mean you're smart.
Yeah.
That's the thing about the law thing you guys are talking about. You have to know about the rules. There's rules with the law. When it comes to the law, you can't just walk in
intelligence for sure.
You can't walk into a courtroom and just represent yourself and just to be like, "Hey, I'm innocent." Well,
I'll just go
are-
do what makes sense to
I'm a
me,
citizen.
and it'll work out. No, it won't work out if it makes sense to you. You don't set what the rules are. It doesn't matter what you
Exactly.
think God is, what you think your rights are, how you feel about something.
Yes.
You got to understand where you're playing ball at. It's not your court.
Exactly. That's what I was calling in actually to talk about, because like it's true. Like you can't just do that. And people think that I can just do that. I'll just go in there and just tell them how I feel about, what's right and wrong. No. There's so much more to it. That's why the lawyers are paid so much money, because they actually start learning it. Yeah, I used to hang out with a bunch of lawyer people, and they thought they were so smart because they knew books, what they read.
But I mean, they are smart when they're informed when it comes to how to handle in court.
Yeah, not
you've never heard a single lawyer ever say, like, look, the law, only God can write law, right? Like, man's law isn't even real. Only God can. No, of course not.
No,
You
of course
go
not.
and say
Yeah.
that word wizard shit, you're going to jail. Go straight to jail.
Yep. Yeah, that's what they did, dude. Yeah, I walked in front of a judge one time, and I saw 5 guys go straight to, like, they violated, and I violated too. But I said, well, what I did was, I didn't know I was doing this, but I said, well, I actually signed up to, go back to do, I was doing community service. And I looked at the judge and I said, yeah, I signed up for next week as soon as I could. He goes, okay, well, you did, due diligence. I did my due diligence. And he said, sit down. And I said, okay. And I didn't go to jail because I violated, but I actually looked for, I signed up for the next possible, be a slave again, to not
Right.
violate. And
Yeah.
I didn't go to jail. And everyone else was like, what? How did that happen? I didn't know what I was doing. I was doing what the court wants you to do. They want you to follow their rules. It's
Right.
very simple.
And to internalize it. I think it's very interesting how important remorse is at sentencing. You have to internalize your wrongness.
You're right. It's like repentance or remorse. Yeah, you're right. And the judge notices that, and he or she, whatever, they want you to do that because they want you in their world. They want you to be, to abide by, because they are
You
the
have to
God.
buy into the validity of it.
Yeah, they want you to be part of their. It's a system, dude. It's just like life now, dude. The way we're living, pay your taxes, blah blah blah. Like abide by the. Get your freaking. I don't want to say anything, but like a vaccine or whatever bullshit like that. As long as you abide by that, then you'll be fine.
But sorry,
I mean,
I'm
it's
nodding,
true.
but I was reading the chat. I'll be right back, guys. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I mean, that's just kind of the way it works. Is like most people don't want to, deal with issues. They just kind of keep their head down and
Go with the flow. Go with the flow. Yep.
yeah, go
Yep.
with the flow. Munch on that grass and bomb when they're told to and whatever. It's just kind of the way it
Eat the
is.
bread. Eat the bread and watch the circus. Yeah.
Yeah,
But that's
yeah,
how.
yeah.
But that's how court is, though, too. But it's worse though because you really do have to know about their laws, and I mean they're. That's why it's called Black's Law Dictionary.
Mm-hmm.
And just go along with it.
Yeah.
But the thing.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, like, when you wake up to like the conspiracies, which you need to do your own homework on whether the Earth is flat or not. I'm not here to convince people of that, but like when you start to add all the pieces together, like we didn't get here willy nilly. Like all these, kind of like propaganda or like it's a veil over your eyes. That's been in place for a very long time for people to like. To control people, really, they're there to give people a false sense of reality.
The scales over your eyes. I used to talk about it like when you peel off the scales, you keep peeling them off, and everyone's different in different timelines. That's why like someone saying like flow state's newbie. Is he though? Like think about it. 10 years ago, what's the difference between 10 years ago and 10 months ago? Because time isn't real. We all know that, right? Time is a man-made construct, right?
Time's real.
Yes and no.
Time is it's an increment. It's increments.
Yeah, but like time is basically like space and movement. Like it's like the opposite end of space. So you have time and then you have space, and we measure it. We measure it like with the sun and the moon and all this stuff. But like
Yeah,
the
it's
way
the
we
measurement of time,
experience
of increments. Yeah, it's just like increments. But what is
that in itself, like, is arbitrary. Like the calendars and stuff like that, like the Gregorian and the Julian calendars, they're a little bit,
But that's
that's
just how
also
we
another way to.
identify a phenomenon that's outside of our identifying it, right? If the
yeah,
only
like
thing
for
that's,
example, being old. What does old mean? You're old,
it's
right?
relative. It's a
Opposite
relative
from
fixed
young.
point. But look, if the only thing that's constant is change, then in a way,
Yeah.
time might be the only real thing, because what it is it's change.
You know, it's funny. I have a Volcom. You know, Volcom, the company, Volcom, right?
Oh
You
yeah,
know,
I know the clothing
Volcom,
company.
right? Yeah, and I have a hoodie that says the only constant is change, and it's true though. It's true, right? The only constant which constantly changes is change.
And competition. If Jack or any of the other wishy-washy commies are watching, competition is also a constant.
Wishy-washy commies. Yeah, I just don't believe in time, because like time is a man-made thing. Like where last week, what does last week mean? Nobody thought about Notch, you know this. Like they didn't have time back in the day, like the way we do now. Is like 9 to 5. What does 9 to 5 mean?
Yeah, in that
You
sense,
know 9 to
like we don't have, yeah, like time in the sense of like they've like added like Julian or July and August for like Julius and Augustus, or if you
well,
have 13 months a year, like there's kind of a natural time, I would say, like kind of like the sky clock time, and then like the kind of timeline that we follow, because like that's kind of a part of the manipulation of like disrupting our pattern, our rhythm.
I mean, obviously we
But
age,
timing,
right? Time is
yeah,
yes,
we age.
aging,
I mean, we experience
aging
time.
is real. Yeah, but time is not real.
Okay, then we don't really understand like what you mean by that. Then, like, how do you mean by like time isn't real?
So 1 second, who equates 1 second, right?
It's
That's up to
1/60th of a minute. Yeah, so you could divide. You could have
yeah,
divided the
exactly,
minute into 100 seconds. So in that sense, it's arbitrary. Yeah, but second does
exactly. Yeah,
exist.
man-made. It's a man-made thing. Yeah,
the word is
Yeah, but
calling it a
still,
second is man-made. The effects of time as a chronology of events is not man-made. Gary says, can you, if I say how many springs are you as opposed to how old are you, does that make it? I mean, does
yeah,
that make
right.
it?
Yeah. How many springs or falls or autumns or summers?
yeah. So you don't have to divide a day into 24 hours. You could do 12 hours. Why
Exactly.
not? You
Yeah.
could do 100 hours. It doesn't matter.
Well,
So in that
it's
sense,
kind
it's
of like what you
arbitrary.
said. Kind of like you said, 13 months. Think about 28 days times 13 months. That's a year.
Yeah, it's
I've had a lot of
364 days opposed to 365.25 days.
yeah. And it adds because of the sun that goes down. The sun goes not down, but it goes away, and then it goes away for that 3 days. It's coming up soon, actually. December. What's December 21st, right?
The solstice, yeah, the
Yeah.
equinox and the solstice. You have the spring and the summer, or the spring and the fall equinoxes, and the summer and the winter solstices, right? The shortest days and the longest days. So you're talking
Yeah.
about like December 31st to 32nd, when the sun is at the lowest point for 3 days, and then it rises
Yep.
after this
Comes.
three,
Yeah. It's just
which
like
is the
Jesus.
birth of Jesus Christ.
It's like Jesus went to went into the grave for 3 days, and then the sun, right? Same thing. That's where they
I
say they
wasn't
got
paying
that from.
attention. I was responding to the chat. I wasn't not paying attention. Not because I don't love you, just because I gotta show the chat some love too.
People need love.
Especially when they
People
say
need love.
something wrong.
Human construct, yeah.
Huh? Oh, but somebody else in the chat mentioned me being a newbie. I suppose in a sense I am. I've had a channel for 3.5 years, so I'm not new in that sense. But for most of its life, it's been inconsistent and rarely live. It's not until just sort of recently I've actually dove into the panel verse.
Just recently, really?
Well, probably. I mean, under a year, probably a yearish. Probably is about how long I've been. Like,
It's
actively
interesting.
going-
Your channel. Sorry, your
No, go
channel
ahead.
seems interesting that you do let people go ahead and talk. But I'm interested in what Flow State thinks. What's your first name?
Taylor.
Taylor. Okay. Oh, you used to look like a Taylor.
Hmm.
Not a Taylor Swift though.
It's
I'm
all
just
right. You know, I know, I've always obviously I've known more girl Taylors than guy Taylors, and I turned it into a challenge for myself. Sort of put a spin on the boy named Sue, which is Taylor bangs Taylors.
What? Wait, that's weird. No, but you do seem like you seem like you've been doing it for a long time. Like as far as you seem like the kind of guy that could be doing it for a while.
Oh, well, thank you. I'll take that as a compliment.
I mean, as far you got a microphone, right?
Oh yeah, actually this was a gift from. I've had the microphone for quite a while. When I first started doing it, my audio was always the weak part, and nothing pisses people off more than a video with bad audio.
Yeah.
One of my a subscriber bought it for me.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's just a random thing.
Thank you, Andy. By the way, shout out Andy Andrea. I'll drop a link to her shit.
What was your first thing, Flow State, that Taylor that made you like want to be like a truther kind of person that in this kind of thing?
I don't
Like,
know
what
that
was
I never actually intentionally set out to be here.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, no. So before I had my channel, I was into personality type stuff, and when I was learning about that, I came across a YouTube channel, and he was doing, and I just joined one of his streams. This was before StreamYard days.
Yeah, who was that? Who was that?
Talking with Famous People is the channel. It's called Eric
Oh,
Stroud
okay.
is the guy who owns it. But I joined his, and so I ended up just kind of joining that community on accident, and sort of regularly going on that channel. At some point, like he started hosting panels less, and I wasn't going up there, and so I just made my own. And this channel started out in the type community, and I still do occasionally do a type video here and there, and I still, watch other type channels.
What does that mean? Type? What does type mean?
Personality type theory. You ever taken personality test?
Like Freud, like Sigmund Freud.
It's Carl Jung, who was an associate of Freud. I guess they started out friends, and then they ended up enemies.
What? So you're into psychiatry and psychology.
It's psychology. Yeah.
That's funny because there was a whole thing about Freud on Jeopardy tonight when I was watching with my girlfriend. It was Celebrity Jeopardy, by the way, which is even worse than regular Jeopardy. But I know a lot about that. Yeah, because I was really interested in psychology back in college.
Yeah, psychology is very interesting. I'm still interested in it, and psychology and economics are kind of two areas of interest for me, and they're the two things I think that are weaponized. People are kept ignorant about these two subjects because they're weaponized against us.
You're right about that. Because that's how they use all the talking heads to psychologically use all of us, or not use, but like affect us to promote, to guide our thought processes. And that's why, you know what I mean?
And the personality type stuff. So when I first learned about this shit, I was I was a banker at the time, and I managed a branch. I was the branch manager, and I had a staff of women, and I had a marriage that was falling apart, and I had a 2-year-old daughter, and I was fairly young, really, and so I didn't. What I did was it was actually a continuing education course that the bank sent me to. It was like a 3-day seminar, but one of the sessions was the MBTI personality test, and I didn't know what it was. I answered some questions before I went to the thing just because it was required. I had no idea that it was going to be for a personality assessment, and so then at that session, she used me as an example and started telling me about myself just based off my answers, and it was fascinating. And so when I learned more about it, what it did is I was at a point in my life where I was having issues dealing with these fucking women and all their, like I just didn't know how to manage people that way. And this gave me sort of a map to, it was like a grid to mathematically understand people. And so I thought that was a very helpful tool.
Yeah, you can do that like through mathematics. Well, that's scientifically figuring out people's minds. Yeah.
Well, and it's sort of pseudoscience, but especially the MBTI test is basically just corporate marketing. But it was my introduction to a better understanding of people. And
when you said economics and psychology, I was thinking marketing because that's where it leads to. That's where all of that leads to is marketing. It's true.
Sort of.
I mean, it's weird.
Resources and if you treat you can treat humans as resources. Economics does, and it is absolutely true in that humans are resources.
And then marketing.
But you have to. But the only way to manage that resource efficiently is through psychology.
And here we are.
And
here we are with all the psychology nonsense that they're doing.
So Gary, it's I'll drop the link to it, but it's quite a bit of money. I think it's like $130 just to take it one off. And then so after I quit, just some more lore. I was a banker when I discovered it. When I quit, oh wait, that's the wrong link, I think. Yeah, that's definitely the wrong link. Ignore that link. Well, I mean, it's too late. If you want to take that test, go ahead and take it. It's that one that I dropped is free. It might be a fun intro for people, but it's definitely not accurate. I would not put a lot of faith into that, except for maybe just an introduction point.
Speaking of tests, what's your IQ? You ever taken an IQ test, an actual IQ test?
Not a real one.
It's funny. I took an IQ test a long time ago, and it was like really high. And I took another one, and my girlfriend copied off me. It was like 150, and then I took another one, and it was like 140. And it said, and my girlfriend paid like $50. Like, dude, 50. I'm like, what are you doing? She's like, I paid $50 for both of us to get an IQ test. And it said, you're as smart as an astronaut. I'm like, what? And it gave you all these lists of all these astronauts and like actors and all these people. I'm like, this is what we paid for? It means nothing, dude. It means you know what an IQ test means, right?
Mm-hmm.
Pattern recognition, pretty much.
Right.
It means you recognize patterns and just like kind of nonsense, And I'm like, oh, really? That's what you get. You get to say you have a number, and then you get to say you're as smart as like Buzz Aldrin or something. It was so stupid, dude.
So the MBTI gives you a letter code, and there's 16 different types it can break you down into.
And that's what it does, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, 140 and 150. 140, 150 IQ is ridiculously high. I'm not saying that you don't have, but it puts you in the like 99 point.
I know,
like 5 percentile or above.
It's called Mensa. Okay, I know that. Not,
You
I know.
you got accepted to. Wow, crazy.
No, it was 152 the first time. I told my friend, I was like, it's mid-level genius is called. It's called mid-level genius. I'm like,
Well, they have,
okay.
it's high
But
gifted, right? It's high gifted. There's gifted and
yeah,
highly gifted, right?
I
And then
know
it's
it
like
does.
genius, like
But the thing is, though, it doesn't really mean anything because, like, I never read a book like all the way through. So, how smart are
Well,
you?
that doesn't mean anything. It means you've got.
I
It means
know.
you've got the raw capacity. You should read a book.
I know. Well, well, I read the Bible, and I almost read one book one time. Other than that, I just pretty much just like I just
I
learned things
almost
from.
read one book one time.
Yeah. It was Jurassic Park, I think.
That was
I
actually
went.
a really good book. That was a.
Yeah.
How did you not
Yeah.
finish that fucking book?
Michael
That book was
Crichton.
so
I
good.
know. I got to the end. I got to I got to the very end, and because I'm like a ADHD,
So am I.
You know what I'm saying? But like, because I'm
a lot of
bored,
people
I get bored by words. You know what I mean? I'm sorry, but and so I'm not joking with you. I freaking went to college. I always cheated, or I just learned. I don't know, whatever. It's what I'm saying though is it doesn't mean anything. Like a number on
it does and it doesn't. Obviously, I mean, like if you have
I
very low
know.
IQ, you're not allowed to even join the army. If like 83 is like the cutoff limit, and if you have high IQ, you cannot even become police because they don't hire
Yeah.
people with
Yep.
above average IQ for
Above
the
90
police
or
department.
80 or no, it's like
100,
yeah.
I think it's like 100 something, 103.
It's
I think
around
was
it's
the
around
number.
90 or 100, yeah. They don't want you to be smart. Yeah, I know. But
So, I mean, it's just one aspect of intelligence, but it's something that is categorizable. That's the reason why people care about the IQ, and
yeah,
because it
it's
is
just
about pattern recognition, and it has
yep.
a lot to do with memory. But there's other aspects of IQ that is difficult to categorize, or
What's figuring things
like
out is
measure, like
you can figure out like a problem sometimes. Yeah,
Yeah,
sorry.
I mean it's not nothing though. It's not measuring nothing. It's because what is it? I think that
No,
IQ and how rich your family are the two biggest determiners of whether or not you're well.
Yeah. I didn't mean this. I didn't mean it's nothing. I'm just saying it's not.
Oh
It
yeah,
doesn't really mean you're like some kind of. You're not above someone,
it doesn't
or
mean that
better
you'll
than.
apply it. I mean,
I've known a lot of smart people that are like that. That have a low IQ.
I think that well, maybe. I mean, I don't know if you've met any that are smart and have a low IQ, not at least the way intelligence is colloquially understood. But it doesn't guarantee success. And I think that actually that giving somebody, especially if they're young, like I think telling a kid that they're a genius sets them up for failure.
Yeah, you should never do that. Yeah, you're right.
And I feel the same way about the personality test shit, by the way. Is like my daughter's 13, I refuse to type her or tell her type, because like first she doesn't care because I'm her dad and who gives a fuck, and she's 13,
Well, you are a banker. You are a banker, bro.
What?
That's so funny. You're a banker. Like
Well,
you
not
have
anymore.
this.
They don't. Banks don't hire felons.
Well, no, I'm saying like you have that mentality. Like you're like yeah. I can see what you're saying. Like don't, dude. You're 13. Like you don't want anybody to be testing you
or telling you who you are, right?
Yeah. Good job. Don't do that, dude. That's not good.
But actually, when I quit banking, I was going to. I quit the bank because my plan was to move back to the Kansas City area and start selling not the MBTI, but a different sort of personality assessment. I'd been trained in it, yada, yada. And I was letting my daughter finish out the school year where we were at before I moved back. And then I got raided by the police. I don't know if you see me enough to know that whole legal drama story that I had.
No, but you kind of said it earlier. But yeah,
right,
I got you.
Yeah. I got raided a few times over a summer on drug charges. And anyways, that got in the way of my plans. I have talked to the owner since then of the company, and he has told me a few times he'll reach out and touch base every now and then and remind me that if I want a job, I have it there. The thing is that it's a sales job. It's commissions only, and I don't. And you're selling big ticket items. You're selling basically a membership for the whole company. I think the lowest entry rate is like it was 5 years ago, like $60,000 per year, right? So it's a big ticket item and it's commissions only. At the time, I had like a pile that I could live off of while I built up a business. Now I don't have that right now, but.
Well, I mean, it seems like, yeah, you made mistakes in the past, and that's what I was gonna say too. Is like about we're talking about law and stuff. Is like, what are we gonna do next? What's next? What, like as people that realize the truth and want to be promoting, like the way I see all of this stuff on YouTube is like, if we're not trying to promote what to do, like build a garden like I did in the past couple of years, or learn how to live on your own. What are we doing, right?
Right.
You know what I mean? And like is your daughter older than 13 now? Like I have a 17-year-old, and he's 17 now, man.
He's 13 right now.
Yeah, and you want the best for her for the future, right?
I want it to be okay. I want her future to be okay. I don't know if I'm just kidding. Yeah, of course I want the best for her.
Yeah, obviously,
Absolutely.
And just the way I see it is like everything we say and do and how we act and everything like this, and it hopefully will better the future for our children and our nephews and nieces and everything that we have. Not just us old people, you know what I mean?
Well,
Yeah, I just like to think about the future for everyone. I guess that's just what's my personality type. I'm a futurist, as far as like I always look to the future. I don't look at the past that much,
Well, that would be more correlated with extroverted and intuitive than with introverted and sensing. That's extroversion, introversion is one axis, and intuition, sensing is another axis, and I think that leans EN for sure.
Yeah, but so you're telling me that I'm more of an extrovert? I'm not an extrovert. It's funny.
Well, and in this context, extrovert is not synonymous with social.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Exactly.
Extroversion can be. It's where do you get your energy from? Basically.
Yeah.
Is it the external world or is it your internal world? And
you're right. You're right. I'm more external when it comes to. I want everyone to do well and be happy and make this place a better place, right? So therefore, I'm interested. You're actually making me interested in your little, whatever you call these little tests or whatever.
Yeah. Well, and ultimately the test is taking the test is mostly just sort of introduction, at least to the MBTI and things like that. Really, you have to learn it and understand it because the MBTI test is not it's not accurate.
What does that stand for? What does that acronym stand for?
Myers-Briggs Type Indicator.
Okay.
The woman who developed it, her last name was Myers-Briggs.
Okay.
But, it's based off Jungian psychology, Carl Jung.
Oh yeah, I remember. Yeah, Jungian. Yeah.
Yeah. And so, I mean, like my favorite, I used to sell personality typing assessments. Like it was like $100 or something. I would do a one-on-one with you until,
Oh, like you're like a freaking, like the way that, because I used to live in Clearwater, Florida. I
got married in Clearwater.
Really? Wait.
I got married on Clearwater Beach. Yeah, that was. So I got divorced a year later. But
dude, this is really weird because I knew I had some kind of weird connection with you. I used to live in Largo. I went to Largo High School. I know Clearwater because I used to go to the freaking, what do you call them? The freaking, that's where the headquarters for.
My ex-wife worked at the Hard Rock. She was a poolside waitress at the Hard Rock in Tampa.
Oh yeah, my band used to play at the Hard Rock. But no, the what are they called? I'm the not Jehovah's Witnesses. The freaking, what do you call them? in Clearwater, the
Mormons?
headquarters, huh?
Not the Mormons. Are they the Mormons?
No, what's the name
Or
of
they
the
just-
people? What's the name of the people in the cult? It's a cult in Clearwater,
lots of
Florida.
cults.
Many cults.
Is it
No,
Scientology?
yeah, Scientology. Yeah, Geez, my brain couldn't remember Scientology. Yeah, they own Clearwater. Scientologists own Clearwater.
Ah, interesting.
Yeah, L. Ron Hubbard, all that shit, dude. Yeah. What do you didn't know that?
No, I had no idea. I wonder if that explains my ex-wife at all.
Dude, wait, are you being serious, dude? Clearwater,
what?
Florida is where all the Scientologists. I used to be like, "What are you doing?" They're like walking around, like they're like, "I'm working." I'm like, "What do you? No,
I'm
you're
auditing.
being a." Yeah, they're pretty much just walking around, dude. They own like the whole city, dude.
Yeah, we
they
were.
own-
Yeah, I don't know. We got married at Clearwater Beach, and we stayed at the hotel there that night. But like I said, she's not from there, but she's from like she
Oh.
lived there for several years when she was working at Hard Rock and stuff. And
Oh, okay. So you guys weren't
so
like
she had
actually
friends
living
in-
there
No, we didn't live there. We went there and got married. She had friends
because
in the
it's like a
area.
beautiful area. Yeah.
Right.
Okay? I got you. Yeah. No, it's literally all Scientology, and the Shriners have their main headquarters right there too. Yeah, it's a whole thing down there. I moved out of there. I got out of there. I moved to a mountain here in North
Shriners
Carolina.
are the Freemasons, right? The Masons are
yeah.
with the Shriner.
Yeah, it's just like it's just a different. They just have different names for
Whatever,
different
it's
clubs.
an organization.
Yeah. Yeah, Clearwater is nice, but I mean, it's Florida, and it's a lot of people, and it's a lot of weirdos. So,
When were you a flat earther? When did you become a flat earther, Scott?
well, I didn't know it was a thing, but I remember in 1996 when I went to college at FSU in Tallahassee, and I took an astronomy class, and they said that satellites were like orbiting around, and I said, "What?" They said, "Yeah, they're going the exact same speed as 1,000 miles an hour." I said, "No." I said, "What?" And then so that was like 1996. So, and then I started thinking like, okay, are we moving? And I'm like, I don't think so.
So you were a freshman in 1996 at
90,
college?
95.
You were a freshman in 95, so you are what, 47 now?
46 and a half, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But like, I was always a truther even in the 90s. Like I was always friends with, like the alternative crowd or punk rockers. And
Did you wear Jinko jeans?
Yes, I did. Yes.
My dog.
I was in a band. Dude, I still have my old Jinkos with like checkerboard,
That's probably
which is
the connection that you felt.
Wait, I was in a ska bands and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, I was in a ska band. I was a trumpet player and a drummer. I'm a drummer.
That's awesome.
I was in ska bands, yeah, but I was always in the
That's pretty cool.
I was always like that, but I didn't. The thing is, though, I'm like you. Like I didn't know there was a YouTube community until like because I was talking about chemtrails.
Less than Jake, bro.
Yeah, less than Jake. They were from Florida too. But no, I was talking about chemtrails in 2009. So and then I went to a wedding. Well, no, that was after. But like I went to a wedding and I said, "You see that ocean over there? That's all flat." And people freaked out. I almost like ruined the whole wedding. Like for real. Like my friend's wedding. Like 30 people were all not 30, like 15 or 20 or something. We're all like yelling at me. I'm like, dude, I'm just telling you guys, it's flat. And that was like in 2011 or something. Or no, it was 2016. I don't know.
Yeah,
I've been talking with this for a long time.
I don't push that. Like it's just not.
No, it
the
doesn't get
battle
you
that I
anywhere.
wanna Fight. It
Nope.
doesn't get you anywhere.
That's why, like, I honestly believe that we should just like don't worry about it and not yell at everyone because like people get mad at you, dude, for real. They're like, you're one of
Right.
those people. They do. They get mad at you for everything. Like
The
even like
video that I've gotten the most hate for by far is one where I shit on NASA. Bro,
Yeah.
I had people that have never watched my channel before or since coming out. I got posted on Twitter somewhere on like a NASA fanboy page, and
Yeah.
these people were just pissed.
Yeah, it's not worth it, dude. It's the way I see it is like, if you know, you know. If you don't worry about it, like just fine. It's like, dude, yeah, I mean, you're not gonna wake your parents up. My parents were like, dude, my mom like started sending me things. I'm like, what are you talking? She's all Christian, and I'm like, how could you be Christian and still believe in the globe? And
I
she's
mentioned
like,
it one time sideways to my mom because she's pretty open. She's sort of on the same wavelength. But I said something kind of, it was like a joke, but not really a joke, about, something. We were talking about some rabbit hole, and I said, wait till you look into flat Earth. And she was like, I don't want to
Yeah.
talk about it.
yeah,
Okay.
dude, even like people like they think that they're spraying the skies, right? But then you say the flat Earth, and they're like, no. I'm like, wait, what do you mean? You were a truther until now, and then you start saying, like, why
Think how
is this
much because it undermines the foundation of everything they know. If the globe is a lie, that means everybody's been lying about everything.
Yep, and they can't go that
Yeah.
deep. Yeah, they can't. Yeah, they just can't. I
They
don't know
hold
what
on
it
to
is.
their globe, like their life depends on it.
Yeah,
They just can't handle the truth.
Yep,
That's what it
they
comes
love their
down to.
balls, dude. They love their balls. They just
We
do.
love balls.
For some reason. I don't know. It's like
just
a
can't let
mental
go of it,
thing. It's like the psychology thing, man. It's true.
Actually, there is a little bit. I wanted to push back on that, but there actually is a little bit of psychology to the shape preference thing.
Shape preference. That's a
Yeah,
funny
actually,
shape
I had
preference.
or the effects, right? Everything has an effect on your mental state, really.
Of course,
And
yes.
I had somebody ask me once. He drew a square, a circle, and a triangle, and he told me to choose a shape, and I chose a triangle. And what he told me, I said, what did you just glean from that? And he said that it shows my orientation towards structure, and that square people are the most rigid and rule oriented, and circle people are the least rule oriented. And I think that that's probably fairly accurate of me.
Well, dude. Oh, go ahead.
No, that's it.
Well, do you know
That's
what
why
that?
that's why they say don't be a square, right?
Dude, you know what? That's funny because did you see Glowbusters today? I mean, maybe you did, but dude, what was one of those like old Greek, philosopher people, whatever?
Aristophanes.
Yeah, they said that the sphere is the perfect shape. Therefore, Earth must be a sphere because it's the perfect shape. Yeah, and that's what you're alluding to. You know what I'm saying, Flow State?
I mean, in a way, I think that there's just something.
Well,
That's why they say perfect circle. They say a perfect circle, but is it a perfect circle? No.
Yeah. Well, I
Think
mean,
about
you
it.
can see how it's perfect because a sphere in all directions and everywhere, it has to have a perfect uniformity maintained.
Mm-hmm.
But there is some. I mean, you can look at the words used to describe like a sharp line or a hard edge, right? Like
Sharp line. That's an oxymoron. Yeah.
right. But a hard edge makes sense, right? Because you're not going to clunk your head on a circle, or like that's the point. So just our physical environment, circles are softer than pointy shapes.
Mm-hmm. It just makes me think of straight
Yeah.
edge. Remember all the straight edge
Rounder.
people? Remember remember all the straight edge kids that wore their X's on their hands to go to the shows? Straight edge.
Because they couldn't.
Straight edge.
Yeah, the straight edge. The
I never knew
non-drug
any of
use.
those kids. I was in the opposite group.
Yeah, I was gonna say, but yeah, me too. But I had friends that were straight edge, but I was like,
Yeah,
oh, guess what?
bro.
I'm not.
Life ruiner, bro. Have heart, bro. Boy strong, man.
It's all clubs.
They love you so
Clubs.
much they'll fucking kick your ass. They'll kick your
Yeah.
teeth in because they love you so much.
Who said that? Who's saying that?
Warped
Notch?
Tour, bro. 2012.
Yeah, they were hard. Yeah, they were hardcore, but they were straight edge. I'm like, that doesn't make any sense because most
I'm a straight
hard.
edge these days.
I mean, it's good to be straight edge, I guess.
I mean, it's good to be mostly clear-headed. I don't know that forming your identity around not doing something is great either.
Yeah, exactly. It's like anti-racist. Like, what?
Right.
Wait, you guys were like as
anti-racist.
Yeah, they were like more. They were like meaner than the racist people sometimes.
Definitely. Well, I
Well,
mean,
it's like Antifa.
Mhm.
Anti-racism is still a worldview that is focused. It's race-centric. It's a race-centric worldview.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's why it's hilarious. It's ironic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they want to fight. They want to fight as much as the racist people.
Somebody who really wanted to get rid of racism would just stop giving it power, right? The power there is interpreted. Human perception gives race all the power that it has. It's a real simple way to take it away, and that's not to give it all the fucking power.
Yep. But they do, though. They just give the power by making a new freaking thing to be mad about.
Well, if you call yourself like a group like unapologetic racists, maybe that will be more authentic. No.
I wasn't listening. I'm starting. I just got my first. Oh my god, you guys are still going, which means that Boba Fett fell asleep and then woke up again, and we're still on. Yeah, we're gonna push on. I slept pretty fucking late today. I'm not gonna lie. And you know what? Probably part of the reason why I'm relatively new to this sort of, to a lot of panels is because this is basically the first time where I've been in a spot where I'm not on probation and am also not employed, right? So I don't have anybody to really worry about catching wind of this and hearing me say the wrong thing. I can't get fired. I can't get revoked.
Oh, that's good. That's a good thing. Yeah.
No, yeah, it is a good thing.
But I was gonna say, you don't have to tell me. But what time? What's it called? Eastern Standard Time or
Central?
Yeah, Central. You're in Central. Okay, yeah.
Time zone.
Like yeah, time zone. There you go. Yeah, Central. Yeah, yeah. Because I saw what's his name? Freedom Grower. Yeah, Freedom Grower is in. Oh, he's in Mountain, I think. Right? He's in Denver or Colorado, right?
Colorado.
Mm-hmm.
That
guy's awesome.
From Colorado, it seems like.
Yeah, there's Algorithm, right? You know Algorithm?
No.
He's in Denver.
I do.
Yeah, dude, freaking Mike Algorithm's awesome. He's off YouTube now because he's like
Al Gore had a nice rhythm to him. I agree.
Did you say Al Gore had
He's
a nice
another
rhythm?
his YouTube channel is called Algo, ALGO Rhythm, RHYTHEM, and he is
Algorithm.
Mandela affected, flat earther.
Oh, I was gonna ask Flow State Taylor, what do you think about the Mandela effect?
I hate it.
I love your honesty. I love your honesty. But see, I've gotten in trouble with people. I don't hate it. I think it's a thing, but some of them, I'm like, dude, no, it's just not that. But
it might be a thing. I'm not gonna lie. Like I've looked in a paper Bible. It says tables, not tablets. Like 10 Commandments were written on a table. I don't know how the whole world could have missed that and gotten it wrong. Of course, I have to admit, I didn't ever read it. Like, I mean, I read the Bible once because I went to Catholic school.
Yeah.
But, that was years ago. Like if it said tables, I would have read tablets and my brain would have corrected the spelling error, right?
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Yes. Yes.
I hate it because I think that there are things that I cannot explain, such as that.
Mm-hmm.
But you have no way of ever measuring. You can't ground that to reality. You can't figure it out. And you don't know what to do with it. And it does tap into groupthink bad.
Groupthink, yeah. Oh, you know about groupthink, right? I've been talking about groupthink for a long time. Dude, groupthink is a very very powerful thing. Groupthink is one of the worst things I mean, what did we deal with in the past 3 years? Groupthink. Groupthink is freaking super powerful, dude.
It should be
Nobody
called
even knows what that means.
group act. It bypasses thinking entirely.
But there is a thing, and people, they really get, like, they go through a lot of like, no, it's definitely.
Hold on. I did not dismiss it entirely as nonsense, Tapella. I said I hate it, and I stand by that. I don't entirely dismiss it as nonsense. I just don't know what the fuck to do with it except for hate it.
That's so funny to me. That's funny, honestly. I mean, I don't hate it. I just think it's like kind of a little nonsensical, a little bit. I find it to
Scott,
be.
you're not Mandela affected then, right?
No,
You're
everyone.
still-
No, everyone's Mandela affected, according to the Mandela affected people.
See, and just that
But, I mean-
phrase,
You know what I mean?
Just the phrase Mandela affected has a weird cultish connotation. I don't know what it is. It's just the vibe.
It is, of course.
No, it just, well, yeah, in a way, it's true because it's a small group, niche like topic and a small group of people. But
like, how are you gonna name this fucking thing after a Maltese dark Jesuit fucking sick bastard? Probably.
it's not.
Some would
like-
say allegedly. I don't
It's
know.
not me.
That
who
was
trolls it,
funny. Who said that?
He was a Maltese fucking Jesuit. Though.
Okay.
Yeah,
but
he was, yeah.
He
I
was- he was a
remember
Knight
that
of Malta,
guy.
so I just don't get how we let this card slide. Where
You know, it's funny that most people don't even know who Mandela
Usually-
was.
Yeah, but like these terminologies just kind of take a life. We tried for a couple of years to try to like convince everybody. Oh no, it's the quantum effect. No, we don't like the Mandela effect, but everybody
yeah.
just knows it as a Mandela effect. So we just kind of gave up on like trying to label it something different than what people knew. It's trying to like come up with a new coin for because it already took a hold. So nobody knows what the hell you're talking about when you say it's the quantum effect or something else. Reality
they have
shifts.
It's a brand
like
name.
that.
It's a brand name. Yeah.
Brand.
Yeah, it's a
It's like
brand
flat
name.
Earth.
reality
Like-
effect is a little better, but
I mean, what it does is like the reason that I hate it so much is it really, really plays on one group dynamics and social dynamics, but two, also people are so suggestible and memory is so flimsy.
Yep. Yeah, memory is flimsy. Yeah. Oh, I like that.
Right.
Yes.
Hey, do you remember what was that girl's
Malleable.
name? What was that girl's name we met at the bar? I think it was Ashley, right? Yeah, it was. Like that sort of shit happens all the time. And the Mandela stuff is always things. It's like sort of minute things, right? Like how do you spell Chick-fil-A? I don't fucking know. But nobody
Dude,
has
you just
nobody
said
has a
this two
really
thing-
strong attached memory to these things that they like cannot let go of, right? It's
Dude,
not there's no
my
emotional
girlfriend's
context to it.
my girlfriend's name is Ashley, and Chick-fil-A is one of the things that I know about because Chick-fil-A was around me. But like, dude, I told my girlfriend, I'm like, is it Magic Mirror or Mirror Mirror? She's like, it was Mirror Mirror. I'm like, was it? No. And I showed her the thing, and she goes, well, I only saw that like a long time ago. I'm like, yeah, it's like the oldest freaking, Disney cartoon. Think about like what you're doing. You're thinking about like the oldest Disney cartoon ever. You know what I mean? Like that you barely saw, and you're gonna run with it. You're gonna.
Okay, Mandela people definitely hate on non-Mandela people.
I know they do. They do.
I don't myself.
I believe
but
that Notch
I
doesn't.
understand.
Notch is the one non-extremist Mandela person.
Yeah, and
I
that's how you
understand
should
people,
be.
I
You should
understand,
just be like that.
like where people are coming from. I'm excited when people who I don't know who are Mandela affected, and I'm like, oh wow, you're also Mandela affected. Like I met people from Germany and Sweden. I met online, and then we talk about the Mandela effect. That's very
We pray
neat.
to
But
the
like,
same God.
yeah,
Well, you guys know. I don't know if you guys know, but like Brian Stavely is like he's like my friend, and he's like the most Mandela guy ever, But he's just that's how he is. It's fine. We can all just get along, right? I mean, oh no, that's a Mandela effect too.
Stellar, as some might say.
What's that?
and we call. What did you say?
I didn't hear.
Penny,
Penny.
what did you?
Oh,
He said
I was
he's
saying.
no. I get it. He's the most Manduki dude on the web.
Manduki.
But like,
No, I'm just
not
saying.
the scumbag Ian or We Were Awake TV shout out. But he just did the big long Mandela Effect panel, and when you have somebody pull out a sheet of paper and go, okay, now let's list all the ones in Star Wars, right? Like it's like a brainstorming exercise. You shouldn't be brainstorming these sort of things. That completely undermines the integrity of it.
Of reality, yeah.
Like mentally, academically, or whatever.
No, okay, well, but here's the thing, Flo, because I would agree with you on one hand that like if you're gonna have a fresh Mandela Effect conversation, you should not lead the witness. I understand that, right? Like, don't even mention it. What is your memory, and then just talk about this kind of stuff. But
even just that
Ian,
activity, that super leads the witness.
yeah, so Ian wanted to create a list, and part of the reason why Brian was there and Moneybags was there is because they're big Mandela Effect channels, and like Moneybags made like about 500 Mandela Effect changes, and he admitted not all of them are like he regret making few of them. But like on one hand, see, the problem was the structure. I think the problem was the structure. If you want to make a list, then you got to like invite the people who have been like Mandela Effect for a while. Then you like have us all talk about that. But then, he invited like other people who had questions about the Mandela Effect. And if you have questions about the Mandela Effect, of course, then we have to go into like why we think the way we do, and that becomes a different conversation entirely, right?
Yes, that's the thing. It's why do certain people think a certain way because of pop culture, or because of like they've heard other things a certain way. You know what I mean? Like mirror, mirror on the wall. I mean, that was because pop culture started saying that.
But well, there's that, but there's also like people underestimate like the power of suggestibility or social dynamics, right? Like there's tons and tons and tons of studies about like who knows, people standing up when a buzzer sounds in a study because all the other people around them stood up and then they sit down when it stopped.
Yeah,
they had no idea why they were doing what they were doing. They just went along with it.
That
people looking at a straight, being told to choose the straight line or the crooked line, and they chose the wrong one because other people chose it. You know what I mean? Like, we just have so much research that people, and particularly with memory, that is not even you can't go back in time.
So,
it's so flimsy.
But here's the thing. Yeah, okay. So like that's true on average with normal people, and I don't disagree with you. It's very Pavlovian, right? Okay.
The normal
However,
people. Go ahead.
No, like normal people in terms of like everybody, like when I mean like including myself, whatever, but depending on the study. But like when you talk about the Mandela Effect, people who are within the Mandela Effect community, they are I wouldn't consider them like I wouldn't put them in the same category as people who are not Mandela affected. I don't know what the differences are exactly, because like I don't want to sound like elitist, or
I was going to say
we're
that.
weird.
I think that's it. I think that's the difference.
I don't really consider it. Like some people see it and some people don't. It's just like flat Earth. Some people see it and some people don't. Like we can talk about flat Earth until the cows come home.
Yeah,
And
it's
then
a
you'll be like,
dichotomy. It's like a dichotomy.
yeah, it's the same. Yeah, it's a dichotomy, exactly.
Yes, it is.
So
It
it's
is
not about
weird.
being better or worse. It's not about being better or
No,
whatever.
it's
It's
just
just about like,
two-sided.
yeah.
I mean, it's not about that, but it is about that. If reality is Mandela and you cannot see it, you are inherently worse.
Bro, I mean, in what way?
You're
In what way?
inherently worse.
You know
In what way
what
are you
way.
worse?
You know
funny
what
to
way.
me.
You're not confused.
No, everybody
No,
thinks
it's
that
just
they know it.
perspective. It's just like again, like the people
I
who
know, but one
are
perspective
like
is right and one perspective is wrong.
no, not according to perspective, because like if you can't see it or you don't see it, it's not because you're wrong.
But
It's just that
but he's
We're
right
going
though.
into my
They
truth
do
and your
they
truth.
do think that though, dude. Notch. They do think that you're wrong for not remembering it the way they remember it. It's so weird when you think about it. Like they're like, no, you have to
okay,
remember it the way I do.
I think the main point being is that okay, like if you were to have a very I would say like a kind of a kind or just kind of like just without judgment type of conversation, yeah, people are going to have different memories. Even within the Mandela Effect community, we already accept, like, even when I was over at Brian's chat yesterday or a couple days ago, I remember the Bible saying, like, the truth will set you free. I don't remember the truth shall set you free, but everybody else seemed to remember it, and that's fine. I don't get butthurt by that, because I say, okay, that's your memory, and I must have gotten the download, and they could be right about that. But we understand that people are going to have different memories, even though we agree, quote unquote, that there is a Mandela effect, right? But what
I was
you
muted.
guys are
But only
what
one
you
of
guys
them
are
is
having is
right.
no. Well, I mean, the majority usually, actually, within the Mandela Effect community. That's kind of how it works. It's like
I
a
mean,
little
right,
bit democratic
exactly.
in that way.
If we're both remembering the same incident different ways, one of us is right. There's only one right answer.
We could both be wrong. That's also possible.
They could both be wrong, but only one can be right.
Yes, that's
So if
true.
you
Dude,
claim,
Notch, that's funny.
if you're
We
a
can both be
Mandela
wrong,
person,
but there can
you're
only be one right.
claiming rightness. You're claiming rightness. It's exactly the same as when I got mad at Sophia because she said whatever that Bible verse was about how, Satan will deceive some people, right? She wasn't talking about herself. She's talking about us. Satan deceived people.
Yeah.
It's not
But-
explicitly elitist, but it is absolutely implied.
Okay, and maybe I don't disagree with you about that, but would you imply that she had bad intentions when she was sharing that? Like, you seeing what you're seeing,
I
but like
don't.
knowing who
Right.
she is.
I
know what I
don't
mean?
think that she had intentional nor specific bad intentions. I do think that it was a hubristic claim and that she was, maybe without realizing it, but she was definitely presenting herself as better than you.
Yeah, but it's subconscious. But like that's more forgive. Like, if somebody's consciously doing that and being I don't know, a dickhead or a cunt about it, then obviously
They do that then.
you can feel a certain way about it. But like, if it's like I'm always trying to see from the perspective of the other. I'm, at least from where I stand, and I
Yeah,
see that they don't see it.
not
Even
everyone
though I
does
know
that. Not everyone does that,
I
That's the thing
agree.
you have to
I
realize.
agree. And so there's not much I can do about what other people do.
Yeah.
I guess, I can only do whatever I can do to share my perspective of the matter. But it is what it is. What to do?
Sometimes that's
And
what
Brian,
happens.
of course, he's been a Mandela Effect like content creator for a long time, and he's been denied because like he talked with like Jaren and other people who are also flat earthers, and they
Mhm.
have like a huge channel, like 50,000 people plus, for like number of followers, and he's gotten kind of derailed, or like maybe not, that's not the right word, but basically they don't believe that he is speaking objective reality. And I guess he feels frustrated about that, but I can't speak for him, obviously.
Yeah, he does. He does sometimes, but it's not like, I mean, they're just kind of in separate camps, but they're all friends still. I mean, he lives with Karen B, and he and he's friends with all the Glowbusters and all the people that Jaren, and that's the thing. Like, we should all be friends. Like, it's fine. We just can agree to disagree, I guess.
Some of these motherfuckers I won't be friends with.
Oh, plus that you're
Well,
funny.
that's not a problem. There are other Mandela affected people I'm not friends with. Like just the way they are and whatever. And so I mean, it just because you're a flat earther, that doesn't mean I'm automatically going to be your friend. Something to talk about, I suppose. But I mean, you're not friends with somebody based on these criteria. At least not in my book.
Well, I mean, it was nice to talk to you guys, and it is nice to talk to you guys, and it's cool. Like Notch, I've known this guy was a cool dude, and Flow State Taylor, you seem like, I mean, you actually seem cooler than I thought you were. To be honest
I
with you.
appreciate that compliment. I just want to remind everybody watching that I'm actually cool as fuck. I'm I'm basically the coolest. I don't know if you guys can think of anybody cooler than me. I can't off the top of my head. There might be somebody, but I can't think of them right now. But no, I appreciate it. Are you?
I think
sounds like
Jesus Christ would have been pretty cool.
Jesus, see, but
Flow
he.
State, It's all right.
He was
Even though
kinda
he's
cool.
not Mandela affected.
I mean, at the risk of getting struck down by lightning, he did lose. You know, he died. I've made it 3 years past him already. So,
What do you? Oh wait, you're done.
You're
only
what I'm saying
39.
is that
You're only 39.
6.
Only what? Oh,
I'm
30. Oh,
36.
With 150
my bad.
IQ
My
and,
bad.
I'm really close. No, you're good. You're good. I've got a lot of gray in my beard, and it's long. But yeah, no, I'm almost 37. That's coming up real quick.
Well, you're young, dude. I'm 46, man. Jeez.
Oh yeah, I mentioned in the chat earlier that like there's a lot of you old fuckers here, a lot of
Yeah.
boomers. A lot of
Boomers? Yeah,
like,
yeah.
all of us like 40-year-olds. We're all a bunch of 40-year-olds over here.
Dude, I've been a boomer since I was like 5. So.
Really? Oh yeah, I mean, I guess that is how
Yeah,
generations.
I always felt old. I always felt old when I was young. I'm like, you guys are all retards. Like, whatever.
I remember the first when I don't remember how old I was, but at some point, like, I was probably in middle school.
Yeah, where do you?
Go ahead. I was gonna say something that's nothing, really, honestly. So go ahead.
No, let's hear it. Let's hear it.
I was just gonna say I remember the first time that I
Nah, I
realized.
just realized.
You go.
guys all
I just realized
realizing?
where I think I see you all the time.
Who?
God damn it.
Who?
Jesus Criminy.
Scott Level Realm? Yeah, on Ray's channel. What are you talking about?
Pinio, who are
Okay.
you talking
Yeah,
about?
you.
Flo
Yeah,
or-
my bad. I
or
got a
Scott?
delay, dude. I got a mean delay.
We know,
Yeah, I was
man,
just
it's
asking if
terrible.
you're. Are you always at Boston Ray's channel?
Yeah, is that what you're saying? Who's talking?
Yeah.
Scott, are
That's
you always at
Pinio.
Boston Ray's channel?
Pinio,
Yeah, Boston Ray is my friend. Yeah, why? What about it?
Pineal Power, bro.
What?
Okay. No, I know I've seen you in a lot of chats. Probably Stavely's too. And
He just realized where he saw you from. It was just a light bulb moment.
Stavely and
Okay, that's fun.
Ray
That's
and
fun.
probably-
But anyway, so go ahead, Taylor. What were you saying? You were saying something.
All I was gonna say is that I don't remember why I was even gonna say it, but I was just the moment when you're in middle school and you realize that like girls who are sluts now just turn in, because at some point, I don't know, it seemed like, well, slutty girl, kids turn into adults, but at some point I realized like, oh, these little slutty girls now are sluts their whole lives. They turn into adult sluts. I don't know. That makes sense.
Oh yeah, that was a bad joke. Badoom.
It wasn't a joke, even. It was like it really happened.
Well, that's the joke.
Boston Ray is Mandela affected though, Scott, right? I mean, he's
Yeah.
Mandela affected.
Dude, who's talking now?
Notch.
Yeah. I've been on Boston Ray's channel, and I was trying to say that like I don't remember like certain things the way that everyone else does, and people just jumped on me like whatever. I'm not gonna name names, but like
name names.
No.
Come on.
Well, it's funny because
I'm just
it's funny
talking shit because I'm just being an obnoxious person.
Oh, doesn't even know them.
one
I don't
guy's
even know them.
name-
I don't even know them. I'm
Oh.
just stirring the pot.
No, Voynich.
Oh, yeah,
Voynich
yeah,
was
I know
like, and NDB Notice
he's here.
Fairbear, which is funny because Notice Fairbear is my friend now, but like back in the day when I was just like trying to, like the way that you're saying Free State, Taylor, like like dude, it's just a lot of it's misremembering or just societal. It's society making your brain think certain things because of commercials, cartoons, freaking like Kit Kat bars. Like, who cares about that shit, right? And then they just jump on you, and the thing is, though, I don't care. Like, bullshit.
All right.
Yeah, I don't
Scott,
care though.
Have you seen this? Have you seen this short? Just threw up on screen. It
I don't
doesn't
see
matter.
shorts.
We're gonna.
I don't watch shorts.
Okay, I got you. Check this out.
He's a perfect match to every single criteria on the
fucking
DSM.
kidding me, Flow State. You know what? I always thought you were fucking cool, and I always thought you were actually
I am
smart.
fucking cool.
You're not fucking
Wow.
for what they are, man.
That's why I'm asking you what they are.
Yeah.
You're not.
Okay, first of all, can we establish that I am cool?
What
That's
does
all-
cool
that's all.
mean? What does cool? It depends on what cool means, though.
I mean,
That's a real person that was flipping out on you.
Yeah, yeah. There's a whole.
Wow.
Oh yeah, the whole thing is
Wow.
that was just a little clip out of like a 10.5 minute.
Yeah,
story.
yeah. I mean, so is
I'll
that
drop the link in the chat for anyone who's interested. But
is that why you have 2022 subs or something?
because of that? No.
No, I'm just joking, dude. I just saw it. Somebody was saying that. I don't know. I mean, I don't know how you people get 2,000 subs. What did you do? What did you do? Did you sell your soul to the
buy them, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can, but I don't think you bought them. Did you? Banker?
No,
You were a banker though.
I was a banker, but
Yeah, I'm just kidding. I don't care.
I'm way too arrogant to
narcissistic.
Yeah, no, that's not gonna work for me. I don't wear fake jewelry. I don't buy fake subs.
Oh, it's all real. It's all real diamonds.
All real diamonds.
I don't know, man. Anyway, you guys
Diamonds
are funny.
forever.
Oh, they're all forever, aren't they? From
I just
volcanoes.
dropped the
Oh
link
yeah.
in the main chat to the longer version of that little interaction. If anybody's interested for it, it's
So since I'm talking to a couple smart people, a few, I don't know the other people, but what do you guys think about volcanoes? You think super volcanoes are gonna kill you?
I think they're just
He's a
God's
smart
bong,
guy.
right?
Do-do-do-do-do.
Volcanoes
Wait,
are
what was
just
that?
God's bong, and they erupt when God coughs into the bong stem and blows it back.
Oh, I kind of like your little story. That was pretty funny, to be honest with you, because I've seen a friend of mine blow into a bong one time. I'm like, no, dude, you don't blow into it, you freaking retard. Like, yeah, he blew into a bong. I'm like, now I have freaking bong shit all over my
There
freaking
goes
floor.
the bowl. There goes the bowl.
Yeah, there goes everything. You are dumb. And that really happened one time. But he had a kid that, has what do you call it? Like major, whatever you call it,
Like
autism.
autism or what?
Hmm. Yeah, and I felt really bad because the guy freaking had to deal with his kid. He was long story. I mean, that's a long story, but yeah, volcanoes are fake, dude. The super volcano thing blowing up and killing everyone, and just like nuclear bombs, same thing. It's kind of a thing I've been talking about for many years. People are like, "What? What does that mean?" Well, yeah, they're lying to you about pretty much everything.
Yeah, I don't have it. I have actually no alternative.
Hey, speaking of autism, do you know what a memesberg is by any chance?
Who are you asking?
God damn
Yeah,
this
what are
delay,
you?
dude. Fuck
Yeah,
this
what are you saying?
fucking
Memes for meme?
Scott.
Okay, yeah. My name is Scott.
Are you
yes.
familiar with autism and memesbergs? Are you familiar with a memesberg?
No, explain what that means. Wait for it. I know that autism didn't happen until maybe like this mid 80s.
I think he's
80s,
meme-spurging
yeah.
you.
Okay, am I supposed to care about that? I'm on a phone. Oh yeah, it looks like.
Well, I mean, they could be funny if
It's
you
it's
know,
funny.
like
I'm sure it's funny to someone
yeah.
out there. Yeah, someone out there is laughing.
Oh, I was zoning out in the chats.
Or having a seizure, possibly. Hopefully, no one's having a seizure. I don't want to,
Well, I was gonna say, dude, why would you want to give someone a seizure, dude? With flashing lights. Oh, that's everything. Okay. That's everything you guys watch on.
Look Within confirms that they're laughing. I'm
Oh, they're
laughing.
laughing. Oh.
I'm laughing at Jonathan's comment here.
All right, I did something.
You did a thing.
I'm not completely
Richard
useless,
Madsen.
It's
Richard, I haven't seen you on these YouTube streets in a while. You been doing stuff? Let me check out. Maybe I just haven't been getting informed by YouTube.
So Scott, do you still hang out over at Iron Realm Media? You go to the
hang
Flat
out.
Earth channels usually.
Yeah, dude. That's my favorite channel actually.
What did you
Like,
say it was, Flow State?
I like Josh and Walt.
Full
And
State doesn't want people to talk about other channels. They don't. He doesn't want us to
my bad.
advertise.
Well, you asked. You
Oh
asked
no,
me.
I actually didn't hear.
No,
I
I
don't care unless it's like somebody I don't like.
Dude, they're the best. Dude, you can't
you
not
don't even
like
know
them.
these people. You don't even know these people,
Yeah.
but
Wait,
they're
he
good
does.
people.
Wait,
It's Zach,
Flow
Zach,
dude, are you
Walt,
serious?
Josh.
I actually did not hear who you said, but real quick,
Taylor.
Thank you, Celia, for the super sticker. I forgot to mention that earlier. I got a super thanks on one of my shorts from Celia. So thank you if you're here.
Cecilia.
Yeah, dude. Iron Man Media is like the best unknown channel.
Who started singing Celia or Cecilia?
I did.
I love that song.
It's a good song.
Speaking of motherfuckers like
What do you guys think? Can you have too many salt lamps? Because
I don't even know what a salt lamp is.
I have like 15 of them.
Himalayan
Oh yeah,
salt lamp. Himalayan salt
every-
lamps.
Oh yeah, you
Himalaya-
probably
yeah.
can.
Yeah, you should have them all around you because you know what they do? They ionize the air. It's all about ionization.
Cigarette smoke does too.
Oh yeah, it's really good for you. It really helps you. Actually, if you roll your own, but I don't do that anymore.
Earth to Cage. Cage, are you there?
Yeah, what's up, everybody?
What up, baby? Did you guys see the video I uploaded with Cage's face?
Fucking goddamn it, Flow State.
You knew that I was going to do that. You had to know that.
I knew it was a possibility. I didn't know you were gonna do it for
Yeah,
sure.
you didn't see that coming. The minute I said you look like Ricky from Trailer Park Boys, you didn't see that coming.
And once you said that, I'm like, yeah, it's gonna be a clip. Fucking guy. That's why I don't go on camera, because the first time I do, people clip me and shit.
I mean, it's too late now. It's out, kind of like Sherelle Snow up here saying she didn't want to unprivate video that she then played publicly on my live stream, so it's public now, anyways.
Oh, there you go. It's all right, buddy.
I'm going to drop the link to if anybody missed the video I did with Cage and his beautiful face and his doppelganger. Oh, and Mitch. Mitch is up here too. It's like the whole doppelganger crowd. Anyways, check it out. You'll learn that many of us on these YouTube streets, we're not really who we pretend to be. We're actually famous celebrities incognito in the slums down here with you street filth. Cage is actually Ricky. Cage, show the people what you look like, Ricky.
Go hit the link.
All right, he's shy. He doesn't want to sign. He will not sign your fucking autographs. Cage, I'm sorry. I'll keep the. You people need to leave Cage alone. He doesn't want to say hi to you every time he goes to McDonald's or gets gas for his car.
We're gonna have to put the pierogi gate to rest and replace it with actual cage gate.
The cage gate.
Look, Sean, you are autistic with those numbers. You catch it all every time. He did catch it at 2:22 a.m. I had 2.2 thousand subscribers.
Yeah,
which was a
I
good
saw
catch.
that. Every stream he catches something.
You actually hit
Every
it like
stream
right at that. That's when I noticed it at that moment.
Yeah, Pineal's always on it.
He's got a touch of the
We're in the
tism, I think.
Matrix, brothers and sisters. It's a simulation.
I bet Smith is jealous of your number prowess.
Pierogi Gate is never going to rest. No one's ever going to forget about Pierogi Gate, dude.
I was just about to ask, what was Pierogi get again?
Cynthia or something. I showed a bag of frozen
Cynthia.
pierogies because Lou has this joke. There's this joke with Lou that his daughter, like he used to eat his daughter's frozen pierogies straight out the freezer. So like I pulled out a bag of frozen pierogies, and Cynthia, it was like the day before, so Cynthia was telling everybody I like flashed or exposed myself on camera or something. There's a bag of pierogies. There's a bag.
There's a bag of pierogies, huh? Likely story. Likely story.
Yeah, but there's a whole debacle.
She thought that Cage had porn bombed, you know.
She probably thought it was his
but
nutsack, huh?
Yeah, but it ended up being. So there's
No, I
something-
remember Pierogi Gate. I guess I didn't know the inside joke about Lou. Pierogies aren't even very good. I don't get it.
Oh yeah, that's why I showed them on camera. I forget how it came up, and I'm like, "Hey, Lou, I got pierogies too." And, you know, I pulled them up. It's pierogi gate, bud.
It depends on how you prepare them. That's, you know, always the case, right? With anything.
I boil them and fry them personally.
There you go.
The people want to see
What the
Cage's
fuck
nuts.
did pierogies do to you, man? Honestly, for you to be able to even say that, dude.
Cage,
Polish
will you take-
dish.
Cage, can you come up real quick and if look within super chats $5? Can you go ahead and show look within the pierogies again? You know, not pierogies.
I still have them. I still have them in there for sentimental.
Oh, I know
value.
they're attached to you. I'm talking about the real that those real potato pierogies or whatever, you know, with the real noodles.
Yeah, we can work something out.
All right. $5 look within, and I'll sell Cage to you for I don't care the whole night if you want him.
That's all I'm worth is $5. God damn it! I thought it was worth at least $7. $7.
And you got to start somewhere. $5 is not too bad.
For a limited time only, the
Cage.
next person to buy a membership gets Cage. That's $1. You get Cage.
Hey, you got to
You
start.
can do whatever you want with him.
Half Polish, that's our potatoes to the Irish? I'm not following. Do Polish people eat pierogies? I thought it was a Canadian thing.
No, it's a Polish thing.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a Polish thing.
I did not know that. It seems
Originally.
like only Canadians eat them. Right?
They like poutine. They like this fries with gravy and cheese. That's their go-to
Yo,
right
disco fries. Oh man,
Speaking of man pierogies, look at this nutsack.
fucking disco fries. Man.
What's going on? What's going on, people? How we doing? How we doing?
Man, we're
Dude,
up late
pierogies are
or early,
amazing, bro. I don't
depending
know
on
what's
who you're
wrong with you
talking
guys.
to.
It's been like 9 hours almost. Flo and I've been here. I think we were. I was
shit.
the first one.
Yeah, Notch, this will be your, you know, there's that one where I went to sleep for most of the stream, and that was I consider that really kind of M's stream because she held it down the whole time. She's the first one in, last one out.
Yeah.
This is the Notch stream. So when I wrap it up, Notch, you can't go anywhere. I'm not shutting it down yet, but get a little closer and you'll get the last word.
Wait, I might go eat dinner though, but I'll be here.
Okay, just as long as you're eating with us.
Yeah, you guys been on for a long time. I just got up like an hour ago. I'm up for the day.
Yeah, Talcott Express, explain yourself. I thought I blocked you anyways.
Oh shit.
Anyways, maybe it was somebody else. Or maybe I unblocked him. I don't really leave people blocked for very long, except for Rob G. Rob G can suck a dick forever.
You mod Gordon like Tommy now, huh? You mod Gordon like Tommy.
Nobody mod gods like Tommy does. He's such a tyrant with that shit. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's wild. I think I'm blocked for eternity.
Yeah, me too. And for a long ass time, he was telling me I wasn't blocked. He's like, "Oh no, I don't know how to do it." But bro, shut the fuck up. Yes, you do.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm out of there.
Did you hear me get into it with him on where was that? On Benton's. It was on Benton's channel.
I've caught a tailwind of that. Yeah, yeah. Yes, indeed. Good stuff.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Yeah. Because do you know what? I think he even flexed his powers on you over there, right? The mod.
Oh
god.
yeah,
I
he
think
did.
Yeah. You was out of there for a hot second. For a few seconds, you was out of there. Then he brought you back up just to show you his powers.
Yeah, it had
Awesome.
nothing to do with anything. He's like, just to let you know, I don't need to do this, and put me in back, and then pull me back up just to show that he didn't need to mod me. It's like, what the fuck does that mean? That had nothing to do with the topic. That had nothing to do with the point I just made. You just flexed on me while saying you're not going to flex on me because you were flexing.
Yeah. Wow. That is the
fucking
price for the
Tommy.
hypocrite.
Tommy doesn't really like me because he was on stream one day with a submachine gun. And he flagged himself in the face with it, and I pointed that out. And he still holds that against you.
Uh-oh.
He flagged himself with a fucking submachine gun. Like, what the fuck? Who gave you a weapon, bro? What the fuck?
Oh yeah, I just unblocked him too. By the way, somebody paid to have him released earlier, and I forgot about it. But he is off of the list now. Who was that? I don't remember who that was, but he'll be back on in no time. That was
What? So people can pay to get people taken off the list. Incredible.
I mean, I don't have like a policy of that. Pineal Power, stop mimicking other people's shit. It was Chris. Chris paid to have Tommy released from jail. And
He paid his bond.
Yeah, I had not. He had not set bond, but you can bribe me. You know, everything's got a price.
Hey, do you know what's wild though, Flo? I heard EBT, I think it was yesterday, he said something like you can block people on StreamYard. Is that true? Is that a thing?
I don't know. I don't care though. It's a cop out excuse either way.
Yeah, you can ban him from studio.
I mean, but you can when you block when you're in the StreamYard, when you're in StreamYard and you hide somebody over in the chat box, it goes through YouTube. I don't know if StreamYard has separate blocking capacities, but either way, he's full of shit.
They do. It does. You can block them. You can block their email from StreamYard or directly on StreamYard.
Look within. It's obnoxious. I kick who I want. Don't whine at me. He's back now.
Did I miss something? I can't.
Oh,
I'm on
yeah,
the StreamYard.
I said, because Sean had Benton's picture up, and I told him, I said, don't mimic people. And then he changed it to Tommy's picture. So I dropped him backstage. And then I pulled him right back up the minute that he stopped doing that shit.
Hold on.
I guess
Wait,
technically,
let me get this.
yeah,
Did you
I
say
actually
you
made it
you
worse.
put him
I
backstage because
was
Tommy's
actually
picture?
impersonating Woody Harrelson at first. So.
Hey Flo, did you just say you put him backstage because he had Tommy's
Well,
picture?
Tommy, yeah, that's actually Tommy. You know.
I can't even see the pictures. I'm in the.
Yeah,
have a
no,
look.
it was just a little avatar.
Oh, okay.
No, it's just annoying. It tripped me up for like a split second while I was overlooking a different screen. I'm like, wait a second. So yeah, I said it before and I'll say it again. This is not a democracy. None of you motherfuckers have rights here. I will be a tyrant. I will be a tyrant at the whim, at my own whim. I don't even need a reason. JG. That's why JG didn't get to come up at all earlier. He was backstage for fucking ever because dude's annoying. That's it. Full stop. JG is annoying. He didn't get to
It's
come
a
up.
dictator. It's a dictatorship. Fuck it.
Yeah, true. It is true. I dictate what happens here.
Hey, Mr. Cage, I know where Flo stands with the Mandela effect. Where do you stand with the Mandela effect? I don't think I've heard you speak on it. I'm on the fence.
Well, I personally I don't really pay attention to most of these examples, so I couldn't really But yeah, I think it exists, and I think it has to do with electromagnetic fields and how memory consolidation works through the mind, through the hippocampus. And within the brain, there's something called magnetozones, which are chains of magnetite that respond to specific magnetic frequencies, like EMFs, non-native EMFs, even like ones that are being generated. And I think that could have an effect on what people believe reality is. Because now we're going to get into like what is reality and how is it formulated, right? So yeah, like I'm sure there is a way to fucking alter consciousness, like at a base level. I think some kind of that nonsense is going on for sure. Yeah.
I mean, some of the claims that people are making out here, Cage, do you think they're outrageous, or do you think they could be onto something?
Most people can't even remember what they had for dinner like a couple of days ago, so memories are very unreliable.
Yeah. Yeah. Interesting.
Some things you'll remember forever, though, like where you were when 9/11 happened, the first time you touched a vagina.
Yeah. Key moments, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's wild though, Flo. I mean, what is most people saying about this 9/11 thing now, Flo? The 9/11, are they saying it never happened or it happened?
I think most people are saying it happened, but like not the way it was said to have happened. But I think it's pretty much, yeah. I don't know hardly anybody that's denying it at all.
Okay.
I mean, I wouldn't deny it all. I would never deny that actually those buildings were. Yeah.
Well, that's real, obviously, but the issue is, was it a demolition? Was it who actually did it, really?
Well, I mean, it could have been a plane if you can throw an empty aluminum can through a brick wall.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Mandela effect thing. Yeah, just a name for it, right? It could be some sort of quantum entanglement, some sort of I don't know, how nature. Like I said, I think it has to do something with the hippocampus and how memory consolidation is created. Because if you alter that, then you alter reality. Because does anything really exist outside of right now, or is that just like a memory? Gets deep.
Yeah, memory is very fragile. Memory is very fragile. So most of these claims that people are running around talking about, I'm just remembering that I've got a piece of fragile rolling around in my head. You know, it's just, I mean, some of the claims that I've heard people speak about, I'm like, I don't really want to entertain that, because it's kind of exposing that, you know, that I was just soaking up everything when I was young, you know, and I kind of feel like that's the wrong way to go. I don't want to like lead on that I was showing them that I was watching every single thing, you know. That's why I haven't addressed some of the thing that people address. I'm like, nah, I'm too embarrassed to say I was even watching that or even seeing that. I don't even entertain all of the things that I've heard out there. Like I think I said before, I would rather a big piece of the puzzle, you know, something that everyone can stand on and say, yep, definitely this is a big one, let's rock with this. Mostly people will see where we're coming from now. If not, but I don't know, man. Some of the things that I've seen people bring to the table, I'm like, I don't know. It's a bit of reaching.
Well, it's bias, right? Because a lot of the time people just put whatever they can to fit their narrative, like even, you know, trying to make connections and stuff.
Yeah. I mean, look, for the past 3 to 4 days, Cage, right? Everyone's been on a Mandela spree, and no one's won me over yet. Like I've seen different people do their Mandela streams, and I'm not like, wow, oh yes, I'm convinced now. You understand? I'm still like, come on, guys, man. I want to be a believer.
It's
But
too fucking contaminated. It's exactly the same with like opinions and desires and groupthink. It's got all exactly the same problems as God, right? Can you prove it doesn't exist? No. Can you prove it does exist? No. Do people feel more conviction in it when they're surrounded by other people and everyone's cheering them on? For sure. Didn't you feel God during the church service this morning? Oh, I felt God. Oh man, it was so powerful.
yeah, it's almost like that, Flo. You're not wrong. It's almost like that. Yeah.
And I think the general population is in a state of mass hypnosis, anyways. Really,
they are. I actually had a hypnotist tell me that one in he said 1 in 3 people are walking around in hypnotic states at any given time.
Yeah, you can learn these techniques. You can do an hypnotic induction through words.
I know, Cage. I'm well aware that you try to NLP us on the regular.
No, I don't. I don't.
Yeah, I'm well aware of that guilty ass laugh.
I actually don't though. Like, you'd be able to tell if I was. Like, it's why would I even benefit out of that?
My digital twin would never say that about me. Yeah, I know. It might have been a generous estimate, but
Can I use beamforming 5G technology on you, brother?
Who the fuck's that? Hey, that's Pioneer. What's going on in Pioneer? I ain't seen this dude forever. What cave you crawl out of, Pioneer?
yeah. Where'd it go? There. I've been told I'm one of them. I haven't had many people try, but I did get on stage at a comedy
man.
show.
It's been a little minute.
It was a hypnotist comedy show. Goddamn, Pineal, your fucking delay is like it's like 4 minutes long. It's the longest fucking delay of anybody ever.
I heard him reply to my wow, that's a long delay, Pioneer.
It's nuts.
That's class.
Nobody living on
Yeah.
any part of the globe has a delay as long as Pineal's.
That's
Oh man.
But anyways, yeah. So there's a hypnotist comedy show at the comedy club, and so a bunch of us went, and I was one of the people that got on stage. You know, I don't know if you've been to them. They bring a bunch of people from the audience on stage, and then he starts hypnotizing the group, and then eliminates one, and then keeps going, eliminates one, and it gets down to like the final, I think 3 or 4, and they were just going fucking nuts, doing everything he said. It was wild. It was a great show, but I was the first one kicked off stage, and I shook his hand afterwards and asked him why, kind of, you know, like, you kicked me off first, what's up? And he said that basically not everybody can be hypnotized, and that's what he's doing. He's kicking off the people who aren't either can't be or are not very. So
Getting kicked off stage, Flo.
yes, but I didn't get kicked out of the club. Actually, funnily enough, one of my buddies who went with us, he was visiting in town. He was not from town. He was, he was not the last one on stage, or one of the last ones, but he was like one of the very last ones to get kicked off. And he was pretty fucking hypnotized when he got kicked off and drunk. And he got kicked out of the bar or the club that we were at because he was peeing on the balcony, the smoker's balcony at the club. And so they kicked him out, and he's drunk, hypnotized in a strange city he'd never been to. He managed to find his way back to my place.
Wow. That's classic. That's classic. I mean, you know another thing though, Flo, the Mandela effect is not really well, in my opinion, right, Flo, what I've seen with the Mandela effect, it's not even like a big thing offline. I don't really see much people talking about it offline. It's only just online. Is anybody else noticing that, or is it just me?
Well, I mean, I've noticed it, but that's the only place I ever talk to people about things like this. I mean, that's not true. No, I don't know. It's sort of got a niche.
And I mean, me in the real world, whenever I brought it up to people, they're like, "What's that?" But then when I mentioned the Mandela, dying, they're like, "Yeah, I think I remember that." But anything else, no one outside of the internet that I come across seem to even realize what it is.
Yeah, well, apparently they need to go to Brian's channel.
Yeah.
Which
I
I've
guess so.
never, I don't really know Brian well. I mean, I've never, on Ian's the other night was the first time I ever interacted with him. But I must say, the interactions we did have, I was not impressed with his emotional maturity.
Well, I mean, I kind of hear what you're saying. That guy, what's that guy's name who came on and they kicked him off and they said he trolls everywhere? Is it not EBT, the other one? Toilet Bowl
Toilet
Earth.
Bowl? Yeah, Toilet Bowl,
Yeah.
like, no, they're not even in the same league. Toilet Bowl Earth is garbage. Like, Brian, I
Oh,
don't really know Brian, but Toilet Bowl Earth is garbage.
Okay. Interesting. I mean, Flo, I did want to hear some of his pushback, just like you, right? Sometimes, Flo, you've always got pushback for people. I like to hear the pushback, but I mean, like you said, some people may
what
have
I'm
been a bit
referring
too
to is-
sensitive.
Yeah, specifically what I'm referring to is like there was a number of times in a row where somebody would ask a question and he'd go, blah, blah, blah. We've already covered that. And it's like, what do you mean you've already covered it? Like, and he's referring to his videos, his own videos from like a while back. It's like, well, if you've already been talking about this for years, why the fuck are you on the panel with people asking questions who clearly don't know about it?
Yeah, to be honest, Flo, I wanted to just hear from him and Moneybags because they were the only ones that seemed to be doing it within depth and for many years.
Yeah.
So it would
I've
make
never
sense
heard
if
of
we heard.
Moneybags.
Me too. First time. He seemed pretty cool. Seemed like a cool guy. But they had all of the how would you call it, Flo? Is it residue you call it over there?
I guess that's what they call. I don't know that I'm overware. I call it afterbirth.
Oh, Flo, man, Jesus Christ! Oh God! Oh, I need to 420 quick.
It's 420 if you got it.
Yeah, if you got that. Oh, God.
Oh shit! I forgot to ask. Who's that guy here, Scott? After every show, I put the names of the people who joined the panel in the description box of the stream. Scott, I did not catch if you had a channel. If you're still here, let me know. And I think everybody else here, I've got your channels. Yeah.
Good stuff.
Have any of you
Mr.
guys ever
Boy.
read any of you guys read this The Secret Teaching of All Ages by Manly P. Hall? I know. I've been going through
No,
that.
I
one
haven't
lately.
read it.
A lot of good information in it. I've been going through the audiobook lately. I'm like about halfway done. It's a long
Okay,
one.
just buy yourself the
30
paper book. It's too fucking big to get an audiobook. You need to have all the things.
You know that Manly P. Hall is actually the grandfather of Hall from Hall & Oates?
I did not know that, but that is
No
interesting.
way. No
No,
way.
you're making that up. There's no way.
No way.
I've had the paperback version of the book, but I'm one of these people that still go to the library, so I got it from the library.
Library is where homeless people go to take baths.
They have baths there. Baths at the library.
you go take a French bath and just go in the bathroom of the library. Man, you guys ain't ghetto.
They do that over here. That's one time I seen a naked crackhead woman taking a bird bath in a fucking laundromat.
Do you bring her home?
Yeah, no.
Were you like, hey babe, you want some pierogies?
Yeah, I'll make you some pierogies. Come back with me, get murdered and decapitated and shit. It's fine.
Okay.
Like a serial killer. Lure me.
Cage. I'm not trying to shut you up and inhibit your freedom of speech, but you're about to cock block yourself real bad.
Oh shit.
Good.
I stand corrected. They sleep at night, but your bathroom is where your bed is. It's pretty close, at least. You telling me that the homeless people sleeping at libraries aren't taking baths in the bathroom? I think not. I've been to the
Some
library, man.
probably are.
I know what goes on in there.
If they're smart, they just get a gym membership and go there. But most of them probably don't have that capability.
Homeless
You
teachings
said it.
for all ages.
A homeless man with a gym membership. That is hilarious.
They have cheap ones here. It's like $10 a month. They can afford that. 'Cause they get
Do you
their-
know what? $10 a month. That, you know what? Hey, you make a good point there. I'm pretty sure most of the homeless people can afford that because the amount of busking and pennies and stuff that goes into their hats. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's more than £10 a week.
And the
So
government
you're probably
gives
right.
them, the government gives them the money every month too, welfare or whatever.
Dude, there's some panhandlers make bank.
Yeah,
Yeah, they do.
There's a dude who outside, like down the part of town here called the Plaza, and the dude who had, when I was growing up, the dude who had the corner in front of the movie theater on the Plaza, every night he was out there every night on crutches, and then at like 11:30 p.m. he would get picked up. He wouldn't even try to hide it. His girlfriend would pull up in an Escalade. He would throw his crutches in the back and just walk and get right in the front seat. Like it was just all totally fake. But yeah, he made a lot of money.
All in a good day's work.
Yep. I used to buy cigarettes from him for $2 a pop, which is pretty expensive even when you're in 7th and 8th grade.
7th and 8th grade. Fucking hell. Yeah. Interesting. Hey, Flo, I tell you what was kind of crazy the other day with what's his name? Steve and the bots showing up at his place. That was wild.
He got bought
Those
pretty
numbers.
good.
Yeah. That was crazy numbers. Has that happened to you before?
No, it hasn't.
Interesting.
No.
Someone said it happened to one of the guys from my
Is he gonna make
community
it?
before.
Is he gonna pull through and
Lewis
stream?
McCoy. Who's gonna
Sean,
make
what are
it?
you talking about?
Who are you talking to, bud?
I had that happen to a channel before. Before it got taken down.
Oh shit. Interesting. Well, I mean, if it happened to Steve again,
How much is the delay? Like I feel
It's
like
so
I'm hearing
bad that I've had my trigger on your delete button, like to remove you from stage, like 5 times tonight. But like
You're answering the things like 5 minutes ago.
yeah.
What did you eat, Nachi? Nachi, what did you eat, bro? What do you eat over
All
there?
right, I'm gonna do Voy a favor and I'm gonna monologue.
all right, I'm gonna do final words for
Wait, who
Pineapple.
hurt
Actually,
you, man?
I'm gonna,
What's going on over there?
there they go. There's I just can't do it anymore. Like I like
He's
you, Sean,
restreaming.
but that's fine. He can stay back there and restream. But like every time he talks, it's like a complete disruption from whatever the conversation was on.
Oh shit.
It completely resets everything. So I can't do it anymore, Sean. Thanks
Flo
for
Maud
joining.
Gordon. Flo, you Maud Gordon.
Oh, I know. That's fine. I'm cool with that. It doesn't bother me.
You Maud Gordon.
Yeah.
Oh man.
No, the only people like that's not a problem for me at all. It absolutely is. Yeah, I would. Why wouldn't somebody mod God where they can mod God?
Flexing your power. You're doing a Tommy. Hey, that's the new word. You're doing a Tommy.
That's fine. You can call it whatever you want. The fact of the matter is, I'm not going to put myself out to make sure somebody else is happy. Not that much. I will. I mean, and there's nothing personal against him. And I softened it on the way out, but like, I just can't do it. It's too late. I've been on for too long to like have the conversation like screech to a halt while everybody looks around to see what the fuck hit us from the side. Like, what the fuck was that? Oh, it was his delay. He was responding from 10 minutes ago. That's what that was. Okay.
Oh man.
Tommy was up here for a little bit, wasn't he? Yeah, he was.
For like just a split second. He didn't make it very long at all.
He was impressed that Montegraph was here hanging out with us.
Hey, you just reminded me, Nachi. Who is
Peniel,
this
there's no way
Monty?
that's actually your if you don't actually have that as a cash tag, do you? There's no way.
Flo, Nachi, who was this Monty guy? I've heard his name get mentioned so many times, but I've
By
never seen him.
Snafu, Snaps.
There you go. Yeah, what's going on then? What's going on? Talk to me. Who's this guy?
Well, all right. I'll give you the recap real quick. I don't know who he is. I mean, he's an OG in the world, but of internet stuff. But this was my first time ever talking to him. He came on. He addressed the claims against him. Seemed like I got nothing bad to say about the guy. He answered the questions. He said his piece. He definitely seemed more reasonable than Snafu or Tarek. And then he hung around for, quite a while and answered questions for like several hours. So,
okay.
Yeah. So I don't really know who he is, but I don't have anything bad to say about him from my interaction with him, which is not true. I cannot say the same for Snafu.
Okay. So, I mean, is he exposing people or is people trying to expose him?
He's just trying to defend himself from people running around saying he's a P and a P and a P,
Gotcha.
It was somewhere in the middle of the screen.
obsessed. He's obsessed with the P word.
Yeah, Snafu is obsessed with him and with the P word and with claiming people are the P word when he has little to no evidence of it.
Which I've already told him. When I hear somebody like always talking about something like that, it makes me question them in a way. It's like, why is this always on your mind so much? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if somebody like when you see the Branch or not the Branch Davidian, those people who would protest gay soldiers' funerals or whatever.
I have no idea. No.
All right. If somebody makes a big deal about being not gay, if my channel name was not gay, what would you think about me?
You're probably gay, for sure.
Gay.
You're a trans.
It's like people
Oh,
that are,
shit.
yeah, people that are like homophobic or something probably are probably gay themselves, right?
That's
Yeah,
it. Westboro Baptist. Yeah. So when somebody runs around and that's just like right on the tip of their tongue and head, always it's like, why is this here? Who knows? Do I know anything? No. But I will go ahead and speculate. Or it's not even proper speculation. Is it proper? Yeah, it is probably proper speculation.
Yeah, it's speculation, but like it's just like how all these dramas get kind of started in the streets. For example, like the beef between you and somebody else, as an example, and somebody new coming in, not knowing what the fuck is going on, or not knowing really what the fuck you're talking about. And I think that's kind of the case with Montegraph. Like, there's one individual within our community who goes around and talk about him, but nobody really interacts with Montegraph that much within our community. And it's like
Who?
Here. What's that?
Who is that? Who is that? And what kind of channel is it? Like, what are they talking about? Like,
Montegraph?
yeah, I don't even know who that is. I always hear that name though. Snafu.
I don't really know. I dropped the link earlier.
I mean,
I'll drop it again, and I'll put it in the box at the end. I'm getting ready to do final words. Cage, you're up.
Nothing really. Thanks for having me. I want to get some rest or whatever. Sure.
Absolutely. Thanks for coming up. And I'm going to try. I think I'm going to try to push through, but who knows? I probably will fall asleep accidentally for a long time. Thanks for coming up, Cage. Love your beautiful face. Hope to see it again next time. No homo.
Peace out, Cage. Peace out, Cage. I'm going to follow him as well. But hey, Flo, when you got a bit of time next time, I'm going to, open up shop and I want to discuss more of the Crater Earth moon theory, and I want to try to stick to that topic because I was hoping that Steve HMFIC could have stuck to that topic a bit more because I was looking forward to that build.
I'm glad that you brought that up. I do want to, because I've joined some of your panels when you were like basically presenting stuff, and I'm not gonna lie, I couldn't follow it, but I understand that I would like you've built up to this, and I came in midway, and so it was just going right past me.
Correct.
But yes, I agree. We should do that.
Good stuff. All
right.
Say no more. I'm gonna let you know, and I'll let you know then, bro. Yeah. Peace out, Nachi. Okay. Peace out,
and
Flo.
My email, if you want to get a hold of me, my email is linked in the about tab of my
Oh,
channel.
brilliant. Brilliant.
Yep.
Cheers, Flo. Peace.
Adios. I'm gonna remove myself and let you have final words, since whatever. Chat. Everybody, thank you for watching. If you haven't liked, hit the like. If you haven't subscribed, subscribe. It's all the best content. Go ahead and hit the share button and then copy it. You don't have to share it. Share the link to have it register in the algorithm as a share when you just hit copy from the share button. Although if you do share it, whoever you share it to will surely love it. Memberships are only $1. Thank you. If that's what you remind me of, memberships are only $1. It's the best deal on YouTube. Buy one for yourself, buy 20 for the chat, make it rain. And I'll let
Before you go, do I just click the leave button once I'm done monologuing?
Oh no, I'll still be here. I'm not actually leaving. You're just.
Oh, okay. So, well, thank you everybody for being here. All 70 of you guys. We had over 100 people. I think that's getting pretty close to the record over at this channel, Flow State. And it was, at least in my perspective, very interesting to have Monograph here. So I thank him for coming on board and correcting the records. Again, I think it's important for people to use their own discernment in regards to what we believe is going on. But we are living in pivotal times right now, obviously, and I do think that these discussions can be helpful to clarify things. And again, being a flat earther or being Mandela affected, or knowing that God exists doesn't necessarily mean that you're in a better position than somebody else. And if you do think that you have a higher perspective on something, it's our duty to try to help people along the best we can. But I think it's too much to expect that everybody's going to be on the same page about things, so you just have to meet where we can meet. Besides that, I had a really good time. I've been here for nearly 9.5 hours today, and had a lot of good conversations. And for the most part, it is true that I want to cupcake with people, but I'm going to say my piece. And I do want to get along with people, and people sometimes, I feel like they kind of, I don't know, like they want to find something to argue about or find some drama. But like for me, like I think it's not about the arguments or the disagreements that's important. It's about like how to resolve these issues. That's just me though. I don't know. I can't speak about everybody. And
Name
again,
names.
having drama does help with well, go ahead, Flo. I think I'm almost done, but like just having flow, like I'm sorry, having drama does like bring the numbers in, but like it's like really only for a short amount of time, but then it fizzles away. So it's not something that we are that much interested in, I think. Anyways, I'm done. Peace, everybody. Thanks for having me on, and take care, everybody. Have a good night or good morning.